A lone young man stands amidst absolute chaos. He is taking on the Ghost Planet's beginner trial with his squad. The trial's objective sounds deceptively simple. Survive on this hellish world for just 5 minutes to automatically complete your job transfer. But in this unforgiving Manhwa world, facing a beastman of this caliber means surviving even 60 seconds is nothing more than a pipe dream. The nightmare began 50 years ago when a colossal celestial body known as the Ghost Planet suddenly manifested near Earth. Following its arrival, Earth's flora and fauna mutated into horrific monstrosities known as beast gods, unleashing destruction across the globe. Yet, in humanity's darkest hour, mysterious teleportation circles began to appear, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. The first brave souls to venture into the Ghost Planet discovered a shocking truth. This world was essentially a surreal, hyper-realistic digital realm. Here, humanity could change classes and ascend to new heights, a classic trope of a leveling manhwa. Upon changing classes, everyone gains data stats, equipment, and upgradable skills. Thus, a new concept was born: the Explorer. These are the brave souls who flock to the Ghost Planet in search of absolute power. Back in the present, Jiang Kai faces the harsh reality of the very first beginner trial designed for newly transferred explorers. He's the last survivor of his team. Before him lies a bottomless abyss. Behind him, no path of retreat remains. As the Beastman slowly advances, Jiang Kai's mind goes blank. Yet, a fire of defiance burns in his eyes. He did not bankrupt his family to get here just to die like a dog. No, he refuses to accept this end. Instead of waiting for the beast to claim his head, Jiang Kai decides to make one final, desperate bet for his family's future. With steel in his nerves, he makes an incredibly dangerous decision. He leaps straight into the abyss. As he plummets, Jiang Kai sees the Beastman skid to a halt at the edge, unable to pursue. Suddenly, a blue holographic panel materializes before his eyes. Because your behavior mirrors that of a true gambler, congratulations. You have triggered the 1 in a million probability to unlock a hidden class. Class change successful. Congratulations. You have become the glorious hidden class, the Gambler. Sometime later, Jiang Kai awakens at the edge of a forest. He coughs violently, struggling to sit up, but something feels strange. Despite falling from such a massive height, he isn't injured. Even the wound inflicted by the Beastman's weapon earlier has completely vanished. Ding, the system screen pops up again. It explains that because his class change was successful, his basic attributes were refreshed, effectively restoring his health bar to full. Standing before the screen is a stunningly beautiful woman with long white hair cascading like a waterfall. Jiang Kai instantly recognizes her as the artificial intelligence governing the Ghost Planet, and she does not deny it. She begins to explain his newly awakened class talent. The Gambler's talent is called Double. It allows any reward or penalty from the system to trigger a doubling effect. There is even a small probability of a super double, increasing the effect by 10 times. Because Jiang Kai triggered the double talent upon awakening, he actually received 2 class talents instead of 1. This means he gets a second talent for the Gambler class. Jiang Kai is floored. Normal people only get 1 talent, but he unlocked 2. What kind of heaven-sent luck is this for a system manhwa protagonist? The second talent he received is called Super Critical Strike. Its effect modifies his critical damage to a staggering 200 times the normal amount. However, his base critical rate is set to 0.1%. His status window opens. Currently at level 1, he possesses 4 strength, 8 vitality, 12 agility, 12 spirit, and 0 defense. Jiang Kai is shocked once again. An average person's total stats after a class change usually hover around 20 points. Yet his total is 36. The AI explains that his double talent also doubled the bonus attribute points received from the transfer. Jiang Kai's eyes light up with excitement. This means every time he levels up on the Ghost Planet, his growth will far outstrip everyone else. Ordinary players get 10 points. He gets 20. In other words, Jiang Kai leveling up once is equivalent to someone else leveling up twice. And that is not even mentioning his super critical talent. A normal critical hit only deals double damage, but his deals 200 times the damage. Although the current crit rate is only a fraction of a percent, if he can raise it later, his damage output will be catastrophic. Jiang Kai is incredibly satisfied with this outcome. His reckless gamble to escape the Beastman did not just save him, it hit the jackpot. Speaking of which, he remembers something important. When the monster threw its weapon at him, it fell into the abyss alongside him. Now, he sees it stuck in the riverbed nearby. Originally, his only goal was to quickly transfer to the Ghost Planet to earn money for his older brother's kidney transplant. Here, even the weakest class rakes in gold faster than a tycoon on Earth. But destiny had a wilder hand to play. He never dreamed he would become the protagonist. Awakening a legendary hidden class, the Gambler. His brother's medical bills, consider them paid, a life of luxury for his family. It was no longer a fantasy, but a guarantee. Burning with resolve, he ripped the Beastman's spear from the riverbed. Ding, a system notification chimed in perfect sync. Class change complete. But the system offered no rest. New objective, the rookie quest. He had 7 days to reach the sanctuary of Saint City. The awakening was merely the prologue. The true nightmare began now. To survive this trial, Jiang Kai had to cross the finish line of the trial zone within 1 week. However, the road to salvation was paved with impossible despair. A wasteland teeming with monsters stood between him and victory. Defeat here meant immediate failure, and a forced teleportation back to Earth. Sure, dying on the ghost planet wasn't fatal in the real world. You could log in again. But the re-entry fee, an astronomical sum only the ultra-wealthy could stomach. Jiang Kai had already gambled his family's entire fortune just to stand here once. Failure was absolutely not an option. The rich could afford to fail 1,000 times over. But for a destitute soul like him, failure was a death sentence. There were no second chances. It was do or die. Forging his nerves into steel, Jiang Kai gripped his weapon until his knuckles turned white. He stepped forward into the abyss. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shredded the silence. That voice. It struck a chord of instant recognition. His ears weren't deceiving him. That hysterical shrieking belonged to none other than his lifelong best friend, Yuan Ju. The poor guy was cornered by greenwalk snakes. Knowing Yuan Ju's deathly phobia of serpents, the look of sheer terror on his face was entirely justified. Jiang Kai froze. Panic threatened to take over, but he couldn't just charge in blindly. One bite from those vipers meant instant death, and there were 3 of them. His mind raced, processing a tactical calculation in a split second. Then he saw it. "Hang on, buddy, I'm coming," he roared. Yuan Ju whipped his head around, eyes widening in total disbelief. He never expected to see his brother-in-arms in a hellhole like this. "Jiang Kai, what are you doing here?" That was the only thought his brain could process. Yet, even facing death, he screamed for Jiang Kai to run, to save himself. It's too dangerous. But while Yuan Ju was busy crying snot and tears, a viper lunged from his blind spot. But Jiang Kai's reflexes were god tier. He hurled his spear like a bolt of righteous lightning. Impact. It pinned the snake's head to a tree with a sickening crunch. A perfect one-hit kill. Yuan Ju stared, eyes nearly popping out of his skull. He couldn't believe his skinny friend just engaged a mob like that. But this was all part of Jiang Kai's calculation. He had used his screaming friend as bait to flank the enemy. The strategy worked flawlessly to eliminate the first target. But now, the remaining 2 vipers locked their deadly gaze onto Jiang Kai. Ignoring the danger, he dashed forward to retrieve his weapon. Yuan Ju's heart nearly exploded from his chest. Those snakes were lightning fast. It looked like a disaster waiting to happen. But Jiang Kai wasn't the same weakling anymore. Under his friend's terrified gaze, he danced through the viper strikes with impossible grace. Post-awakening, Jiang Kai's stats had doubled. His level 1 agility was already on par with a level 2 hunter. To him, those vipers were moving in slow motion. This magnificent display of skill, it was just the warm-up. The battle was already won. "Yuan Ju, keep their attention," Jiang Kai shouted. His friend obeyed instantly. Seizing the moment, Jiang Kai ripped his spear free. The duo moved in perfect sync, a deadly waltz of steel and distraction. In seconds, all 3 vipers lay dead at their feet. Yuan Ju pinched himself. Was this real? He just ran around screaming while Jiang Kai did all the heavy lifting. Jiang Kai exhaled, letting the adrenaline fade. His class focused on speed, not brute strength. Yet, he'd estimated level 1 monsters effortlessly. That iron spear he looted from the Beastman, definitely an elite starter weapon. A perfect tool for this newbie zone, where legends said rookies were born just to be slaughtered. "How did you do that?" Jiang Kai, overcome with relief. Yuan Ju tackled him in a bear hug. Since they were brothers in arms, Jiang Kai decided to spill the beans. He whispered the truth about his lucky awakening into the hidden class the Gambler. "But keep your mouth shut about this." "Okay." Yuan Ju looked confused for a second, before his ego bounced back. "Well, I don't know what that is, but my class is top tier too. I'm not exactly trash, you know." He had awakened as a martial apprentice, a true powerhouse class. At level 1, he already boasted 8 constitution, 8 strength, and 5 agility. No wonder he survived that snake ambush. The martial apprentice was one of the top 5 most prestigious classes in the Saint Yo Kingdom. But on this hellish ghost planet, nobody knew how many classes truly existed. However, before glory, every adventurer faced the awakening ceremony, and in this world, cash ruled destiny. Your future depended entirely on the catalyst purchased before logging in. The rich burned millions on high-grade catalysts to guarantee elite classes. Entering the ghost planet at the top of the food chain, they became martial apprentices or executioners. Meanwhile, the poor scraped by with cheap trash. Their awakening was a gamble with the devil. Usually, the resulting class was completely random. Most ended up with garbage tiers like drunkard or beggar. Absolute hopeless tears. Hearing this, Jiang Kai felt a mix of thrill and terror. But a martial apprentice catalyst cost 50 million yuan shu Tell me you didn't borrow from loan sharks. Relax. It's a long story. I'll explain later. Yuan Shu grinned. Jiang Kai sighed, the tension leaving his shoulders. At least his friend wasn't hunted by the mafia. Grab the loot, Jiang Kai ordered. Snake corpses fetched a high price here. This was Jiang Kai's master plan. Hunt, kill, and send money back to his struggling family. In this leveling Manhwa world, defeated monsters transformed into cards. Adventurers collected these to trade for cold, hard cash. Judging by that last fight, his gambler class might actually outshine the elite martial apprentice. The profit potential was insane. But just as they finished looting, a third presence emerged from the shadows. Yuan Shu squealed, diving behind Jiang Kai, expecting a boss monster, but it was just a girl, fragile, harmless. "Hello," she stammered, trembling with fear. I'm Su Nuan. I can't do this alone. Can I join you?" Despite her innocent beauty, Jiang Kai wasn't a white knight. He barely had the strength to keep himself alive. Dragging dead weight like her, that was a recipe for a total party wipe. Jiang Kai prepared to reject her and walk away solo. But then, Su Nuan played her trump card. She revealed her class was the ultra-rare doctor. She wasn't just a healer. She could harvest venom from beasts like the green pit viper to buff their weapons with poison damage. "I'm begging you, please don't leave me behind." Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Hearing this, Yuan Shu's eyes practically sparkled with worship. A girl who could heal wounds and poison enemies. That was a skill set sent from the heavens. Jiang Kai weighed the tactical advantages carefully. A doctor was a top-tier asset. In this brutal Manhwa hellscape, a healer was the difference between life and death. Without that timely class transfer earlier, he would have been a cold corpse by now. Finally, Jiang Kai nodded. He agreed to the party invite, introducing himself and Yuan Shu. They had found a safe harbor in the chaos. Su Nan was overwhelmed with relief, thanking them profusely. "Hey, bro," Yuan Shu whispered, grinning like an idiot. "You just changed your mind because she's cute, right?" Jiang Kai knew his buddy was teasing, but the urge to punch him was rising. Meanwhile, at the dimensional login base in Jiangzong City on Earth, inside the data center, Professor Lee monitored the ghost planet coordinates with intensity. Rumors said these smartwatches did far more than tell time. They scanned comet data and offered survival functions. The higher the gear rank, the more god-tier features it unlocked. "Professor Lee, status report on the rookies. Is my sister okay?" A drill instructor burst into the room. It was Su Lan, Su Nuan's older sister. Professor Lee checked the readouts. According to the tracking system, a massive number of candidates have already been eliminated. "As for your sister, Su Nuan, the system shows she just formed a 3-person squad." Su Lan's anxiety spiked. Her sister was timid. Of course, she would cling to others. But Su Lan had warned her 1,000 times newbies must never group up. In the novice trial, large groups were magnets for monsters, and barely 3 minutes later, Professor Lee confirmed her worst nightmare. 2 beast-faced humans had just spawned right next to Su Nuan, Jiang Kai, and Yuan Shu. Su Lan trembled, her face draining of color. A single beast-faced human could slaughter a rookie. But 2, how could her sister possibly survive dying on the ghost planet might not kill the body on Earth? But the cost was devastating. The experience of death was 100% authentic. The pain, the fear it inflicted severe psychological trauma. Many rookies returned from the simulation completely insane. Knowing how fragile Su Nuan was, Su Lan feared her mind would shatter. She prepared to leave to get a psychiatrist ready. However, just as she turned, Professor Lee shouted an update. "Your sister. She's still alive." Even more shocking, the 2 beast-faced humans had been exterminated. The entire control room froze in disbelief. Rewind the clock 3 minutes. When the monsters first struck, primal instinct took over. Run for your lives. Jiang Kai felt the urge too, but a fatal realization froze him. Yuan Shu's agility was trash. The beast would shred him in seconds. Jiang Kai slammed on the brakes. He screamed for Yuan Shu and Su Nuan to flee while he held the line. It was a massive gamble. Jiang Kai wasn't sure he could solo 2 human-faced beasts, but retreating meant a total party wipe. Gripping his long spear, he roared and charged straight into hell. His strike was surgically precise, yet the monster's defense and HP were titanic. Instead of a kill shot, Jiang Kai was snatched up and smashed against a boulder like a rag doll. Before he could draw breath, the second beast was upon him. Pain racked his body. He was paralyzed. He could only watch as the shadow swallowed him. Damn it. Is this where I die? Is my rookie trial ending in blood? Not far away. Yuan Shu and Su Nuan watched the horror unfold. Su Nuan, despite her terror, was desperate to turn back and save him. But Yuan Shu, the physically strongest one, stood there shaking like a leaf. Meanwhile, in the residential district of Jiangzong City, Yuan Shu's mother poured tea for a mysterious guest. The very man who gave Ju the materials to awaken as a martial apprentice. I don't know why you see potential in my son. She chatted lightly. He is big, but he is a coward at heart. If he sees a monster on the ghost planet, he will probably freeze before he fights. The man took the tea, his expression calm and knowing. You are right. Your son fears danger more than anyone. But I have seen the truth. When someone needs help, that fear vanishes. He will face death without hesitation. Reality proved the man right on the battlefield. Seeing his best friend cornered, Ju finally crushed his fear. His massive frame crashed down in front of Jiang Kai. He was still trembling, but his presence was an unbreakable wall. Jiang Kai, you stayed behind to protect me because I am weak, didn't you? We are brothers. If we die together. Roaring, Ju threw a punch with every ounce of his strength, all his panic, all his terror, channeled into that single fist. The result shocked even Jiang Kai. His buddy knocked the human-faced beast flat on its back with one hit. The damage number was low, but the impact was undeniable. This was the terrifying crowd control power of the martial apprentice class. A soothing warmth washed over Jiang Kai like a gentle tide. He opened his eyes to find Su Nuan channeling her healing light into his wounds. But seeing her return, Jiang Kai's expression tightened with panic. Su Nuan, why did you come back? You are not a combat class. This is suicide. Su Nuan stood her ground, ignoring his warnings. As a healer, her oath forbade abandoning a dying comrade. Even if terror gripped her heart, the memory of that tragic year haunted her. Her father fighting the beast tide alone, falling in battle because no medic was there to save him. She swore never to let history repeat itself. Jiang Kai was her ally now, and she would not flee while he needed aid. Under her desperate care, his wounds closed at miraculous speed. Jiang Kai let out a helpless laugh. Fate had truly blessed him with teammates who had no fear of death. However, a harsh reality remained. Even with their combined strength, their damage output wasn't enough to execute the human-faced beast. While Ju held the front line with gritty determination, Jiang Kai's mind raced. In the heat of battle, a crazy idea sparked to life. He remembered Su Nuan's pitch when she joined the party. She wasn't just a healer. She could imbue weapons with lethal toxins. Jiang Kai shouted over the roar of battle. Su Nuan, you said you could extract snake venom, right? Yes, she cried out, her voice trembling with tension. Can you heal Ju and poison my blade at the same time? He tossed the corpse of a green walking snake toward her without hesitation. She had never attempted dual casting like this, but for her team, she had to transcend her limits. It was a desperate gamble, but it was their only path to victory. Jiang Kai couldn't withstand the beast's crushing blows. But Ju, as a martial apprentice, was born to be the ultimate shield. And while Jiang Kai lacked the raw power to one-shot the monster, with Su Nuan's toxic buff, his blade would become a Reaper's scythe. The formation was complete. Tank, healer, and main DPS. The holy trinity of any system mono raid party. Moments later, the extraction was complete. Gripping his venom-dripping weapon, Jiang Kai's aura exploded as he charged back into the fray. So what if they were rookies? So what if they were weak? He would shatter every expectation and carry his team through this hellish trial. Ju, lock it down, Jiang Kai roared. The tank unleashed a devastating punch, stunning the beast and leaving it reeling. The opening was perfect. While the beast stumbled, Jiang Kai flashed forward, burying his poison blade deep into its vital point. Their coordination was absolute. Against overwhelming odds, the gamble had paid off. The first man-faced beast collapsed, broken by their synergy, but its partner remained, howling in bloodthirsty rage at the three intruders. Facing the monster's wrath, the trio stood like statues of iron, their eyes burned with a singular, deadly purpose: total extermination. They moved as a single entity. Silence shattered as man and beast clashed in a violent explosion of raw power. Chu became the shield, Jiang Kai the blade, and Su Nuan their lifeline. Amidst the chaos, a shared conviction echoed in their minds. We can destroy this thing. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Professor Lee and Su Lan stared in frozen disbelief. What on earth? Su Lan gasped, eyes locked on the screen. The telemetry was undeniable. They had slaughtered two man-faced beasts. A single one usually wiped out rookie squads. How were they pulling off this miracle? Cold sweat beaded on Professor Lee's forehead. The data made no sense. The healer had zero combat power, and the tank's damage was negligible. The only variable was the leader, Jiang Kai. But the system refused to display his class information. The observation room fell deathly silent as Jiang Kai's profile dominated the main screen. Name Jiang Kai, age 18. Origin Zhangjiang slums, Ghost Star class error, unknown. Su Lan's mind spun. An unidentifiable class. Killing two elite beasts with no recorded class should be impossible. Who exactly is this rookie? Back on the battlefield, the familiar blue system window popped up for Jiang Kai. Player Jiang Kai. Target eliminated. level 2 man-faced beast. Count 2, exhausted but triumphant. The trio collapsed onto the ground. We did it! We actually survived! Su Nuanwan cheered. Yuan Shu laughed heartily. Brother Jiang Kai, that calm command was absolutely god tier. Su Nuanwan sat up, eyes shining with newfound courage. With this power, we don't have to hide anymore. We can make it to the finish line safely. Yuan Shu nodded eagerly. Let's head straight for the extraction point and clear this trial. But Jiang Kai didn't move. Not so fast, he said calmly. We have plenty of time before the deadline. There is no rush to leave. His teammates froze, turning to him with confused expressions. Jiang Kai's eyes glinted with sudden ambition. Don't you know? The military awards special gear to the top 3 rankers of the trial. Visions of legendary, high-tier equipment danced in his imagination. That military-grade gear is a game-changer for rookies starting out on the Ghost Star, he explained. He opened his interface, checking his kill count. We have the strength to hunt now. Kills equal points. Points equal rankings. A devilish smirk played on his lips. So, why don't we farm these monsters, stack up points, and rob the military of their best rewards? Yuan Shu and Su Nuanwan stared at him, absolutely stunned by his sudden greed for power. Hours later, under the cover of darkness, the hunt continued deep in the forest. Yuan Shu was starting to sweat bullets. Brother Jiang Kai, are you sure this grinding method is going to work? I'm telling you. I am not scared. But did you have to make me pull the aggro of every single green snake in the forest, surrounded by a sea of hissing serpents with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp fangs? Yuan Shu felt his courage crumbling. Tears welled up in his eyes as his voice trembled. Hey, am I going to die first here? Looking down from his perch like a master tactician, Jiang Kai called out, Pull yourself together, Yuan Shu. You are a martial artist class. Your job is to take hits and dish out pain. Besides, look over there. Su Nuanwan is already channeling her healing arts. She's got your back. So stop shaking. Suddenly, the snakes lunged at Yuan Shu's exposed back. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed dangerously. You dare! He launched himself into the fray, unleashing his full strength. But these beasts weren't going down without a fight. 3 snakes were instantly obliterated. The familiar blue screen flashed before his eyes. System notification. 3 level 1 green snakes defeated. Current experience 10. This really is a brutal leveling world. Standing amidst the carnage, he gripped his weapon tight. He remembered the cruel rules of the monster crystals. Only the one who lands the killing blow harvests the experience. Since I am the only one capable of insta-killing these monsters right now, the team made a strategic choice. All the experience points would be funneled directly to me. The swarm hissed, jaws gaping wide to reveal toxic fangs. They struck like lightning, but Jiang Kai met them head-on, dancing through the chaos. He unleashed his full power. One by one, the serpents fell before his might. His mind was singular and focused. I must level up first. I need the strength to protect this team. A full day passed in the blood-soaked forest. Finally, the last green snake was exterminated. Exhausted, Jiang Kai collapsed onto the earth, gasping for breath. Suddenly, the golden glow of a level up enveloped him. This was the moment every protagonist in an awakening manhwa waits for. Congratulations, Explorer Jiang Kai. Experience reached 100. You have advanced to level 2. System alert special effect activated. Attribute points doubled upon leveling up. Explorer Jiang Kai. Class Gambler. Current rank level 2. Level. Jiang Kai stared at his status window, a feral grin spreading across his face. Perfect. Slaughtering those snakes for 24 hours straight was absolutely worth it. Finally, the long-awaited level 2. Yuan Shu and Su Nuanwan rushed to his side, their faces lighting up with immense relief. Su Nuanwan clasped her hands together, gazing at him with pure, unfiltered admiration. Jiang Kai, that was incredible. Congratulations on the level up. But Yuan Shu was far more interested in the raw numbers. Quick, tell us, how do your stats look now? Jiang Kai offered only a mysterious smile. Well, leveling up granted me 20 attribute points. My total stats at level 2 are now sitting at 56. Not bad, I guess. Su Nuanwan and Yuan Shu froze instantly. Their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. It was as if a thunderclap had detonated right next to their ears. Yuan Shu stammered, completely flabbergasted. Say that again. How many? He frantically ripped open his own system interface to compare. Explorer, Yuan Shu, class martial artist, rank level 1. A scream of disbelief tore from his throat. Oh my god. Everyone knows leveling up only boosts strength, agility, and spirit. A normal person only gets 10 points. How on earth did you get 20? Yuan Shu's total attributes were sitting at a pitiful 26. Su Nuanwan hurriedly checked her own status screen as well. Explorer, Su Nuanwan, class doctor, rank level 1. She gasped, her mind racing through the math. Total stats of 56 at level 2. Jiang Kai. That is equivalent to a level 4 adventurer. That intensity is absolutely terrifying. Su Nuanwan only had 12 points to her name. Seeing their utter confusion, Jiang Kai decided to reveal a fraction of the truth. Don't freak out. It is just a class characteristic. My class is special. It doubles all rewards, level ups, and praises. However, punishments and penalties are also doubled. High risk, high reward. Just promise to keep this a secret from me. Su Non stepped closer, clapping her hands in delight. I don't fully understand it, but your class sounds incredibly overpowered. Yuan-Su grumbled, his voice dripping with jealousy. Why is your class so much cooler than my martial artist class? Suddenly, the air itself began to shimmer. The system AI brain materialized before them. Her cold gaze addressed Jiang Kai directly. Players reaching level 2 receive 1 class skill. However, due to the gambler's double talent activation, you shall receive 2 skills. Jiang Kai blinked in surprise. Even the skill acquisition is doubled. He smirked internally. This system logic is insane. So I get 2 class skills right off the bat. Yuan-Chu and Su Nuan looked as if they had just seen a ghost. Yuan-Su shouted, You are telling me your skills multiply 2. That is broken. That is too strong. The AI continued, unmoved. Affirmative. First class skill ghost hand card throw. An icon appeared, a hand raising a glowing card. The description text scrolled ominously beneath it. Thrown items gain 20% penetration effect. When throwing card type items excluding item cards, penetration increases by 200%. However, spirit consumption also increases by 100%. Skill is upgradable. Second class skill Ghost Eye Focus. The icon depicted a sinister eye with dual red pupils. On Ghost Eye Focus, visual range and dynamic tracking ability increased by 50%. Spirit consumption increased by 100%. Skill is upgradable. Jiang Kai analyzed the data instantly. 2 range skills. I still need to figure out the mechanics. But this gambler class fits my style perfectly. He clenched his fist, feeling the energy. Alright, now that my power has spiked, we can go hunt higher level mobs for better experience. Su Non smiled, her eyes forming crescents as she nodded. Yuan-Chu stood behind them, hands on his hips, grumbling under his breath. Look at this brat, showing off again. And a scene shift 2 days later, and inside the observation room, Su Lan stood before the giant monitors. Professor Lee walked up beside her. Instructor Su, it has been 2 days. I didn't expect your younger sister to survive this long. Su Lan shot him a look sharp enough to cut glass. Is that so? She let out a cold, humorless laugh. That rookie team is still alive. It seems that guy, Jiang Kai, actually has some skill. Suddenly, frantic footsteps shattered the calm atmosphere. Officer Lin burst into the room. He pointed at the screen, shouting, Attention all personnel in the rookie zone. The rookie trial is in critical danger. Go to high alert immediately. Everyone turned around, stunned. Fear began to creep onto their faces. Officer Lin continued, breathless. High Command has detected a breach. Country L has sent agents across the border. They are infiltrating our rookie zone on a massive scale. And before he could finish, a commanding presence entered the room. Lin immediately snapped to attention and saluted. The man walked in, his aura heavy and oppressive. It was the Supreme Commander of the Central District, Wei Ying. He paused, his expression grim. Prepare for immediate countermeasures. Sulan couldn't believe her ears. She asked, her voice trembling with tension. Large-scale foreign invasion. Is it true, Elder Wei? Wei Ying sighed heavily. If it were fake, I wouldn't be standing here. Sulan's face went as pale as a sheet. Her mind raced to the worst-case scenario. This is a disaster. The intruders from Country L, they are specialized newbie killers. Their sole mission is to slaughter our awakening prodigies before they ever have the chance to ascend. Scene shift to the trial zone. Oblivious to the encroaching nightmare, cheers erupted from the safety of the fence. Hang in there, a rookie shouted back, his voice thick with determination. We will never give up, but little did they know. A catastrophic storm was brewing on the horizon. Just as the words left his lips, holographic tutorial bubbles materialized in the air. Under the ironclad laws of this leveling monoworld, the Ghost Star Rookie Trial was a sanctuary strictly forbidden to high-level veterans. The newcomers were abandoned here to face their destiny alone. However, the ruthless invaders from Country L spat on those rules. Exploiting a fatal glitch in their class traits, they bypassed the barriers, infiltrating the rookie zones of rival nations while the system remained powerless to intervene. These were not soldiers, they were butchers. They hunted players from foreign lands with sadistic brutality, inflicting terror so profound it etched the very concept of death into their victims' souls. A nightmare resurfaced from the bloody past. A rookie named Chen Hai, cornered like a rat in a trap. With cold steel pressed against his jugular, he wept uncontrollably, begging for a mercy that would never come, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Hope was extinguished, replaced only by a blood-curdling scream that echoed into the endless void. Don't do it. Their true objective was psychological warfare to traumatize rookies so severely they would never dare log into the Ghost Star again, effectively crippling the future military might of rival nations. Even after his rescue, Chen Hai was reduced to a broken shell, forever trembling in the shadow of his trauma. No, even if you kill me, I won't go back there. Back at headquarters, Su Lanlin slammed her fist onto the table, fury radiating from her like a supernova. Those damn bastards. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging with suppressed rage. Su Nuanuan's mental fortitude is too fragile. If she falls into the hands of those animals... Commander Wei Ying let out a heavy sigh, the crushing weight of leadership settling on his shoulders. Prepare the trauma counselors. With a large-scale invasion confirmed, we must assume the worst-case scenario. No one is coming back from this trial alive. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Jiang Kai and his team trekked onward. Suddenly, Jiang Kai stopped dead in his tracks. He whipped his head around, his eyes sharp as daggers. Over there. Yuan Shu noticed the shift in atmosphere instantly. What is it? But Jiang Kai remained silent. His gaze turned icy as he gripped his iron rod, ready to unleash hell on whatever lurked in the shadows. His companions sensed nothing. Yuan Shu frowned, confusion written all over his face. Jiang Kai, have you lost it? We just walked past that spot. It's empty. Yeah, there is clearly nothing there, Su Nuanuan added, but they couldn't see what he saw. Jiang Kai activated his skill. Ghost eyes. His irises glowed with an eerie, supernatural luminescence. No, Jiang Kai whispered, his focus narrowing to a pinpoint. Further out. With the precision of a master sniper, he hurled the iron rod into the consuming darkness. Is something there? The makeshift spear tore through the air like a cruise missile, piercing the dense canopy and traveling an impossible distance. Moments later, a dull thud echoed from the deep woods. Jiang Kai's expression shifted target hit. He immediately bolted forward. Got it. Let's go check the loot. Yuan Shu and Su Nuanuan stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, left in the dust of his sudden sprint. I literally saw nothing. Yuan Shu grumbled, struggling to keep up. How could he hit anything at that range? Is Jiang Kai possessed by a ghost or what? Under the pale moonlight of the distant clearing, the truth was revealed. The iron rod had skewered a massive wild boar, pinning it to the earth with lethal force. As the team arrived at the scene, the classic blue interface of the system flashed before Jiang Kai's eyes. Adventurer Jiang Kai has slain a level 2 short bristle beast. Experience 199 out of 200. Yuan Shu's jaw hit the floor as he read the notification. Holy crap. Jiang Kai, do you have the eyes of a hawk? That boar was miles away. Su Nuanuan covered her mouth, eyes wide with shock. And a level 2 beast at that. Jiang Kai stepped onto the carcass, gripping his weapon, Xing. He ripped the rod free in a spray of digital pixels. Don't look so shocked, he said coolly. It's just the perk of a new skill I picked up. The system pinged again, hovering in Jiang Kai's vision. Harvest short bristle boar corpse. Recover 19 bristles as crafting materials, yes or no. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai tapped yes. He pulled up his status window, reviewing the skill cards swirling in his inventory. Perfect, he thought, analyzing the data. My ghost hand card. Throw skill has significantly boosted the damage output of my projectiles. Combined with the ghost eye focus, which acts like a high-powered scope with a slow motion effect, my accuracy and range have reached a god tier level. He continued to study the new cards, a smirk tugging at his lips. This means I can snipe low-level mobs from a safe distance before they even know they're being hunted. Total assassination. Jiang Kai turned to his stunned teammates, his eyes burning with determination. Alright, listen up. I am a hair's breadth away from leveling up. Let's head back to the grinding spot. Xuanuan nodded obediently, trusting his lead, while Yuan Ju let out a pathetic, soul-crushing groan. Man, I am still stuck at level 1. The scene shifted to a rushing stream, the water black as ink under the unforgiving night sky. A sinister voice broke the silence, cutting through the dark. Captain, Team 2's luck is finally turning around. Unaware of the predator's gaze, Jiang Kai's party waded through the water. The whisper continued, dripping with malice. I did not expect breakfast to deliver itself right to our doorstep. Shapes rose from the river like vengeful spirits seeking blood. The water cascaded off their leader, Jiang Kui, as he stepped into the moonlight with his squad. Looks like we have some new toys, he sneered. Jiang Kai sensed the killing intent instantly. He shoved Xuanuan behind him, roaring into the dark. Who the hell are you? Jiang Kui slowly unsheathed a massive blade from his back. Relax, little ones, he drawled with a mockingly gentle tone. We are not the bad guys. A psychotic grin stretched across his face as his squad closed the net. We just want to peel your chest open, hang you upside down, and drain every drop of your blood to dry like jerky. Or maybe use you as live bait for the beasts. We will make sure you die. We will make sure you die very, very slowly. Their maniacal laughter echoed through the canyon as they tightened the circle around the trembling rookies. Suddenly, another figure breached the water's surface, adjusting his hat with chilling composure. Cut the chatter. We have one objective. Jiang Kai stared, a mix of horror and curiosity gripping him. The man wore a mask with a long, sharp beak. His eyes glowed with a predatory light that froze the blood. It was Heishi, the infamous Crowbeak. The captain of the invader squad stepped onto the rocky bank. Our mission is simple. Ensure not a single rookie from the Holy Light faction survives this trial. Recognition flashed in Xuanwan's eyes, followed immediately by pure terror. Jiang Kai, it is them, the border breakers. They specialize in hunting newbies. Jiang Kai and Yuanju froze. Yuanju's voice cracked. Say what? Xuanwan frantically tapped her smartwatch, pulling up the wanted posters. My scanner confirms it. They are all level 3 or higher. Their leader is... oh god. Level 5. Her mind went blank with despair. Jiang Kai grit his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. His eyes narrowed in calculation. Too many of them. And a level 5 adventurer. With my current stats, I can barely handle a level 4. But a level 5 is... His thought was severed by Crowbeak's chilling voice. Brothers, shall we begin the feast? Jiang Kai's mind raced as he assessed the hopeless situation. Damn it. Splitting them up was the only play he had left in this twisted game. He spun around, his voice cutting through the chaos. Yuanju, Xuanwan, stick together. We are splitting up. Move out now. Confusion flashed in their eyes, but instinct took over. What understood Crowbeak and his squad just watched, a cruel smirk playing on their lips. Crowbeak scoffed, his voice dripping with venom, sharing the blessings but splitting the pain. Is this how the Saint faction operates? His eyes glowed crimson as he barked orders to his dogs. 2 of you, hunt down the straggler. Slaughter him. The rest. We will take our time breaking these 2 apart. His minions bowed, eager for blood. Yes, Sir, Saw, and Red Eye, both cultivators who had reached the realm of level 3, sprang into action. Without a second thought, they bolted after Jiang Kai like predators sensing wounded prey. The hunt was on. They tore through the dense forest, branches whipping past them. Red Eye laughed maniacally, the thrill of the chase consuming him. Look at that little rat run, Saw called out, confident in their inevitable victory. He is fast, but he cannot outrun death forever. But then, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Kai vanished from their sight. Gone, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Saw's eyes widened in shock. They skid to a halt, senses on high alert, scanning every shadow. Instinctively, they pressed their backs together, covering all angles. Saw growled into the silence. Hey kid, trying to play hide and seek with the big boys? Red Eye joined in the taunting. Oh, I love this game. When we find you, I'm going to snap your legs like dry twigs. Suddenly, a steel pipe tore through the air with terrifying velocity. Red Eye drew his blade, adrenaline spiking. The brat wants to fight back, he scoffed, dismissing the attack. A weak strike from a rookie. I do not even need to dodge. But the moment he spoke, a beam of light slammed into him. Red Eye did not even have time to scream before he was launched backward. Saw watched his partner fly 100 meters, his brain failing to process the devastation. He shouted into the dust cloud, "Why did you fly back? Is something wrong?" But when he focused, terror seized his heart. Red Eye lay slumped against a tree, life fading from his eyes. A steel pipe had pierced clean through his chest. Dead. Impossible. Jiang Kai stepped from the shadows, a cold, ruthless smirk on his face. 1 hit, 1 kill. You call this an ambush? His aura surged, terrifying and sharp. In his hand, he casually tossed 3 feathers loot from the boar he had slain earlier. You are not as tough as I thought. The enemy mocked, but true panic was already setting in. Sao frantically activated his system interface, desperate to scan his opponent. You are just a rookie from the Saint faction, he stammered. How could trash like you kill a level 3 warrior? The screen flashed with crimson warnings. Critical hit rate, unknown. Fatal damage, unknown. The system was failing him. Sao began to tremble, pointing a shaking finger at the monster before him. What is this? I am level 3. My stats are only 45. How does a rookie have 60 points that breaks the laws of the system? Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed with a predator's light. Who said the laws apply to me? Before the words could even land, Jiang Kai moved. His speed was beyond comprehension. Sao did not even see the strike coming. He was forced to his knees, gurgling in agony as life faded. Standing over his fallen foe, Jiang Kai analyzed the battle. It worked. My total stats rival a level 4. Crushing a level 3 was inevitable. He narrowed his eyes. Running away was not cowardice. It was strategy to divide their power. But I was still just shy of the level 3 threshold. Based on my knowledge from Earth, killing another explorer should trigger it. Just then, the AI brain materialized in the air. Target explorer eliminated. You may claim the deceased's watch. Furthermore, before the data dissipates, do you wish to absorb the explorer's experience points? 2 level 3 explorers, that is 100 points each. Whatever you take, they lose double in the penalty zone. Jiang Kai's grin widened with excitement. I knew it. In this leveling Manhwa world, hunting players yields far more XP than grinding monsters. I will take 100 points from each. The AI vanished. A golden notification flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Ecstatic, he pulled up his status window. Finally, named Jiang Kai, class gambler, level 3. He walked over to the broken bodies of Red Eye and Sao, his gaze cold. He stripped the watches from their wrists, muttering calculations. Total stats 76. A standard level 5 is only around 60. He gripped his steel pipe, eyes burning with resolve. I am strong enough now. Time to save Yuanju and Su Nuan. Back at the clearing, the situation was catastrophic. Yuanju was losing blood fast, his arm a mess of gore and bone. Su Nuan's clothes were shredded, her spiritual energy fading. Hansat, one of the pursuers, sneered at their desperation. A martial artist and a healer, he scoffed. I never expected to catch such elite classes from the Saint faction. Blue Shadow stood beside him, laughing maniacally. Jackpot, those are premium classes. Another thug toyed with his dagger, watching Su Nuan desperately heal her partner. Do not kill them yet, the thug ordered. Grind them down slowly. Let them feel every second of it. Tears welled in Su Nuan's eyes as she channeled her fading light. Yuanju. Jiang Kai is being hunted by 2 assassins. Do you really think he's coming back? Yuanju gritted his teeth against the agony. He will be here. I know it. He might be a ladies' man usually, but when the fighting starts, he is serious. Yuanju stared down the encroaching darkness. If his friends are in danger, he would never abandon us. Crow stepped forward, bored with the game. I am tired of playing. Skin them alive. Hansat nodded with sick pleasure, but Yuanju's faith did not waver. He is coming. And then, boom, like a storm god descending, Jiang Kai burst from the tree line. Blue lightning crackled around his body in a terrifying display of power. With a flick of his wrist, death flew through the air. 2 minions moved to execute the prisoners, but before they could strike, steel pierced their skulls. Instant death. Su Nuan gasped, recognizing the weapon lodged in the enemy's head. That is a short dart. Yuanju grinned through the pain. Told you. Crow stared at the bodies, stunned. Who is there? Did that rat sneak back? Show yourself, coward. Crow spun around, scanning the dense forest, but only silence answered him. The predator had become the prey. Crow trembled, his pupils dilating in pure terror. His mind went blank as reality dissolved. Was this the power of a hidden class from the Saint Realm? Survival instinct screamed at him to run. He turned and fled blindly into the darkness. Wenju and Su Nuan watched, stunned, as the hunter became the hunted. The captain is running away, Su Nuan shouted. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows like a demon of the night. It was Jiang Kai. He gripped a steel pipe, his aura blazing with killing intent. You tortured my brothers and think you can leave? His eyes burned with fury. Pay with your life. Get down. Jiang Kai hurled the pipe like a javelin. It tore through the air, piercing Crow instantly and detonating with a thunderous blast. One short scream echoed, and the enemy crumbled to his knees. Silence returned to the forest. Smoke choked the battlefield. The bodies of the invaders lay scattered across the ground, a testament to the carnage. Jiang Kai walked out of the forest, dusting himself off. The trash has been taken care of, he said calmly. Su Nuan, are you okay? She looked at him, tears welling up. He had finally returned. She wanted to rush into his arms, but her voice trembled with absolute despair. It is Yuanju. His wounds are fatal. My healing magic. It is not working anymore. Yuanju lay motionless, a broken mosaic of cuts and blood covering every inch of his body. Life was draining away fast. He cracked his eyes open, forcing a tragic smile. Jiang Kai, I knew you'd return, but I don't think I'll make it this time. He collapsed, whispering his final words. Go on without me. Beside him, Su Nuan wept uncontrollably. Wenxu pointed a trembling hand at his friend. Jiang Kai, adventuring with you was the best memory of my life. Carry my share of the burden. His eyes drifted shut, surrendering to the darkness. Pass the trial for me. Brother, Su Nuan wailed, her heart shattering into 1,000 pieces. Jiang Kai stood over him, fists clenched, looking down at the dramatic scene. Seriously. Suddenly, Jiang Kai grabbed a half-dead invader and hurled him directly onto Yuanchu's dying body. What are you whispering about down there? Su Nuan's crying stopped instantly, crushed by the sudden weight. Yuanchu bolted upright, screaming in pain. Ouch! Heyday death hurts! He looked around, confused, staring at the living enemy on his lap. Jiang Kai smirked, explaining the mechanics of the ghost star. I dragged 6 of them back. I only crippled them so you two can land the killing blow at gain the XP, level up, and the system will fully restore your health. Realization dawned on Su Nuanwan. Killing explorers grants massive experience points. It triggers a level up recovery. When Shu blinked, the awkwardness hitting him like a truck. Wait, really? So my tragic death speech was just embarrassing. Jiang Kai ignored him, seeing his friend fully energetic again. Didn't they enjoy torturing you earlier? Jiang Kai asked, eyes narrowing dangerously. Now, we return the favor. Even a left hook counts as a last hit. Yuan Shu and Su Nuanwan exchanged demonic grins. Time to teach them about the cycle of karma. The invader on the ground tried to crawl away in sheer terror. Yuan Shu let out a laugh that sounded purely villainous. Jiang Kai, this feels wrong. Yet, the three of them loomed over the enemy with predatory eyes. Wrong? Jiang Kai laughed darkly. In St. Hai, we call this reciprocity. It is a beautiful tradition we must uphold. Yuan Shu reached out, his shadow engulfing the screaming victim. A fine tradition indeed. I shall preserve it with great care. The invader shrieked. Stay back, you devils. Meanwhile, at the Data Research Institute of the El Nation Smuggler Administration, chaos erupted. Alarms blared as operatives awoke screaming. Horrifying, he's a monster. The squad emerged from the simulation mines, shattered by the trauma. Blue Shadow clutched his head, trembling uncontrollably. A newcomer at St. Hai. He slaughtered us all. It wasn't a battle. It was an execution. Hansa woke up drenched in cold sweat, roaring in fury. My experience point stolen, my level dropped. In the observation room, two men watched the screens. One was Huang Jiangkai, a high-ranking leader. He stared at the chaos, unable to believe his eyes. What is happening here? How were my elites broken like this? Did St. Hai awaken a new class designed specifically to hunt us? Back at St. Hai Command, Professor Lee stared at his tablet, panic rising. Bad news. Data from Su Nuanwan's watch confirms they encountered the smuggler squad. Su Lanlan gasped, fear clutching her heart. What is my sister hurt? Commander Wei Yang sighed, sipping his water with grim acceptance. No rookie survives a run-in with smugglers. We should prepare for their funerals. No, Commander. Professor Lee interrupted, eyes wide. That's not what I mean. He pointed frantically at the big screen. The data shows they encountered the smugglers, but they didn't die. In fact, they leveled up. The room went dead silent. Su Lanlan froze. What? Wei Yang frowned in confusion. How did the enemy decide to power level them out of charity? Surviving's one thing, but leveling up? Wei Yang scoffed. Professor Lee double-checked the data, ensuring he wasn't hallucinating. If it was one level, maybe they killed some beasts. But the data shows Su Nuanwan jumped 2 whole levels. There is only one possibility. The realization hit everyone at once. Wei Yang and Su Lanlan spoke in unison. They wiped out the smuggler squad. The cup slipped from the commander's hand, shattering on the floor. Commander, Su Lanlan whispered. Wei Yang stood up, his voice booming. Show me the battle data immediately. Professor Lee scrambled to pull up the team's profiles on the main monitor. Images of Su Nuanwan and Yuan Shu appeared. But for Jiang Kai, identity confirmed. Class unknown, level unknown. Su Nuanwan doctor class, level 3. Yuan Shu warrior class, level 3. Wei Yang burst into laughter. Level 3? Incredible. Only killing high-level smugglers could grant that much XP in such a short time. Su Lanlan shook her head, skepticism lingering. Impossible. A support and a rookie warrior couldn't do this. The damage output is too low. Did Jiang Kai solo the entire squad? What kind of monster is he? Wei Yang grinned, eyes gleaming. I'm certain it was him. But why does the system show his class is unknown? What in the world is going on here? Professor Lee stared at the tablet, his brow furrowed in deep confusion. I've located traces of Jiang Kai, but the data is absolute nonsense. The signal source is completely unidentified. Standard procedure dictates every explorer on the demon planet syncs via smartwatch to the central mana grid. But Jiang Kai, he is operating on a first-generation device, a prehistoric relic from a forgotten era. As he delivered the report, Professor Lee projected a hologram of the antique mechanism for the council to scrutinize. This model was the prototype used when the demon planet was first discovered. He analyzed with razor-sharp precision, but the servers for that generation were terminated over a decade ago. Forging a network connection with such scrap metal is a statistical impossibility. That is precisely why his data remains a phantom to us. Hearing this, Xuanlong gasped, unable to process the absurdity. Excuse me, what century are we living in? Who in their right mind still relies on such archaic technology? Wei Ying, lounging nearby, let out an amused smirk. Not bad. Hishishi's kid is proving to be quite the anomaly. Xuanlong whipped around to the professor, her voice thundering with command. Retrieve every scrap of existing data on Jiang Kai. Immediately, I need to know exactly what kind of monster we are dealing with. Understood. The professor bowed. Meanwhile, back in the danger zone, Yuan-ju stared at his holographic status window, his body trembling with raw excitement. Holy cow, I actually leveled up. My health is completely restored. Beside him, Su Nuanwan opened her own interface, happiness radiating from her as she instinctively clenched her fists in sheer delight. I can't believe it. Me too. Yuan-ju scanned his new skill tree, cheering like a child on Christmas morning. I even unlocked a class skill, Earth Stomp. Now I can pulverize any enemies in my radius with serious concussive force. He triggered the skill instantly. Earth Stomp. Su Nuanwan touched her screen, her eyes widening as a golden notification materialized. Doctor's Heart, she read aloud, beaming with pride. I've awakened the passive skill, Doctor's Heart. My healing potency just skyrocketed through the roof. Jiang Kai watched their celebration, rubbing his chin in thoughtful silence. As expected of a warrior and a doctor class, those are incredibly practical combat skills. Yuan-ju strutted over to Jiang Kai, ready to gloat. Hey, Jiang Kai, get a load of this. I'm a full level higher than you now. I bet I could handle those invaders way better than you can. Unfazed by the taunt, Jiang Kai calmly materialized his own status panel. You really think level 3 is enough to suppress an invader? Hate to burst your bubble, but I'm already level 4. Feast your eyes on these attributes. Yuan-ju leaned in, and the moment he processed Jiang Kai's stats, his jaw practically unhinged. Huh, he clutched his head, looking like his entire worldview had just been shattered. When the hell did you hit level 4? Weren't you just level 2 a second ago? Sunuanuan's eyes sparkled with pure adoration. She gasped, pointing at his screen. Look at his total attribute points. 96. That's equivalent to a level 8 explorer. Jiang Kai shrugged, his expression cool and completely unbothered. When I was escaping earlier, I slaughtered a level 3 invader. On the way back to regroup, I took out 5 more. That experience pushed me straight to level 4. Yuan-ju looked ready to scream at the heavens. Why are you always so much cooler than me? I can't take this injustice. Sunuanwan stepped closer to him, her voice soft. Jiang Kai, what's our next move? He looked at her, his gaze intense. Next. He paused for a beat, making a cold, calculated decision. I heard that Captain mentioned they were the second invader team. So naturally, we are going to hunt down the first team. Both Yuan-ju and Su Nuanwan froze, shouting in unison, Huh. Sometime later, deep within the novice forest, mocking laughter echoed through the canopy. What a complete joke. In a clearing, a squad of savage-looking men lounged about. One of them, perched high on a branch, sneered down at the others. The second team got wiped out by a bunch of rookies. I couldn't write a script this pathetic if I tried. Below him, a man with spiky hair and razor-sharp teeth joined the mockery. Exactly. They should just retire and save themselves the embarrassment. This was Dunan, a prominent member of the first invader team, level 5. A towering man with a distinct tribal tattoo and a jagged scar across his face spoke up, his voice a gravelly growl. Don't get cocky. If the higher-ups send a warning, we need to stay on guard. This was Hishiba, the captain of the first invader team, level 5. Another goon chimed in, his tone dripping with disdain. Guard against what the novice zone is capped at level 5. Our entire squad is level 5. We are gods here if a god comes. We kill the god if a Buddha comes. We kill the Buddha. Damn straight. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Kai's trio was lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. Yuan-ju crouched low, his voice trembling as he assessed the enemy. You can't be serious. Jiang Kai, you really want to fight 9 level 5 invaders? Su Nuanwan was equally terrified. Maybe we should just retreat. Jiang Kai remained hidden behind the tree, his eyes locked on the targets like an apex predator. He whispered calmly, Don't be afraid. With my current stats, even if we can't win, I can easily cover your retreat. Besides, we aren't just killing them. We are stopping them from slaughtering our country's rookies. Without another word, Jiang Kai burst from his cover. He gripped his steel pipe with both hands, roaring as he charged into the fray. Passive defense is the death sentence. We strike first. Before Yuan-ju and Su Nuanwan can even blink, Jiang Kai launches himself into the fray. Captain, wait. Hishiba whips his head around, his survival instinct screaming of imminent danger. A lone figure is rushing straight for them. He clenches his fist, eyes narrowing. Heads up, we've got company. The entire gang spins around. Dan instantly targets Jiang Kai with his wrist scanner, a smirk curling his lips. Scan complete. It's just a trash level 4 rookie. The shadowy figure beside him scoffs. Level 4 impressive he's lived this long. He must be the lucky bastard who took out the second team. Hishiba grins, a cruel, predatory smile stretching across his scar-riddled face. Not bad. This kid is a big catch. He waves his hand, barking orders. Maintain formation, stay sharp, and hunt him down. Whoever bags him gets all the merit points. The mob roars in a frenzy of greed. Yes, sir. As the horde surges forward, Jiang Kai sprints ahead, playing the perfect bait. He glances over his shoulder, eyes scanning the battlefield. Not good. These invaders are disciplined. The plan was to lure them in, let Yuan Shu use Earth Stomp to knock them airborne, and then I'd wipe them out in the chaos. But their formation is too stretched out. If Yuan Shu can't launch them all at once, the rats will escape. However, even for this scenario, I have a backup plan. Suddenly, Jiang Kai stops dead in his tracks. He slams his foot into the ground, pivoting with violent force. One hand plants on the earth. He channels every ounce of power into the steel pipe raised high above his head, launching himself straight back into the enemy horde. Blue lightning crackles and explodes around his body. The slaughter has begun. Charging straight back at the squad, he makes a reckless gamble. He is betting everything on this one dangerous lure. Wild Fang and Black Shadow freeze in their tracks. They watch Jiang Kai turn and rush them, unable to believe their eyes. Why would the prey turn to face the hunters? Seeing Jiang Kai closing the distance, Wild Fang raises his blade. He laughs with manic insanity. Where do you think you're going? Are you so terrified your legs gave out? Little brat. He swings his blade, carving a bloody line across Jiang Kai's arm. His face twists in arrogance. Wake up and face reality. Blood sprays instantly from the wound. Jiang Kai grits his teeth against the searing pain, letting out a cold grunt, but his mind remains razor sharp. No, not close enough yet. Jiang Kai suddenly spins around and flees again. Wild Fang roars in frustration. You think you can run from me? Seeing the invaders clustering together, Jiang Kai thinks, perfect, they have taken the bait. Black Shadow raises a knife, voice dripping with malice. Skin him alive. Jiang Kai charges back toward Black Shadow's group, still not close enough. He dances through their formation, effortlessly dodging every lethal strike with impossible grace. Iron Tyrant sees the scene unfolding and shouts, what are you doing? But it is too late. Jiang Kai is already upon him. The steel pipe raises, causing cold sweat to bead on the giant's forehead. We are level 5. How can a level 4 brat dodge our attacks? Black Shadow finally checks his wrist scanner. His eyes widen in horror as he screams, Captain, something is wrong! Staring at the frantic warnings flashing on his screen, he stammers, before... The encounter was too short to analyze his stats, but I just used an advanced appraisal item. And while his total attributes are hidden, I managed to scan his agility stat. Jiang Kai rushes in, his body enveloped in a surge of azure light. His eyes glow with power as Black Shadow's trembling voice announces the impossible truth. His agility. It's nearly 30 points. Iron Tyrant hears the number and goes pale, his voice stuttering in disbelief. What did you say? 30 points of agility? Wild Fang whips his head around, furious, and bellows. You must be reading it wrong. My agility isn't even 20 yet. If he's that much faster, how did I manage to intercept him? Iron Tyrant stands frozen, raising his guard as he watches Jiang Kai weave past man after man. He realizes the terrifying truth. System scanners rarely lie. If that brat is really that fast, doesn't that mean he was pretending to be chased by us this whole time? Realization strikes Iron Tyrant like a thunderbolt. He has been played. He roars, it's a trap scatter! Now! His subordinates are left stunned and confused. What? Standing in the center of the enemy formation, eyes glowing with mana, Jiang Kai lets out a cold laugh. A bunch of morons. Finally figured it out. But you've already grouped up exactly where I wanted you. You want to run now? Before he can finish, golden lightning crackles in the sky above. It's too late. Yuan Shu descends like a meteor. His body is wreathed in blinding golden energy. Yuan Shu unleashes his ultimate move. Earth-shattering stomp. A catastrophic explosion detonated instantly, engulfing the border crossers in a devastating shockwave. Before they could even scream, they were obliterated. Jiang Kai watched the destruction with a cold smirk, whispering into the chaos. Impeccable timing, Yuan Shu. Arcs of blue lightning immediately crackled around Jiang Kai's body as he unsheathed his dual short swords, the very blades that had just massacred the second squad. Seizing the momentum from Yuan Shu's attack, Jiang Kai blurred into a streak of speed, shouting, I will handle the rest. He dashed through the suffocating smoke, leaving the shattered remains of the first squad scattering the ground in his wake. As the lightning aura faded, Jiang Kai skidded to a halt and exhaled a long breath. A perfect wipeout. Yuan Shu stared at the aftermath, screaming in disbelief. Holy cow! You annihilated 9 level 5 enemies instantly, Jiang Kai. You are an absolute monster. The system interface suddenly chimed in his mind. Adventurer Jiang Kai has eliminated 5 level 5 poachers. 2,000 experience points acquired. You are now the top-ranked adventurer in the rookie zone. Level up. You have reached level 5. Jiang Kai glanced at his status window, a faint smile playing on his lips. Finally, level 5. Killing high-level adventurers granted experience at nearly double the standard rate. Who knew that hunting a level 5 adventurer would allow me to plunder 400 experience points per kill? Su Nanan looked at him with sparkling, worshipful eyes, gasping. Wow, Jiang Kai, will you actually hit level 5? That is the absolute level cap for the rookie village, Yuan-Shu added. Dude, you are literally the #1 existence here now? Jiang Kai turned calmly, his expression unreadable. It is nothing special. In this mana-driven world, hunting other adventurers simply yields the highest rewards. Oh. He glanced at the 4 survivors gasping for air on the ground and said coolly, I left these 4 with a sliver of health. You guys finished them off and absorbed the experience. Su Nuan nodded eagerly. Understood. Yuan-Shu then asked, So, what is the plan now? Jiang Kai gazed toward the horizon. To increase combat power, I was prioritizing monster kills for upgrade points, but now that I have farmed enough, I will lead you 2 to grind for points. Once you have gathered sufficient points, we will head directly to the extraction zone. Hearing this, Su Nuan and Yuan-Shu lit up with excitement. Su Nuan smiled beamingly, replying, Sounds like a perfect plan. Yuan-Shu, bursting with renewed confidence, flexed his bulging muscles and grinned. Finally, it is our turn to slaughter some monsters. After wiping out the poacher squad, the trio of Jiang Kai, Yuan-Shu, and Su Nuan resumed their journey, hunting beasts deep within the dense forest. Walking point, Jiang Kai issued a warning. Stay sharp, everyone. The closer we get to the objective, the higher the point yield, but the monsters will become far more terrifying. A zone boss might be lurking ahead, so tread carefully. With Jiang Kai taking the lead and Yuan-Shu guarding the rear, their vigilance was sharpened to a razor's edge. Su Nuan, following closely behind Jiang Kai, nodded nervously, but suddenly, a gruesome sight ahead made their blood run cold. The corpse of a human-faced beast lay mangled on the ground, its body torn apart and eyes bulging in a horrific, frozen death stare. Su Nuan stammered, terror gripping her voice. It is a human-faced beast. Yuan-Shu could not help but comment on the brutality. Look at those bite marks. Was it chewed to death by something else? Jiang Kai remained calm, instantly activating his ocular ability. Skill-activated Ghost Eye Focus. Instantly, strange arcane symbols flooded his vision, decoding the scene. Staring at the carcass, he analyzed. I saw a flash of golden light from a distance earlier. Could a golden monster be responsible for slaughtering these beasts? Su Nuan broke the silence to ask about the entity, oblivious to the predator stalking them from the shadows. Without warning, a blinding golden aura exploded into existence. Yuan-Shu was completely clueless, the threat already breathing down his neck as he kept rambling. What kind of monster could possibly insta-kill 2 human-faced beasts? Is that thing hunting us? Before he could finish, a sphere of lightning erupted, firing jagged bolts straight at Su Nuan and Jiang Kai. Unable to dodge, Su Nuan cried out in pain as the energy slammed into her. What the hell? Yuan-Shu raised his arms in a desperate guard, peering through one eye in terror. It is the golden beast. It really wants us dead. After its initial strike, the creature locked onto Jiang Kai like a homing missile. Yet, the protagonist stood frozen, merely watching with wide, analytical eyes. Clutching his injured arm, Yuan-Shu screamed a desperate warning. Jiang Kai, watch out! That thing's damage is insane. 1 bite, and it is game over. Jiang Kai instantly dropped his iron pipe and snatched at the air. He caught the streak of golden light with his bare hand. Su Nuan watched in fear, while Yuan-Shu stood there, his brain short-circuiting at the sight. Even Jiang Kai paused for a second, surprised by the reality of what he was holding. The terrifying golden flash was actually just a chubby little mouse squirming in his grip. Yuan-Shu's jaw hit the floor. Say what? That thing moved at light speed, and Jiang Kai just grabbed it. Su Nuan covered her mouth, her eyes wide with utter disbelief. Jiang Kai eyed the creature with a nonchalant shrug. You guys call this speed. It looks like nothing more than a sluggish, overweight rat to me. The rodent in his grip practically vibrated with explosive rage. You arrogant jerk. Who are you calling slow and fat? I only got caught because I slipped up. Jiang Kai smirked at the furious furball. Oh, still acting tough. Are we? Fine then. Let's see what you've got. He opened his palm, letting the creature drop. Instantly, blinding golden energy flared from its eyes. Don't you dare underestimate me. Roaring with fury, it wrapped itself in crackling lightning and rocketed back toward Jiang Kai. Yuan-Shu clutched his head, nearly losing his mind. Jiang Kai, are you crazy? Why did you let it go? That thing literally murdered 2 elite monsters. Snatch. Jiang Kai caught it midair again, then released it, looking completely bored. Relax. To me, this thing is moving in slow motion. Catch. Release. Catch. Release. He was toying with the beast like a yo-yo. Once you watched the scene unfold, his face stuck in a permanent expression of shock. Is Jiang Kai really that fast? Su Nuan whispered, her eyes shining with pure admiration. He's amazing. After minutes of utter humiliation, the mouse finally raised a white flag, collapsing onto Jiang Kai's palm in defeat. The little beast had been completely broken. Jiang Kai looked down at the submissive rodent and nodded. Looks like I've tamed it. It won't be running away anymore. Yuan-Shu stared at the docile creature, his mouth hanging open like a fish out of water. Jiang Kai, did you seriously just catch a pet using nothing but hand speed? The trio then turned their attention to the corpses of the human-faced beasts lying nearby. Jiang Kai mused aloud. I don't know if this rat has any combat value, Hoa, but scoring the loot from these two elite mobs, now that's what I call a profit. Placing the mouse on his shoulder, he turned to his teammates. Su Nuan, Yuan-Shu, you guys are just a sliver of experience points away from level 4. Harvest these cores and let's find more mobs. We need to hit level 5 before the trial ends. It is the golden rule of any leveling strategy. Su Nuan just stared at the fat mouse, her eyes sparkling. Aw, but he is so cute. Yuan-Shu slumped his shoulders, his ego crushed. Compared to Jiang Kai, a martial apprentice like me is basically an NPC. Scene transition. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a solitary figure dragged his exhausted body forward. He wore a heavy azure cloak, hiding everything but a few strands of hair in his shadowy face. His eyes locked onto the horizon, and a manic grin spread across his lips. I made it. Finally, the end of the rookie zone is right there. Looming before him was the majestic St. Glory City. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he began the long climb up the grand staircase. The massive city gates groaned open, and a squad of armed guards marched out to intercept him. 3 figures descended. The leader stepped forward with a practiced smile. Welcome, rookie. Congratulations on clearing the trial. We are the guides. Welcome to the world of Devil Star. This was Hao Dao, the rookie guide. He patted the stranger's shoulder sympathetically. Bad news, though. Someone else already snagged the first clear achievement. But hey, rank isn't everything. Just surviving is impressive. Before Hao Dao could finish, the stranger violently smacked his hand away. Officer, you think I am not number 1? He fanned out a massive deck of monster cards he had collected, his voice dripping with arrogance. On what grounds do you claim I lost? The 3 guides stared at the sheer volume of loot in his hands, completely flabbergasted. Ha Wei, standing behind the leader, gasped, No way. The leaderboard is based on points. With that many monster cores, his score would be astronomical. Hao Dao frowned in disbelief. How could one rookie slaughter that many beasts? The stranger slowly pulled back his hood, revealing spiky blonde hair and a sneer of absolute superiority. I am Huang Wei, the second young master of the Hong family, a future executive of the Black Tortoise Guild. I underwent hellish special training before even stepping foot on this planet. The Hong family's second son, Huang Wei. Hao Dao's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as the realization hit him. Wait, the family that owns the Black Tortoise Guild? Hao Wei chimed in, his voice trembling. That is one of the 10 great guilds. No wonder he is so powerful. Hao Dao quickly changed his tune. My apologies. With those points, you aren't just first in the trial. You might even crack the top 10 rankings of St. Glory City itself. Huang Wei threw his head back, laughing maniacally at the sky. Excellent. Hear me now. Taking first place here is merely the prologue to my legend. Just give me a little time, and this entire Devil Star will bow before the era of Huang Wei. Meanwhile, back in the Trial Zone wilderness, Jiang Kai's party was on the hunt, but the forest was eerily empty. Jiang Kai frowned. This is weird. Logic dictates mob density should increase near the destination. Did this fat rat on my shoulder scare them all away with its aura? Su Non giggled, looking at the creature snoozing in Jiang Kai's hood. Look at him. He is too adorable to be scary. But suddenly, the tranquility shattered boom. A deafening roar tore through the peace. The group whipped around, eyes widening in horror as a massive, terrifying presence clawed its way out of the abyss. Razor-sharp claws shredded the earth like paper. Jiang Kai's pupils constricted. He knew exactly what this was. It was the Shadow Wolves, and a ferocious pack was tightening the net. Then, from the deepest shadows, the Alpha emerged. Ethereal green energy pulsed with every earth-shaking step. With its scarred eye and ash-white fur, this beast was the legendary nightmare of the Rookie Zone. The Shadow Wolf King, Jiang Kai, Su Nuan, and Yuan-Shu stood back to back, blood draining from their faces as a suffocating aura of death washed over them. The reality hit Jiang Kai like a freight train. He screamed, "We are done for." That is the Shadow Wolf King. We did not just stumble upon monsters. We walked straight into a boss domain. The wolf pack circled closer, sealing their escape. "We are completely surrounded," they cried out. Yuan-Shu looked at Jiang Kai, sheer terror swimming in his tear-filled eyes. Jiang Kai legend says the Wolf King is invincible in the Rookie Zone. No one has ever encountered it and lived to tell the tale. What are we supposed to do? Jiang Kai gripped his iron pipe until his knuckles turned bone white. His mind raced at a fever pitch. There are too many of them. I might be able to escape alone, but my team would be slaughtered instantly. There is only one choice left. Fight or die. Adrenaline flooded his veins like molten lava as he charged. He roared at his frozen teammates. Yuan Su Nuan. Running is not an option to break this siege. We have to slay the king. We take the head of the alpha together. Hearing his resolve, the others snapped out of their paralyzing fear. Understood, as Jiang Kai led the charge. Yuanzhu unleashed his tank abilities. He slammed his massive fist into the earth with a thunderous roar. Eat this, boom! A massive shockwave erupted, sending arcs of electricity shooting into the sky. The ground trembled, blasting the lesser wolves away like rag dolls. Jiang Kai shouted his approval. Magnificent crowd control. Yuanzhu, without missing a beat, he barked in order to their support. Su Nuwan, coat my weapon with green viper toxin. She immediately began the extraction, her hands moving with practiced speed. On it, Jiang Kai then activated 2 skills simultaneously, his voice booming like thunder. Witness my power, Ghost Eye Focus. Ghost Hand Card, throw! A brilliant golden aura exploded from his body as he launched a devastating projectile straight at the Wolf King. The beast howled, baring its razor-sharp fangs. It glared at Jiang Kai's party, its eyes burning with primordial rage. Jaws dropped in pure horror. Jiang Kai gasped, his heart sinking. Impossible! My attack could not even scratch its defense. The Wolf King seized the moment, lunging at them with murderous intent. Emboldened by their leader, the rest of the pack bared their serrated teeth and swarmed in for the kill. Chaos erupted. Sunuwan took a hit and stammered, This is bad! The king is coordinating a total assault. Nearby, Yuanzhu used his brute strength to pry open a wolf's jaws with his bare hands. Struggling under the weight of the beast, he shouted, Jiang Kai, direct attacks are useless. Do you have a plan B? Jiang Kai was barely holding his own. His mind spiraled into desperation. It is no use. The boss's defense is impenetrable to Seoul, and the swarm is endless. We are going to be overwhelmed. Suddenly, the chubby hamster on Jiang Kai's hat woke up from the commotion. Get lost! It screeched, its face twisting into a scowl as it glared at the incoming horde. The little creature instantly identified the source of the noise disturbance. The wolves. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was fighting for his life. The hamster snapped. Flames of fury erupted around it as its teeth ground together. This was the legendary wake-up rage. Like a golden bullet, it shot forward, decimating the lesser wolves with blinding speed. With fire in its eyes and jaws unhinged, it latched onto the Wolf King. The massive boss could only howl in agony as the tiny beast tore into it. Jiang Kai watched in disbelief. That hamster actually tore through the boss's hide. Seizing the opportunity, he instantly reactivated his Ghost Eye Focus. Through his enhanced vision, the weak points lit up in bright red. Holy cow, that little guy actually created a breach in its armor. Perfect. Its absolute defense is compromised if I aim for the open wound. Cutting his thoughts short, he grabbed a wolf by the throat and prepped his skill with his free hand. He channeled every ounce of his energy into his iron pipe and hurled it at the boss. Your defense means nothing now. The makeshift spear struck true, burying itself in the open wound. The Wolf King roared in pain, dislodging the angry hamster, which fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing the opening, Jiang Kai did not hesitate to unleash his next combo. He launched 3 throwing daggers while locking on with his Ghost Eye. It is working. I just need to keep hammering the weak point. Under the relentless assault, the Wolf King's fur was dyed crimson with its own blood. Jiang Kai delivered the final blow. The impact triggered a catastrophic explosion, critical hit times 200. The blast was so intense that Su Nuan and Yuanzhu had to shield their eyes. Su Nuan peered through her trembling fingers, gasping in pure shock. What just happened? Did he really just instant kill it? Yuanzhu finished her thought, his voice shaking. He didn't just kill it, he completely obliterated the Shadow Wolf King. Even Jiang Kai stood frozen as the blue system window materialized before him. Congratulations, player Jiang Kai has defeated the rookie zone boss, the Shadow Wolf King. He blinked, staring at the notification in disbelief. Are you kidding me? I was prepared for a grueling war of attrition. And the system triggers a 200 times critical hit. Well, I guess my luck was finally due for a massive payout. After failing to land a critical hit for so long, with their alpha dead, the remaining pack lost their will to fight. Leaderless and consumed by terror, the beast began to retreat. Su Nuanwan pointed out, shouting to Jiang Kai, Look, the pack is scattering in fear. Jiang Kai turned to his team, a confident smirk forming on his lips. Yuanshu, Su Nuanwan. Do you guys still have some gas left in the tank? They answered in perfect unison. You bet we do. Jiang Kai nodded. Excellent. Suddenly, his fatigue vanished, replaced by the adrenaline-fueled thrill of the hunt. Without the Wolf King to command them, they are just sitting ducks waiting to be harvested. Yuanshu gritted his teeth, cracking his knuckles with grim satisfaction. Let's pay them back for trying to turn us into their lunch. The 3 roared as one. No mercy. Kill them all. They charged into the fleeing pack with perfect synergy, the hunters becoming the hunted. Jiang Kai and Yuanshu became a whirlwind of destruction, cutting down foes, while Su Nuanwan kept their health topped up from the backline with flawless precision. Only when the last wolf lay defeated did they finally stop to laugh in triumph. The battle was won. Surveying the carnage, Yuanshu beamed with pride. Yuanshu beamed. I can't believe we actually cleared the rookie zone, boss. Su Nuanwan cheered, pumping her fist. We are seriously an unstoppable team. Jiang Kai turned to them, his expression calculating. I left a bunch of them with critical health points intentionally. Go finish them off and farm those points for yourselves. Su Nuanwan nodded eagerly. Yuan Shu asked, So, what is the plan now? Jiang Kai replied, We have tons of points now. This plays out like a classic Manhwa recap where the heroes stomp the early game. We head straight for the finish line. Hours later, as the dawn sun rose, painting the sky in gold, the trio finally reached their destination. The bustling noise of the crowd filled the air, alive with electric energy. Yuan Shu scanned the horizon, his eyes wide with awe as he asked, Is this it? Is this our Holy Light Kingdom's territory on the soul planet Su Nuanwan? Couldn't contain her excitement, cheering aloud. It is absolutely magnificent, Jiang Kai. Soaking in the breathtaking view, added his own approval to the mix, without a doubt. Holy Light City is the central hub for all our people operating here on the soul planet. It represents our safety and our future. Suddenly, a small creature leapt from Jiang Kai's hood. Su Nuanwan gasped, pointing frantically at the fleeing animal. Jiang Kai, that little mouse is making a run for it. Jiang Kai didn't flinch, his voice calm as still water. Let it go. Every living thing deserves freedom. If it is fated, our paths will cross again. The reception hall ahead was packed, the final destination for all new awakeners. How Dao, the guide leading their trio, turned with a welcoming, professional smile. Congratulations to you all. You have successfully survived the trials. I am Hao, your guide for this orientation. Everyone standing here has successfully cleared the gates of the rookie zone. Jiang Kai met his gaze with burning curiosity. Sir, is it possible to see the final rankings of those who passed? Hao Dao nodded. Certainly. But in the distance, a predator spotted his prey. Huang Wei's lips curled into a sinister sneer. Well, look who we have here. The trash has arrived. He swaggered toward Jiang Kai, tapping his expensive wristwatch with mock surprise and arrogance. I never expected lowly servants to actually participate in a sacred awakening trial like this. How about I show you the real hierarchy? Jiang Kai's expression darkened instantly. A storm began brewing behind his eyes. He hadn't expected to run into this piece of trash so soon. Huang Wei projected the leaderboard into the air, his chest puffed out with overwhelming arrogance. Your daddy here is number 1. You 3 might be on the list, but I'm sure you are dead last. Trash always sinks to the bottom. His lackey immediately chimed in. Liang Wen stepped forward, his voice dripping with venom. Take a good look at these wastes of space. With results like yours, you have the nerve to ask about rankings behind him? Hao Dao let out a raucous, mocking laugh, joining the bullying. They are not even worth the air they breathe. Jiang Kai's eyes turned icy cold as he stared at Huang Wei. Dark memories flooded back. He remembered his younger sister, forced to work at Huang Wei's estate just to pay for their survival. This scumbag hadn't just harassed her. He had done it repeatedly. And worse, he constantly used Jiang Kai's ailing brother as a weapon to humiliate him. The phantom pain of past beatings throbbed in his mind, reopening old wounds. He remembered lying in the dirt, teeth gritted, enduring the kicks of Huang Wei and his goons. He could still hear Huang Wei's cruel laughter echoing in his ears. Your brother is nothing but a sick dog, and you are just a spineless coward. Yuan Shu couldn't take it anymore. He lunged forward, roaring with fury. Huang Wei washed her damn mouth out, but Jiang Kai caught his arm, holding him back with a firm, iron grip. Easy, Yuan Shu. It is fine. As the crowd gathered for the spectacle, Jiang Kai stepped into the spotlight with a terrifying calmness. Apologies, everyone. I have a chaotic announcement to make. The leaderboard is about to be rewritten, because the top 3 spots on this list now belong to us. Silence hung in the air for a split second, heavy and suffocating. Then, Huang Wei's group erupted into hysterical laughter, treating his declaration like the joke of the century. Huang Wei tapped his temple, a sneer plastered across his face. Did you lose your mind in the trial, or are you just naturally stupid? Taking the top 3 spots with just your mouth? He scoffed, turning to the exam official. Sir, these people are clearly delusional. Kick them out. His lackey agreed immediately, nodding like a bobblehead. Exactly. Send them to the psych ward. 3 absolute morons dreaming of glory. Jiang Kai ignored the taunts, his gaze coolly shifting to his teammates. Yuan Shu, Su Nuanwan, no need to hide our power level anymore. Su Nuanwan nodded, a confident, dangerous smirk playing on her lips. Yuan Shu tapped his interface, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I have been waiting for you to say that. Let's show them reality. As his storage opened, thousands of monster cards materialized in a blinding flash of light. The laughter died instantly. Huang Wei's jaw hit the floor, his eyes bulging out of his skull. What the hell is happening? He stared at the mountain of loot, his brain unable to process the sheer scale of it. How? How do they have so many monster carcasses? It is a sea of death. It is not just human-faced beasts. Look at all those shadow wolves. This is impossible. The crowd gasped in unison as they inspected the cards, fear rising in their throats. Holy crap. Is that the Shadow Wolf King? Huang Wei trembled with denial, his face twisting in ugly rage. Is this some kind of sick prank? You trash couldn't have killed this many monsters and the Wolf King? Don't make me laugh. There is no way this is real. Jiang Kai didn't even look at him. He simply smirked, exuding the overwhelming aura of a true apex predator. Real or fake? Why don't you let the updated leaderboard answer that as the system refreshed? Gasps of disbelief rippled through the Great Hall. Look, the rankings changed. It is actually true. Their points are skyrocketing straight to the heavens. Huang Wei frantically checked his own interface, his face draining of all color. No, how can this be? They really took the top 3 spots instantly. Jiang Kai stood casually, hands in his pockets, savoring the look of absolute despair on his enemy's face. You think that is all? He took a menacing step forward. Sir, I have a question. Do we get bonus points for exterminating illegal invaders? With a casual wave of his hand, Jiang Kai dumped a pile of foreign wristwatches onto the counter, the metal clattering like the bell of judgment. The official's eyes widened in sheer horror. These are the insignias of the illegal invaders from Nation LEL. A shockwave of fear went through Huang Wei's group. What illegal invaders? Huang Wei burst into manic laughter, grasping at straws to save his crumbling pride. Gotcha. You slipped up. How could mere rookies kill elite invaders? You are obviously frauds. He threw his arms wide, shouting to the crowd like a madman. There were no reports of invaders in this trial. Did anyone else here see a single invader? Speak up. The crowd murmured in agreement, shaking their heads nervously. No, we didn't see anyone like that. Not a single soul. Huang Wei pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Kai, his eyes bloodshot. See, sir, no witnesses. These liars forged everything. I demand you annul their results and launch a full investigation immediately. Hideout stammered, completely overwhelmed by the escalating situation. Well, the mob mentality took over. The crowd chanting for justice. Disqualify them, punish the liars, kick the trash out. But suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the noise like a sharp blade. Rest assured. The illegal invader incursion was very real. The report was simply delayed. Huang Wei froze, the blood draining from his face as a terrifying pressure descended on the room. Stepping out of the crowd was Lu Jun, the vice commander of the Jiangtrong military district. Dressed in an immaculate white suit and dark shades, he looked like a god among mortals. He approached with an entourage of elites. He adjusted his glasses, his dominating aura silencing the entire room instantly. I was skeptical at first, but headquarters ordered me to personally commend Jiang Kai and his team, which means every word they said is the absolute truth. Cold sweat poured down Huang Wei's back like a river. Haidao and his goons trembled uncontrollably. That is Lu Jun, the vice commander. If a heavyweight like him is here, then it is undeniable. Those 3 monsters really did slaughter the invaders. Huang Wei could barely stammer out a denial, his spirit crushed. Lu Jun walked straight up to Jiang Kai with purpose. Jiang Kai, to honor your squad for suppressing the beast tide, the military has authorized a special reward upgrade. The crowd held its breath. Ranks 2 and 3 are bumped to B class. But for our first place champion, Jiang Kai, his reward has evolved from A class to the legendary S class. The trio erupted in joy. Yuan Shu roared with laughter, pumping his fist. Are you serious right now? That is insane. Su Nuanuan beamed, her eyes sparkling. This is perfect. Jiang Kai bowed respectfully. Thank you, sir. The onlookers felt their jaws hit the floor. One guy looked ready to tear his hair out in envy. He screamed, what the hell? From A to S, Haidao stood frozen. God tier gear. At the very start of the tutorial, how is that even fair? In Jiang Kai's mind, a tutorial window opened, explaining the fundamental mechanics of the ghost planet. Gear here ranges from F, the trash tier, to S, the supreme tier. B and C ranks are already considered elite treasures. But rank A and S, those are myths to normal explorers. On the sidelines, Huang Wei trembled, his knuckles turning white as veins bulged on his forehead in pure, unadulterated jealousy. Darkness consumed his thoughts. Who cares if that lowlife scored an S rank? The issue is that trash dared to push Ye Miyues down to 4th place. Huang Wei's face turned crimson with rage as he bellowed. This exam is rigged. There is no way that garbage surpassed me. I demand a recount. Jiang Kai's gaze turned glacial. His voice dropped to a chilling calm. Huang Wei, are you questioning the military's judgment? And let me warn you, stay away from my family. A guard rushed to intervene, but he was too slow. Huang Wei drew his blade, deaf to all reason. So what, your family is nothing but a pack of lowly servants. He stepped closer, spewing pure venom. Your brother is a sick dog, and your sister, she was born to be a slave. And you are just the trash I used to beat up in the alley. You think you can step on my head now? Jiang Kai's expression went pitch black. Huang Wei charged like a madman, screaming, "Your sister works for my family, I own her life. Just you wait, I will drag her here." A flash of steel cut his words short. Jiang Kai moved faster than the eye could follow. A massive gash tore open Huang Wei's chest. Blood sprayed into the air before he could even blink. The bystanders gasped in horror. Did he just? Su Nuanwan and Yuan Ju froze in shock. But Lu Jun watched from the sidelines, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. So he actually struck. Lu Jun was amused. The crowd stared in utter disbelief at the bloody scene unfolding before them. Huang Wei collapsed to his knees, trembling violently. A bystander whispered, "That is the heir of the Hong family. One of the 10 great guilds. Does Jiang Kai have a death wish touching someone like him?" Cold sweat mixed with blood. Huang Wei gritted his teeth. "Jiang Kai, you dare! Do you know the hell that awaits you for this?" Jiang Kai turned, gripping his iron pipe, his eyes void of mercy. "You plotted against my family. I don't care if you are a king or a god." Looking into those abyss-like eyes, true terror finally gripped Huang Wei's heart. Jiang Kai stepped forward, his aura suffocating. "In this world, my family is my life. Anyone who dares touch them, The crowd fell deathly silent. He towered over the fallen noble. "No matter who it is, I will strike them down." Huang Wei raised a trembling hand. "Wait, stop." But mercy was not an option. Jiang Kai drove the pipe down like a spear. "I will execute them all." A final scream pierced the air as the pipe impaled him. Huang Wei's avatar shattered into fragments. A notification popped up. Player Jiang Kai killed level 1 explorer Huang Wei. Stole 6 experience points. Jiang Kai scoffed at the screen. Only 6 points. And here I thought the great families were rich. The spectators were shaking in their boots. One student's face went pale. He actually killed him. He just slaughtered the Hong heir. Sure, it is a simulation, but the Black Tortoise Guild won't let this slide. The guy has guts of steel. Lu Jun watched, impressed. Reckless, but righteous. Exactly the kind of warrior this leveling world needs. Lu Jun cleared his throat, commanding attention. "Listen up, Huang Wei struck first. Jiang Kai acted in self-defense. This matter is closed." He waved to the trio. "You 3, follow me. It is time for your rewards." Jiang Kai nodded. "Understood, sir." Yuan Ju looked at Jiang Kai with stars in his eyes. "Dude, that was legendary." Su Nuanwan chirped, "So cool." Inside the outpost, 3 mysterious boxes sat waiting on a table. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Lu Jun crossed his arms. "Sorry for the wait." "Go ahead. Open your special military-grade supply drops." Jiang Kai nodded. "Much appreciated." Su Nuanwan lifted her lid, and blinding light flooded the room. A radiant gem floated out. The life jade, the holy grail for healers. Lu Jun nodded approvingly. Spirit increased by 15. It boosts healing and alchemy potency. A solid pull. Yuan Ju equipped his new gear instantly. The leather armor shimmered with power. "Check this out, I look like a beast in this." Lu Jun grinned, clapping his hands together. Seal released. The Black Rock Rhino armor boosts defense by 16 points and cuts incoming damage by 16%. It is a top-tier defensive masterpiece that is insanely useful. Su Nuanwan peeked from behind, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She nudged Jiang Kai. "Hurry up. Open yours. We need to see." He nodded. "All right." Jiang Kai cracked open his reward box, and a blinding golden light flooded the room. Inside lay a set of 9 short swords. The system interface flashed. Unidentified equipment. Appraisal required. Lu Jun rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. A hidden attribute item. You cannot even see the stats without a proper appraisal first. Yuanju's eyes widened with excitement. If it needs an appraisal card, it must be god-tier loot. Lu Jun pulled out a shimmering ice-like item. Exactly. High-grade artifacts always hide their true power behind a seal. Lucky for you, I happen to have a few spare appraisal scrolls right here. The moment the card touched the blade, the data exploded into view. 9 tribulations, fate chasing swords, an upgradable S-rank weapon, 9 energy, 9 penetration, 9 agility, and a terrifying passive skill. Each strike with these twin blades triggers a stacking buff. Your critical rate and damage escalate by 10% with every hit. This power climbs until it hits 90%. However, the moment a critical hit connects, the buff resets to 0. Lu Jun stared at the holographic panel, a confused frown marring his face. A crit-dependent weapon, useless. Rookies have garbage attack power to begin with. Even with a critical hit, the damage output is negligible. He scoffed at the stats. This S-rank junk is worse than a standard A-rank item. Yuan Chu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait, sir. Is the system actually scamming my bro instructor Lu? This can't be right. Can he re-roll this garbage? Lu Jun sighed, shoving his hands into his pockets. It's a bureaucratic nightmare, but I can file a special request for you. Jiang Kai cut him off instantly. No, I'm keeping it. The air in the room froze at his immediate refusal. Jiang Kai gripped the hilt, his mind racing. Scam me, no. The system hadn't cheated him, it had just handed him the ultimate god-tier weapon. This was made for me. They didn't know his secret trait. His critical damage wasn't double, it was 200 times that of a normal human. If I land a single critical hit, even a boss like the Shadow Wolf King would be one-shotted into oblivion. The only problem is my low base crit rate. Against a high-level boss, I might die waiting for a lucky shot. That renders my cheat skill useless. But these swords guarantee a 10% increase per hit. By the 9th strike, I'm at 90%. It's basically a guaranteed kill. He raised the blade high, a confident smirk playing on his lips. For a high-stakes gambler like me, this is the ultimate divine weapon. Seeing Jiang Kai's steely resolve, Lu Jun just shrugged. Fine. If you want to walk the hard path, keep it. You survived the trial. You are free to return to Earth now. Lu Jun stepped closer, his demeanor shifting instantly. He placed a heavy hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. Just a warning, kid. Someone is going to come looking for you. Watch your back when you get home. The ominous warning hung heavy in the air. Jiang Kai, Yuan Shu, and Shen Nuan stood silently, watching the instructor disappear into the distance. Scene change Earth. Our Empire, Jiangjiang slums. Jiang Kai pedaled his bicycle home, wind in his hair, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing ahead. I can't believe I aced the newbie trial. Brother Zhang and Brother Jian are going to freak out when they hear the news. First thing tomorrow, I'm moving them out of this dump. We're going far away, beyond the royal family's reach. He looked up at the rotting apartment complex surrounded by mountains of garbage. No more rats, no more hunger. We are done with the slum life from this moment on. I'll get Brother Zhang the best doctors, and he'll never have to look over his shoulder again. He clutched his phone tighter, visualizing a bright, shining future for his family. Everything is finally going to be okay. He parked his bike and rushed upstairs, bursting with energy. Brother Zhang, Brother Jian, I'm home. He grinned, stepping inside. Guess who crushed the trial? You won't believe the rewards I got. Silence answered him. His smile vanished instantly. A stranger sat on their couch, and the living room was packed with thugs. Their expressions were twisted with malice. The man on the couch glared with pure hatred. It was Huang Da. Took you long enough. I've been waiting all day. I heard you acted like a big shot in the trial today. Jiang Kai froze, his blood running cold. You're Huang Yi's brother, Huang Da. What did you do to them? Panic surged through his mind like a tidal wave. Damn it, how did the Huang family find us this fast? Before he could react, a heavy hand shoved him violently from behind. Two goons grabbed his arms, kicking the backs of his knees. On the ground, kneel. Jiang Kai struggled, veins popping, but the grip was iron tight. He couldn't move. Huang Da stood up, slowly dragging a metal baseball bat across the floor. Scrape, scrape. You killed my brother on the ghost planet. He's in therapy now because of the trauma. Did you think you could get away with that? You know the rules. Only us royals get to bully people. Nobody touches a Huang and lives to tell the tale. Jiang Kai glared daggers at him. Huang Da's eyes went bloodshot, a psychotic grin stretching across his face. You knocked him offline for a month, so I'm going to permanently log you out of life. You peasant scum. He swung the bat with lethal force. Jiang Kai grit his teeth, bracing for death, unable to break free. Bang! The front door exploded inward. The heavy wood flew across the room, smashing into the thugs holding Jiang Kai. They shrieked in pain, releasing him instantly. In a blink, Huang Da and his minions were flattened on the floor. Huang Da roared, "Who dares?" A towering figure stepped through the dust, with Xuan Nuan following close behind. Jiang Kai, the man grunted. I told you to be careful, didn't I? It was Wei Ying. He took a long drag from his cigarette, looking unimpressed. Why do you kids never listen to the veterans? Xuan Nuan stepped forward, flashing a warrant. Her voice was ice cold. Freeze military police business. The crowd froze in terror. One of Huang Da's lackeys stammered, his voice trembling. Wait, isn't that Commander Wei Ying, the high-ranking legend of the Zhangjiang military district? Huang Da's arrogance crumbled into dust. A titan was standing right here. Wei Ying casually lit a cigarette, but his eyes burned with the ferocious hunger of a predator stalking its prey. We are here for Jiang Kai. You kicked a hornet's nest today, boy. Huang Da's face turned ashen, darker than the soot on a burnt pot. His mind refused to process the reality before him. The Grand Commander. Intervening for a nobody like Jiang Kai, he ground his teeth, forcing words through the suffocating grip of fear. Chief Commander, surely there is a mistake regarding Jiang Kai. What kind of background could that piece of trash possibly possess? Jiang Kai dragged his battered body against the cold wall, his thoughts racing at light speed. Even he was stunned, a high-ranking commander, stepping in personally, just for him. Crushed by the military's overwhelming aura, Huang Da had no choice. He bowed his head in utter shame. Two towering guards stood behind him like iron statues, ensuring he knew exactly where he belonged. High above the chaos, Jiang Kai stood with Wei Ying and Su Lanlin, watching the aftermath from the corridor. Jiang Kai broke the heavy silence, weary but grateful. "Commander Wei, thank you for saving me, but why go to these lengths?" Wei Ying cut him off with a sharp wave of his hand. "Relax, kid. It is about the rookie trial. You Yuanshu, and Su Nuanwan, you are all exceptional. Did you know the other two have already been drafted into the military? But we want you most of all." Wei Ying paused, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke. "You awakened a new hidden class. Did you not? Hidden class." Those words froze the blood in Jiang Kai's veins. How could the commander possibly know the secrets of his system? Su Lanlin turned, her expression deadly serious. "Jiang Kai, do you understand the gravity of a newly awakened class in this era? Explorers in the Devil Star face a harsh reality. Every 20 levels, a class advancement occurs. Attributes shift, skills evolve. Some ascend to godhood, while others fall into mediocrity. Many current classes hit a useless wall in the late game. That is why the military is desperate for new power. We seek a breakthrough worthy of a top-tier leveling maniac." She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "And the power you wield. It shows the potential of an S-rank catastrophe. So, Jiang Kai, will you pledge your new power to the military?" Silence descended like a heavy curtain. Wei Ying finally broke the tension. "Relax. We do not draft slaves, but we did a background check. We know about your brother's terminal condition." Su Lanlan jumped in, eager to persuade him. "Join us, and the military takes full responsibility. Your family's safety, your brother's medical bills, everything is covered." Jiang Kai's lips pressed into a thin line. He said nothing, his internal conflict raging behind stoic eyes. They turned to leave, letting the offer hang in the air. Wei Ying paused, glancing back over his shoulder. "Think about it. Did you not enter the Devil Star for money if you want to save him? Report for duty tomorrow." Su Lanlan added, "Find me when you arrive." Watching their silhouettes fade, a fire lit up in Jiang Kai's eyes. He called out, his voice steady as a rock. "Apologies, Commander, but I refuse to join." Wei Ying and Su Lanlin stopped dead in their tracks. Su Lanlin spun around, disbelief written all over her face. Why? "The military is a paradise for established classes, like a martial artist or a healer," Jiang Kai admitted, his logic sharp. He placed a hand over his heart, his gaze unyielding. "But I am an anomaly. Do you remember the Phantom class, the last so-called New Hope? Back then, the military poured resources into the Phantom class. It was their golden era, but the moment they hit a level cap and became useless, the military discarded them like broken tools. Now Phantoms are beggars in the streets. I will not let my family suffer that fate." He thought of his brother. "I let my guard down with the Huang family. Never again. We are leaving this district immediately. I will not be a sitting duck. I appreciate the rescue, truly, but for 10 years, we have survived on our own blood and sweat." He clenched his fist, veins popping with determination. "I control my own fate. I do not leave it in the hands of others." Su Lanlin flared up, unable to accept his answer. "This is the apocalypse. Your new class could be the key to saving humanity. The world needs you, Jiang Kai. How can you be so selfish?" He looked away, dodging her burning gaze. "I am no hero. I'm just a brother trying to keep his family alive." Su Lanlan opened her mouth to argue, her sense of justice burning bright, but a heavy hand landed on her shoulder. Wei Ying stepped in. "Enough. I understand the kid's resolve." He lit a fresh cigarette, the embers glowing in the dim light. "Trust issues are not fixed overnight, especially after a decade of struggle, but listen closely. Kid, your brother is at death's door." He flicked the ash, his eyes narrowing. "Solo fighting in this apocalypse is a suicide mission. So, let us make a bet." A grin tugged at the corner of his scarred lips. "For 1 month, the military will keep the Huang dogs off your back. If you can earn the surgery fee and prove your strength in 1 month, you walk free. But if you fail, we save your brother, and you belong to the military. You will be drafted for mandatory testing. Deal." Su Lanlan stood frozen, awestruck by the sheer brilliance of the commander's strategic mind. Jiang Kai looked up, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "It's a deal." The pact was sealed in blood and ambition. As night descended over the city, shrouding it in shadows, Jiang Kai was left alone with his mission. The clock was ticking. To win this high-stakes wager, he had to dive back into the Devil Star immediately, Leaving a hasty note for his brothers, he grabbed his gear and stepped out into the consuming darkness. Brother Jiang Yingze, are you guys still grinding overtime? I have absolutely crushed the entrance exam, so I am heading back to Matian ahead of you. Leaving his home behind, he navigated streets that were nothing but a graveyard of broken dreams, filled with the destitute and the addicted. Dark thoughts swirled in his mind like a gathering storm. With the royal family's threat hanging over their heads like a guillotine, the three of them could no longer survive in a slum like this. They needed a fortress, a high-security zone to ensure their survival. Returning to Matian this time carried a heavy burden, but he swore to return with enough wealth to rewrite their fate. Jiang Kai headed back toward the Divine Glory City. Inside Matian, the world bustled with players and endless opportunities. Jiang Kai equipped his new battle gear. Staring at his reflection with steely determination, the novice trials were over. His true leveling adventure on Matian had officially begun. Changing in the trade zone, he felt a thrill of anticipation coursing through his veins. Finally, he could start hunting monsters and raking in cash in this unforgiving world. He glanced up at the wooden sign hanging overhead, emblazoned with the word guild. In this system, this mana reality, a rookie wanting to make bank had no choice but to join a guild. The logic was simple. The monsters in Matian were absolute nightmares. Fighting them alone was a guaranteed one-way ticket to the afterlife. That is why every new adventurer had to join a guild and form a party. In the face of overwhelming odds, the guild was your only shield. By joining one, rookies could ride the coattails of veterans, skyrocketing their survival rates. Alright, he thought, eyes scanning the options. Let's see which guild is worthy of my talent. And pushing open the door with high hopes, he strode into the room. Hello there, I am here to sign up for a guild. A violet-haired beauty named Tu Huyan sat at the reception desk. She looked at him with a professional, yet icy expression. Apologies, you are Jiang Kai. Correct, you are currently barred from joining any guild. Jiang Kai blinked, confused. Excuse me, why? She pointed a manicured finger at his file, which had a massive crimson X stamped across it. Because you offended the royal family, you have been blacklisted by essentially every guild in the city? Jiang Kai stood frozen, struck by the news as if he had been hit by a heavy debuff spell. If this was true, his future was bleak. He would be forced to challenge the horrors of Matian completely solo. The scene shifts to the selection area on the outskirts of Divine Glory City. Jiang Kai walked alone, feeling the weight of countless judgmental eyes pricking his skin like needles. He rubbed his temples, frustration boiling over. Are you kidding me? Just because I ticked off the royals? No one dares to recruit me. Is my legend ending before it even starts? Suddenly, a figure with a large patch on their shoulder approached from behind, calling out to him. Hey there, customer? You look like you are struggling to decide which monster zone to hit. Jiang Kai nodded absent-mindedly. He turned to face a young woman, Huanan, an adventurer with the rare class of fortune teller. Level 29. She winked playfully, her vibe chaotic but charming. I am a diviner. I can calculate the perfect grinding spot for you. Only 100 M coins per session. Jiang Kai stared at her, unimpressed. He immediately spun around to leave, waving his hand dismissively. Sorry, lady. I am a staunch atheist. Panic flashed across Huanan's face as she reached out. Wait, do not go. We can haggle 80. Okay, fine. I will give you a free reading. The moment the word free hit Jiang Kai's ears, he spun 180 degrees, his expression instantly transforming into a warm, welcoming smile. Free? You say, well then, sorry for the trouble. It turns out I am extremely superstitious after all. Huanan stared at him, dumbfounded by the speed of his attitude shift. This guy is stingy beyond belief, she thought, sighing. She opened her skill bag and pulled out her Bagua plate. Whatever. I need the skill proficiency anyway. She held the mystical plate aloft, and it instantly hummed with energy, glowing with an ethereal light. She chanted an ancient incantation under her breath. In moments, glowing text manifested in the air before her eyes, a classic awakening revelation. Reading the divine script, she warned him. Customer, you are currently shrouded in ominous energy. If you want to avoid a calamity, my reading suggests you head to the King's Valley. Hearing this, Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing in tactical calculation. Danger, that makes sense. The royal family is definitely hunting me. The safe zone rules prevent them from killing me here, but outside is a different story. He imagined the Ash Plains, a hellscape where monstrous deformities and dual-wielding beasts roamed. It was a hellscape of a furnace, where volcanoes erupted violently and lava flowed like rivers of molten blood. This scorched earth was the standard grinding zone for players level 1 through 10, but its predictability made it a death trap. The royal family undoubtedly had assassins camping in the shadows, waiting to claim his head. He considered the peaceful mountain path next a picturesque sanctuary of emerald peaks and flowing waters. However, that paradise was strictly for adventurers level 15 and above. With his current stats, stepping foot there would be instant suicide. Snapping back to reality, His gaze shifted toward the ominous King's Valley, a known danger zone for level 10 and up. With my current strength, survival there is a gamble, but the royal family would never expect a rookie to dive into such a high-level nightmare. After a moment of intense deliberation, his resolve hardened into steel. If the guilds wouldn't take him, fine. I will show them all that I can dominate the world of men as a solo player. King's Valley is my target. Without wasting a second, he dashed off, shouting over his shoulder with a grin, "Thanks a ton for the tip, fortune teller." Han stood there in confusion, waving awkwardly, until the realization hit her like a speeding truck. Her eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. Wait a minute, why is he going to King's Valley alone? I meant, he should go with a full team. What kind of death wish is this? A rookie walking into that abyss is basically serving himself up as a meal for the monsters. Shaking her head, she began packing her tools. Whatever, not my problem, as long as he survives long enough to leave a 5-star review. The scene shifts to King's Valley, where Jiang Kai had just arrived. The lush greenery and soothing streams masked a deadly secret. "So this is King's Valley," Jiang Kai whispered, scanning the environment with his guard fully raised. "It's quiet. Too quiet." Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar erupted from behind him, causing the very air to vibrate as he spun around, eyes sharp. From the source of the sound, a nightmare materialized, a massive beast with razor-sharp fangs screaming with overwhelming power. It was a mutated giant ape, and it was in the middle of decimating a party of adventurers, tossing them aside like broken rag dolls. Only a blonde-haired boy seemed to be barely holding his ground against the beast, shouting, "Hold the line, don't let up now. Keep the formation tight." The system window flashed open before Jiang Kai's eyes, analyzing the behemoth giant black ape, level 11, strength 172. "A true monster," one of the squad members roared. "It's just a level 11 beast." "We are level 10, push past your limits and we can take its head, pour everything you have into the attack." Morale surged like a tidal wave as they tightened their formation. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai tracked the chaos from behind a massive tree. Watching them clash, he couldn't help but mutter, "So, this is what a real explorer combat squad looks like?" They are certainly fighting with their lives on the line. The monsters in this dungeon are absolutely no joke. "I wonder what kind of nightmare I'll run into," he thought. But suddenly, a primal chill ran down his spine. He whipped around to find 3 pairs of glowing eyes locked onto him, radiating pure, unadulterated bloodlust. "You've got to be kidding me. Speak of the devil." And he appears. He glanced at his wrist interface. The display screamed crimson warnings, 3 massive energy signatures closing in giant black ape, level 12, danger. Giant black ape, level 13, danger. Giant black ape, level 14, extreme danger. Meanwhile, the squad finished off their level 11 foe, and the system chimed sweetly, "Heavenly Sword Squad has slain the giant black ape." "We actually did it, we're invincible." Cheers erupted as a member flashed a thumbs up to the blonde scout. "Wu Heng, Captain, we took down a level 11 with just level 10s and 0 casualties. That's a legendary achievement. We can definitely brag about this." The blonde captain, Duan, smirked with arrogance. "Naturally. Look who you are following." But his boast was cut short by a thunderous crash nearby. They turned, horror washing over their faces as 3 black apes hunted Jiang Kai. He was sprinting for his life, weaving through deadly strikes with desperate agility. "I definitely walked into the wrong neighborhood." Wu Heng pointed, screaming in disbelief. "Captain, look over there. That guy is fighting 3 of them at once." Another member gasped, trembling, and every single one of them is a higher level than the boss we just struggled against. A female member stepped forward, voice filled with worry. "We have to help him. He'll die if he faces them alone." Duan panicked, his face draining of color. "Are you idiots crazy? He aggroed 3 elites. We couldn't handle one without luck. Going there is suicide." "Run now." Duan turned to flee, abandoning the stranger, but a massive explosion froze him in his tracks. A black ape was sent flying through the air. The system notification pinged, "Level 12 black ape slain." Seeing the beast fall, a confident smirk formed on Jiang Kai's face. "Perfect. This is the power of a system protagonist. My 9 Calamities Pursuit blades stack critical hit rates, guaranteeing a devastating fatality." On the 5th strike, Duan's squad stood frozen, jaws hitting the floor, reality shattered before their eyes. Duan rubbed his face, stammering in shock. What the hell?" Jian whispered from behind, voice trembling. "We nearly died just killing a level 11. "But that guy," Duan choked out, "he just dusted a level 12 in seconds." Seeing their kin slaughtered, the remaining 2 apes roared in fury. Bloodlust exploded as they charged the lone hunter. Jiang Kai didn't flinch, glancing back with a deadly glint in his eye. He gripped another pursuit blade. "All right then," his aura flared. "Who's next?" He hurled the blade. It tore through the air with terrifying momentum, slamming into the beast. Impact. The ape exploded instantly. System alert level 16, black ape slain. Adrenaline surged through his veins. He locked eyes on the final boss. "This power, it feels amazing." That last attack carried the 10% critical buff. It triggered a super critical hit instantly. One shot, one kill. The spectators watched in awe as he prepared to slaughter again. This wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. Their expression shifted from shock to pure disbelief. Duan's mouth hung wide open. You're kidding me. He killed another one. The final black ape, blinded by rage, refused to retreat. It thundered after Jiang Kai, determined to crush the human. Jiang Kai sprinted, lungs burning. Just one left. Duan broke into a cold sweat. That's a level 14. The area boss. No way he takes that down solo. Jiang Kai calculated his odds in a split second. I have 3 pursuit blades left in my inventory, but my stamina and spiritual power are hitting rock bottom. I can't keep running forever. He channeled every ounce of remaining energy into the steel. I have to gamble everything on this one move. Trigger the critical hit. Or die trying. He split the blades with his energy. Spinning around, he unleashed his final reserve. The daggers flew, wrapped in crimson lightning, screaming toward the beast. Let's see who falls first. The black ape leaped, claws extended for the kill. Impact. The 3 blades detonated on contact. The beast didn't even have time to scream before it was obliterated. Jiang Kai cheered, pumping his fist. Yes, I dumped my whole arsenal, but that critical hit landed perfectly. The massive corpse crashed near Duan's group, leaving them speechless again. The system announced level 14 black ape. Slain. Duan's team turned pale, whispering in unison. He actually soloed all 3. It takes a full raid party just to survive one. Just who is this monster? Is he a legend? Jiang Kai approached the corpse, exhaling a long breath. Woo, easier than I thought. He swiped his hand, collecting 3 monster cards. He examined the loot with a grin. 3 elite boss cards secured. Turns out solo leveling isn't so hard. With a blur of motion, he vanished into the forest shadows. Duan tried to chase, but he was too slow. He stood rooted to the spot, wailing, "No! The great god is gone." I should have befriended him. That was a legendary carry. He fell to his knees, crying fake tears. Why did you guys stop me from helping him? I'm dying of regret here. Jian, Zhang, and the others stared at their shameless captain, utterly speechless. Do they really think they own the place? The scene shifts to the desolate ash plains. A crowd gathered below, buzzing with nervous tension. One voice pierced the murmur. Am I seeing things? Or is that them? 3 martial artists, a soldier, and a healer. No mistake. Another onlooker gasped. That's the legendary Falcon Squad from the Royal Guild. Whispers exploded into a roar as the crowd spotted a squad member throttling a helpless girl. Why would high rankers descend to a newbie zone like the Ash Plains? Their pressure is suffocating. That woman, Faye, the squad's cold-blooded healer. Beside her, the martial artist tightened his grip, hoisting the girl into the air like a rag doll. The healer scoffed. We've scoured the entire plains. How is that rat Jiang Kai still hiding from us? Their overwhelming aura revealed the terrifying truth of their status. A full squad of level 20s. Jiang Kai, the brute choking the girl, barked. Rumor has it you saw Jiang Kai last. Spit it out. Where is he? The victim gasping for air was none other than Hu Yan. She coughed violently, forcing a smile through the pain. Why are you so desperate to find him? Another woman stepped forward, her presence dripping with arrogance. Hong Yan. Everyone knew that face beside her. Wan Tai smirked. Jiang Kai insulted the royal family. We're simply here to deliver the executioner's justice. Hu Yan clawed at the iron grip around her neck. Her eyes didn't show fear, but pure contempt. Is that right? He went to King's Valley. Go chase your ghosts there. Jiang Kai released his grip, letting her crash hard onto the unforgiving earth. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. Fine, but if I find out you lied, pray we don't come back. Because you're dead. As the squad departed, the onlookers erupted in chatter. The Falcon Squad. They're the apex predators among the royal guilds. If a level 20 kill squad is targeting him, that kid Jiang Kai is already a walking corpse. Hu Yan sat up, clutching her divination coin. She coughed up dust, a strange, knowing glint in her eyes. Strong, you really believe that? A chilling voice echoed. Even the heavens abandon those who discard their humanity. Her eyes darkened, mirroring the endless abyss. I cast the fortune myself. Their hunt for Jiang Kai has only one destination. She glanced at the hexagram. A spectral skull formed in the smoke. Death. 1 day from now. King's Valley. After a bone-crushing grind, Jiang Kai summoned his status window. Finally, 16 obsidian apes down. I have hit level 6. Player Jiang Kai. Class Gambler. Strength 24. Vitality 28. Agility 42. But the anomaly, critical damage 20,000%. This was the intoxicating thrill of a system Manhwa. Jiang Kai stood victorious atop a mountain of ape corpses. He flipped a monster card through his fingers, eyes cold and calculating. These carcasses fetch a high price on the market. Dragging them back is a pain, but leaving money on the ground, not my style. This will cover my brother's medical bills for a while. But as he schemed, a voice sliced through the silence from behind. Hey, kid, looking to join a hunting party? Jiang Kai froze. He spun to face a fully geared squad, assessing him like fresh meat. Their leader wore a heavy cloak that screamed authority. This was Hong Da. A squad member stepped forward. We are hunting an elite ironhide ape. Help us take it down, and the elite treasure chest is ours. Hong Da offered a hand, feigning kindness. Jiang Kai played the innocent rookie. A team. Sorry, I am a solo player. I work alone. Hong Da's eyes narrowed, a predator spotting prey. Perfect. We are actually short exactly one person. The target is a giant elite ape, level 15. There are 4 of them guarding the treasure spawn point. Another lackey chimed in. They are absolute monsters. We have 3 squads, but 4 beasts. We need bait. Hong Da laid out the trap. Simple job. You lure one away. While it is distracted, we slaughter the other 3. Survive that, and a share of the loot is yours. Jiang Kai's interest spiked at the mention of the chest, an elite treasure chest. Rumors said they held artifacts far beyond mere monster parts. In this system world, that loot is a game changer. I have to have it. His gaze sharpened. Fighting an elite usually takes a full raid party, asking me to kite one alone. They do not expect me to return alive. They plan to split the loot and leave my corpse as a bonus. But I have already stepped into the trap. Backing out now would be messy. Jiang Kai flashed a cunning grin. Alright, count me in. Excellent choice. Everyone, positions. The squad descended the cliffside, voices echoing in unison. Roger. Jiang Kai took point. The 4 massive apes sensed the intrusion, their roars shaking the earth as a warning. From a safe distance, Hong Da shouted, Hey kid, draw its aggro now. Jiang Kai did not hesitate. You got it. He launched a strike directly at one beast, instantly triggering its primal rage. The monster screamed in fury. It charged, ignoring everything else to hunt Jiang Kai down. Hong Da laughed maniacally. Not bad. The sacrificial lamb actually pulled it off. He cheered triumphantly. That is 1 less share to pay out. Everything is going according to plan. His squad charged forward, clashing with the remaining beasts. The valley erupted in a chaotic symphony of roars and explosive skills. Jiang Kai sprinted, breath coming in ragged gasps. Those bastards really set me up. Behind him, the massive ape closed the distance. Razor-sharp claws slashed the air inches from his spine. This was no ordinary mob. The stats of this elite were in a league of their own. An ordinary hunter would be dead meat. But Jiang Kai slammed on the brakes. No more running. He spun to face the beast head-on, lashing out with lightning speed. Did you really think I was just some average ranker? The ape roared as power sliced through its hide, spraying crimson. Jiang Kai leaped back as the monster froze, paralyzed by the critical strike. A blinding flash engulfed the valley. Boom! The beast detonated. As Jiang Kai landed on the corpse, the system interface chimed. Eliminated level 15 elite iron strength ape. A wicked grin split his face. Too easy. Who knew one supercritical hit was all it took to drop this elite trash? His gaze shifted forward, the thrill of victory burning in his veins. Now for the real prize. Time to let those fools do the heavy lifting while I reap the rewards. In the distance, the battle still raged on. Healers worked desperately while the tanks struggled to contain the horde. Push, the treasure is ours. Once they are dead, they screamed. Hong Da gritted his teeth at the stalemate, completely unaware that death was standing right behind him. Bam! A cheap shot to the back sent Hong Da crumbling to the dirt. With the path clear, Jiang Kai slipped into the shadows of the cave, unnoticed. Following the twisting vines deeper into the abyss, his eyes widened. There, resting on a pedestal of stone, sat a glowing treasure chest. Unbelievable. It was almost too easy. Look at that glow. That is definitely an elite tier reward waiting for me. As he reached out, a smirk played on his lips. Totally worth baiting that level 15 elite away. But then, a low, guttural growl echoed. Something warm and viscous dripped onto his shoulder. He froze in place. Hanging directly above him was a living nightmare, a jet-black ape with bulging eyes, grinning maniacally as thick saliva pooled from its jaws. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. The spiritual pressure was immense, crushing the air out of his lungs. The beast dropped like a meteor, smashing a crater into the ground exactly where he had just been standing. Jiang Kai rolled to safety, his mind racing. Are you kidding me? A level 20 elite inside the cave? Did those idiots not scout the dungeon properly? The monster flashed a horrific smile. The HUD confirmed his worst fears. Elite iron strength black ape. Level 20. Danger level extreme. He was trapped. The beast was blocking the only exit. There was no escape. Jiang Kai launched himself into the air, gathering every ounce of his energy. Fine then. If I can't run, I'll kill you. His strike slammed into its eye and chest, expecting an impact, but nothing. Not even a scratch. Jiang Kai's heart sank into his stomach. Impossible. Even the eyes are armored. The beast's eyes glowed a menacing crimson. System alert. Earth element affinity. Defense stat 23. His attacks were bouncing off like pebbles against a tank. Panic began to set in. This wasn't just a fight. It was a solid wall he physically couldn't break. My fatal strike penetration is only at 9. Its defense is 23. It's just like the Wolf King. Unless I shatter that armor, I can't hurt it. The ape launched into the air, moving faster than sight. Before Jiang Kai could even react, it hurled a massive boulder downward. Crash! The earth split apart under the devastating impact. The shockwave hit him like a freight train, sending him flying. He coughed up blood, his body feeling like every bone had been pulverized. Crimson obscured his vision as he struggled to keep his heavy eyelids open. The pain was blinding. The level gap, it's too massive. Is this where my leveling Manhwa story ends? The beast snatched him up like a rag doll. Dying here on the ghost planet wasn't just game over. It meant a 1-month penalty ban from the system. It brought him close to its drooling maw. If he died, the bet with Commander V was lost. All his plans would crumble to dust. His strength was fading fast. If I fail, my brother and sister suffer. We'll be drafted into the military as fodder cannon. I can't let that happen. But I'm so weak. Darkness began to consume his mind. He was drifting into the void when a voice pierced through the silence. Wake up. Memories flooded back. Through the haze, he saw a figure running desperately. Open your eyes. He was a child again, broken and bleeding, cradled in someone's protective arms. It was his big brother, sprinting through the smoke and fire, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't you dare close your eyes. Stay with me. You have to stay awake. His brother gasped for air, his own body riddled with critical wounds. Above them, the sky burned the color of fresh blood, the sign of the apocalypse. Monsters roared in a symphony of destruction. Amidst the hellscape, his brother screamed a promise to the heavens. I swear I will get you out of this battlefield alive. That was 10 years ago at the Beast God battlefield. The memory shattered like glass. Jiang Kai snapped his eyes open. He was still in the grip of the monster. Adrenaline surged through his veins. What am I doing? Did I just black out in a boss fight? The ape opened its massive jaws and shoved him inside. My brother saved us from hell itself. Inside the darkness of the mouth, Jiang Kai's hand unclenched. A crimson light began to spark. So there is no way in hell. His eyes snapped open, glowing with menacing energy. A red aura exploded around him. That I am dying in a place like this. The ape swallowed him whole, grinning with satisfaction at its meal, but the victory lasted a mere second. A beam of pure energy pierced right through its eyeball from the inside out. The beast didn't even have time to scream. Splat. Its head erupted like a watermelon, showering the cave in a gruesome fountain of gore. A massive carcass crashed to the floor. Jiang Kai rose from the bloody mess like a demon. System notification eliminated level 20, elite earth attribute, black ape. He exhaled sharply. Mission accomplished. Its external hide was impenetrable, sure, but the inside of its mouth, 0 defense stats. He wiped the blood from his face. He had bypassed the armor by attacking the internal organs directly. It worked exactly like the Wolf King raid. Every muscle screamed in pain as he limped forward. Then he saw it. The elite treasure chest, still glowing on the rock. A smirk cut through his exhaustion. Finally, Daddy's coming home with the loot. 30 minutes later, outside the cave, the party had finally cleared the mob. We did it. They're all down. They cheered, high-fiving. One hunter shouted, "We only survived because that kid baited the elite away. We would have been wiped out otherwise. So, the brat is definitely dead, right?" Hong Da flashed a greedy, sinister grin. Perfect. One less share for him means more for us. They gathered at the cave entrance, eyes gleaming with avarice. Let's move. The treasure chest is waiting for us inside. We hit the jackpot today, boys. But suddenly, Hong Da froze. His eyes nearly burst from their sockets in sheer disbelief. The cave was completely void, swallowed by pitch-black darkness and the sound of howling wind. The treasure chest was gone. Hong roared in pure frustration, his mind refusing to accept this cruel reality. What the hell is this? Where is the loot? How can an elite tier chest just vanish into thin air? A subordinate raised a trembling hand, voice shaking. Boss, I just remembered something. During the chaotic fight earlier, I think I saw that wretched brat sneaking into the cave while we were distracted. Hong whipped his head around, eyes wide with shock and fury. What did you say? Why are you only telling me this now? The guard stammered, terror gripping his throat. I thought I was seeing things. I didn't think he could possibly survive that battle alone. The rest of the party stood in stunned silence. Say what panic began to spread through the ranks like a virus. Captain, does that mean this whole raid was for nothing? We spent days tracking this loot. Boss, even without the chest, you still have to pay us for our time. You already owe us months of back pay, Hong screamed, veins throbbing on his forehead like writhing worms. I can't believe it. That little trash actually played us, he howled, spewing curses into the empty, mocking air. Meanwhile, deep within the Demon King's valley, Jiang Kai's voice cut through the silence, calm and collected. That should be enough distance to shake off those idiots. He stood in the safety of the forest and summoned his interface. This was the best part of any leveling manhwa, the loot. A chest marked with 3 sharp claw marks materialized before him. Time to see what goodies are hiding inside. As the heavy lid creaked open, a blinding golden light flooded the forest. Jiang Kai's eyes sparkled with greed. It was stuffed to the brim with gems and pearls, and resting in the center lay a magnificent cloak. He was practically vibrating with joy. Holy crap. Look at all these rare ores and actual equipment drops. Jiang Kai snatched up the cloak, admiring the texture. The materials and gear on this demon planet are worth 10,000 times more than simple monster carcasses. I just struck gold. While equipping his new loot, something else caught his eye among the glittering gems. A gauntlet. On the back of the hand sat a metal ring etched with a flaming sword. Another piece of gear. Jiang Kai turned the artifact over in his hands. He slipped it on. It felt perfectly brand new. Curiosity bubbled up within him. What kind of stats does this thing have? Is it offensive? Defensive? Let's find out. A mysterious aura instantly enveloped him. His body felt lighter, surging with a newfound vitality that coursed through his veins. Is this an agility and strength buff? Not bad at all. He looked at the clearing ahead with a smirk. Time for a test drive. He clenched his fist. Xing 3 razor-sharp claws sprang from the gauntlet. He slashed the air, the blades moving like a phantom wind. Suddenly, crimson flames erupted along the claws. They blazed intensely as he swung. Jiang Kai frowned, analyzing the effect. Fire on the blades. Is this just a basic elemental enchantment? He racked his brain, recalling the elemental mechanics of the demon planet. Flames came in many tiers. Special flames could inflict status effects during combat, but this? He remembered how monsters usually reacted to these attacks. Standard fire usually deals trash damage. You can't actually fight with it effectively. It is basically only good for cooking dinner. The imaginary monster in his head seemed to mock him. Just normal fire? Are you trying to tickle me? Jiang Kai grimaced. Did I seriously just loot a glorified barbecue lighter? A deafening roar shattered his thoughts. What the boom! A massive hand slammed into the earth nearby, shaking the ground. Thundering footsteps rushed toward him. The system screamed a red alert. Warning, warning, elite tier giant black apes. Earth element, count, 4, level 18. Extreme danger. Jiang Kai froze in place. 4-4, elite tier earth types. He leaped back, cursing under his breath. Is this karma? I wanted to test the glove, but this is overkill. He thrust his claws forward defensively. I barely survived one earlier, and now there is an entire squad. The claws slashed out, the flames burning fiercer than before. He aimed for the open mouth of the leading beast. The mouth is the only weak point, just like the last one, but before the strike could land, the ape bit down. Snap. The claws could not penetrate its iron defense. 0 damage. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in horror. Crap. The 4 apes charged him like runaway trains. He spun around and ran for his life. These things know how to guard their weak spots now. They roared, chasing him with rapid fury. Even if they opened their mouths, my attack power is not high enough to one-shot 4 of them at once. Is this it? Is this where I die? But then whoosh! The fire from his failed attack suddenly flared up on the ape's fur. The other apes caught fire too. HP -10. Jiang Kai glanced back, confused. Why isn't the fire going out? The flames danced across their bodies, using their thick fur as kindling, spreading with terrifying speed. The leader ape's eyes bulged in absolute horror. The fire roared into an inferno, swallowing it whole. HP -2000. Screams of agony echoed from within the blaze. The beast thrashed, blindly trapped in an inescapable prison of fire. Flames grew higher, and finally, the monster collapsed into ash. HP -20,000. HP -20,000. The notification log went crazy. The remaining apes froze in terror, too scared to advance a single step. Jiang Kai looked back, completely stunned. What on earth is going on with this fire? Sparks danced on the wind, drifting onto the other beasts. In a heartbeat, the remaining 3 erupted into living torches. 4 pillars of fire twisted together, transforming the clearing into a hellish landscape. Jiang Kai stopped running. He dropped to one knee, witnessing the carnage unfold. As the inferno faded, 4 charred corpses smoked on the blackened earth. He was stunned. All dead. Just like that, the system notification chimed. Successfully slain 4 elite Earth element giant black apes. Jiang Kai stood there, his mind racing. Wait a minute. I saw the fire tick for 10 damage. Then, out of nowhere, it spiked to 2,000. He stared at the loot prompt in disbelief. It defies all logic. 2,000. Isn't that exactly 200 times the base damage? Jiang Kai looked down at the glowing gauntlet, a wicked grin stretching across his face. Does this mean even the passive burn damage triggers my 200 times critical hit multiplier? And it spreads. He analyzed the mechanics. The fire starts slow. Usually, normal elemental fire has a pitiful base damage output. True, but if a monster lacks fire resistance, that damage ignores their physical defense entirely. And when multiplied by 200, Jiang Kai hovered. He stood amidst a roaring sea of flames, looking like a deity descending from the heavens, burning away 2,000 health points every single second. This wasn't just a fire array. It was a catastrophe. Was this equipment actually a legendary artifact designed solely for mass destruction? A smirk played on his lips, radiating absolute arrogance. Defense penetration was no longer a concern. With this power, he was invincible. The memory of the burning forest replayed a night of pure chaos in the Valley of Kings. Explosions drowned out the agonizing screams of the black apes, marking the single darkest chapter in their species' history. They fell one by one, utterly helpless against the onslaught. Never had they witnessed a monster hunter capable of roasting them like common frogs with nothing but raw elemental fire. Under the pale moonlight, the surviving apes fled the inferno in terror. Yet Jiang Kai remained calm, almost ghost-like, as if their health bars had already evaporated from his vision. Countless beasts lay motionless on the scorched earth. The demonic barbecue master had no intention of showing mercy to a single soul. Jiang Kai strolled through the blaze, arms wide, as flames danced from his fingertips. He laughed like a madman. Within a 10-mile radius, not a single treasure would be left unclaimed. Day 2 in the Valley of Kings. The earth still smoked, vegetation completely incinerated, leaving only barren peaks behind. His wounds had fully regenerated. The sweet taste of victory. He glanced at his holographic interface with deep satisfaction. After a night of slaughtering dozens of black apes, the moment had finally arrived. Level up, the system displayed his new stats. Adventurer Jiang Kai, Class Gambler, Level 7. Strength 28, Defense 0, Vitality 32, Critical Rate 0.1%, Agility 48, Critical Damage 20%, Spirit 48. Experience points 85 out of 6,400. He admired the claw in his hand. It looked less like a weapon and more like a tool of destiny. Currently, the flame of damage from this gauntlet was unrivaled. In terms of area of effect, for level 20 capabilities, he was practically a god. The interface flashed with images of the fallen apes and loot crates, 10 elite treasure chests, plus a mountain of monster corpses. This haul was going to fetch a king's ransom on the market. Suddenly, his expression darkened. Standing alone amidst the vast windswept plains, the solitude crashed down on him, grinding solo on the ghost planet. It was colder than he expected. Was he actually missing the days of fighting alongside Yuan Shuzi and Sun Wanwan? He wondered how they were faring. They had the military backing them up, after all. His voice dropped to a whisper. Surely they were having an easier time than a lone wolf like him, right? Meanwhile, somewhere in the Valley of Kings, Yuan Shuzi screamed in frustration. Why is this place completely empty? Which maniac wiped out every single black ape in the valley? He collapsed to the ground, sobbing. They had been here for days without spotting a single monster. How were they supposed to progress in this leveling manual world? Sun Wanwan sighed deeply. I miss the days when Jiang Kai would just carry us through the dungeons. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted their pity party. Stop whining. You two, it was the player, Lai Bao, a level 38 cavalry class. He stood with hands on his hips, radiating authority. The reason you aren't seeing monsters is that you are currently in the rookie trial zone. For novices like you, the deeper valley is a high-level danger zone, Lai Bao frowned. If Jiang Kai had dragged you straight into the Valley of Kings, it would have been a massacre. That is why I personally took the time to guide you safely. Now, I don't want to hear you complain, he shouted. Move out. We continue the hunt for the black apes. Yuan Shuzi and Sun Wanwan froze, then slammed their fists to their chests in a salute. Their outward spirits seemed ignited, but as soon as Li Bao turned away, they wept internally. I still miss Jiang Kai, though. Yeah, me too. 3 days later, Jiang Kai stood over a pile of corpses. How strange. We've been scouring the valley for days, yet we only find these low-tier monkeys. Jiang Kai drives his massive greatsword into the earth, a sneer of pure arrogance plastered across his face. Purging these trash mobs is as effortless as breathing. Rui shoots him a thumbs up, chuckling darkly. Master Huang Wei sent us here for one reason: to liquidate this Jiang Kai character. Talk about using a dragon-slaying blade to butcher a chicken. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the shadows, cutting through their ego. One warrior killing one beast, that is hardly impressive. Jiang Kai flinches, glaring over his shoulder with lethal intent. Duani chews casually on a spirit fruit, his voice ice cold. A few days ago, we witnessed a true predator slaughter 3 black apes in a single breath. Jing Chang Noa is in agreement. It is the truth. The sheer spiritual pressure was suffocating. Jiang Hai doesn't even blink. Instead, he scoffs. 1 man killing 3. You think that qualifies as a high-level play? How absolutely pathetic. Duani sits perched on the cliff edge, savoring his snack and ignoring the taunt completely. Jiang Hai summons his interface, projecting a holographic bounty of Jiang Kai. Whatever. Tell me, have you seen this trash in the valley? Duani glances down, his eyes widening as he recognizes the face of death. Well, isn't that a twist of fate? That is the very monster I just mentioned. Jing Chang's eyes sparkle with admiration, and he is super handsome. Liang Xiang roars in disbelief. Are you blind? Look closer. This guy is just a level 5 rookie. Jiang Hai laughs, the sound dark and jagged. Exactly. Don't invent fairy tales just because you are jealous of our target. Duani tosses his fruit core aside and turns to leave. If you don't believe me, go find him yourself. We just saw him exiting the Valley of Kings. I, for one, need to go pay my respects to that Grandmaster. Jiang Hai's grin widens into something savage. So, Jiang Kai is nearby. He rips his greatsword from the ground with a shower of dirt. The entire squad surges forward, bloodlust exploding in their eyes. Liang Xiang shouts, "Let's move. I am sick of this dump." It is time to bring Master Huang Wei his head. Jiang Hai maintains his cruel smile. Finally, today is the day that brat dies. Jing Chang sighs, watching them rush toward their own funeral. Looks like they are in a hurry to get deleted. Rui looks equally bored. That expert's aura was like a hermit transcending the mortal realm. That kind of arrogance usually belongs to the cannon fodder. In a Manhwa recap, Duani nods sagely. Agreed. Meanwhile, at the valley's exit, a restless crowd is gathered. One adventurer complains loudly, "What kind of rotten luck is this, a whole trip to the valley, and not a single black ape?" A man with a jagged scar replies grimly, "Rumor has it, a catastrophic wildfire incinerated everything. We will have to wait for the system to respawn the mobs before entering." The bald man nods from the shadows, his voice low. "That is right. We wait. No one gets wiped out today." Just then, a figure walks past the Reaper himself, Jiang Kai. He hums a cheerful tune, his eyes glued to his holographic interface. "Man, I spent 3 days grinding like the protagonist of a hardcore leveling manhwa just to hit level 10. But hey, 19 elite chests, totally worth it. First stop, St. Light City. Time to turn this loot into cold, hard cash." The system interface flickers to life. Adventurer Jiang Kai, class gambler, level 10, strength 40, defense 0, constitution 44, critical rate 0.1%, agility 66, critical damage 20,000%, spirit 66, experience 332 out of 12,800. Suddenly, a roar tears through the air. Jiang Kai frees right there. Jiang Kai pauses, genuinely surprised. He glances over his shoulder. It is Jiang Hai and his crew. They had actually caught up. Jiang Hai points a trembling finger, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You rat! We have been hunting you for days." The crowd begins to whisper nervously. "Wait, isn't that the elite eagle squad from the Royal Black Tortoise Guild? What kind of death wish does that kid have to provoke an elite squad?" Jiang Kai's expression turns to ice. "Royal Black Tortoise, never heard of them." Jiang Kai tilts his head. "Did the royal family send you to fetch me?" Jiang Hai slowly draws his blade, a sinister grin stretching across his face. "Playing dumb, are we? Did you forget who you offended during the rookie trial? A lowlife like you dared to touch young Master Huang Wei." The other 3 draw their weapons, dropping into combat stances. "We are here to harvest your head." Jiang Kai doesn't flinch. He's ready for war. Jiang Kai lowers his head, mana surging silently. "Huang Wei struck first. I merely defended myself. Are you sure you want to make this mistake? Block this." Jiang Hai charges forward, laughing maniacally. "I don't care about justice." Liang Xiang follows, her face twisted in malice. "Do you have any idea how much the young master is paying for your corpse?" Jiang Kai summons a flicker of flame around his claws, his voice deep. "Is that so? If you choose greed over morality?" He flicks his wrist. The skill-fat chaser launches. A streak of fire tears through the air. Jiang Kai's eyes narrow. "Then I have no reason to show mercy." The projectile whizzes past, but Jiang Hai's group dodges with elite precision. A tiny spark lands on their armor. "System alert, minus 10 health." Jiang Hai scoffs, dusting off his shoulder. Pathetic. Not even a scratch. "Is this tiny spark your ultimate move?" Hong Nan burst into laughter, shaking his head. "I seriously doubt a piece of trash like you could kill the young master." The crowd began to jeer, mocking Jiang Kai relentlessly. It is just a basic fireball. That damage is absolutely humiliating. I thought he was strong, but he is just a walking cigarette lighter. Jiang Kai kept his cool, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips. Funny, is it the initial burn might be small? Jiang Kai's eyes glinted with hidden intent. But have you ever heard of damage scaling? Chiang Hai looked down. The spark on his armor did not fade. His eyes widened in absolute horror. Whoosh! The fire erupted into a roaring inferno, swallowing him whole. He screamed in pure agony. The other three froze, cold sweat dripping down their spines as the heat blasted their faces. Captain Chiang Hai howled in despair. Like the black apes before him, his health bar plummeted by 2,000 points per second. What is happening? How can a basic flame deal catastrophic damage? The contagion spread instantly. His teammates caught the fire, their panic turning to terror. Within seconds, they were all engulfed in a sea of crimson flames, wailing in absolute despair. They shrieked, clawing helplessly at the air. I cannot log out. Why can I not escape? The inferno grew massive, turning the entire sky blood red. Their silhouettes vanished into the ash. System alert adventurer Jiang Kai has annihilated the Eagle Squad. Experience plundered. Mingxian and the bystanders stood paralyzed, eyes popping out of their skulls. What just happened? Chiang Hai collapsed into a pile of embers. Jiang Kai walked calmly toward the fading fire. Well, since you were in such a hurry to die, he looked down at where the arrogant captain once stood. I will gladly accept your tribute. The crowd exploded into chaos. What the hell? That kid just soloed the entire Eagle Squad? Those were level 20 elites. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would say it was staged. They cursed in disbelief. Who is this monster? Jiang Kai calmly retrieved his projectile and absorbed the experience orbs, ignoring the commotion. A spy in the crowd hurriedly tried to scan Jiang Kai's data. Why is my watch not working? I cannot read his stats. Level 12. Attributes exceed scannable range. Evaluation failed. The others gasped. Scan failed. That is impossible. The spy's eyes went wide, sweat pouring down his face. I think I know why, he stammered, trembling. Is he a Grandmaster Fire Mage? Is he using a divine artifact to mask his power? The crowd huddled closer. A Fire Mage Grandmaster. That is it. He must be the Fire God incarnate. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai smiled to himself. Sweet. 2 more levels. Adventurer, Jiang Kai, Class Gambler, Level 12, Strength 48, Constitution 52, Agility 78, Spirit 78, Critical Rate 0.1%. Critical Damage 20,000%, Experience 1,716 out of 12,800. He looked up. Hey, E-Brain, why could they not see my stats? The AI's gentle voice resonated in his mind. Because your Gambler dual talent provides attribute multipliers that break the laws of this world. Your power gap is too vast for their low-level devices to comprehend. Jiang Kai glanced back, eyes cold as ice. Is that so? He turned and walked away, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Better they fear the mystery than hunt the man. Arriving at the Saint Light trading post. Hello, I have goods to sell. The receptionist, Chen Yuya, was face-planted on the desk, still half asleep. Welcome to the trading counter, Jiang Kai. Business must be slow if the staff is hibernating. Still, he flashed a charming smile. Wakey, wakey, I have a mountain of loot. Tally it up for me, will you? Chen Yuya lifted her head, looking completely lifeless. With a ragged look like that, what could he possibly possess? But then, shock paralyzed her. The holographic display flooded with proof of a massacre. Countless Titan apes, all annihilated by Jiang Kai. Take a look. I hold over a dozen Titan ape corpse cards. Chen Yuya shot up from her seat, trembling. Jiang Kai flashed a predatory grin and raised his hand. He was not finished. With a casual wave, the screen lit up with blinding golden light. Oh, and add 19 solar essences to the pile. Jiang Kai peered through the floating holograms. Excuse me, are you still with me? I need a total valuation for this haul. Chen Yuya stared blankly, her mind racing. Is he an elite from a major guild? Normal hunters sell one item at a time, but this guy dumps loot by the truckload. She shook off the daze and slammed her hands on the desk, eyes burning with professional greed. The boredom was gone, replaced by pure adrenaline. Please, leave it to me. I'm the top broker in this establishment. I must secure this client, she vowed. He is a hidden tycoon. I will seal this deal, even if it kills me. Jiang Kai smiled. Then work your magic. Digits flashed rapidly on the scanner before freezing on a staggering number. 180,000. Flipping through the appraisal sheets, she could barely keep her voice steady. Sir, the corpse cards yield 10,000. But the solar essences, they possess immense value. That is 170,000 right there. She cleared her throat, trying to sound professional. Grand total 180,000 ghost spirit coins. Jiang Kai's eyes blazed like stars. The number echoed in his mind. 180,000? Is this actually happening? His mind races, calculating conversion rates with the speed of a high-level system interface. 1 ghost coin equals 10 saint coins. That means a staggering net worth of 1.8 million. It is enough to save his brother. He strides through the streets, eyes closed, savoring the intoxicatingly sweet taste of financial freedom. The wager with that, Commander, it is won. My brother will finally get the care he needs, and I am free from this forced conscription hell. Time to log out, return to Earth, and hire the best doctors money can buy. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the air like a blade. Wait, it is me, Hu Yan, the fortune teller. Jiang Kai turns to see her sprinting toward him, gasping for oxygen. I told you, did I not? I told you to go to the King's Valley. I bet you hit the jackpot. And silenced a few arrogant fools along the way, right? He recognizes her immediately. That advice changed my entire life. Thank you. Hu Yan holds up a single trembling finger. Since I helped you, could you grant me one tiny wish? Without a second thought, Jiang Kai nods. Name it. I owe you a massive favor. Hu Yan fidgets, nerves eating at her composure. Her face flushes crimson, sweat beading on her forehead. She points at herself with a desperate, wavering smile. Hu Yan, want to join your party. Please, let me fight by your side from now on. Jiang Kai spins around instantly, his expression turning cold as glacial ice. Denied. The rejection hits her like a physical blow to the gut. He is walking away already so blunt. Her shoulders slump, eyes filling with gloom. I should have known. Who would want to class the military branded as absolute garbage? Her voice trembles. Forget it. You like free loot. Do you not? Do you want my gear? Take it all. It is my final gift before I quit this awakening world forever. Jiang Kai freezes in his tracks. He turns back, brows furrowed in confusion. Quitting? Are you struggling that badly? Why give up on the gold mine that is this dimension? She avoids his gaze, forcing a heartbreaking smile. I want to stay, but the system will not let me. What squad needs a deadweight fortune teller in a life or death raid? She pauses, the crushing weight of reality settling on her shoulders. The military claimed fortune masters were top tier. I grinded to level 20 and awakened into the fortune teller class, but it was all a lie. My divine talent is nothing more than sensing lucky times and locations. I gained a single divination skill. That is it. Memories of being dragged away by guards alongside other failures flood her mind. Once they realized we had zero combat utility, the army discarded us like broken tools. Too weak to fight alone, too useless to be invited. My level has been frozen for years. She remembers the lonely days sitting at her stall, watching heroes pass her by. I just survive here, scraping by on crumbs in this system reality. If I go back to Earth and work as a scavenger, her voice cracks under the strain, at least I will not starve. Jiang Kai feels a sharp pang of sympathy. That is a path to the grave. My brother ruined his body doing that exact work. You are too fragile to survive that hell. Hu Yan beams a radiant smile, masking her agonizing pain. Do I have a choice? I have little brothers and sisters waiting for me. I am their only shield. I will endure anything for them. That smile, it pierces Jiang Kai's heart like a spear. It is the exact same smile his brother used to wear. It is okay. Big Brother is strong. Her circumstances mirror his own tragic history perfectly. His brother once dreamed of conquering the Ghost Star and slaying the Beast God. But he sacrificed his destiny to raise us, destroying his health in the process. Hu Yan's voice snaps him back to the present. Anyway, do you want the loot or not? Wait here. I will fetch it from my stash. She sighs her farewell. I am logging out for the last time. Bye-bye. Hold it right there, Jiang Kai shouts. He looks her dead in the eye, his expression shifting to absolute seriousness. I am Jiang Kai, and I am logging out now as well. But not forever. The next time you log in, find me. We form a party. Hu Yan trembles, tears welling in her eyes as her knees nearly give out. Really. Jiang Kai turns, waving his hand coolly as he walks into the sunset. I swear it. If I am lying, may I be cursed with eternal poverty. Hu Yan wipes away her tears, her voice trembling with raw, unfiltered emotion. For a penny pincher like you to say something like that, it must be the absolute truth. She launches herself at him, tackling Jiang Kai in a desperate bear hug from behind. Thank you. You really are a saint. The sudden impact nearly chokes the life out of him. How do you expect to survive being this reckless Hu Yan? Ignores his struggles, refusing to let go, clinging to him like he is her only lifeline. Back on Earth, in the slums where he grew up, Jiang Kai kicks the door open with news that will rewrite their fate. Brother Jiang, little sister, quit your jobs today. I have struck gold. The three gather around the small, worn table. Jiang Kai crosses his arms, radiating pure confidence. His older brother frowns. Really? The youngest rests her chin on her hand, narrowing her eyes. Where did this cash come from? Big bro, is it illegal? Jiang Kai scoffs at her suspicion. Silly girl. I earned it in the demon realm. He grins. Brother gets his surgery tomorrow. And as for you, you're returning to the academy. His older brother lowered his head. The weight of guilt crushed his shoulders. Little Jiang Kai, you've suffered through hell for our sake. Jiang Kai scratched his head. A flush of embarrassment warmed his cheeks. It's nothing, brother. Compared to the blood and sweat you gave to raise us, this is a walk in the park. Jiang Kai gazed at the family portrait. His voice dropped to a solemn vow. Rest easy. I used to be a simple laborer, but now I hold real power. I swear it, I will give you a life fit for kings. Glasses clinked. Eyes shone with the light of newfound hope. To our family, surviving the apocalypse together, cheers. Mid-sip. A shrill ringtone shattered the peace. Jiang Kai glanced down. Unknown number. It was Commander Wei Ying. His voice carried the chaotic roar of a distant battlefield. Jiang Kai, you won the bet. Are you free? His tone was grave. I'm sending a transport. There is something you need to witness. Don't be late. The line went dead. Moments later, Jiang Kai stood amidst the ruins outside the St. Yao safe zone. Skyscrapers lay like broken skeletons against the ashen sky. A voice cut through the desolation. We have arrived. Escorted by soldiers, Jiang Kai looked around in horror. Heisha City, this was my childhood home. Reduced to nothing but rubble. The lead soldier suddenly halted. Jiang Kai looked up. Ahead stood a white-haired figure, coat snapping in the wind. Commander Wei Ying, why summon me here? Roar. The very earth trembled beneath them. Jiang Kai's jaw dropped. A shockwave leveled the burning buildings ahead. Debris rained down like meteors. From the inferno rose a titan, the black ape. But three shadows danced in the air, engaging the beast in a high-speed aerial clash. Jiang Kai froze. Transcendent awakened fighting on the front lines. The sheer scale of the battle shattered his reality. In this mana-infused world, every 20 levels marks a massive evolution. 6 total stages define a hunter's existence. Explorers from level 1 to 80 gain strength, but their abilities are confined to the demon realm. As he watched, the trio launched their assault. But transcendence, they are different. Once a system user breaks past level 81, their very existence shifts. They can manifest true power on Earth. The 3 warriors charged, weapons gleaming, diving straight into the maw of the roaring beast. The black ape retaliated. Energy coalesced in its mouth. A devastating beam fired. The vanguard raised his shield, tanking the blast head-on. Sweat beaded their brows. This was no game. Unleashing this power on Earth came with terrifying risks. Facing such a colossus, they took to the skies, flaring their auras to the absolute limit. Refusing to yield, they descended for the final clash. Their power didn't just change military history. It was humanity's only hope against the god beasts invading their world. Jiang Kai's blood boiled with excitement. That is the ultimate technique. Boom! Their combined strike pierced the monster's hide. Jiang Kai pumped his fist. They did it. A clean kill. That was incredible. Wei Ying stood calmly, lighting a cigarette. Strong? You think so? That was just a grunt. His eyes darkened. To kill just one of those. We previously sacrificed 2 transcendents. Jiang Kai's celebration died instantly. His eyes went wide in disbelief. Wei Ying exhaled smoke, his voice low. Jiang Kai, humanity is on the brink of extinction. Don't let the safety of the city blind you to the horror out here. You won the bet. I won't force you into the military. Thunder rumbled overhead. The sky turned a bruised purple with storm clouds. Wei Ying closed his eyes, savoring the nicotine. I'll handle the royals. They won't touch you. He smirked at Jiang Kai's surprised expression. Confused why I value a rookie like you. Wei Ying paused. His voice rang with absolute conviction. Because my gut never lies. Rain began to fall. Cold drops mixed with the soot on Jiang Kai's face. He listened, captivated by every word. My instincts screamed that you will become a legend. A powerhouse that all of St. Yao will one day beg for salvation. The downpour intensified, drumming against the concrete. The corpse of the black ape lay behind them as Wei Ying spoke through the storm. Listen, I know in this hellish apocalypse, your only desire is to protect your kin. But conscription means the front lines, and the battlefield is a graveyard for the weak. Wei Ying took a long, heavy drag from his cigarette. When the world falls, the common man bears the burden. This broken world is crying out for warriors to stand against the monster tides. Isn't that right? He flicked the cigarette into a puddle, watched it sizzle out. One day, I will die on this battlefield. He turned, eyes burning with resolve as a soldier of St. Yao. If my death buys time for the people, I accept it gladly. Lightning tore the sky apart behind Jiang Kai. illuminating his stunned expression. I won't force your hand, Jiang Kai, but if the darkness ever threatens to swallow us whole, I hope you'll lend us your strength. Wei Ying's words hung heavy in the air. After a brief respite on Earth, Jiang Kai returned to the demon realm. His resolve was harder than steel. Back in Saint Light City on the demon planet, Jiang Kai couldn't shake Commander Wei Ying's voice from his mind. To think the commander held him in such high regard. Could he truly be the savior Saint Light needed? He tapped his watch, dismissing the heavy thoughts. Forget it. Right now, my own survival comes first. The black apes in the Valley of Kings had likely respawned by now. Suddenly, a holographic interface flickered to life, revealing a terrifying elite monster, the Ghost Banshee. In this brutal leveling world, one wrong move against her high damage meant instant death. Her attacks carried a devastating status effect, Terror Shock. A red warning flashed before his eyes, confirming the danger. Terror Shock detected. The Banshee's scream inflicts paralysis on anyone within 10 meters, drowning them in absolute fear. Yet, cruel fate dictated that only close-range attacks within that same kill zone could harm her. Jiang Kai memorized every detail on the system screen. She was a living nightmare. Enter her 10-meter radius, and you get paralyzed and slaughtered. Stay outside, and you cannot scratch her. He swiped the screen away, his eyes hardening with cold resolve. Hands tucked casually in his pockets, he marched forward to meet his destiny. This is way trickier than the black apes. I need a party. In the distance, Huyan was dozing off in the middle of the road. She held a sign that read, "Do not disturb, waiting for my captain." She mumbled in her sleep, "Captain. Oh, Captain." Passers-by whispered and judged the strange sight. Is she insane? Jiang Kai loomed behind her, his expression a mix of pity and exasperation. Huyan, don't tell me you've been standing here ever since I logged out. Huyan snapped awake instantly. Tears streamed down her face as she babbled excitedly. Captain Jiang Kai, I knew it. I knew you'd come back for me. I've been waiting here for days. Jiang Kai forced a stiff smile. Yeah, I remember. Huyan's eyes narrowed mischievously as she covered her mouth to whisper, Captain, you're looking to grind a boss, right? I've divined the perfect teammate for you. A real heavy hitter. Well, do you want him? Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. Someone actually useful for a boss fight. Perfect. Just as long as it's not some useless drunk. Instantly, a chubby figure materialized before them, scratching his head. Hello there. I'm Ruin Yu, and I am a total alcoholic. Wine bottles clinked at his waist. Jiang Kai immediately sprinted away, shouting over his shoulder, I don't need him. Huyan laughed nervously. Captain sure is direct. Ruin Yu looked confused while Huyan yelled after the retreating Jiang Kai. Captain, just take Ruin Yu, he's used to suffering and he does whatever he's told. Ruin Yu lowered his head awkwardly. Poking his index fingers together, Huyan refused to give up, chasing after him. He can cook. He'll even give you a shoulder massage. He even said if you let him join, he won't take a single copper of the loot. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. He dashed back to Ruin Yu, grabbing his hand with sparkling, teary eyes. Greetings, Comrade Ruin Yu. I'm Captain Jiang Kai. The moment I saw you, I knew you were a prodigy. Welcome to the team. Jiang Kai laughed maniacally, punching his fist toward the sky. Today, our squad hunts the Ghost Banshee from this day forth. We are family. Let's roll. Ruin Yu looked at Huyan, bewildered. Is the captain a little unstable? But Jiang Kai kept shouting, We are family. Huyan sighed at his shameless attitude. That's not family love. That's just because you're free labor. Night fell swiftly. Pale moonlight washed over the mountain range. Deep within the forest, a dilapidated wooden shack emerged from the thick, eerie fog. This was the Valley of Kings, the domain of the elite boss. Chilling wails echoed from the shack as a clawed hand began to weave a dark spell. The level 20 elite Ghost Banshee. She was a skeletal figure in a tattered white dress, emitting a sound that curdled the blood. High on the cliff, Jiang Kai observed his prey. Listen up. She's leagues above the black ape. If she spots us, we're dead instantly. Keep your voices down. He never took his eyes off the monster, analyzing her every movement. Remember, the mechanic only attacks within 10 meters. To deal damage, we have to sneak in perfectly. Huyan trembled. Roger that. A slurred voice groaned, dragging out the syllables. Cap! Tine! Jiang Kai hissed. Huyan, shut up. Huyan pointed at herself, bewildered. She hadn't said a word. The groaning continued. Cap! Tane. Jiang Kai didn't turn around, his whisper turning into a growl. Huyan, I said be quiet. Huyan waved her hands frantically. Captain, it wasn't me. The moaning persisted. Cap! Jiang Kai snapped, turning around. If it's not you, then who the hell is? It was Ruin Yu, dangling precariously from a tree branch, surrounded by empty bottles. He raised a fresh one, snoring and talking simultaneously. Captain, look at this treasure I found. He was completely wasted. Suddenly, a drunken scream shattered the silence. Thank you, a toast to the captain. Jiang Kai and Huyan grit their teeth in absolute horror. The banshee snapped her head around instantly. She ascended, crimson eyes locking onto their hiding spot with terrifying speed. Jiang Kai gasped at the monster's velocity. Energy shrieked as it gathered in the banshee's maw, her eyes glowing red above razor-sharp fangs. Jiang Kai panicked. Huyan? What is this? You said he was a pro? Huyan's face drained of all color, turning ghost white. I might have exaggerated. Jiang Kai felt his soul leave his body. We're finished. The banshee unleashed her terror shock. A sonic boom tore through the air, blasting them with invisible force. The shockwave slammed into them like a physical wall. Jiang Kai and Huyan froze, but Ruan Yu just kept snoring through the apocalypse. Jiang Kai's face darkened as red warning windows popped up. Warning, abnormal status detected. Status terror paralysis. The banshee morphed, becoming a nightmare even more grotesque than before. Jiang Kai and Huyan fell to their knees, muscles locked tight. She's too strong. I can't move a single finger. Captain, it's over. We're just waiting to die. The banshee reached out with claws ready to feast, her jaw unhinging. But then, a cheerful voice broke the silence. Ruan Yu launched himself at the banshee, face flushed and tongue lolling out. Well, hello there, gorgeous. What's a beauty like you doing in a place like this? Were you looking for me? He shot from the branch like a cannonball. Jiang Kai and Huyan watched in disbelief as Ruan Yu slammed into the banshee with the force of a freight train. Cackling like a maniac, he pinned the spirit to the earth. Fate has truly smiled upon me to deliver such a ravishing beauty. Come here, let me show you some love. He caressed the monster's ghastly face. Such smooth skin. The banshee's eyes went dark, her jaw dropping in sheer horror. Meanwhile, Huyan flexed her fingers. The paralysis was gone. The system interface flashed. Soul scream, debuff cleared. Jiang Kai scrambled to his feet. What kind of awakening logic is this? The banshee was totally neutralized by a drunk hug, regaining his composure instantly. Jiang Kai clenched his fist. His signature weapon, the life-chasing daggers, materialized in his grip. That banshee's scream has a cooldown. I have to strike now before the second wave. He hurled the blades forward with deadly precision. Speed was everything. Bullseye. The daggers pierced the specter, igniting instantly. Yet Ruan Yu was still straddling the monster, puckering his lips for a smooch. My lady, allow me to teach you the art of the French kiss. Even the monster was baffled by this lunacy. The kiss of death or just a drunkard was inches away, and she couldn't escape. From this day forth, you are my beloved wifey. But before their lips could meet, the flames from Jiang Kai's attack roared to life, swallowing the creature whole. Moments later, the inferno faded, leaving nothing but black smoke. Ruan Yu emerged from the soot, looking utterly lost. Honey, where did my beautiful wife go? Jiang Kai pumped his fists, grinning ear to ear. Piece of cake. Target eliminated. The system notification chimed. Elite Tier 1 Phantom Banshee exterminated. Huyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Captain Yu instant-killed an elite. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu collapsed to the ground, crushed by despair. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out, You absolute animals. You blew my wife to smithereens. He looked up, a mess of snot and tears. That was the love of my life. Without her, my heart is closed forever. I'll never love again. He howled at the sky in tragic agony. Oh, my poor departed wife. Jiang Kai leaned over to Huyan, whispering, Does Ruan Yu always go completely insane when he hits the bottle? She gave an awkward laugh. Pretty much. He's a total booze hound. Once he starts drinking, his brain just shuts off completely. She sprinted toward the cabin, beaming. Captain, I'll grab the treasure chest and the elite corpse card. Jiang Kai nodded, but his mind was racing. Wait, Ruan Yu definitely got hit by the banshee's scream earlier? Jiang Kai replayed the scene. He was drunk out of his mind, yet he took 0 damage. In fact, he counterattacked. The image of Ruan Yu tackling the ghost and sending her flying played on a loop in Jiang Kai's mind. He watched Ruan Yu chugging wine through his tears. The worst part of being a drunk is losing mental control, but miraculously, that fatal flaw completely negated the banshee's psychic attack. A wicked smirk curled on Jiang Kai's lips. At that moment, Huyan returned with the loot. She looked up to see Jiang Kai grinning like a villain, his eyes narrowed in a scheme that screamed pure evil. Isn't Ruan Yu the ultimate god-tier weapon against these banshees? Huyan froze in terror. Why does he look so demonic right now? Just when they thought it was over, inside another hut, a second banshee snarled in rage. It was a carbon copy of the first one. Footsteps thundered outside before the creature could react. Jiang Kai and Huyan charged in. I choose you, go get him, Ruan Yu. And there he was, tongue out, laughing like a maniac. Another beauty, destined just for me. The banshee unleashed a soul-shattering shriek. But the sonic attack did absolutely nothing against his intoxicated haze. Hearts practically floated in Ruan Yu's eyes. Hey there, Gorgeous. Why are you drooling over me like that? Craving my body. Are we? He lunged forward, trapping the shocked monster in a suffocating bear hug. What a coincidence. I want you too. Jiang Kai waited in the shadows, perfectly poised like a predator. Perfect. The crowd control skill is broken again. That is my cue. Ruan Yu pinned her down, crooning a drunkard's love song. Come on, baby. Love is in the air. Let us light a little fire of passion tonight. Jiang Kai unleashed a volley of flaming daggers, distracted by the drunkard's harassment. The banshee was helpless to defend herself. Just like before, the flames erupted, and her scream turned from rage to pure agony. A holographic interface popped up. Adventurer Jiang Kai successfully eliminated Elite Phantom Banshee. Unharmed by the skill, but blasted by the explosion, Ruan Yu flew through the air, blinking his eyes open in a daze. Realization hit him mid-flight. He screamed, spewing profanities. You bastards! You blew up my wifey again. I curse your entire bloodline. He face-planted into the dirt, weeping uncontrollably. Jiang Kai looked down at him with cold, calculating confidence. Beautiful. Before he sobers up, go find another banshee. Hu Yan saluted sharply. Yes, sir. 3 hours later, Ruan Yu was launched into the sky again. No, do not blow up wife number 11. Later, he sat slumped by a door, sobbing brokenly. My 23rd wife. Gone. Exploded by these monsters. Inside, Jiang Kai and Hu Yan cracked open another chest, their eyes glowing with unbridled greed. Ruan Yu wailed, reaching out a desperate hand. Please, have mercy on wife number 35. Another heavy chest was hauled out of the banshee's hut. It was heavy and radiated a magnificent golden light. Jiang Kai laughed triumphantly, hands on his hips. Magnificent. I never thought we would clear the entire King's Valley and snag 35 elite chests just by using Ruan Yu as bait. Hu Yan clutched her face in disbelief. I would not dare dream of this kind of efficiency. Jiang Kai checked his stats, voice buzzing with excitement. After slaughtering 35 elites, I skipped 2 whole levels. I am already level 14. He winked at the sobbing drunkard, and the only cost was Ruan Yu's shattered heart. Hu Yan, you were right. This guy is surprisingly useful. Hu Yan beamed. Exactly. Look at it this way. We are helping him build mental resilience for future breakups. Ruan Yu, eyes swollen from crying, croaked out. You two are absolute scum. Hu Yan flashed a thumbs up. Ruan Yu, you are the real MVP. He just glared. You witch. Jiang Kai laughed off the insult. He held up 2 glistening cards. I also farmed 2 skill cards from the Banshee huts. In this manual recap, that means it is time for a major power-up. The first card revealed an Omen of Storms, the rain-calling technique, a skill reserved for those with immense spiritual pressure to summon a deluge over the battlefield. Jiang Kai visualized the strategy, immediately summoning a flood to drown the beast horde in one catastrophic wave. In the hands of a high-tier ranker, this power could birth rivers and lakes from thin air, a tactical miracle in real combat. He tossed the card toward Hu Yan. Hu Yan, you are level 29. Your spirit stats dwarf mine. The skill belongs to you. She froze in place. A real skill card. For me. Tears welled in her eyes as her voice trembled. Thank you, Captain Jiang. I finally have a combat skill. I am no longer just a useless fortune teller who watches from the sidelines. She dropped to her knees, slamming her forehead into the ground in a full dogeza. Captain Jiang, you are my eternal boss. Please accept this humble subordinate's loyalty. Jiang Kai sighed helplessly. Stop that. You earned this. Hu Yan kept bowing until a bump formed on her forehead. Clutching the card like a holy relic, she beamed with joy. I am not trash anymore. Jiang Kai examined the second card with a thoughtful expression. A one-time skill point for hidden classes. The system interface flashed open before his eyes. Usage grants a supplementary skill for the hidden class. However, it is a consumable. Once used, the skill vanishes forever. He smirked. Is that so? Then let us awaken it right now. The card in his hand erupted in blinding light. Jiang Kai stared at the brilliance. Even if it is a one-shot ability, a skill exclusive to a hidden class is too valuable to ignore. The system avatar materialized in the glow. Congratulations to the professional anonymous gambler. Unlocked supplementary skill Casino Pickpocket. The icon showed skeletal hands manipulating magic dice. Passive effect activated. When nearby adventurers are distracted, the gambler steals 1,000th of their total attributes. Stolen stats are added to your own for 30 minutes. After time expires, the buff vanishes. Jiang Kai frowned, disappointment washing over him. That is the whole effect. The system avatar nodded. Correct. Jiang Kai clutched his head in rage. A legendary one-time skill, and it only steals a fraction of a percent. He collapsed to the ground in despair. My total stats are barely 200. Stealing 0.2 from someone? Oh, this is utterly useless. But as he lamented his luck, He failed to notice the glint in the system's eye. Perhaps the skill was not as weak as it seemed. What kind of garbage amount of mechanic is this system running? Meanwhile, Ruin Yu stirred from his drunken stupor. What happened? Did I black out? He clutched his chest, confusion clouding his gaze. Why does my heart ache like it's been shattered? Hu Yen whispered with a devilish grin. Rule number 1, lover boy. Did you already forget the heartbreak of losing your 35 monster wives last night? The memories hit him like a truck, the sloppy kisses, the monstrous embrace. Ruin Yu's face turned unimaginable shades of green before he puked his soul out. I remember everything now. Tears streamed down his face after emptying his stomach. I was nothing but a burden last night. I'm so sorry, Captain. I'm just a hopeless alcoholic. If you want me gone, I'll leave the party right now. Jiang Kai remained silent, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, he tossed a piece of high-tier armor to the tank. With a gentle smile, he shattered the gloom. What kind of nonsense is that? You were the undisputed MVP of last night's raid. The loot from the Hisha boss belongs to you. Ruin Yu looked up, completely stunned. Jiang Kai continued, his voice firm. Without you tanking, that Banshee would have killed me 10 times over. You are the absolute core of this team. The tank's face flushed with overwhelming emotion. No, Captain, I can't take this. Just being on the team is reward enough. Jiang Kai waved him off effortlessly. Take it. I never mistreat my allies. Hu Yan received her share as well. She spun around, her perspective shifting instantly. In her eyes, Jiang Kai was no longer a mere man. He was a radiant deity, a prince charming descending amidst a storm of golden coins. Come get your gear, Hu Yan. Their eyes sparkled with fanatical devotion. Is this real life? Both of them slammed their heads to the floor in perfect unison. Captain Jiang, from now on, we follow you to the ends of the earth. Alive, we are your people. Dead, we are your ghosts. Jiang Kai panicked, waving his hands. Hey, cut that out. Stop it. After calming the fanatics down, the trio headed back to the trading post. A sweet voice welcomed him instantly. Brother Zhang is back. Her attitude had done a complete 180 from their first meeting. Money truly talks in this world. Today's haul of monster parts and chests. Total value 840,000 demon crystals. Jiang Kai's heart hammered against his ribs. That converts to over 8 million divine currency. With this massive payout, Ying's future medical expenses are completely secured. Inside the changing room, he analyzed his gains with a smirk. Financial security achieved, plus 2 pieces of gear perfectly tailored for my build. He equipped the Dark Knight trousers paired with his cloak. His stealth capabilities were now absolute. Item rank S, agility plus 11, strength plus 6, defense plus 3, active skill Knight, stealth grants total invisibility for 3 minutes. He threw on the cropped high collar jacket. The second item, ghost armor, was capable of phasing through reality itself to dodge fatal strikes. Item rank A, agility boosted by 24, strength plus 8, vitality plus 9, spirit plus 14, cooldown 10 minutes. Effect phase, shift nullifies 1 physical attack completely. Jiang Kai admired the gear on his arm, feeling the synergy. And the gloves. The flame effect has been field tested. It stacks critical damage on wounds perfectly. Simply put, this setup is my god tier artifact. Item burning gloves, rank S, agility plus 7, strength plus 6, imbues attacks with area of effect flame damage. The flames bind to the user's weapon, triggering explosive critical hits and lingering burn damage. Jiang Kai stepped out, throwing the curtain aside dramatically. Power surged through his veins like a roaring river. I'm on a completely different level than before. Even against level 20 adventurers, I'd crush them without breaking a sweat. He commanded mentally. System interface, open, class gambler, level 14, strength 76, agility 132, crit rate 0.1%, crit damage 20,000%, spirit 104. Jiang Kai clenched his fists. Victory is within my grasp. Suddenly, Ruin Yu sprinted over, carrying a massive log in his weapon. Captain, are you there? I upgraded the life chaser just for you. Jiang Kai turned around to face Ruan Yu. The tank was gasping for air. Let me show you. Without a shred of hesitation, he hurled the spear straight at his captain's face to test its efficiency. Jiang Kai threw up his hands in sheer panic, his voice cracking. Ruin Yu, what the hell do you think you're doing? Are you still holding a grudge because I accidentally burned your 35 wives? The blade known as Life Chaser screeched to a halt mere centimeters from Jiang Kai's eyes. Ruan Yu tossed a log into the air and roared, "Return instantly." Life Chaser whipped around, tearing back toward its master. In a flash, the log hovering above his head was sliced clean in two. Ruan Yu raised his hand effortlessly, catching the returning weapon mid-flight. He presented Life Chaser with both hands like a proud craftsman. He spoke with a smug calmness. Brother Jiang Kai, I noticed you have a bad habit of losing your weapons in the heat of battle. That is a huge hassle, so I modified it with a magnetic core. He explained the upgrade eagerly. Now, after you throw it, you just activate the magnet, and it snaps right back to your hand. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with excitement. Seriously? So I don't have to worry about my inventory count running low anymore? Ruan Yu continued. Plus, the magnetic force is so strong that the weapon deals bonus damage to anything in its path on the return trip. Ugh. Jiang Kai slapped Ruan Yu on the shoulder, beaming with pride. I didn't expect this. You're a crafting genius straight out of a leveling manhwa. Ruan Yu rubbed his hands together, acting shy. Oh, it's just something I self-taught. Am I truly that peerless? Jiang Kai raised 3 fingers to the sky. I swear on the heavens themselves. Crack. A bolt of lightning tore through the azure sky, striking dangerously close to Jiang Kai's back. In a heartbeat, the sunny day vanished. The sky morphed into an apocalyptic gray as a torrential downpour crushed the earth below. Cold sweat mingled with rain on Jiang Kai's face as he stammered, What is happening? Ruan Yu looked equally terrified. Captain, did the heavens just catch you lying? Suddenly, Hu Yan came skipping through the chaos. Captain, it is me, she chirped happily. I just unlocked the beginner rain calling skill, though. I guess the damage output is basically 0. Ruan Yu let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. So, it was just Hu Yan's doing. Jiang Kai instantly regained his composure, desperate to save face. How could your skill be useless? Look around you. Everyone is scrambling for cover because of your power. He reached out, letting the droplets pool in his palm. If you increase the intensity, this rain becomes a massive area of effect debuff. It could cripple the enemy's movement speed. Jiang Kai watched pedestrians slipping and stumbling in the mud, his expression turning tactical. They would become sitting ducks. In that chaos, I could hunt down anyone I wanted. Hearing this, confidence surged through Hu Yan's veins like wildfire. She laughed maniacally. Really, I never thought I could be such a tactical asset. Then I will grind this rain-calling mastery until it is perfect. Jiang Kai nodded solemnly. Do your best. He looked into the distance, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. With Ruan Yu handling the arsenal and Hu Yan controlling the weather, their party was finally evolving into a force to be reckoned with. 3 strangers walked past them, one cursing loudly. What the hell is this freak storm? All the gear we packed for the frozen island is soaked. If the royal family blames us for being late, we are finished. Hearing the words royal family, Jiang Kai froze. His instinct snapped to attention. Royal family, he called out immediately. Wait a second, brothers. You mentioned the royal family. Which one are we talking about? Ruan Yu pulled out an umbrella for Hu Yan, while the stranger, Kandu, looked at Jiang Kai like he was an alien. Do you not use the internet? The man next to him, Fan Hao, laughed in disbelief. The Royal Black Tortoise Guild is mobilizing 200,000 troops to the frozen island. They are hunting a king rank boss. Defeating that boss expands our national territory on the Ghost Star continent, Fan Hao added. That is why countless adventurers are joining the raid to clear the mobs. They continued with patriotic fervor. This is a mission that decides the rise or fall of our world. How could you not know such critical news? Jiang Kai stood there, stunned into silence. The group quickly turned and left. Let's go. We cannot stand around here talking to noobs. Being late means a penalty. Jiang Kai remained rooted to the spot, deep in thought. The royal family is hunting a boss for the nation. Does that mean Wang Wei is involved? Jiang Kai looked down, his expression darkening. Divine beasts were rampaging across Earth. Every nation was desperate for resources from the Ghost Star to fight back. He mentally listed the 5 critical resources found in a system-managed world. Dungeons, gear, mineral veins, materials, and energy. But on the Ghost Star, powerful bosses hoarded them all. Only by slaying the boss could a nation claim the land and harvest the resources. His face grew grim as he recalled the power hierarchy. The monsters on the Ghost Star were ranked strictly common: Elite, Warlord, Commander, King rank boss, Map boss, and the legendary Guardian King. A vision of a brutal battlefield filled with tens of thousands of soldiers flooded his mind. To take down a single King rank boss, you needed an army of hundreds of thousands just to stand a chance against that level of horror. Everyone was risking their lives against one monster. Was the royal family actually leading the Black Tortoise Guild to save the country? An image of Wang Wei, wielding his sword, appeared in his mind. Jiang Kai fell silent, doubt gnawing at his soul. Has that bastard Wang Wei actually turned over a new leaf? Is he playing the hero now? He remembered Wang Wei's words. The rise and fall of the world is every man's responsibility. Someone has to stand up and fight the monsters. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, staring at his reflection in the muddy puddle. If Wang Wei can do it, then I have to go too. I will head to the frozen island and fight for my country. Scene shift. The frozen island on the Ghost Star. The night sky was a dazzling tapestry of stars. But below, a blizzard raged over snow-capped peaks. Jiang Kai's trio trudged through the snowstorm. Hu Yan's voice trembled from the biting cold. Captain, we left so fast. Ugh. Why didn't you buy us any warm clothes? All three were huddled together, shivering violently. Jiang Kai's face was purple, snot freezing instantly on his nose. I didn't think the environment debuff would be this hardcore. Suddenly, a shout echoed from above. Jiang Kai looked up to see three figures standing on a cliff. Hey, which team are those idiots from? Don't you know walking on the lake before the raid starts is forbidden? Jiang Kai looked confused, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. It's our first time here, why can't we walk here? The leader, Wang Kuang, crossed his arms and scoffed. Wang Kuang sneered. Why are you rookies so suicidal? Everyone knows this frozen island is a mana awakening danger zone. He gritted his teeth, watching them. The monsters live right below you, but Jiang Kai ignored him, stepping onto the ice as a spiderweb of cracks spread beneath his feet. Wang Kuang yelled, You're going to wake the merman. But before his voice even faded, the ice exploded. Boom! A terrifying fishman monster burst from the freezing water, clutching a deadly trident. The massive shockwave sent Jiang Kai's team tumbling to the icy ground. Standing before them was a level 22 bipedal merman, a nightmare made flesh. It bared its razor-sharp fangs in a grotesque, mocking grin. Jiang Kai immediately grabbed Ruan Yu by the collar, hauling him back to his feet. High above on the cliff, Hu Yan spotted the spectators. Standing next to Wang Kuang were Hulu and Bo Sen, looking down with arrogance. Hulu sneered, watching the chaos below. Those three are absolute idiots. Wang Kuang cupped his hands and shouted, Hey, that is a level 22 elite monster. In a leveling mana world like this, you need a full squad of level 20s to even stand a chance. He raised his voice, making sure Jiang Kai could hear every insulting word. Everyone knows mermen are close combat specialists. Once a level 22 gets in range, you rookies are as good as dead. While Wang Kuang was busy running his mouth, the monster made its move. The merman gripped its trident and thrust violently toward Jiang Kai's heart. Jiang Kai stepped into the kill zone without hesitation. Hu Yan screamed in terror, Captain, no. Just as the cold steel pierced his chest, Jiang Kai's eyes flashed. Skill-activated phantom armor, ethereal form. The attack passed right through him like smoke. The merman froze in confusion. The ethereal form vanished, and Jiang Kai was already airborne, a cold smirk on his face. I thought you were a boss, but you're just a piece of trash mob fodder. His leg whipped around like a cannonball, slamming into the monster's face. Skill life chasing fire, get lost. Boom! The merman erupted into a pillar of searing flames, screeching in agony. The three spectators on the cliff dropped their jaws, their eyes nearly popping out of their skulls. Hulu stammered, What the hell? He dodged a point-blank attack and countered a melee specialist instantly. The bearded man, Bo Sen, looked like he'd seen a ghost. That thing requires a full raid party of level 20s to suppress. How is this even possible? Wang Kuang broke into a cold sweat, brows furrowed in disbelief. That kid is barely level 10? He stared at Jiang Kai, who stood completely unharmed. Did he just one-shot an elite mob? Jiang Kai watched the merman burn to ash and laughed. Nothing beats a good workout to warm up the blood. He snapped his fingers. Return, come back to Papa. As his weapons returned, Jiang Kai calculated mentally. My strength stat is currently 76. When the critical hit triggered, those daggers embedded in its flesh vibrated with lethal force. The damage output was at least 15,200 points, and that is not even calculating the bonus elemental damage from the life-chasing fire. The daggers flew back to Jiang Kai from all directions, even calculating with the lowest possible critical multiplier. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the data. With my current damage output, anything around level 20 is a joke. Monster or adventurer, it makes no difference. He stored the weapons into his spatial inventory and smirked triumphantly. Nobody can withstand a single blow from me. Hu Yan rushed over, holding up a glowing loot card. Captain Zhang, look. I grabbed the merman's monster card for you. Jiang Kai glanced back. Thanks. Let's get to higher ground. He looked up at the cliff edge. Right then. Hey, you three brother Zhangs up there. Do you happen to know where Hong Yi is hiding? The trio was still trembling from shock. Hearing their names, they flinched violently. Hugh rubbed his hands together, his face twisting into a fawning smile. Oh, great God. What are you saying? Brother, no, no, no. We are your little brothers. The smallest of the small. Wang Kuang immediately switched sides, mimicking the bootlicking. What a coincidence, we know exactly where young Master Hong Yi is. Bo Sen bowed low. Please, Great One, let these humble servants show you the way. Moments later, deep within the frozen wasteland, Jiang Kai walked alone. I couldn't let Hu Yan and Ruan Yu get dragged into this. This grudge is between me and Hong Yi. Those three stooges said he was around here. I wanted to find him quietly for a little chat, but he is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, A voice echoed through the ice. Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai turned to the source. Wang Wei, the young master, stood there in gleaming armor, hand resting on his sword, his expression cold as death. Jiang Kai stepped forward, projecting his voice. Wang Wei, I heard you're hunting the boss for the sake of the country. I have to say, I am impressed. I think we can put our bad blood aside. I am ready to contribute to this raid for the greater good. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in the air. Jiang Kai's instincts screamed. Wang Wei drew his blade in a blur, slashing straight for the neck. Jiang Kai leaped sideways, barely dodging the lethal strike. Wang Wei, are you insane? I tried to offer an olive branch, to clear the air, but my words only fueled the fire. Huang Yi's face twisted, darkening with pure, unadulterated malice. A misunderstanding. Do you take me for a fool? A twisted, psychotic grin stretched across his face, sending chills down the spine. You killed me once. Do you have any concept of the agony I endured? The months of recovery, and now you dare speak of peace. Huang Yi raised his frost-imbued blade. His voice trembled, not with fear, but with an inferno of suppressed rage. After the humiliation you handed me, I devised 1,000 ways to flay you alive. But the military shielded you. Even my family's influence couldn't breach their protection. He glared at Jiang Kai, eyes bloodshot, screaming like a lunatic. That is exactly why I volunteered for this suicidal king-rank boss raid. I only need the military merit from this kill. With that, I can demand they strip away your immunity. Jiang Kai froze, disbelief washing over him like a cold wave. You joined a suicide squad just for a permit to kill me. Exactly, Huang Yi roared, charging with explosive speed. But I never dreamed you'd be foolish enough to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. To hell with the boss raid, you die first. He swung his blade in a deadly, shimmering arc aimed straight for the neck. I'll use your severed head as my tribute to the military. Jiang Kai ducked beneath the steel, sliding backward across the slick ice. He regained his footing, his gaze turning colder than the glacier around them. I gave you a chance, but I guess a villain never changes his stripes. Jiang Kai raised his hand. A terrifying crimson flame ignited around his fist, melting the air itself. If you intend to kill me, you better call for backup. Your pathetic Falcon squad is about to go extinct. Another figure stepped from the shadows behind Huang Yi, laughing with mocking disdain. Big words for a nobody. You only survived our last encounter because the military saved your worthless hide. Another lackey, Huang Yi, sneered. The young master is over level 10 now, fully decked out in S-rank equipment. He doesn't need help crushing a bug like you. One of the henchmen checked his scanner, nodding smugly. That's right, he's just a rookie. Suddenly, his eyes bulged as the data loaded. Wait a second. The holographic status board flickered into existence before him. This is impossible. How did this kid level up so fast? He's already level 14. He's caught up to the young master's rank on the battlefield. But it was already too late for warnings. Huang Yi was suddenly engulfed in a roaring, consuming inferno. He looked at his legendary armor, panic setting in. What is this sorcery? Why won't the flames extinguish? He flailed wildly, screaming in abject terror. Help me! Someone get this fire off me! A henchman panicked, rushing toward him. Young master, it's just normal fire, isn't it? Why is his health bar plummeting? This damage output isn't normal. Jiang Kai stood calmly in the distance, his voice cutting through the chaotic screams. Your young master is already a walking corpse. Unless you want to join him in the depths of hell, I suggest you stay back. Huang Yi reached out with a charred, trembling hand. No. I don't want to die. He crawled out of the flames. His once pristine armor blackened and melted. My equipment, he gasped, clinging to a thread of life. My S-rank armor's passive skill locks my health at 1%. You can't kill me, I've already won, the coward bellowed, hiding behind his men. You lot, kill him in my place. Torture him until his soul shatters. Huang Yi still clung to his arrogant delusion. 4 of his elite lackeys stepped forward, weapons drawn, radiating bloodlust. Understood. Jiang Kai's voice dropped to absolute zero. He clenched his fist, his spiritual aura spiking violently. Since you're so eager to deliver your heads on a silver platter, allow me to oblige. He launched himself forward, unleashing the full power of his life chaser skill. Perfect timing. I needed trash like you to test the magnetic homing lethality of this technique. The blade whistled past them. Surprise flickered in their eyes as they dodged, but a cunning glint quickly returned to their gazes. Huang Yi scoffed from the ground. You threw that many and missed every single one. You call that accuracy? Their levels flashed above their heads. 31, 28, 29, and 32. Hong Sun smirked with disdain. Did seeing our level 30 stats make your hand shake with fear? He charged at Jiang Kai like a raging bull. I'll take the lead. Jiang Kai raised a hand engulfed in searing flames, his lip curling into a sneer. Fear never heard of it. But if you're asking who's the first to die, look in the mirror. As the words left his lips, the life chaser boomerang returned. It struck the enemy dead in the spine. Hellfire erupted from the blade, instantly consuming him. Jiang Kai watched coldly as Hong Sun was swallowed by the inferno, his agonizing screams echoing into the void. The squad behind him froze in sheer terror. How did that dagger fly back? They stared at the motionless Jiang Kai in shock. How could a rookie in the teens obliterate a level 32 captain seeing their comrade charred to ash, their courage shattered into screams? Instant death. Jiang Kai vanished, reappearing behind them like a vengeful ghost. It wasn't over. He raised his hand, recalling the blade once more. The fool who tried to block it was skewered instantly. Flames roared to life again, reflecting in his pale, terrified eyes before consuming him completely. Huang Yi watched, his voice trembling uncontrollably. What kind of hellish skill is that? How is his damage output so insane? Huang Yi's mind raced in panic. Is this kid actually a high-tier god? Is he playing the pig to eat the tiger? Huang Yi struggled to his feet, veins bulging as he screamed at his remaining men. You morons. Can't you see he's a ranged attacker? Close the distance. Attack together. Just close the distance and he is finished. Following the command, the remaining two assassins charged forward with lethal intent. Dongpan roared the order, while young master Huang Wei grinned with renewed arrogance. Jiang Kai is clearly a glass cannon assassin. He deals high-range damage, but get in close, and he is nothing but a chicken. The words barely left his mouth before a hellish firestorm engulfed his men. Their agonized wails tore through the air. No! Stop! Huang Wei fell to his knees, his face twisting into a mask of pure disbelief. Jiang Kai walked slowly toward him, his aura heavy and oppressive. One piece of trash leading a pile of garbage. His eyes held nothing but contempt and cold fury. Is there really any difference between you? Huang Wei scrambled backward, hands clawing frantically at the dirt. Impossible. The level gap is massive. How are you doing this? Jiang Kai ignored the question, materializing a gleaming sword from thin air. I intended to wipe our slate clean, but you really have disappointed me to the core. Sword in hand, Jiang Kai closed the distance, his voice icy. Huang Wei, you are thick-headed to the very end. You really want me dead that badly. Terror seized Huang Wei's heart. What are you doing? What are you? Jiang Kai raised his blade high. Nothing personal. You wanted my life, so it is only polite that I return the favor. I heard the last time I killed you. It left quite the psychological scar. A devilish smirk played on his lips. So this time, let us make that shadow a little deeper. Shall we? Despair filled Huang Wei's eyes as the cold steel descended. His scream pierced the forest canopy. Minutes later, Jiang Kai stood alone, hands in his pockets, casually checking his holographic system interface. Killing veteran adventurers really yields the best crops, does it not? 4 level 30s plus that waste. Huang Wei pushed me all the way to level 17. Suddenly, the system interface flashed in ominous crimson. Warning, you have eliminated over 10 adventurers of the same faction. You have received the penalty status, Bloodthirsty Killer. Jiang Kai stared, stunned. This was a classic twist for a leveling manhwa. The screen flashed more details about the cursed status effect. Your coordinates are revealed to all nearby players. If the Bloodthirsty Killer is slain, experience lost is tripled. Requirement 10. Tears of repentance needed to cleanse the status. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Kai's spine. Bloodthirsty Killer. Ugh. Is not this that legendary death sentence where everyone on the ghost planet attacks you on sight? He recalled the horror stories. Having this title was like becoming a walking, breathing treasure chest, a mobile experience bag that everyone could track and hunt down. System notification. Your innate talent, double rewards or penalties has triggered. All effects are doubled. There is also a 1% chance to trigger the super multiplier. Calculation complete. Rewards and penalties have been multiplied by 10. Jiang Kai scratched his head, grimacing. My double talent jacked the penalty up to 10 times. I guess calling this bad luck would be the understatement of the century. Realization struck him like lightning. Wait, if I die once, I will lose 30 times the experience that could wipe my stats and send me straight back to level 1. Jiang Kai sprinted forward, panic setting in. This is a catastrophe. I have to avoid populated areas at all costs. I need to find those tears of repentance immediately. Meanwhile, at the royal garrison on the ice island. Amidst the frozen forest, a heavy military presence loomed with fortified tents and patrols. A thunderous roar shook the main tent, making the soldiers outside tremble. What did you say? Huang Wei was killed by another player? Call yourselves bodyguards? The man shouting was none other than Huang Wei's father, Huang Tong, the supreme commander of the Ice Island campaign. His face was purple with rage. I just announced to the world that the 3 men of the Huang clan were fighting united for our country. Now he's dead. Do you realize how this makes me look? I have lost all face. Beside him sat Huang Wei's brother, Huang Da, the vice commander. He interlaced his fingers calmly, his voice low. Father, dwelling on it will not help. What is our next move? Huang Tong smashed his fist down, splitting the table in two. We proceed with the war. We are going straight for the king tier boss. Once that boss falls, our military merit will be untouchable. We will use that leverage to force the army to strip Jiang Kai of his protection. His voice dropped to a sinister growl. And then, I will make that brat Jiang Kai pay the ultimate price. A dark, conspiratorial laughter filled the room, heavy with malicious intent. Minutes later, deep in the frozen wilds, Jiang Kai finally regrouped with his party. Hu Yan pointed, confused. Captain Jiang Kai, why is there a terrifying new title floating above your head? Guan Yu gasped, her eyes widening. Is that bloodthirsty killer? Jiang Kai hissed. Keep your voice down. Do you want to broadcast our location? He grabbed Hu Yan's hand, dragging her into a run. I do not have time to explain the details. Just know one thing. I am now officially public enemy number 1 of the royal family. We need to vanish. Right now. Hu Yan recoiled, startled by the sudden urgency in his voice, but Jiang Kai hadn't come this far just to flee. Mid-sprint, a deafening sound shattered the air, the mournful cry of a war horn. Jiang Kai froze dead in his tracks. What in the heavens is that? The sound echoed like a ghost across the snowy hills, sending shivers down their spines. Guan Yu's voice trembled with panic as he turned to Jiang Kai. Is that the signal for war? Why trigger the Mana Awakening event now of all times? Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Did the royal family initiate the assault already? Hu Yan's face drained of color. Captain Jiang Kai, look over there. Jiang Kai followed her gaze, and his heart plummeted. The ice lake. It was shattering. Massive shards erupted from the surface in a violent explosion. Hu Yan let out a terrified scream. The frozen seal is broken. The ice exploded upward, as if an ancient evil was clawing its way to freedom. A razor-sharp claw slammed onto the ice, then another, and another. Not just one, but hundreds of fishman monsters surging from the freezing depths. The 3 of them stood paralyzed, locked in sheer shock. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from beneath the lake, crushing the air around them. Towering over the grunt monsters stood a colossus, a merman titan, 100 times larger than the rest. It was a king-tier boss, the Icewind Merman Lord. Level unknown, HP 100%. Hu Yan stammered, barely able to speak. Is that the boss? Jiang Kai grimaced, his body heavy under the suffocating aura. Guan Yu whispered, I'm terrified. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the fear. It was Hong Tong. Soldiers of the battlefield. The king-tier Icewind Merman has been lured from its lair. Prepare for war. Clad in shining armor and mounted on a beast, he looked like a god of war. His roar shook the very mountains. Victory here means not just glorious rewards, but securing territory for the Saint Divine. Protect your families from the beast tides of the future. Hong Tong raised his blade to the heavens, radiating an aura of absolute command. For the present, and for the future, we must do whatever it takes to seize victory. Even in the face of death, the soldiers gripped their weapons, steeling their souls. Warriors, the arrow has left the string. There is no turning back. With the intensity of a commander facing destiny, Hong Tong roared, commence the attack. Instantly, a sea of soldiers charged the ice lake, chanting, kill, kill, hiding behind a glacier shard. Guan Yu turned to Jiang Kai. Captain, why aren't we retreating? Hu Yan nodded in frantic agreement. A battlefield of 200,000 people against a king-tier boss. This is insanity. Jiang Kai stood up abruptly, waving his hand. No, not yet. A smirk played on Jiang Kai's lips. With the war started, the royals won't have time to monitor me. Let's stay. It's not every day you witness a legendary boss raid. The vanguard charged, led by Ba Chan and Hao Xian, screaming for blood. Crack. Another explosion of ice sent countless soldiers plummeting into the freezing water. A giant fish monster with blood-red eyes and razor teeth surfaced. It was a commoner bipedal merman. Level 25. Hao Xian slammed on the brakes. His face pale, but he tried to maintain morale. Don't panic. It's just a stinking fish. We have the numbers we can take. Before he could finish, a massive force yanked him into the air. The monster gripped him tight, lifting him toward its gaping maw. Hao Xian screamed, struggling wildly. Save me. The beast shoved him directly into its mouth. Crunch. Blood sprayed like a fountain. It hurt, someone help. His screams were cut short, replaced by the sickening sound of wet crunching. The other soldiers recoiled in horror. What the hell? They eat humans? That's nightmare fuel. Hu Yan covered her mouth in shock. That was just a normal mob. How can it be this strong against an adventurer? Guan Yu added. And it feels like their numbers are endless. It's a swarm. Jiang Kai's expression darkened. Rumor has it that as long as the boss lives, the army will respawn infinitely. He watched the chaos intently. So, the key isn't the clash between 200,000 adventurers and the fish army? Jiang Kai paused. Something fast was skimming across the ice. It's up to the awakened. 2 figures blurred past the soldiers, moving with the speed of arrows. The soldiers cheered at their arrival. Leading the charge was Duanjie, a fire user. Focus. Our squad of 8 has breached the boss zone. The elite squad pushed their limits, channeling their energy while sprinting. Ba Chan led his team, flying straight for the Merman Lord. All members, Peak condition, unleash everything you have. Weapons flashed, skills charged to the max. Every attack was aimed squarely at the giant. We need max damage on the boss. Hu Yan gasped. So strong. So this is the power of a high-level awaken. Ruanyu dropped his jaw. Looks like the boss is going down, but Jiang Kai looked down, his voice dropping to a grim whisper. No. This is bad. Really bad. Jiang Kai looked up, his eyes glowing. Demon Eye of Focus activated, and he scrutinized the Merman Lord. It stood firm, its eyes overflowing with murderous intent. Their skills looked flashy to the naked eye, but Jiang Kai analyzed the battlefield with cold precision. Through his demon eye, the terrifying truth was laid bare. That Merman Lord, it was grinning. It was mocking them. Their combined might hadn't even scratched its defense layer. A Crimson System notification flashed in the air, spelling their doom. Defense impenetrable? Luwani froze in disbelief. What the shield didn't even crack, but before the reality could sink in, a massive shadow swallowed him whole. The Merman Lord raised a colossal hand and brought it down like the hammer of judgment. Boom! The frozen earth shattered instantly. The shockwave blasted the awakened away like ragdolls tossed in a storm. It was a massacre. Those caught in the direct impact zone didn't stand a chance, coughing up mouthfuls of blood as their internal organs ruptured. Bodies rained from the sky, smashing against the unforgiving ice. The Merman Lord peered down at these insects, letting out a grotesque, satisfied growl. The rear guard and Jiang Kai's squad screamed in horror. Just one strike. A single blow had wiped out 8 elite warriors. 8 elites, extinguished in a heartbeat. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, staring daggers at the monster. It had annihilated them without even lifting a finger. Is this the true despair of a king-tier boss? The situation seemed hopeless. But suddenly, a lone figure gripped his spear and charged into the jaws of death. Jianai was stunned. The entire squad was decimated. Yet this madman was charging in alone. Is he insane? Hu Yan screamed out in terror. Stop, don't do it. But the warrior ignored them, facing the Titan head-on. The Merman Lord showed no mercy, hurling a massive trident straight at the challenger with earth-shattering force. The crowd screamed in terror. Another soul was about to be extinguished. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, driving his shaft into the ice to pivot, launching himself forward, but his spear collided with the trident, unleashing a devastating shockwave that shook the cavern. The Merman King's eyes widened in shock. His unstoppable attack had just been blocked. The onlookers gasped, their minds reeling. Impossible. A mere human actually withstood a direct hit from the dungeon boss. Gripping his lance, the warrior scoffed coldly at the beast. You fool! Did you think my comrades died in vain? We sacrificed them to set the stage for your demise. Behold Zhang Feng, the supreme soul lancer and the #1 powerhouse of the mighty Xuanwu Guild. As the monster recoiled, Zhang Feng advanced with the weight of vengeance on his shoulders. A gold system window materialized above him. Talent-activated blessing of the deceased. This was the brutal nature of the system. The conditions for power were grim. For every fallen awakened nearby, his power attributes surged by 25%. Without wasting a heartbeat, he vanished, reappearing instantly behind the beast. He growled, "Gotcha." The creature couldn't even track his godlike speed. His spear pierced through scales and flesh, lightning crackled, shattering the boss's energy shield as black blood sprayed across the ice. The monster glared with pure hatred. Even Jiang Kai was impressed. Incredible power. He actually tore through the boss's absolute defense, hope ignited within the soldiers. The great god Jiang can actually win this. Meanwhile, Huang Tong watched from afar, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Did you underestimate our guild? Those deaths weren't accidents. They were calculated sacrifices to fuel Zhang Feng's awakening. At that moment, Zhang Feng became a vessel of infinite energy, a terrifying golden aura erupting from his body. Huang Tong's voice remained chillingly calm. He was already a one-man army, but now, with the blessing stacked, his combat power has skyrocketed by 200%. Zhang Feng charged again, eyes burning with spirit energy. He now possessed the combined might of 20 elite awakened warriors. He moved like a phantom. The boss was completely helpless against the onslaught. Deep wounds appeared on its body with every flash of the spear. Victory is assured, Huang Tong declared confidently. But as the main trio watched the duel, they failed to notice a dark shadow creeping up behind them. Finish him, Hu Yan cheered, but disaster struck. A level 32 elite Mer assassin materialized from the shadows. Huang Da's tablet flashed crimson. Father, he screamed, staring at the blaring red alert. We're in trouble. A massive swarm is flanking us from the rear. Huang Tong turned pale. What did it summon the Abyssal Army? Yes, hundreds of them. And every single one is an elite tier 3 monster. Panic seized the commander. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Zhang Feng was still locked in a deathmatch with the king. The situation was catastrophic. Jiang Feng could only fight freely because the rear guard was secure. The battlefield was perfectly divided. Huang Tong stammered, listing the tiers typical of a leveling dungeon: common, elite, warlord, commander, and boss zones. We allocated forces to match each zone, creating a perfect stalemate to support our ace. But if our rear line collapses, chaos will consume us. Jiang Feng will lose his support and fall, and then 200,000 souls will be slaughtered here. The screams of the dying already echoed in his imagination. Veins bulged on Huang Tong's forehead. He needs 30 minutes to slay the boss. We don't have that kind of time. When does the wave hit us? Huang Da frantically tapped his screen, scanning for hostile signatures. 10 minutes max, he cried in horror. Elsewhere, Jiang Kai's spirit daggers tore through the air with lethal precision. The blades found their mark. Jiang Kai blurred past, landing gracefully as he detonated the energy weapon with a snap of his fingers. System alert: elite merfolk eliminated. Captain Hu Yan cowered behind the jagged rocks, his body trembling uncontrollably. The spawn rate. It is sheer madness. We need to retreat, someone screamed, but Jiang Kai merely narrowed his eyes. Run away. He stood like a statue atop the cliff, gazing down at the frozen hellscape beneath them. The defensive lines were shattering. Without a divine intervention, this entire raid was doomed to end in a catastrophic total party wipe. A dark, seductive thought crossed his mind. The Han family were his sworn enemies. Watching them burn in this icy purgatory would be the sweetest justice. Their annihilation was all but written in stone. So, what is the play here? He muttered to the biting wind. Yet, the fate of the Star Glory Guild and 200,000 innocent souls hung in the balance. He closed his eyes, the words of a mentor echoing in the void. We carry the weight of this world. When darkness rises, it is we who must stand against the monsters. Jiang Kai's eyes snapped open. Blazing with unshakable resolve, Huyan Ruanyu canceled the retreat. He strode forward, his presence dominating the battlefield. I need you to pull aggro lure every single monster in the vicinity to my location. He raised his weapon, the steel glinting coldly. As the protagonist of this awakening era, he was ready to defy all logic. I will slaughter them all myself. His team stared, paralyzed by the sheer audacity of his claim. 10 minutes later, the defensive line had utterly collapsed. Common mobs were already feasting on the fallen soldiers. A soldier clutched the stump of his severed arm, weeping blood and tears. Captain, it is over. The rear guard has fallen. The monsters. They are everywhere. If we get encircled, we are dead meat. We have to flee while we still can. The survivors froze, bodies broken and spirits crushed. Panic began to consume the ranks like a plague. That is right. If I die, I cannot surf the web for a whole month, and if I cannot earn money, my family gets kicked out onto the streets. Desperation took over. Let's move. Unless you all want a total party wipe. A figure clad in heavy armor, cape fluttering violently in the wind, stepped to the front. Hold your ground. There is no need to flee. The retreating soldiers froze, turning back in disbelief. Captain, a soldier shouted, his voice trembling. Have you not noticed? It has been 10 minutes since the siren for the Seafolk invasion signaled, Yet the battlefield is empty. The captain gazed toward the mountain range, eyes narrowing suspiciously. Not a single enemy has appeared him. What in the world is happening out there? The platoon stared at the frozen wasteland, pure confusion written on their faces. Why hasn't the vanguard arrived? One whispered. Could a high-tier awakener be intercepting them in the rear? Impossible, another replied instantly. The royal family did not station any troops in that sector. The captain furrowed his brow, trying to make sense of the chaos, the silence. It implied a powerhouse was active behind enemy lines, but to stop an army of that magnitude, it would take a full squad of elite adventurers, fighting with their very lives on the line. Meanwhile, back at the fierce battle, Jiang Kai was casually jogging. A horde of elite merfolk warriors roared in pursuit, their jaws snapping inches from his heels. Jiang Kai did not even bother to look back. The corner of his mouth twitched upward, forming a smile of absolute arrogance. He touched down on the ice, light as a feather. In one fluid motion, he dropped to a knee and spun around, facing the tidal wave of monsters head-on. Crimson energy exploded from his hand. With a terrifying burst of speed, he cleaved the nearest beast in two. The massive creature, meters tall, was incinerated into ash before Jiang Kai even finished his landing. He calmly dusted off his hands. I have already killed over 20, but they keep coming one by one. He sighed. This grinding speed is painfully slow. A holographic window popped up. System adventurer Jiang Kai has slain elite merfolk warriors ×2. Just then, Hu Yan came sprinting and screaming. Captain Jiang Kai saved me. I brought the whole mob like you asked. Ruan Yu was right behind him, lungs bursting. Captain, I am over here too. I brought friends. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, mana surging into his arms. Perfect. Leave the rest to me. You two get to safety. Hu Yan looked back, terrified. Captain, are you insane? Look at those numbers. Can you really kill them all? Ruin Yu added, panting. Yeah, you looked exhausted after killing just 2 of them earlier. Jiang Kai glanced at the encroaching army and scoffed. Taking them out one by one was indeed a waste of energy. He dashed through the enemy lines, sparks of mana dancing around him. But you guys do not understand, he muttered, eyes glowing with killing intent. Compared to single target attacks, I prefer AoE. As the words left his lips, the earth shattered. A massive explosion engulfed the battlefield. The system board lit up like a Christmas tree. System mana alert. Jiang Kai has annihilated elite merfolk warriors times 257. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu clung to each other. Jaws hit the floor. What was that? Is this Captain Jiang Kai's true power? Holy cow. He is only level 10. This is straight out of a broken leveling manhwa. At that moment, Hong Tong's squad arrived just in time to see a pillar of fire piercing the sky. The sheer power left them trembling. The rear guard. Why are there explosions in the rear? Hong Yi pointed at the radar, panic rising. Father, the red dots representing the merfolk. They vanished. Did the military reinforcements arrive early? Huang Tong frowned deeply, his mind racing. Impossible. He rapidly calculated the arrival time. I just contacted them. There is no way they could mobilize this fast. He squinted at the fading smoke, then made a ruthless command decision. Ignore the anomaly for now. If the army is here, let them be. He turned to his squad. Tell the main force to focus. We need Duanfeng to secure the kill on the boss without distractions. Sir. Yes, sir. The team responded in a thunderous unison. Half an hour later, Duanfeng drove his blade into the boss, the pressure creating a massive shockwave. The system chimed, target HP remaining 65%. The support team cheered wildly. Beautiful. The boss is taking heavy damage. We have this in the bag. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy and suffocating. The boss roared, slamming the ground with enough force to catch Duanfeng off guard. Huang Yi screamed in terror. Watch out. When the boss hits 1/3 HP, it enters phase 2 berserk mode. His warning hung ominously in the air. In this high-level awakening mana scenario, a berserk boss possesses attack speeds that are physically impossible to dodge. Duanfeng had no choice but to tank the hits head-on. Victory wasn't the goal right now. Pure survival was. He gritted his teeth as the barrage of blows forced him back, blood spraying from his lips. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Anyone could see that Duanfeng was at his absolute limit. The system alarm blared. Adventurer Duanfeng, HP 5%. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Was the great god about to fall? Duanfeng glared at the beast and growled. You filth. Did you really think your pathetic damage was enough to send me to hell? A blinding golden aura erupted from his body. Superhuman talent, battle will armor. Duanfeng roared. Come at me! The boss's attacks rained down on the armor with a symphony of metallic clangs. Damage immune. Simultaneously, the boss began taking massive recoil damage. Jiang Kai, watching from the shadows, raised an intrigued eyebrow. Now that is some sturdy armor. Not just damage immunity, but damage reflection. Is that his awakened talent? The royal team cheered wildly. We can win, keep pushing. Huang Tong puffed out his chest in pride. I told you Duanfeng is the ace I handpicked for this mission. His talent reflects 50% of all damage for 90 seconds. And since the boss is in a berserk frenzy with high attack speed, it is basically killing itself. Another notification chimed, boss HP 35%. Huang Tong smirked. The faster the beast attacks, the faster it dies. He laughed triumphantly. It lost 30% of its life in seconds, just a little longer. And this boss and its loot belongs to the royal family. Suddenly, the merman boss shifted its stance. While Duanfeng was bracing for impact, the creature launched a palm strike that bypassed his guard completely. The force penetrated the battle armor and slammed directly into his chest with catastrophic power. Duanfeng was launched hundreds of meters, plowing a deep trench into the earth. His chest was caved in, his breath shallow and ragged. The crowd went deathly silent. What just happened did the great god just lose? The boss used a hidden skill, armor-breaking tentacle. Huang Tong fell to his knees, his face draining of color. I was too careless. I didn't know this monster had armor penetration capabilities. He rushed to support his fallen ace. Father, disbelief washed over the raid party. How did no one scout that skill? The Xuanwu Guild was now in total chaos. It was over. The entire formation relied on Duanfeng holding the line. If their main tank fell now, this raid was a guaranteed wipe. Even Jiang Kai felt the crushing weight of the situation. The shadow of despair swallowed the battlefield. The Xuanwu Guild members screamed in terror. Healer, anyone, our ace is down. We can't win this. What do we do? Run for your lives. Elsewhere, the sickening screech of steel clashing against buckling shields pierced the air. Lu gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming under the pressure. Yuan Shu. Su Nuan Wan. Forgive me. The force of the blow sent him skidding backward. I never should have brought you two here. Bitter regret tasted like ash in his mouth. I just wanted to prove a point. I wanted to show you I was stronger than Jiang Kai. He wouldn't have led you to your deaths, but I did. The fisherman warrior crushed him down. I am a failure of a captain. Su Nuanwan's voice cracked in a scream. Captain Liu! She wailed, tears streaming down her face. Someone, anyone, please save our captain. She felt utterly useless. I have 0 spirit power left. I can't heal him. The battlefield had become a slaughterhouse. The boss was untouched, and the sea of monsters was endless. If a miracle didn't happen right now, this would be their grave. Every last one of them. The fisherman's blade pierced Liu's defense. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Was this really the end? The monster's maw opened wide, ready to devour him. Liu closed his eyes in a final prayer. Is there no one left? Suddenly, a flash of light tore through the heavens. Blazing flames crashed down like a descending meteor. Liu's eyes snapped open. The fisherman in front of him didn't just die. It exploded into a fine mist of blood and gore midair. Chunks of monster flesh rained down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Liu sat frozen in shock. Then, a calm, familiar voice drifted from the smoke behind him. All 3 of them froze, gasping for air. It couldn't be. Jiang Kai. He drifted past them like a phantom, his voice trailing in the wind. Wenju, Su Nan, long time no see. I am heading for the boss. Stay alive. Wenju trembled, his mind short-circuiting. Did he just say he's going to solo the boss? Am I hearing things? He stared at the retreating back of Jiang Kai, gritting his teeth. Wait. Why can I sense his exact coordinates on my mental map? Beside him, Su Nuan nodded frantically. I see it too. The chaotic roar of war filled the air, but then, absolute silence. 200,000 soldiers of the Xuanwu Guild froze in unison. A ripple of confusion tore through the army. Hold on. Why do I feel a terrifying presence nearby? Me too. It is like a beacon pinging directly in my mind. It is the bloodthirsty killer status effect. Ruan Yu screamed from the back lines, voice cracking with panic. Captain Jiang Kai, what the hell are you doing? Have you forgotten your current status? With that title, active 200,000 players can track you down instantly, but it was already too late. Tens of thousands of eyes locked onto the glowing red marker. The mob's fear instantly morphed into voracious greed. Holy crap. It is the bloodthirsty killer. It is. I thought we were dead meat, but this is a massive recap moment. Come to life. Huge experience points. If we kill him, forget the scraps. Let us take his head before the monsters get to us. Kill him. A tsunami of players abandoned the front line to hunt down Jiang Kai. But just as they closed the distance, he stopped. His eyes widened. A thunderous boom shook the heavens. In the distance, Yuanju went pale. No way. Did they get him? Su Nuan choked back a sob. Jiang Kai. But then, a gust of wind cleared the smoke. Jiang Kai smirked, completely untouched. That was just a basic strike, and you could not even handle that. Violent aura swirled around him as he surged forward once more. Behind him, players were sent flying, clutching their chests as H bars plummeted to 0. How is his damage output so devastating? Is he not just a rookie with barely any levels? Seeing him unharmed, Su Nuan and Yuanju cheered wildly. He's alive. He swatted them away like annoying flies. He actually handled them all. He is a monster. Li Bu staggered to his feet, his entire worldview shattering. Is that really the Jiang Kai I knew? He just face-tanked a mob of level 20 elites without a single scratch? That should be impossible. Nearby, Huang Dad jumped in shock. Father, I just got the notification. Jiang Kai wiped out the squad, and it looks like he is charging straight for the boss. Huang Hongtong could not believe his ears. Jiang Kai, why is he interfering now? Does he actually think he can solo that thing? Whatever. Forget him. We need to focus on minimizing our casualties. Huang nodded, but anxiety gnawed at his gut. Why do I have this bad feeling? Why does a part of me believe he is actually going to pull this off, ignoring the chaos? Jiang Kai tore deep into enemy lines. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. I guess I could not just stand by and watch. My body moved on its own, helping the Huang family take down a boss. That is a first. But then, General Vie's words echoed in his memory. If Saint Glory is ever in peril, I hope you will fight for this nation. Jiang Kai smiled bitterly. I have the strength, sure. But who in their right mind would let me lead the Royal Guard? The country is in crisis. We need this territory. We need these resources, and I happen to have a little extra power to spare. He accelerated, his figure blurring into a streak of lightning, cutting through the wind. I, Brain, he commanded. Activate the consumable skill. Casino P, Pam B. Effect. For every adventurer focusing their attention on you, steal 0.1% of their total attributes and stack them onto your own. Duration 30 minutes, after which all stolen stats disappear permanently. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed in thought. When I first obtained this item, I thought it was trash. Stealing only a fraction of a percent seemed useless in a one-on-one duel. But in a massive war zone like this, it is a god-tier ability, especially since I am currently flagged as a bloodthirsty killer. Every single player on this battlefield is staring right at me. The voices of the crowd washed over him. Why is a red player here? I can sense him. He is right there, target locked. The system chimed, absorbing 0.1%. 0.1% total attributes from all observers. 0.1% is nothing on its own. Jiang Kai thought, glancing at the sea of hostile faces pointing at him. There he is. Get him, he grinned. A predator watching his prey. But there are over 200,000 people here. A pillar of fire erupted into the heavens, and every single one of them is now my battery. Even if each of the 200,000 people only loses 0.1%, once combined, it becomes a god-tier calamity. System alert. Adventurer Jiang Kai detected. Class level 20 gambler. Strength 30,000. Vitality 20,000. Agility 60,000. Spirit 40,000. Defense 3 billion. Critical hit. Rate 0.1% with 20,000% damage. Huang glared at the radar, veins popping. Damn it, Dad. Jiang Kai is rushing straight for the boss. Does he actually think he can snatch that kill? Huang Tong's expression darkened. Impossible. He pointed a trembling finger at the screen. Look at the scanner. His combat power is spiking to terrifying levels. This energy signature, it might even surpass Zhang Feng. What? Huang Tong gasped, terror gripping his heart. Jiang Kai stepped into the kill zone. Instantly, a warlord tier jagged tooth beast lunged. System alert. Warlord tier shark tooth fisherman, level 51. The thrill of leveling mana surged through his veins. Jaws wide enough to swallow the world snapped shut. Huang Da watched in disbelief. He is not even dodging. He is facing a warlord tier beast head on. Huang Tong frowned. I do not know if those stats are a glitch, but that shark tooth bite is a skill even level 60 adventurers fear. The monster's maw descended like a guillotine, ready to crush him. He ends here, Huang Tong declared coldly, but Jiang Kai clenched his fist and roared, "Get out of my way!" He slammed a bare fist straight into the beast's chest. The crowd froze in shock. Did you see that? No weapon. Just raw power. Did he just one-shot a warlord tier beast with his fist? Are those stats actually real? The massive carcass crashed down, sending shockwaves of fear through the enemy ranks. Can he actually solo the boss? System update. Jiang Kai has entered the commander zone. A level 74 commander tier fishman locked onto him. It swatted the Xuanwu guild members aside like flies and blasted a sonic wave straight at Jiang Kai. Pain exploded in his skull. His head felt like it would burst. Huang Da scoffed. Arrogant fool. You need special gear to survive a commander's roar. What good are raw stats now? Huang Tong sneered. That kid knows nothing about raids. He's just a greedy kill stealer. The commander fishman leaped, a mountain of muscle crashing down. Huang Tong pronounced his death sentence. Just a delusional dreamer. From the distance, Su Nuan and Yuan Ju screamed, Jiang Kai. But Ruan Yu, still drunk on a massive keg of beer, saw his captain in danger. Rage boiled in his gut. Smoke fumed from his nose as he charged. I am Ruan Yu, and I will never be weaker than anyone in this lifetime. Ruan Yu threw a wild punch while screaming, Hey, beautiful. I am just as good as my captain, aren't I? Stop looking only at him. Boom, two forces collided. Both Ruan Yu and the commander were blasted back, but the tank bounced right back up, roaring. Am I not high quality enough for you? Let me give you a kiss of true cross-species love. Ruan Yu bear hugged the monster. No one is going to blow up my wife this time. He puckered his flushed face and planted a sloppy kiss right on the monster's razor-sharp teeth. The commander froze, paralyzed by sheer confusion. Enraged, the fishman slammed Ruan Yu into the ground, but the tank crawled up with a goofy grin. Feisty. I love a woman with a bad temper. System alert. Skill drunken life. Dreaming death activated. Damage received is massively reduced, but sanity is now 0. Huang Tong and Huang Da turned pale. That is one of the generals of IG. The crowd dropped their jaws. He ignored the commander's roar and tanked a direct hit. Who is this guy who can make a monster hate him so much? Jiang Kai watched in bewilderment. Why on earth did Ruan Yu follow me here? I told you two not to follow me? Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. Captain, did you think we would let you fight alone? Hu Yan dashed in, energy gathering in her hands. Witness my invincible rain dance technique. She shoved Jiang Kai out of harm's way. Captain, get back. Ruan Yu cannot hold on forever. The level gap is too huge. Meanwhile, the drunkard was still chasing the monster. Wifey, come back to Papa. Jiang Kai whispered. You too, huh? A mix of exasperation and warmth filled his chest. I really can't handle you guys. On the peak, Hu Yan summoned the storm. The Xuanwu Guild members looked up in confusion. Is that woman using a rain dance here? What kind of joke is this? Does she think rain kills fishmen? Jiang Kai smirked confidently. I will leave this stage to them. Hu Yan sneered. Don't you idiots know basic physics? Someone pointed at the sky, screaming, Wait, look up, that is not right. Another screamed, That is not rain. That is a massive hailstorm. Razor-sharp shards of ice tore through the air, screaming like banshees. Chaos erupted. Are you kidding me? This is not rain dance. It is an ice explosion spell. Why is there no friendly fire setting save us? Hu Yan laughed maniacally, praising herself. Using rain prayer in this freezing zone naturally creates giant ice boulders. It is science I used to have 0 attack skills, but now I am soloing 200,000 people. I am absolutely magnificent, she shouted over the storm. Captain Jiang Kai, you said it yourself, didn't you? If I control the crowd, the enemy becomes a sitting duck for you. My ice storm has aggroed the fishmen. They cannot roar or attack now. Go kill the boss. Jiang Kai froze. He looked around. Every fishman was pinned down by the ice. Hu Yan continued. Remember, Captain, we are a team. You don't have to fight the world alone. Realization hit Jiang Kai like a lightning bolt. The pieces of Destiny's puzzle aligned. The Xuanwu Guild took the opening to strike the weakened commander, finally bringing the beast down. Ruan Yu's wails pierced the background noise, raw with grief. You murderers, you slaughtered my wife. Jiang Kai let out a low, dark chuckle. That is right. Why did I ever think I was alone? Flames danced at his fingertips, hungry for destruction. Jiang Kai whispered, his voice dangerously calm. My apologies. Ruin you. I clearly misjudged your resolve, but rest assured, I will remember this, you brats. A sudden torrent of fire erupted. The icy slope instantly transformed into a blazing hellscape. Jiang Kai roared over the inferno. I will handle the trash first. The Huang duo stared in absolute terror. What the hell? In a blink, the elite fishmen were obliterated. The Black Tortoise Guild could not believe their eyes. It took 10 of their best squads just to hold the line until now. Liu's squad screamed, adrenaline flooding their veins. Is he human or a monster? He is insane. Jiang Kai did not stop. He tore through the battlefield like a gale force wind, analyzing his status window on the fly. My attributes have spiked to a terrifying degree in this system reality. If I land a critical hit now, not even a heavenly king could stop me. His pace slowed, a chilling aura leaking from his very soul. Finally, I am standing right in front of you. You looked intimidating from afar, but up close you are just one ugly freak. The system chimed boss health at 35%. Huang panicked, his face pale. Impossible that kid actually reached the boss. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Does he have a death wish? Huang screamed. Captain Jiang Kai grinned. Got it, and launched himself like a cannonball. The Fishman King's eyes snapped open. Liu shouted, It is over. The boss entered berserk mode. The speed and damage output were off the charts. Jiang Kai cannot tank that. A flurry of attacks rained down, but Jiang Kai was a ghost in the wind. He weaved through the razor-sharp strikes with terrifying elegance. Jiang Kai thought, Is this supposed to be fast? It is moving in slow motion. Why did the Royal Ace treat this like an impossible awakening Manhwa boss fight? He vaulted right onto the boss's weapon. Jiang Kai smirked, staring into the beast's soul. The guild members looked like they had seen a ghost. Did I just hallucinate that? Liu was floored. Not a single hit connected. That kid literally perfect dodged every single attack. Huang's team cheered wildly. That is our captain. The Huang brothers stood frozen. He is faster than the boss. Jiang Kai sprinted up the blade. Bone spikes erupted from his hands with a flash of cold light. The boss's tail stabbed from behind. Jiang Kai soared into the air, roaring. Too slow. He spun, descending with double the velocity. Get lost. A massive explosion rocked the sky as he smashed the tail. He landed. System alert target health at 25%. The Black Tortoise Guild's jaws hit the floor. It dropped from 35 to 25. That bloodthirsty maniac shaved off 10% in a single hit. The Huang brothers were paralyzed with shock. Even Dongfang would need 10 minutes for that damage. Liu turned pale. What kind of insane power is this? Boom! The fishman slammed its weapon down, rising to its full, towering height. Jiang Kai stood his ground, man versus monster, locking eyes. The Huang squad trembled in fear. What is this pressure? Dongfang would not even dare face the boss head on. Liu realized the truth. Wait, is that kid not even using his full power yet? Jiang Kai sneered at the beast. Oh, look at you. Finally figured out how to use your legs. Ugly. The monster inhaled and unleashed a deafening roar. Layer upon layer of sonic waves blasted out, shaking the entire icy mountain range to its core. Jiang Kai simply sidestepped. Same old tricks will not work on me. The beast thrust its weapon forward again. The strike shattered the earth, sending debris flying. The guild members braced themselves, terrified. That power? Surely the bloodthirsty killer is dead this time. Jiang Kai laughed. Dead who? The fishman looked down in shock. Its massive weapon had been snapped in two. Jiang Kai roared, "You picked the wrong opponent." The beast huffed in pure fury. Jiang Kai walked out of the dust cloud, his voice dripping with ice. "You look confused. Do not know how to fight without your toy." Chaos erupted on the battlefield. What, he actually destroyed a boss tier weapon? What kind of monster is he? Has anyone ever broken a boss weapon on a demon star before? Crimson claws extended from Jiang Kai's hands. He cracked his neck. "I am done playing games. Wasting time on you is an insult. Let us wrap this up, shall we?" Streaks of fire tore through the air. The sparks transformed into devastating bombs, sticking to the beast and detonating with flesh-tearing force. The monster collapsed to one knee, roaring in agony. System alert, target health dropped to 15%. Jiang Kai showed no mercy. Fire swept across the beast's remaining leg and the other one. Another massive explosion drowned out the monster's screams. System alert, target health at 5%. Embers swirled around him like vengeful spirits. Jiang Kai's voice dropped an octave. "That look on your face. You are realizing you messed up. Why are you still looking at me like I am beneath you? I have hated that arrogant Fishman King face of yours for a long time." Thousands of firebolts pierced the wind, hammering into the beast's limbs. The Huang brothers could not even speak. Liu's team held their breath, eyes locked on the smoking wreckage. Smoke curled from the charred flesh of the Fishman Lord. Haonan smirked with cold confidence. He is finished. With a thunderous boom, the Colossus collapsed onto the freezing tundra. Jiang Kai stood amidst the aftermath. A veritable god of war, the boss was utterly broken. Its limbs were severed, its massive body trembling violently against the ice. It gasped desperately for air. The system screeched a warning health at 0.1%. Wang Tong shook violently, his mind racing. The battlefield exploded into chaotic noise. It felt like the climax of a legendary raid. He had soloed the boss without taking a single scratch. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached. An oppressive aura cut through the freezing air. "Luan, did you not say Huang Tong begged for military aid?" A voice mused. "Why does it look like they do not need us at all?" It was the commander of Jiangcheng City, accompanied by Blackhawk Vice Commander Hawk Tun and Luan. Both were powerful transcendent rankers. Luan fell silent, his eyes narrowing. "True. I never expected the tide of battle to be turned by that young man the commander took an interest in." He gazed at Jiang Kai standing amidst the dying flames. The silver rain had finally ceased. It was time to end the boss. Huang Tong snapped out of his trance. He screamed in panic. "No! The boss is one hit away. We cannot let Jiang Kai get the final kill." He barked the order, veins bulging on his neck. "Black Tortoise Guild, listen up. Forget the mob. Stop him at all costs. Kill that bloodthirsty assassin immediately." Huang Tong's face twisted in malice as he roared his ultimatum. "Whoever takes the head of that assassin gets 50 million. But hear this, if you let that wretch steal the boss, kill." Huang Tong's eyes burned with greed. "Not a single one of you will see a copper coin." The guild erupted into absolute chaos. "Are you insane?" Panic rippled through the crowd like a virus. "I do not care about the 50 million, but if I walk away empty-handed, my family starves next month." "Exactly. My child's medical bills will not pay themselves." Desperation took hold of their rationality. "Forget the fishman, kill the assassin first, or we are all dead." The mob mentality snapped into place, awakening them to their grim reality. Thousands charged forward, weapons drawn. Kill him, slaughter the bloodthirsty assassin. The earth trembled under their stampede. Ignoring the monsters, the army of players flooded the battlefield like a tidal wave of madness. From the high peak, Jiang Kai watched the black swarm approach, kicking up a storm of white dust. His gaze turned cold as ice. The royal family cannot kill the boss themselves, so they hold the livelihoods of these people hostage to force my hand. Disgusting. He glanced at the fallen figure beside him. Are you still conscious?" Jiang Kai hoisted the man up effortlessly. "Hey, ace of the royal guild, you have not kicked the bucket yet, have you?" Tang Feng blinked, utterly confused. "Bloodthirsty assassin. Why help me?" He coughed blood. "You crippled the boss. Why did you not finish it off?" Jiang Kai scoffed. "I excel at draining a monster's HP bar." He shrugged nonchalantly. "But who said I was interested in fighting you lot for the final trophy? If I take the boss, your guild loses face. But if I let you fail, 20,000 families lose their income." Jiang Kai dragged Tang Feng toward the dying beast, his voice firm. "You represent the royals, right?" He shoved Tang Feng forward. "Then go deliver the final strike and be the hero." Tang Feng was stunned. "What?" "You, high on the peak." Jiang Kai looked down like a king. "Hurry up. If you do not kill it, that mob will chop me into sashimi. Do it for my sake." Tang Feng took a heavy step toward the Fishman Lord. "Fine. I understand, he roared, his aura flaring. And thank you. Gathering every ounce of his remaining mana, he unleashed a devastating palm strike. The beast did not even open its eyes before letting out a final, gut-wrenching wail. The blue interface snapped open, HP dropped to absolute zero. The Fishman Lord's death cry pierced the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the iceberg. A system notification chimed across the battlefield. Server announcement. Tang Feng of the Black Tortoise Guild has slain the King Tier boss. The charging crowd froze in their tracks. Wait, not the assassin. The great god Tang Feng did it. The massive body of the fishman shattered into particles of light, drifting away like snow. The remaining fishman army, now leaderless, dove back into the deep waters in terror. They are retreating. We won. Joy exploded among the players. Our ace actually got the last hit. Why did the assassin not steal it? Who cares? That means we get our paychecks. Huang Tong stood there, dumbfounded. What just happened? Huang Tong's eyes widened in realization. Did Jiang Kai intentionally yield the boss to us? The image of Jiang Kai standing alone on the peak flashed through everyone's mind. The battlefield erupted in deafening cheers. He gave up the glory for us. We actually won that bloodthirsty assassin. Tuh. He is actually a saint. He gave up a boss kill for the common people. That is true chivalry. Anyone who touches our benefactor answers to me. Su Nannan and Yuanzhu watched with starry eyes. Holy crap. Captain Jiang Kai is insanely cool. That was the most heroic thing I've ever seen. So handsome. Lu shook his head in awe. Seeing is believing. I officially bow down to Jiang Kai. He is the undisputed MVP of this war. Hu Yan grinned from ear to ear, beaming with pride. Do you see that my captain is not just strong, he's benevolent and generous. Now, do you finally understand the caliber of the man I follow? He is in a league entirely of his own. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd turned their collective glare toward the Royal Guild, eyes burning with judgment. Wait a minute. Look at them shrinking back. Those royals threatened to starve us just moments ago. Absolutely vile. They wanted to use us as nothing more than cannon fodder. And if their command failed, they intended for us to pay the ultimate price. Curses began to fly like arrows. Get down here, you capitalist dogs. You think you are gods. Come down here in 1 versus 1. Me, you cowards. I am quitting the Black Tortoise Guild right now. Me too. I am out. Huang Da turned pale, trembling as he looked at his father. Father, this is a total disaster. If 20,000 members quit and badmouth us, our reputation is ruined forever. Huang Tong ground his teeth until they nearly cracked. Damn it all to hell. I will engrave the name Jiang Kai into my very bones. He spun around, furious. We are leaving. Next time, I will make Jiang Kai pay a bloody price for this humiliation. Huang Da bowed his head. Yes, father. Meanwhile, Chang Feng extended a hand. I am Chang Feng. I owe you a life debt today. He looked at the main character with burning curiosity. But I have to ask, what on earth are your stats on Earth? Jiang Kai shook his hand firmly, keeping his expression neutral. I am Jiang Kai, and those stats just a temporary buff from a one-time skill. Chang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that so? I did not know a consumable skill could be that overpowered. Jiang Kai lied smoothly. It is not actually that great. Once it is used up, it is gone forever. Chang Feng pressed on, still suspicious. Then you are truly... But the two were too distracted to notice the ominous cracking sound beneath their feet. The ice was splitting apart. Jiang Kai continued his bluff. I just wanted to exploit the boss's penalty mechanics. That is all. Suddenly, massive tentacles erupted from the ice. They wrapped tight around his body, dragging him down instantly. Chang Feng screamed in horror. Jiang Kai, the main character, was locked in place, unable to move a muscle. He watched helplessly as the freezing darkness swallowed him whole. Hu Yan sprinted to the scene, panic wild in her eyes. Captain, what happened to my captain? Chang Feng fell to his knees, his face pale with guilt. I was too careless. Jiang Kai is your team leader, Hu Yan nodded frantically. Yes. Chang Feng trembled, his voice breaking under the weight of despair. I am sorry. I have terrible news. There is a high probability Jiang Kai has triggered the boss's death vengeance. Hu Yan's face drained of all color. Death vengeance, Chang Feng explained, his voice hollow. It is a hidden mechanic of certain king tier bosses. Even in death, their grudge persists. He shuddered violently. The adventurer targeted faces a punishment worse than hell. Torture until death is just the beginning. The trauma is so severe that even after respawning on Earth, the mind often shatters completely. Chang Feng closed his eyes, recalling the crimson warnings of legend. It was a fate no gamer ever wanted to face. A cruel and merciless ending. Hu Yan peered into the dark abyss, tears streaming down her face. Captain, is he going to end up like that? She sobbed uncontrollably. No, stop. A desperate scream echoed from the depths. Captain Jiang Kai down in the darkness. Jiang Kai groaned. Agony, pure agony. It feels like my bones are being crushed to dust. He forced his heavy eyes open. Where Where am I? To his horror, he was hanging upside down in the void. Below him, the gaping maw of the fisherman lord waited, ready to devour him for all eternity. The monstrosity locked eyes with him as slithering tendrils bored into his flesh, violating his very senses. Agony spiked through his skull. Something was clawing its way inside. Damn it! The pain suddenly, a red alert flashed urgently before his eyes. His temporary cheat skill, gambler's hegemony, and all those stolen stats were about to vanish. Warning, 20 seconds remaining until attribute transfer fails. The countdown began like a death knell. 20, 19, his eyes snapped open. I get it now. I am being digested alive. The only reason I have not been crushed yet is because of these buffed stats holding my body together. The clock kept ticking. 17, 16, 15. Realization hit him like a truck. The moment the buff drops, he's a dead man. The merman's vengeful spirit screeched in his mind. Die with me! The system UI flickered wildly. It was the boss's lingering grudge. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, forcing his body into a spectral form. 14. He hissed in pain. Just then, a blade of light slashed through the darkness. Severing the tentacles binding him, he plummeted. Gravity took hold. 12, 11, 10, 9. Jiang Kai looked down at his hands in shock. Did the spectral shift purge the parasites? Is my body recovering? The countdown showed no mercy. 7, 6. The merman's ghost roared. Die, I will drag you to hell. The end was seconds away. 5, 4, 3. Jiang Kai clenched his jaw. No, my body is too weak to outrun this. I have to go all in. I have to burn every ounce of these stolen attributes right now. He grabbed his spikes, channeling every last drop of borrowed power. It was a Hail Mary shot, fueled by pure desperation. Jiang Kai roared, let's see who dies first. Flames spiraled into a vortex of destruction, swelling into a massive sun. The fireball detonated. A cataclysmic shockwave obliterated the darkness. The clock struck 2:01. The merman's phantom crumbled into smoke and bone ash. Dead silence reclaimed the void. Jiang Kai exhaled, his body trembling from the aftermath. Is the nightmare finally over? But then, the system materialized out of thin air. Congratulations, you have survived the Merman Lord's death curse. You have unlocked a hidden realm exclusive. The secret treasure realm, a holographic display blazed to life. Welcome to the subterranean Merman Kingdom. Jiang Kai blinked, and reality warped around him. He now stood before the towering gates of a majestic underwater palace. Gloomy currents draped over the ruins like a freezing shroud. The system announced, this is the secret vault of the Frost Merman Lord. Jiang Kai frowned, assessing the situation. So, this is where the boss keeps his stash. The AI chimed in coldly. Self-destruct sequence initiated. You have 10 minutes to loot and escape before the hall collapses. Panic flared in his chest like a wildfire. But another countdown. What happens if I don't make it out? The AI's voice was void of all mercy. Failure to escape results in death. All obtained loot will be forfeited. Only the survivors get to keep the spoils. The AI vanished into the ether. Jiang Kai stood frozen. It has already begun. He took a deep, steadying breath. His gamer instincts kicked into overdrive. He steeled himself. Fine. It is just a smash and grab. Run right. Loot everything. And run like hell. Determination burned in his eyes. High risk, high reward. Jiang Kai shoved the heavy doors open. Blinding golden light spilled out, engulfing him. The room was a dragon's hoard. Mountains of gold coins, rare gems, and artifacts piled to the ceiling. System notification jackpot. Found 3 bottles of the Merman's secret elixir. Consumption increases total attributes by 60 points. Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. He downed them like shots of water. No time to think, just drink. The system pinged urgently. Do you wish to allocate your new attribute points? Dump it all into agility, he commanded. Speed was life right now. Suddenly, he spotted a glowing chest. Rare boss chest discovered. His eyes sparkled with shameless greed. This is insane. Look at all this loot. Everything here is at least A rank. He checked the clock. 7 minutes left. If I sprint, I can grab the god tier gear. But the system had a cruel twist waiting. Friendly reminder. Treasure chests in this realm vanish after 90 seconds. Gather them immediately, Jiang Kai screamed in frustration. Are you kidding me? The chests have their own timer. A secondary countdown started ticking. 90, 89, 88. Jiang Kai turned into a blur, snatching items like a madman. Faster, faster. 90 seconds later, he collapsed on a pile of gold, gasping for air. System ping. Congratulations. Found tears of repentance. 10 drops will cleanse the bloodthirsty killer status. Before the notification could finish, Jiang Kai shot up. The cure. This trip was worth every second. Down the hatch, he danced around the room in pure, unadulterated joy. Not only did he get filthy rich, but he also cleared his red name status. This is the ultimate win. Suddenly, His gaze locked onto an item hidden in a wall recess. Curiosity piqued. He grabbed it. The system glowed gold. Congratulations. You have discovered a special class change recipe. This item allows for a special awakening at level 20. Note, adventurers must change classes at level 20 to continue leveling. Manhwa progression at its finest. His jaw dropped. No way. This is the key to my special class advancement. This changes everything. Meanwhile, back on the surface cliff. It had been 2 days since the battle. By a makeshift memorial for Jiang Kai, sobbing could be heard in the wind. The captain hasn't come up. Hu Yan cried. Is he really gone? Like Zhang Feng said. They wept, convinced their leader had perished in the explosion. Heaven is jealous of true talent, they wailed. Poor captain. What a tragic end. Suddenly, a hand clawed its way up from the abyss, gripping the cliff edge. Ruan Yu was still sniffling, but Hu Yan grabbed a rock, eyes narrowing. Ruan Yu, watch out! A fish monster is trying to climb up. Ruan Yu's sorrow instantly turned to rage. He grabbed a stone, too. We won't let some stinking fish ruin the captain's funeral. That's right. I will guard his grave with my life. Bonk! A rock smashed onto the climber's head. A familiar scream echoed from the cliffside. Jiang Kai roared. You psychos, do you know how hard it was to climb out of there? Hearing that voice. The two mourners froze. Wait, that voice sounds suspiciously familiar, but adrenaline took over, and they kept throwing rocks while screaming, Die, you ugly fish. This is for the captain. Laughter and curses echoed through the mountains. Jiang Kai scrambled over the edge, chasing them with a mix of fury and relief. It has been a while, you idiots. It had only been a day, but it felt like a lifetime. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu shrieked and ran. Their laughter warmed the freezing mountain air. From afar, it looked like friends playing tag. In reality, Jiang Kai was on a warpath. You traitors, were you trying to finish the job? Do you have any idea the hell I had to climb through to get here? And yet, you trash dared to raise a hand against me, but moments later, their arrogant laughter turned to screams of agony, echoing off the icy peaks. Please, have mercy. The screams faded into silence. Meanwhile, at Base 18 of Jiangjiang City, the grim gateway to the ghost planet. A grave report echoed through the command room. Status report. Has the target, Jiang Kai, been located offline? Black God's voice was heavy with unease. Not yet, sir. However, we have uncovered the source of his monstrous stat surge. Analysis confirms he used a disposable artifact, a one-time explosion of power that is impossible to replicate. Commander Wei Ying nodded slowly, accepting the logic. That explains the impossible numbers on the charts. If a mere level 20 novice can effortlessly generate tens of thousands of stat points, perhaps we veteran awakeners should simply retire in shame. Lu Jun interjected with a sharp scoff, but logic dictates that anyone targeted by a boss monster's vengeance is already a corpse. His icon should be grayed out. Is Jiang Kai suffering eternal torture instead of death? Black God frowned deeply. Could anyone survive such agony for this long? I say the kid is finished. Wei Ying waved his hand dismissively. No. Do not judge this anomaly by the laws of ordinary men. His voice dropped to a low, ominous rumble. You are all ignoring one terrifying possibility. What if he didn't just survive the boss's vengeance? What if he conquered the lair and claimed the boss's secret hoard? Black God immediately rejected the notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the 50 years since the ghost planet manifested, only a handful of legends have survived a vengeance event and looted the secret treasure. And every single one of them was a top-tier awakener. Lu Jun agreed instantly. Exactly. Jiang Kai has only been logged into the ghost planet for a single month. The odds of a rookie surviving that calamity are absolute zero. Only Wei Ying remained unconvinced. He leaned back, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Is that so? My instincts screamed that he has achieved the impossible. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Su Lanlin rushed in, gasping for air. Commander Wei Ying, that person. He is listing items on the global exchange. All three commanders spun around, shock written on their faces. Lu Jun and Black God barked out in unison. Who? Since when does opening a private shop require such panic? Su Lanlin screamed in excitement. It is Jiang Kai. It is really him. Not only is he alive, he has unlocked a private merchant space on the ghost planet. The total value of his listings exceeds 400 million Saint Glory coins. Lu Jun and Black God turned deathly pale. What did you say? Seconds later, the group swarmed the monitors to view Jiang Kai's shop. Lu Jun and Black God stood frozen in shock. Look at the data. He just offloaded 1.8 kilograms of nether green ore in mere seconds. That transaction alone is worth 18 million Saint Glory coins. Their jaws hit the floor. And look there, a 3 kilogram chunk of special black iron crystal just sold for 63 million. Reinforced ironstone, dark mystery crystal, obsidian power rocks, yellow pearwood ore. The list goes on forever. The realized value is easily over 100 million already. Unbelievable. Ujun and Black God felt their reality shattering. This kid really liquidated 400 million worth of assets. Selling this many high-tier resources at once can only mean one thing. Wei Ying laughed triumphantly. I told you I knew Jiang Kai had found the boss's secret hoard. That brat truly never ceases to amaze me. Su Lanlin was still trying to catch her breath. But Commander Wei Ying, the Huang noble family has suddenly requested an audience with you? They seem agitated. Wei Ying's expression darkened instantly. The Huang family. Hours later, at the St. Glory City item exchange, Jiang Kai let out a heavy sigh. Too much loot. I had to open a private store just to move this mountain of treasure. He grimaced at the notification screen. The system tax on this transaction is brutal. I feel like I am being robbed. Beside him, Hu Yan patted his shoulder. Stop complaining. No one else has ever had a haul big enough to worry about these kinds of fees. Ruan Yu laughed along. Is this what they call suffering from success? Jiang Kai snapped his fingers. That reminds me. I saved the best gear for you two. It is time to split the boss loot. Those words made Hu Yan and Ruan Yu's eyes shine like stars. Captain, are you serious? Jiang Kai summoned a glowing artifact from his inventory. Hu Yan, this is for you. The Mystic Ice Jade. Item Mystic Ice Jade. Rank B equipment. Effect allows the user to cast skills with the Frost attribute. Frost effect reduces target agility. Continuous exposure triggers the freeze status, immobilizing the enemy. Jiang Kai grinned. This jade adds a freezing passive to your magic. If you combine it with your rain summoning technique, you can literally create a catastrophic blizzard. And for you, Ruin, take this shield. Item Frostbone Tower Shield. Rank A equipment. Defense high. Strength plus 19. Vitality plus 16. Agility minus 4. The effect Shield Bash attacks have a chance to inflict freeze for 1 to 2 seconds. Note, freeze probability decreases against opponents with significantly higher levels. Jiang Kai looked proud. It gives you hard crowd control just by blocking. It is a tank's dream weapon. Then, he pulled out an ancient, glowing tome, handing it over with trembling excitement. Beyond the loot, I hold a true prize, the Pages of Eternity, essential artifacts for a protagonist breaking the limits of this mana-driven world. In this realm, there are only 2 paths to master your class skills. The first, hunting down specific skill books, but those are rarer than diamonds, hidden in boss chests or locked behind secret quests. The second path is the universal upgrade. I pulled these straight from the Merman Lord's treasure hoard. These props break all the rules. They can upgrade any skill, regardless of class. Jiang Kai reveals their true value. Legendary consumables, priceless beyond measure. If one hits the market, it vanishes in seconds. A single page commands 50,000 Star Glory coins, but power comes at a cost. The stronger the skill, the more Pages of Eternity the system demands. High-tier combat ultimates. They require a mountain of these pages to evolve. You two, take this stack for now. He hands over the fortune without blinking. Jiang Kai waves his hand like an emperor. Go ahead, use them. Enjoy the power-up, my friends. To Tu Yan and Ruan Yu. Jiang Kai no longer looks like a teammate. He looks like a descending god of wealth. They launched themselves at him, rubbing their faces against his gear in shameless gratitude. Captain Jiang Kai, Hu Yan burst into theatrical tears. Your generosity shakes the heavens. We will pray for your blessings daily. Ruan Yu chokes back exaggerated sobs. Yes, even if you die, we will ensure your soul ascends to the highest paradise. Jiang Kai panics, trying to peel them off. Hey, let go. We're in public. This is humiliating. Suddenly, the heartwarming comedy is slashed apart by a cold, mocking laugh. Jiang Kai, since when does a piece of trash like you know the meaning of shame? Huang Da struts forward, arrogance radiating from him like a poison. A group of low-class peasants making a scene? No wonder you stay at the bottom of the food chain. Jiang Kai looks up, eyes narrowing into slits. Huang Da, even Hu Yan freezes. It's the young master of the Huang family. He tilts his chin up, looking down at them like insects. Jiang Kai, listen well. Do not think the military's protection makes you untouchable. You cannot defy the Huang family forever. I will say this once. The man glares down at Jiang Kai with sheer disdain. In the upcoming guild wars, I'm going to slaughter you like a pig. I will prove to the military that you are nothing but trash, unworthy of their shield. With a final sneer, he brushes past the trio. His footsteps echo coldly against the pavement, the rhythm of a death knell. Once the military strips away your protection, prepare to meet your maker. Jiang Kai watches him leave, his gaze sharpening. Guild wars? What is that? Jiang Kai mutters. What is that lunatic barking about? Hu Yan lowers her voice, shocked. Captain Jiang, are you serious? You don't know about the Guild Wars? The Guild Wars is a massive tournament hosted by the military. It's the ultimate crucible designed to filter out the strongest factions in this world. The entry standard is brutal. Level 21 is the absolute minimum. It's divided into tiers every 20 levels. capping at level 100. 4 distinct battlegrounds of power. Every guild dispatches a squad of 5 elites. They duel until the top 3 powerhouses are crowned kings of their tier. Since the military offers legendary tier rewards to the champions, every major faction joins the fray. It is a gathering where experts are as common as clouds in the sky. Jiang Kai frowns, puzzled. But I never signed up. Why is Huang Da barking at me? He waves his hand dismissively. Forget it. We made a killing on this run. I need to log off and see my family. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu nod in unison. Understood. Scene shift. Back on Earth. Holy Light Nation. Zhangxiang City. A warm voice fills the room. Jiang Kai, why did you buy so many high-grade elixirs? Do you have any idea of the cost? Jiang Kai smiles gently. Brother, you just had surgery. I was worried your body couldn't handle the recovery without top-tier nutrition. His brother hesitates, staring at the mountain of supplies. But this is too much. His face pales as more boxes arrive. Jiang Kai bites his lip playfully. Too much. His brother laughs awkwardly. It looks like a grain silo in here, Jiang Kai. You already put me in the VIP ward. How can you keep burning money like this? I need to get discharged immediately and find work. I have to relieve your financial burden. Jiang Kai steps closer. His voice drops, shifting from gentle to serious. There is no need for that, brother. Do you remember your dream? You wanted to become a transcendent? To fight against the beast gods for humanity, right? So once you heal up, I want you to become an explorer. The word strikes his brother like lightning. He lowers his head, shadow covering his eyes. Me, an explorer. Look at me. How can a cripple like me ever become a legend? Besides, traveling into the demon planet costs a fortune. You should save those resources for your own cultivation. Jiang Kai tapped his system interface, revealing a staggering balance: 419,623,471 credits. A smug grin curled his lips. Brother, I told you, money is no longer an object. You never have to work a day in your life again. His brother gasped, eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Jiang Kai, where did you get this? That's hundreds of millions. Jiang Kai spread his arms wide. Brother, every cent was earned legitimately on the demon planet. You sacrificed everything for us over the years. Now that I have the power, it's time for you to live the life you actually wanted. Memories of the past flooded back in a warm tide. I still remember, even with a fragile mortal body, you managed to save me and Yingzi on the battlefield against the beast gods. Imagine what you could do if you became a transcendent. Jiang Kai locked eyes with him, his gaze firm as tempered steel. I believe that together, we can save even more people. His brother remained silent, the weight of the words sinking in before he whispered, Can someone like me really awaken? Can this broken body really handle it? Jiang Kai snapped an apple in half with a crisp crack and handed him a piece. Brother, trust me, you absolutely can. Leaving the hospital, Jiang Kai exhaled a long breath of relief. Finally, my big brother can reclaim his lost dream. He smiled to himself. I should celebrate after I pick up Yingzi from school. Suddenly, the piercing shriek of tires tore through the air. Jiang Kai flinched, turning to see Lu Jun shouting frantically. Jiang Kai, get in, hurry. Jiang Kai approached the car window, confusion knitting his brows. Captain Lu, what brings you here? I don't have time to chat. I'm on my way to pick up my little sister. Lu Jun and Haishen exchanged grim looks before dropping the bomb. Jiang Kai, we're here because of your sister, Yingzi. She's been in a car accident. The scene before them was horrific. A chaotic haze of debris and smoke rose from the street like a funeral shroud. Panic seized Jiang Kai's heart in an icy grip. Yingzi, he screamed, sprinting recklessly across the road, his voice cracking as he called out her name over and over. Suddenly, a clear, sweet voice cut through the chaos. Brother, Jiang Kai froze. There stood Yingzi on the sidewalk, waving happily. Brother, I'm over here. He rushed forward, crushing her in a desperate hug. Yingzi, are you hurt? What happened here? She patted his back soothingly. I'm fine, really. The school bus just had a little malfunction. Jiang Kai's brow furrowed deeply. A malfunction. Yingzi pointed to a figure standing behind her. Luckily, this guy saved me. He even said he knows you. Zhang Fang raised a hand in a casual, mocking salute. Yo, Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai stood stunned. Zhang Fang, the royal family's transcendent? Why the hell are you here? Lu Jun stepped forward, his expression grave. Jiang Kai, listen to me carefully. Haishen is right. Your sister's accident? It wasn't random. It wasn't just bad luck. Haishen finished the sentence darkly. It was orchestrated by the royal family. Both men looked at him with intense seriousness. Jiang Kai, you've slapped the royal family in the face too many times. Their hatred for you has reached a boiling point. They used your achievements in defeating the boss at Eternal Winter Island to pressure the military into dropping your protection. They quickly explained the dire situation. Your contribution on the island was too massive to ignore, but the pressure from above forced Commander Wei Ying to compromise. However, he left you a lifeline. During negotiations, Commander Wei Ying proposed the upcoming guild wars. If the royal family can defeat you in the tournament and prove your new awakening monoclass isn't all that powerful, the military will grant their request. Commander Wei Ying is hoping you'll play along. If you refuse, he loses his justification to protect you directly. Haishin's compromise was the absolute limit of what we could do for you in this political storm. What happened today was a message. The royal family is forcing your hand. If you refuse to compete, your family pays the price. The words drained the blood from Jiang Kai's face. Lu Jun gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Jiang Kai. The royal family's influence is vast. Combined with the chaos at Eternal Winter Island, the higher-ups are wavering. As long as they don't attack you directly, like these shadow threats, the military has to turn a blind eye. Haishin spoke flatly. So you have two paths. One, accept the royal family's wager. Two, join the military immediately and receive official protection. Yingzi's eyes went wide with fear. Can the military really keep us safe? Lu Jun nodded with a serious expression. Jiang Kai, listen to me. Your new awakened class still holds immense strategic value. If you join the military now, the commander can weave a protective net around you. It's the only way to shield your family from the coming storm. Jiang Kai lowered his head, whispering, join the military, and hide. Suddenly, a nightmare vision flashed through his mind, blood soaking the floor. Yingzi and his brother slaughtered while he knelt, helpless and screaming. In that vision, a cold boot crushed his skull into the dirt. A ruthless voice mocked him from above. Jiang Kai, did you honestly believe hiding behind the military would save you? You are nothing but a worthless chip in a game far beyond your comprehension. So trash. Jiang Kai clenched his fist until his knuckles turned bone white, his mind racing like a violent hurricane. No. If I rely solely on their protection, I remain a pawn. If my power stagnates, I will be discarded like trash, tossed aside like a useless drunkard. And when that happens, the royal family will crush my kin without a shred of mercy. He calculated his survival odds in the heavy silence. It is true. The royal family possesses wealth that rivals entire nations. Their resources are effectively infinite. I cannot compete with their gold or political power right now, but I possess a weapon they lack, a terrifying talent concealed within my status window. The system's law is absolute. Every single reward I receive is doubled. There is even a chance for a critical trigger, multiplying my gains by 10. This is the ultimate cheat code of a system main character. This means my raw attribute points are nearly double those of any awakener at the same level. When I clash with someone of equal rank, my sheer stats and critical damage will pulverize them instantly. Even against higher level enemies, with the right strategy, I can turn the tables and slaughter them all. The royal family thinks I am just a gambler with a useless new class. Their ignorance is my greatest weapon. These are my unique advantages. Fine, then, instead of cowering and waiting for death, I will bet everything on one desperate, all-or-nothing strike. Jiang Kai's eyes snapped open, burning with cold clarity. A ruthless plan formed in his mind. He would use the military as a witness and force the royal family to accept a public duel, broadcasting it to every soul in the holy city. If I can crush the royal family's representative in public, the military will realize my true potential. They will have no choice but to invest heavily in my protection. And with the eyes of the public watching, the royals won't dare use underhanded tactics without losing face. Lu Jun, thinking he had won the argument, patted his shoulder. Good, since you agree, I will prepare the enlistment papers immediately. But suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. Brother Lu. Jiang Kai looked up, his gaze intense and unyielding. For the guild challenge match, I require a 5-man squad. My team currently only has 3. Can I borrow Yuan Shuzi and Swan Nuan from your unit? Lu Jun froze, stunned. Jiang Kai, what are you talking about? Jiang Kai's voice was like tempered steel. I have made my choice. I am entering the tournament. Panic flashed across Lu Jun's face. Jiang Kai, don't be insane. Do you understand? Once you step into that arena, you are declaring war on the entire royal family. But Jiang Kai just smiled, the calm before the storm. Brother Lu, do not worry. I am perfectly sane. I appreciate your offer, but every man must walk his own path. He opened his palm, staring at the lines of fate etched into his hand. And the path I choose is to grasp my own destiny by the throat. He clenched his fist, determination blazing in his eyes like wildfire. I will crush the royal family in the guild challenge. Lu Jun tried to protest. You are being too emotional. You are still just... Clap, clap, clap. A slow applause cut through the tension. Well said. You have guts, kid. I like that kind of fire. Lu Jun whipped around, confused. Black God. The massive figure of Black God stepped forward, radiating raw power. The name is Black God. If you have the will to fight, then even the royals are nothing to fear. I, Black God, guarantee this request. I will ensure you get the teammates you need. Jiang Feng also stepped up, his aura flaring. Jiang Kai, I admire your courage. I still owe you a life debt. From this day forth, I will stand as your shield against the royals. If those bastards try to touch your family, they will have to go through me first. Yingzi, standing nearby, pumped her fist and shouted, Brother Jiang, I support you, too. Lu Jun held his head, defeated. You people, you aren't children. Why are you all following Jiang Kai into this madness? Black God and Jiang Feng exchanged a grin. Because that is just who we are. What about you? Lu Jun sighed deeply. Fine. I cannot stop an avalanche by myself. Besides, the commander asked me to look out for him. I will handle your family's safety. Jiang Kai, you focus solely on preparing for the war ahead. Jiang Kai's face lit up. Really? He clasped his hands in a formal martial salute. Lu Jun, Jiang Feng, Black God, and the commander, I, Jiang Kai, will carve this kindness into my very bones. If you ever need me in the future, I will move heaven and earth to repay you. Later that evening, Yingzi's timid voice broke the silence. Brother, are you sure we are going to see a house at this hour? Jiang Kai held her hand tightly. The royals have shown their fangs. You and our eldest brother can no longer stay in the slums. It is too dangerous. They stopped in front of a magnificent gate. Yingzi looked around nervously. Brother, are we lost? These villas cost hundreds of millions. We cannot even dream of affording this. Jiang Kai calmly swiped an access card. Who said we were lost? The electronic gate hummed open. He whispered softly. From today on, this is our home. Under the pale moonlight, a sleek, luxurious mansion revealed its majesty to the world. Yingzi's eyes widened in disbelief. She gasped softly. Brother? Is this really ours? She bolted inside, unable to hold back her joy. Brother, look at this pool. It is absolutely beautiful. Her happy laughter echoed through the empty halls. The living room is massive. It is bigger than our entire old shack combined. Is this actually a restaurant? How much food even fits on a table this long? And look, there is enough space here for Brother Jiang to do his rehabilitation exercises. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks. Her body trembled as she turned around. Brother, is this... She screamed in pure delight. Is this my room? Jiang Kai smiled warmly at her innocence. Of course. Do you like it? Yingzi. Tears welled in her eyes, her voice choking with raw emotion. I love it. Brother, please tell me I am not dreaming. Is a place this beautiful truly ours? Jiang Kai patted her head with infinite tenderness. It is real, you silly girl. This is your home now. But trust me, this is just the beginning. As long as I draw breath, you and Brother Jiang will never have to worry about money again. That is my solemn promise. Our lives are finally going to get better, she said with a radiant smile. Yes, absolutely. But the very next day, elsewhere. Su Nuan, do you think the army threw us away because we are trash? Wen Shu bawled his eyes out, ugly tears streaming down his face in despair. Captain Li Bu said a new leader would take care of us temporarily. He told us to wait here like sitting ducks. But why was it so sudden? Su Nuan sniffled, wiping her reddened eyes. I think you are right. We have been abandoned. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the gloom. Yuan Shu, Su Nuan, I am here to pick you up. Why the long faces? The two of them screamed in unison. Jiang Kai, you are our new captain. Jiang Kai stood there, radiating a majestic aura of authority. That is right. It is me. Yuan Shu grabbed his shoulder, emotional and confused. Jiang Kai, what the hell is going on here? Su Nuan chimed in, eyes wide with shock. Wait, did you actually join the military officially? Jiang Kai shook his head calmly. No, I did not enlist. I just borrowed you two from the army for a guild challenge. It is only for 1 month. He quickly explained the dire situation. The royal family is using the Frozen Island achievement to pressure the military. They are out for my blood. They are even using Brother Jiang's safety to threaten me. The commander made a high-stakes bet with the royals through this guild challenge. If I win, they back off. No more schemes. Jiang Kai stared into their souls, his eyes burning with resolve. So, I have to win. I need to silence those royal scumbags once and for all. Yuan Shu, Su Nuan, will you fight beside me? They roared in unison. Of course, how dare that Wang family filth touch Brother Jiang? We watched him grow up. I cannot forgive them. They are pure evil. But then, Yuan Shu's face twisted with sudden doubt. But Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to team up with us? Jiang Kai blinked, surprised. What do you mean? Cold sweat dripped down Yuan Shu's face. The military has a ruthless internal evaluation system. New recruits undergo an initial ranking based on combat performance. We are graded from rank E all the way to rank triple S, and every 2 months, they reevaluate us. If a rookie stays at rank E for 6 months straight, the army discards them. Su Nuan started at rank C, but I froze up on stage. I am rank E. The worst. Their voices trembled. Jiang Kai, we will only drag you down. I am terrified. Jiang Kai remained firm like an immovable mountain. It does not matter. For the next month, we are comrades. When the guild challenge is over and you return, I guarantee your reevaluation. We will be at least rank A. They looked at him, completely stunned. Completely. Jiang Kai, are you serious? We just left the rookie zone. Usually, a captain needs to be at least level 15 to carry scrubs like us. But, Jiang Kai, are you even level 15? Suddenly, a voice scoffed from the side. 15, please. Huanan smirked proudly. The captain is already level 20 and preparing for his class change. He is a leveling legend in the making. Ruan Yu stood nearby, nodding solemnly. That is a fact. Jiang Kai turned around. I have not introduced you yet. Meet our new squad members. He pointed to the woman. This is Huanan. Her class is the Destiny Diver. She waved brightly. Hello there. I am Huanan. Captain Jiang Kai has told us so much about you. Jiang Kai gestured to the man beside her. And this is Ruan Yu. His class is the drunkard. He placed a hand on his chest politely. Greetings. I am Ruan Yu. Su Nuan and Yuan Shu smiled warmly. Nice to meet you. But then panic set in again. Wait a second. We are only level 9. You are level 20. Jiang Kai shrugged nonchalantly. That is not an issue. My next objective is to power level you both to 20 before the challenge starts. Then crushing those royal lapdogs will be a walk in the park. Yuan Shu pointed at himself, trembling. Level 20, am I hearing things? Su Nuan looked at him with worship in her eyes. Jiang Kai, if you pull that off, you are literally the god of leveling. Huanan threw her arm around Su Nuan. Huanan winked playfully. I do not trust just anyone, but I would bet my life on the captain. Su Nuan beamed with excitement. Since we are a party now, we need a cool team name. Jiang Kai nodded. Su Nuan is right. Any ideas? Ruan Yu grinned. Ruan Yu stepped forward, eyes blazing with determination. How about the Fire God Squad? It means the 5 of us will unleash our full firepower and show the world our true skills. The team roared in agreement. Agreed. Jiang Kai rallied them with a charismatic grin. Rest up and recharge your energy. Tomorrow, we make history. At the break of dawn, the Fire God Squad marched straight into the monster territory. Under the emerald canopy, their morale skyrocketed, shouting in unison, Yes, sir. As the day ended, they parted ways for the final prep. See you later, Jiang Kai. The air hummed with anticipation. Watching their retreating figures, a fire burned in Jiang Kai's chest. He knew without a shadow of a doubt they were destined for greatness. The next day, the Fire God Squad ventured deep into the trial zone. As the pressure mounted, Jiang Kai checked on his teammate. Just a few more hours until we reach the destination. Once we arrive at the holy city and land on the demon planet, the real hell begins. Are you nervous? Yuan Shu fell silent, his expression unreadable. Strangely, I'm not nervous. I was just thinking, maybe I'll never be able to activate my hidden class talent. The warrior's heart. Jiang Kai's brows furrowed. Why would you say that? You've been performing magnificently for the last 2 days. You protected Su Nuan and me in every single battle. Yuan Shu clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. I fight with everything I have to protect you guys. But deep down, the fear is still there. I only suppress it because I'm terrified of seeing my friends get hurt. He stared at his open palm, trembling slightly, but to truly awaken the warrior's heart, I have to be fearless to my very core. I have to believe I'm invincible. He closed his hand into a tight, desperate fist. And I just can't do that. Jiang Kai analyzed the situation instantly. In this system, the warrior's heart talent grants massive stat bonuses upon leveling up, a potential game changer. Yuan Shu, Class Martial Apprentice, Level 1, Strength 8, Physique 8. Beyond raw stats, the warrior's heart grants god tier effects knockback, armor penetration, shock, and the legendary sword chi slash. But the power of these effects scales directly with the user's courage and confidence. Right now, Yuan Shu's confidence is at rock bottom. The only thing he can trigger is a weak knockback when he is practically stomped into the ground. The true goal of this awakening arc isn't just about grinding levels. It is to force Yuan Shu to find his courage, shatter his limits, and finally unlock his true potential. Jiang Kai told himself that before anything else, he had to seize this moment to evolve his own strength to the next level. After giving 55 eternal cards to Hu Yan and Ruan Yu, I have 50 left, perfect for enhancing my ghost hand card throw and demon eye focus. He commanded softly, his will absolute. AI brain, upgrade both skills immediately. The AI acknowledged the command, and a crisp notification chimed. Ghost hand card. Throw level 2 has reached max level. Thrown items now possess 30% armor penetration. When using card type items, penetration skyrockets by 250%. However, stamina and spirit consumption increases by 110%. Jiang Kai grinned with savage delight. Excellent. With Ghost Hand evolved, my basic throwing penetration is up 10%. But the real kicker, card penetration has jumped by 50% compared to before. Even though consumption rose by 10%, it is a small price to pay for such devastating power. The AI brain added a cryptic note. A true gambler is always obsessed with the game. After endless tempering, your hands have achieved godlike dexterity. Congratulations, you have unlocked the hidden state of the Ghost Hand Gambler's Time. Jiang Kai paused. Hidden state. Gambler's Time. The holographic panel flashed, displaying the classic interface of the system. Upon entering Gambler's Time, casting speed increases by 100%. Duration is 10 seconds. External cooldown reduction does not apply in this state. Stamina and spirit consumption explode by 220%. Cooldown is 60 minutes. Jiang Kai laughed in pure delight. Casting speed increased by 100%. That is basically doubling my attack speed. The AI continued its report. Demon Eye Focus. Level 2 has reached max level. Visual range and dynamic tracking ability increased by 60%. Spirit consumption increases by 120%. Jiang Kai reviewed the data with a tactical eye. So, Demon Eye Focus has also evolved. My field of view and tracking are sharper, but the mental drain is heavier. He whispered to the system. Does Demon Eye Focus also have a hidden state unlock? The system replied instantly. In high-stakes gambling, one needs more than nimble hands. You must bewilder your opponent, ensuring they cannot read your hand through your eyes. The panel flickered ominously. Unlock cheating state. Affects the enemy's judgment through eye contact. Success depends on the difference in spiritual power between you and the target. And if the opponent's spiritual power vastly exceeds the gambler's, the effect is negligible. However, the effect cannot be negative. Duration is 10 seconds. Spirit consumption increases by 240%. Cooldown is 60 minutes. It explained further. No matter how strong the opponent's spirit is, you will exert some influence. But the stronger they are, the weaker the interference, potentially becoming unnoticeable. But regardless of the power gap, there is absolutely no risk of backlash to the user. Jiang Kai nodded, satisfied. Even if the effect drops against higher level foes, it is still a powerful trump card. He was itching to test these two new awakened abilities immediately. 2 days later, the Fire God Squad stood before the majestic river, where water roared through an endless expanse of emerald forest. The team announced their arrival. We are here. This is the Heishi River, the border between the Valley of Kings and Peace Mountain Road. It is also the deadly territory of the iron-armored drakes. Standing on the precipice, the 5 of them looked down at the untamed world beneath their feet. Yuan Shu scratched his head nervously. Heishi territory, huh? Jiang Kai, are there many drakes here, if I recall correctly? Those beasts are level 25 and above, right? Huyan corrected him instantly. Not just many. It is a total infestation. Iron-armored drakes are pack monsters. There are at least 100 of them swarming down there. She narrowed her eyes at Yuan Shu. Besides, if my intel is correct, there is a warlord ranked drake here, level 50 or higher. His jaw dropped in horror. A warlord rank. Yuan Shu panicked. Warlord monsters are incredibly rare. Usually, 1 in 20 is an elite, but you need 100 monsters just for a chance at a warlord appearing. We are a squad mostly under level 20. You want us to fight a warlord? Su Nuan shrank back in fear. Jiang Kai, I know you soloed the Merman Lord on Eternal Winter Island. I trust your strength, but leading us against a warlord ranked drake, plus level 25 mobs and level 35 elites, is this not a suicide mission? The power gap between us and you is simply too wide. Jiang Kai remained calm, his voice steady as a mountain. We are here not just for experience points, but to forge our teamwork. Killing without risk brings no evolution. For this team, easy wins mean zero growth. Only death's door can unlock your hidden potential. Real combat is the fastest path to power, he declared with absolute seriousness. Furthermore, class advancement materials usually drop in the territories of their respective monster types, especially from warlord rank beasts. A white or purple drake chest has a chance to drop the level 20 doctor material, Holy Water of Binding, or the drunkard material, Void Dream Core. A black drake chest can drop the level 20 martial artist material, Warlord's Blood. Their eyes lit up, shouting in unison, level 20 class advancement materials. Huyan smirked playfully. Captain Jiang Kai, looking at your confidence, you have a secret weapon up your sleeve. Do you not? He turned around with a mysterious air. That is a secret. A trump card is not revealed so easily. The Fire God squad roared with excitement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move out. The team pushed deep into the forest. Jiang Kai lowered his voice to a whisper. These marks, they look like Drake tracks. Stay sharp, everyone. They replied instantly. Roger, Yuan Shu whispered to Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu, I heard you faced an elite ghost banshee without flinching. How did you overcome the fear of that hideous face? Ruan Yu raised an eyebrow coolly. Then, overcome fear. There was no need. There was no fear in my heart to begin with. Yuan Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. No fear, Ruan Yu. How do you do it? Teach me. Ruan Yu tossed him 2 small bottles. You know the wine. We Drunkard's Brew has special properties. Hishi Liquor. It is a level 2 spirit brewed after I upgraded my eternal profession skills. It is potent. It might help you. He added a generous warning. But you are a martial artist. The vanguard of our squad. It is best not to drink while fighting. Yuan Shu nodded vigorously. Got it. Thanks, Ruan Yu. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's instincts screamed. He roared. Something is under that rock ahead, scatter. His warning sent a jolt of electricity through the team. A deafening roar shook the canopy as a massive shadow burst from beneath the rock, jaws gaping wide to tear them apart. System alert. Armored Drake detected. Rank normal. Level 25. Jiang Kai touched down with the grace of a falling feather, but peace was short-lived. The beast charged with feral madness. The team's screams pierced the air. Jiang Kai, watch out, Captain. He dug his heels in, unsheathing razor-sharp claws. But then, a thought sparked in his mind. Wait. Yuan Shu has been held back by fear for too long. His class talent remains dormant. Isn't this the perfect stage for a little awakening? He glanced at his trembling friend. It's just a normal mob. Yuan Shu is a 9th-rank martial apprentice. He won't win easily, but he won't die. And if things go south, I can just phase into the void to dodge. Jiang Kai stood statue still as the jaws of death approached. I'm betting on you. Brother, time to realize you aren't weak. Captain, move! Panic erupted from the back line. You're going to die. Suddenly, a shadow tore through the wind. Yuan Shu leaped into the fray. I got you. Boom his skill, earth-shaking stomp, slammed down like a meteor. The beast was flattened against the crushed earth. The squad stood frozen in awe. Nice work, Yuan Shu. Jiang Kai smirked, pride swelling in his chest. He watched the battered monster, but suddenly it snapped back to reality. Holy crap, it's still alive. Help me, it's already up. A whip of searing flame lashed out, forcing a pained roar from the creature. Jiang Kai dusted his hands off coolly. I broke its underbelly armor, but missed the vital point. Finish it off while it's stunned. The beast locked eyes with Yuan Shu, growling with pure bloodlust. The poor tank was shaking like a leaf, yet his body moved on instinct alone. His eyelids trembled, squeezed shut against the strain. He poured his very soul into the strike. Yuan Shu. Hey, Yuan Shu. The voices of his friends dragged him back from the void. Open your eyes, man. It's over. System notification level 25. The armored Heilong lay defeated. He stared blankly at the massive corpse. Dead. Seriously dead. Then the adrenaline crashed into him. Damn thing. Scaring me for nothing. He nudged Jiang Kai, chest puffed out in mock bravado. Bro, why did you zone out 1 second later and you'd have been Monster Chow? Jiang Kai played along with the charade perfectly. My mind just went blank. Besides, didn't you promise to carry me through this dungeon? Were you seriously going to let me turn into a snack? Yuan Shu froze. I told you I'm a coward, didn't I? What if I missed? Du Non cut in, beaming with admiration. Yuan Shu, that was so heroic, back when we were with Captain Liu. You never initiated fights like this. Huyen marveled at the aftermath. I had no idea your Earth Stomp packed that kind of destructive force. Blushing furiously, Yuan Shu scratched his head. It's nothing special. Just 3rd best in the world, maybe. Ruan Yu chuckled softly. As expected of our main tank? Jiang Kai's voice turned commanding. Alright, celebration's over. Target warlord rank armored lizard dragon. Bag the loot. Let's move. Yuan Shu pumped his fist. Roger. They ventured deeper into the jagged peaks. A natural labyrinth of death. System warning danger. Target elite armored Heilong. Level 35. The Fire God squad peered down from the cliffs. Look, that stone forest is crawling with 3 elites. They're likely the royal guard for the warlord boss. Jiang Kai analyzed the battlefield sharply. That terrain is a nightmare of blind spots. If we engage the 3 elites, others might ambush us from the shadows. Stay sharp. Back on Eternal Winter Island. I needed disposable gear to handle mobs like this. But this is a classic leveling scenario. Caution is key. Jiang Kai issued the order. Hu Yan, summon rain. Mask our scent. We need 10 minutes of cover before they sniff us out. Can you handle it? She nodded firmly. Done. My raincaller skill leveled up after the island raid. 10 minutes is a breeze. Perfect. Hu Yan began her incantation. Su Nuan Nuan. Prep the neurotoxins just in case. Ruin you. Guard the rear. Jiang Kai turned to his tank, eyes burning with intensity. Yuan Shu, listen closely. When the rain hits, you and I dive straight into hell. Don't try to kill them. Just spam Earth Stomp for crowd control. Buy me time. I'll handle the slaughter. Yuan Shu gritted his teeth. Got it. Crackling lightning shattered the sky as a deluge washed over the forest. The Halongs looked up, senses dulled by the storm. Now, Jiang Kai roared. As they charged, the rain didn't just hide them, it hid the enemy. Hundreds of crimson eyes snapped open in the mist. Knew it. A nest! Jiang Kai yelled. Cover me! Yuan Shu spun around, face twisting in disgust. Ugh, so gross. Get away. Boom! The ground rippled violently, launching the lizards into the air. Jiang Kai moved like a blur. 10 minutes. Attack speed boosted by 100%. Time to test this out in real combat. Flames erupted from his very core. Following the earth stomp, he unleashed a barrage of fire. With a flick of his wrist, the fire condensed into devastating microbombs. Bang! The mid-air lizards were torn to shreds in a bloody firework display. The storm cleared as quickly as it came. System Elite Armored Halong defeated. Level 37, kill count +1. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu watched, jaws dropped. It looked like infinite shurikens of doom. I've never seen Yuan Shu synchronize so perfectly with the captain. Su Nuan Nuan was shaking with excitement. Insane. Absolutely insane. Those things have diamond heart scales. Even Captain Liu couldn't one-shot them without hitting the underbelly. But these two, they made it look easy. Yuan Shu yanked his blade from a carcass. System Elite foe defeated. His eyes lit up. Yes, I leveled up rank 10 martial artist unlocked Jiang Kai. Look. Jiang Kai smiled, turning slowly. I told you, buddy. You're built for this. System loot acquired. 64 elite carcasses. 65. 66. The notifications scrolled endlessly. The team rushed over, beaming. That combo was legendary. With you two leading, Fire God Squad is unstoppable. Seriously, we haven't even been here an hour and Yuan Shu already broke through to rank 10. Su Nuan couldn't hide her admiration. She knew the captain and Yuan Shu were a power duo, but this speed was defying logic. She clenched her fists, wishing for that kind of strength. Jiang Kai smiled, sensing the target hiding within the rock fissures. Su Nuan, on me. Let's sweep the area. Suddenly, a roar pierced the heavens, shaking the very clouds above. They had arrived. The Fire God Squad moved with practiced ease into the stone forest. Unless fate was playing tricks, the warlord rank armored lizard dragon was lurking right here in this rocky labyrinth. Yuan Shu frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. Jiang Kai, you need a breather. That last fight burned through a lot of your stamina. Jiang Kai shook his head, eyes sharp. I'm drained, but I can still move. Besides, this dungeon might have multiple entrances. The noise we just made, it was basically a dinner bell. If we stall, that beast will summon every mob in the zone to guard it. Jiang Kai warned, when hunting a warlord rank monster, you have to strike while the iron is hot. Move out. 10 minutes pass in suffocating silence. The air grows heavy. Someone whispers, it is too quiet. Captain, is the boss really in this sector? Jiang Kai activates his skill ghost eye. Jiang Kai scans the terrain with supernatural focus, but the rock faces reveal no anomalies. Something is off, he mutters. It is not anxiety, it is pure instinct. The ground itself feels wrong. Ruan Yu looks over, concerned. Hey, what is wrong? You are shivering like a leaf. Yuan Shu rubs his arms, pacing back and forth nervously. I do not know why, but I have got goosebumps all over. Hu Yan pokes him playfully. Relax, big guy. You are just tense. But no one notices the pebbles tumbling down from the peak above them. Then, realization hits Jiang Kai like a truck. It is not nerves. It is the ground beneath us. He roars, Yuan Shu, Hu Yan, freeze. But it is too late. The earth splits open as a colossal tail smashes into their position. The squad scatters in 4 directions as chaos erupts. System alert. The interface flashes red. Red warlord rank. Scaled lizard dragon. Level 58. A classic boss encounter you would see in a system manhwa. They gasped for air, hearts pounding. We almost got wiped instantly. That camouflage was perfect. It looked exactly like the surrounding rock. Focus. Jiang Kai charges the beast to draw aggro, arms spread wide. Su Nuan, give me the data. She responds instantly. On it. She recites the analysis with rapid-fire precision. Target scaled lizard dragon, warlord rank, also known as the white lizard dragon, age 36, weight 2 to 2.4 tons. Yuan Shu's face goes pale. A scaled variant. Our first warlord kill has to be a mutant type. Sparks fly as hundreds of projectiles slam into the beast. Jiang Kai triggers a critical strike. The monster lets out a pained roar. Hu Yan and Yuan Shu watch in awe. Beautiful, a direct hit. Even one critical strike deals massive damage. But two, that is devastating. Jiang Kai remains focused. Mutant warlord beasts drop richer materials. The chances of a legendary item in the loot box just skyrocketed. But the price for that loot is power. This thing is significantly stronger than a normal warlord. Staring at the dragon through the smoke, Jiang Kai analyzes rapidly. Those scales are not just for show. Defense is over 35, plus high resistance to heat and corrosion. Penetrating that hide is going to be a nightmare. It gets worse. The chest plate has a defensive film, adding another 20 points of defense with the same elemental resistances. The team listens in horror. You are telling me those are its stats without active defensive skills? Sun Wan continues reading the combat logs. Based on previous data for this archetype, its spirit is between 100 and 150. Agility is clocking in between 150 and 170. Cold sweat drips down her face. Strength is between 380 and 420. Constitution is nearly 480. She emphasizes the final rating, threat level extreme danger. Before she can finish, the dragon lunges. Jiang Kai's expression darkens as the Manhwa recap system blares warnings in his mind. Danger, danger, Captain Jiang, watch out. The team screams in unison. The massive tail comes down like a meteor, shattering the earth and sending a shockwave of dust into the air. Jiang Kai blurs sideways, barely dodging the impact. I am good. Stay focused, he shouts, though his mind races. Heat resistance and heavy armor. My fire-chasing fade attack cannot pierce it, only knock it back. He lands safely, calculating. One hit from that 400 strength stat would turn my bones to dust. Thank God for the secret wings I looted from the Mermaid Lord's vault. That agility boost is saving my life right now. My agility is currently 60 points higher than the beast. His eyes narrow. As long as I do not get greedy, I can kite this thing and hold aggro without dying. This is the perfect chance. If I can pressure Yuan Shu enough, he might trigger a class breakthrough. A staple moment in any awakening manhwa. He glances at the behemoth. If it fails, I will just lure it away and escape. But if it works, Yuan Shu unlocks his true potential right here. Right now. Jiang Kai suddenly screams, feigning panic. Yuan Shu, save me. Yuan Shu drops from the sky like a meteor. I have got you, earth-shattering stomp. He slams into the ground, but the dragon does not even flinch. The beast looks down at them with cold, reptilian contempt. Yuan Shu turns white. Oh no, Captain. It did not take any damage. Jiang Kai realizes the plan has stalled. Run, you idiot. The dragon's maw snaps shut inches from where they stood. Yuan Shu shrieks. It is a monster. A wall of fire erupts momentarily. Checking the beast's advance, Jiang Kai swoops in, grabbing the tank. Great. Now it is aggroed onto both of us. I need to pull it away. Suddenly, a blur of motion shoots past them. Jiang Kai squints. Who was that? From the back line, Sun Nuan shouts, Captain, it is Ruin Yu. He drank the wine. Jiang Kai, that dragon's saliva is highly corrosive. It will melt equipment and flesh in seconds. Jiang Kai's panic spikes. Not good if Ruin Yu tries to kiss that thing in his drunken state. He is going to dissolve into a puddle. But instead of a tender kiss, Ruin Yu slammed his shoulder into the dragon with the force of a runaway freight train. Boom! The impact sent them both skidding backward. Ruin Yu dug his heels into the earth, sliding meters back while wearing a goofy, intoxicated grin. The scaled dragon blinked, utterly confused. Wait, why wasn't this human hallucinating that it was a beautiful woman? I thought he was wasted, Hu Yan shouted from the safe zone. I don't know, but he downed the tier 2 brew today. It seemed the new formula canceled out the beer goggles debuff while keeping the massive power boost. Ruin Yu chuckled, a strange, feral light dancing in his eyes. As a fellow male, I have been searching for a female worthy of my grandeur for a long time. Flesh crept up his cheeks as he pointed a trembling finger at the massive lizard dragon. The heavens have finally smiled upon me. Destiny has brought a dragon to this lonely soul. I have searched the cosmos, and finally, I found you among the masses. The lizard dragon froze, eyes widening in sheer horror as the shameless Ruin Yu sprinted toward it with open arms. Oh, my darling, let us seize this beautiful moment, Sun Nuan whispered in total disbelief. Brother Ruan Yu, does he actually think that terrifying beast is his soulmate? Scorching fireballs bombarded the beast with dizzying speed. The creature roared in agony. Yet Ruan Yu just kept running. Oh no, my beloved, are you hurt? Like a phantom, Ruan Yu appeared right beside the monster. Baby, hush now. No one will ever tear us apart again. Don't be shy. Tonight, our souls become one. The more you struggle somehow, the more excited I get. Watching this unfold, Jiang Kai could only grind his teeth in utter speechlessness. Ruan Yu's drunken state was spiraling out of control. If this dragged on, even if they slew the beast, their stamina and mental energy would be completely depleted. Yet, the drunkard continued his delusional romance. Wifey, let my strong chest warm your cold, broken heart. Jiang Kai desperately scanned the area for backup. He's completely lost his mind. I can't restrain a love-struck drunkard and fight a boss-level monster at the same time. Time was running out. Jiang Kai barked a command. Yuan Shu, hurry up. We need your class talent, Armor Break. Right now, it is the only way to turn the tide of this battle. We need you. Man, Yuan Shu stared, jaw-dropping at the chaotic scene. Is this what true fearlessness looks like? A wave of admiration washed over him. Brother Ruan Yu is truly like a deity walking among mortals. Yuan Shu recalled the drunkard's earlier wisdom. Overcoming fear, number kid. In that moment, fear simply did not exist within my soul. Back then, Yuan Shu had been astonished. No fear. How did you achieve such a state? Can you teach me the way? Snapping back to reality, Yuan Shu grabbed a tankard of ale. With resolve burning in his eyes, he downed the entire brew in a single, desperate gulp. Alright, I'm going in bottoms up. He wiped his mouth. Brother Ruan Yu, thank you for the live demonstration. I have mastered the art. The alcohol hit his system instantly. His eyes glazed over as a foolish grin plastered itself onto his face. The system interface flashed. Alert, you have entered the chaotic perception state. Your understanding of identity, power, and reality is now severely distorted. Red warning lights blinked. Critical confusion detected. Meanwhile, the lizard dragon was fighting for its life against the harassment. The beast was going berserk, yet Ruan Yu kept charging at it with open arms. Su Nuan, Hu Yun, and Jiang Kai screamed in unison, Brother Ruan Yu, get back! Suddenly, Yuan Shu smashed the glass to the floor. Shards flew as he gripped his blade. I, Yuan Shu, am the supreme god of war. None under the heavens can match my might. He unleashed a sword slash that cut horizontally across the lizard dragon's scales. Jiang Kai watched in awe. Does drinking Ruan Yu's special brew instantly trigger a critical armor break? It seemed the alcohol had completely scrambled his logic circuits. But in that chaos, his confidence had skyrocketed to the apex of existence. His blind, unshakable arrogance had forcefully awakened his class talent. Every strike now carried the stun effect, just like when they fought the Wolf King and the elite Black Ape. Armor Break dealt no direct damage to the flesh, but against the beast's defensive shell, it was devastatingly effective. The battle fever consumed him. I am the #1 war god of this era who dares stand before me. Before he could finish his boast, the lizard dragon's massive tail whipped around. Wham! The impact sent Yuan Shu flying. His reaction speed was too dulled by the booze to dodge. As he hit the dirt, the tail came crashing down for a follow-up strike. Jiang Kai instantly unleashed a volley of fireballs to intercept, swooping in to drag his drunk teammate to safety. Jiang Kai smirked, whispering, Thanks, Yuan Shu. You did your job! Then, with a burst of agility, he launched himself into the air. Explosive flames danced from his fingertips. Let me finish this for you. The fireballs hammered the dragon, causing its HP bar to plummet. A critical hit, 2000 HP, vanishes instantly. Jiang Kai's eyes gleam with predatory delight. Magnificent. Its defenses are shattered. It cannot survive my bombardment now. Yuan Shu, take the glory. The kill is yours. Yuan Shu stumbles forward, swaying dangerously on his feet. He roars to the heavens, voice cracking with adrenaline. I am the invincible war god. What ant dares to challenge me? Knuckles white. He grips his blade and unleashes a chaotic storm of steel. He pours every ounce of his life force into a final thought desperate flurry. Su Nanan watches, breath caught in her throat. Jiang Kai, is Yuan Shu going to be okay? Jiang Kai replies with absolute calm. Relax. He is just drunk. The lizard dragon suffers from armor break and critical wounds. This is a guaranteed victory for our squad. Moments later, the steel blade is drenched in thick, dark monster blood. With a final, earth-shaking thud, the colossal beast collapses. Its life force is finally extinguished. System alert, congratulations. You have slain the level 58 mutated warlord tier lizard dragon. Obtained warlord dragon corpse parts. Obtained rare dragon treasure. Adventurer Yuan Shu. Class martial apprentice. Level 15. His expression twists into pure arrogance. Yuan Shu throws his head back in manic laughter. I told you all, I am the supreme ruler of the battlefield. But the second the words leave his lips, his eyes roll back. He passes out cold. Su Nanan lets out a helpless chuckle. Looks like he is completely gone. Jiang Kai nods, out cold. Suddenly, Su Nuan frowns, a nagging shadow tugging at her mind. Jiang Kai, Sister Hong, I feel like we are forgetting something crucial. Jiang Kai strokes his chin thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, I have that same ominous feeling. Huoyan's eyes widen. I feel it too. A terrifying silence descends upon the trio, then realization strikes like lightning. They scream in unison. Oh no, Brother Ruan. At that very moment, the drunkard is wailing, cradling the dead dragon's massive head like a lost lover. No, my beloved wife, the only true love of my tragic life. Ruan Yu gnashes his teeth, eyes burning with drunken fury. You monsters! He charges at Jiang Kai's group. I treated you like family. Is this how you repay me by murdering my wife? But barely a few steps in, he freezes. His nose twitches. Ugh, what is that smell disgusting? The adrenaline fades, the alcohol wins, and he face plants into the dirt, snoring loudly. Huoyan and Jiang Kai slowly turn their heads, fixing their gazes on the healer. Su Nannan steps back, blushing furiously. Hey, why are you looking at me with those judging eyes? Ruin Yu is hallucinating that the lizard is his wife. I was worried he might turn on us, so I used my special concoction to knock him out. The others look at Su Nuan not with judgment, but with pure admiration. Their eyes say it all. Good job. Huoyan laughs. Su Nuan, give me some of that potion for the next time Ruan Yu gets rowdy. That ability is simply broken. Jiang Kai immediately issues a request. I need that power too. She doesn't hesitate. Done. No problem at all. By the time night falls, the squad sets up camp. The crackling fire casts long shadows. The two drunks are already passed out, hugging each other like koalas under a single blanket. Huoyan lies down to rest her weary bones after the day's grind. Su Nannan pulls out a flask of water and offers it to Jiang Kai. He turns his head, looking completely dazed. Jiang Kai reaches out. Thanks, you are not sleeping yet. She shakes her head. Today was just too intense. Honestly, my heart is still racing. I can hardly believe we survived. We got lucky. At the critical moment, Yuan Shu managed to shatter the defense of that mutated warlord tier iron-armored lizard dragon. Jiang Kai clutches the flask, excitement still palpable. Who would have thought the tier 2 wine Ruin Yu brewed would trigger Yuan Shu's hidden class talent? Su Nannan asks, her voice tinged with shy curiosity. Captain Zhang, do you think Yuan Shu will unlock even more hidden effects of his class talent in the future? Jiang Kai gives a silent, knowing smirk. He has to admit the kid has never been weak. What he lacks most is confidence. That explosive power today, it was liquid courage. The alcohol scrambled his senses just enough to unleash his bravery and trigger the armor break effect. Meanwhile, Ruin Yu is still rambling in his sleep. Wifey. Kissy, kissy. He sleeps right next to the guy muttering absolute nonsense. I, Yuan Shu, am the supreme god of war. Jiang Kai comes to a conclusion. He needs more training. Hopefully, he can build genuine confidence soon without the booze. He beams with optimism. I believe he can do it. But as the sun rises the next morning, a blood-curdling scream pierces the air. What? Yuan Shu's eyes blaze with false bravado as he listens to the others recount. I was that heroic yesterday, but internally, he is crumbling as the teasing continues. Ruin Yu cannot help but expose the truth. When your senses spiraled out of control, you didn't just slay the iron-armored lizard dragon. You were practically flirting with the beast. Mid-battle, Huyan grinned, relishing the spectacle. It was a truly magnificent display of chaotic valor. Her sarcasm cut deep, making him want to weep a river of tears. He groaned. Stop talking about it already. Just then, a shimmering treasure chest materialized in the center of the clearing. The 5-member squad gathered around the glowing loot box, eyes locked on the prize. All right, everyone is present. Let the grand unveiling commence. But as Jiang Kai reached out, Hu Yin slapped a hand on his shoulder, halting him cold. Captain Jiang, this is a rare drop. I cast a divination earlier, and I hate to break it to you, your luck is absolute trash today. Let Su Nannan open it. Her aura is glowing with crimson fortune. Unlike the pitch-black void surrounding you, Su Nannan's eyes went wide with surprise. Jiang Kai laughed, stepping back in defeat. Do it. Hu Yin is a master of divination, after all. Su Nannan, you are up. Hu Yin stepped forward, her voice encouraging. Don't worry, just throw it open. We already hit the jackpot just by surviving that mutated lizard dragon. Slowly, she accepted the heavy responsibility. Okay. Su Nuan stepped forward and threw the lid wide open. The moment they peeked inside, the entire team's jaws smashed against the floor. Suddenly, the familiar blue interface of the system materialized before their eyes. Su Nannan stared blankly at the item in her hands. It was special phosphor essence rock. This ore enchants weapons to shred armor and bolster defense. Weight 14.444 kilograms. Estimated value 500,000 sanctuary coins. Wenju received a crystal earth core weighing 17 kilograms. A vital energy source for city construction. Estimated value 100,000 sanctuary coins. For Huyan, a blood essence crystal weighing 48 grams. An essential component for crafting and upgrading high-tier weaponry. Value 300,000 sanctuary coins. Finally, for Jiang Kai, 3 heavily bones crucial catalysts for upgrading talent tiers. Estimated value 200,000 sanctuary coins. But then, she noticed something anomalous buried in the pile. Before their eyes lay a crimson crystal, pulsating with raw power, Mutated blood essence crystal, weight 0.6 grams. This is a core ingredient for crafting attribute elixirs. Estimated value 6 million sanctuary coins. Jiang Kai's jaw practically unhinged in shock. 1 gram of this stuff is worth 10 million coins, and it is just an ingredient. Su Nuan nodded, trembling with excitement. That is right. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's face turned corpse pale. Wait a minute. Then that mermaid elixir I chugged earlier. Did I just drink a few 100 million coins in one gulp? But before he could faint, another item was pulled from the chest. A secret elixir that permanently boosts base attributes. The ingredients are ridiculously rare. The entire sanctuary produces less than 20 bottles a year. 1 bottle increases base stats by 10 points. A market price 150 million sanctuary coins. Wenju's eyes shone like stars. Truly a reward fit for a mutated warlord kill. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai wanted to weep. I knew it. I literally swallowed a luxury villa at Jingshan Lake earlier. If I had known, I would have at least savored the taste. She continued pulling items out. This is holy water. Hu Yan immediately recognized it. Holy water. That is one of the materials required for the level 20 class change for doctors. Rumor has it a single class change requires 5 milliliters. This bottle contains 15 milliliters. Yuanzhou narrowed his eyes, his merchant brain activating. 5 milliliters sells for 1 million. So this bottle alone is worth 3 million sanctuary coins. Wenju couldn't stop praising her. We actually got the healer class change material Su Nuan. Your luck is terrifyingly good, even for a mutated warlord chest. The drop rate for 3 rare class change materials at once is practically 0. Her eyes sparkled as she ran the mental math. The total profit from a standard warlord tier chest is usually around 8 million sanctuary coins. That means the value of this chest exceeds 10 million. The absurdity of it made him laugh awkwardly. Huyan, you look like a total gold digger right now. She smirked, turning to Jiang Kai with a mocking gaze. Are you sure about that? Do you want to see what Captain Jiang looks like right now? Sure enough, over in the corner, Jiang Kai was practically drooling a river of greed. Between the elite chest from before and this mutated lizard dragon kill, our total loot value has definitely smashed through the 15 million mark. Seeing his expression, the other two were left completely speechless. After that day, the Fire God squad claimed a lizard dragon nest every single day. Sometimes, they even conquered 2 warlord tier dens in a single 24-hour window. As their combat experience grew, the combo of Yuanzhou's armor break and Jiang Kai's fatal critical strike made killing iron-armored lizard dragons as easy as breathing. The only downside was the astronomical cost of alcohol. That guy couldn't fight with any momentum unless he had ethanol coursing through his system. There was no logic to it, just Yuanzhou and the #1 alcoholic warlord under the heavens. 10 days later, the squad had wiped out nearly every warlord tier nest in the vicinity. System notifications flashed relentlessly, the heartbeat of this leveling world. Adventurer Yuanzhou level 20. Adventurer Ruanyu level 20. Adventurer Su Nuan level 12. The 2 vanguards smashed the level 20 milestone, while Nuan leaped from 9 to 12. The grind had been brutal, exhausted. The party finally set up camp, the crackle of the fire the only sound in the darkness as they divided the chores. Huyan turned to their leader, eyes seeking direction. Captain Jiang Kai, what is our next move? Jiang Kai's voice was steady. We've cleared this entire zone. The chances of another warlord tier beast spawning near 0? Ping. A sharp alert pierced the air from Su Nuan's interface. Shock froze her veins. Her rations tumbled to the dirt. The sound snapped Jiang Kai and the team to attention. Su Nuan, what's wrong? You're pale as a ghost. Speak. Her voice trembled, eyes glued to the holographic report. I just received verified intel from Lion Peak. A capable small guild was grinding there. They ran straight into a nightmare. A mutated commander tier fallen corpse king. They didn't stand a chance. Total party wipe. The squad's jaws dropped in disbelief. The fallen corpse king, true to its name, a monster that demands tribute in blood, elusive, deadly, a nightmare made flesh. A normal commander tier corpse king is already level 60 plus. That is leagues above the mutated lizard dragon we just slaughtered, but a mutated corpse king, its power level is unfathomable. Su Nuan continued, her tone grim, but the boss was heavily injured during the massacre. It has gone into hiding to recover. That guild was wiped out. Yes, but they managed to wound a monster of that caliber. They were strong. Hu Yan's eyes widened as the realization struck like lightning. If someone kills that mutated boss while it's weak, the loot would be legendary. But the price was a total team slaughter. Yuanzhou narrowed his eyes and sighed. A tragedy, truly. Ruan Yu nodded solemnly. They went down fighting. Suddenly, Jiang Kai cut through the sentiment. Su Nuan, this intel is fresh. right? Who else knows? She raised a brow, answering honestly, it just broke. It hasn't gone viral yet, but the major guilds definitely have spies. The orthodox factions will be swarming that location any second. Su Nuan paused, studying Captain Jiang Kai. Surely. You aren't thinking what I think you are. He raised an eyebrow. His expression turned dead serious. I know the Saint Yao rules forbid kill-stealing bosses, but that only applies to king tier and above. A commander tier monster that is free real estate. Right now, countless hunters are starving for that kill. It is the classic high-stakes gamble of this world. Jiang Kai smirked, the thrill of the hunt igniting in his eyes. So, I say we roll the dice and join the party. She didn't hesitate for a second. Agreed. We handled the lizard dragon well enough. Even if we don't secure the kill on the Corpse King, consider it a new trial, a chance to shatter our limits. Ruan Yu grinned, catching the infectious excitement. With Captain Jiang Kai leading us, I believe we can take down anything, even an iron-scaled beast. Count me in. Hu Yan checked her gear, weapons ready. Jiang Kai, I'm going too. Even the narcissist of the group checked his reflection, a confident smirk playing on his lips. How could the Fire God Squad function without the world's #1 vanguard? Yuanzu, he struck a dramatic pose. Obviously, I am coming. Seeing the fire blazing in their eyes, Jiang Kai felt a surge of pride. Good. He spread his arms wide. Next target, mutated Fallen Corpse King. Fire God Squad. Move out. They marched through the wilderness until dawn broke. The environment grew harsh and unforgiving. Ruan Yu was panting, tongue hanging out from the oppressive heat. Too hot. Suddenly, Yuanzu stopped dead. Hold up, look at that tree. Su Nuan activated her scan skill. That is a heavenly fire tree, age approximately 20 years. If it survives past 30, it evolves into a spirit plant. Killing it gives a chance to drop a fire tree heart rare material for boosting fire element buffs. Hearing this, Yuanzu stared intensely at the trunk, greed flickering, but then his gaze shifted. Something far more dangerous caught his attention. He pointed ahead. Look, that squad. It's the Azure Dragon Guild. I have seen them before. As they closed in on the objective, the area became a powder keg. Another group was closing in from the flank. Ruan Yu spotted them. Over there, another team. He gasped for breath. Just as we thought, everyone with the intel is converging here. We need to pick up the pace. Hu Yan frowned. We traveled faster than the groups coming from the main city. Oh. But speed means nothing against the teams who are already grinding in this zone. Jiang Kai fell silent, processing the battlefield. Hu Yan is right. There is no telling how many squads are rushing the lair right now. And the teams already in the vicinity, they are likely just waiting for backup. He turned and noticed Su Nuan lagging behind. Her steps were unsteady, heavy. Dizziness washed over her in waves. So, tired. My stats really can't keep up with the combat classes. The competition for the boss is brutal. Everyone is pushing their limits. I cannot be the dead weight that drags them down. Her vision began to blur into darkness. Suddenly, a figure stepped into her path. Jiang Kai handed her a water flask. Drink up, Xuan Nuan. We are taking a break. He mentally scanned the team's condition. Yuan Yu is our main tank. Power leveling him is priority #1. Ruan Yu started with insane stats, so getting him to level 20 will be a breeze. Hu Yan is already dominating at level 29, but Xuan Nuan is only level 12, and yet she has not complained once. She is pushing her body past its absolute limit just to keep pace with us. She frowned, eyes looking down in an internal conflict. After a moment, she forced a brave smile and shook her head. I am fine, really. I am not tired. Jiang Kai had to admire her spirit at the lowest level, a healer with 0 combat power. Yet she endured. She was tougher than she looked. He offered a gentle smile. You might not be tired, but I am exhausted. Everyone, do me a favor and rest up for a bit. The team immediately caught on and played along without missing a beat. Yeah, actually, I noticed a lot of high-level squads lurking around here. Better to recover our stamina now, so we are at peak condition for the fight. Xuan hesitated, but the group had already decided to set up camp before she could protest. Jiang Kai opened the map interface. Li Yan peak territory of the Fallen Corpse King. The perimeter stretches over 5.6 kilometers. Most monsters here have no territory awareness. They roam in chaotic patterns. Add in the swarm of rival hunter squads searching the area, and it is a mess. In terms of raw speed and stamina, we are at a severe disadvantage. Hu Yan cut straight to the chase. Captain Jiang Kai, what is the play? He looked at them directly, eyes sharp. I was thinking, should we really just rush in? Or should we pause and analyze the situation? Compared to these other squads, what is our unique edge? Ruan Yu rubbed his chin, thinking hard. The captain makes a good point. This place is crawling with elites. What does the Fire God squad possess that will let us find the boss first? Yuan Shu and Hu Yan exchanged a sharp, knowing glance, instantly on the same wavelength. Xuannon clenched her hands tight, her voice trembling with anxiety. I cannot think of a single plan. Are we really just going to leave our fate to blind luck? Her desperate words sparked a sudden epiphany in Jiang Kai. Luck. Yuan Shu chirped up with a grin. Hey Hu Yan, why do you not cast a divination for us? See if we can locate the fallen corpse king. Hu Yan felt a twitch of annoyance at the suggestion. How in the world am I supposed to predict something like that? Suddenly, Jiang Kai rushed toward her, eyes wide with excitement. Luck is not wrong. It's all about probability. Hu Yan, having you on the team is our ultimate cheat code. She recoiled, eyes wide with disbelief. Team leader Jiang Kai, are you serious? You want me to read fortunes now? Should I perform a rain dance while I'm at it? Jiang Kai's eyes gleamed with intensity. Hu Yan, have you forgotten your roots before you awakened your current class? You were a feng shui master. The fallen corpse king is critically injured and in hiding, so where would a hell attribute monster choose to recover? Realization dawned on her face, a place with the heaviest yin energy. Jiang Kai corrected her with a strategist's precision. Not necessarily the heaviest. Since it is wounded, it might not have the strength to reach the perfect spot. We need to scan for areas with heavy yin energy near the dim mist ridge and narrow it down. It was a classic strategy found in any high-stakes leveling manhwa. Hu Yan finally grasped the full picture. I see. She spun around, winking with newfound confidence. Feng shui techniques, that is my bread and butter. You guys take a breather. I will calculate the exact coordinates of the fallen corpse king's lair. Jiang Kai nodded, offering encouragement. Good. Time seemed to stretch as the team waited. Jiang Kai stood silent as a statue awaiting the verdict. Suddenly, a heavy hand slapped Jiang Kai's shoulder. Yuan Shu scratched his head, grinning. Man, I actually scared you. What are you thinking about so intensely? You did not even sense me walking up. Jiang Kai smirked, dismissing the concern. It is nothing. I was just thinking about Xuannuan unlocking her level 20 class advancement materials. Even though I unlocked my own class advancement formula, I am still completely in the dark about where to find the ingredients. Yuan Shu nudged him playfully. Jiang Kai, so you already got the formula? What kind of materials are we talking about? Rare drops. Jiang Kai's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. It is not about rarity. The problem is, I have absolutely no idea what these things are. He decided to reveal the truth. I found the special level 20 class transfer recipe in the hidden secret zone under Vindong Island, right where the merman boss was. After decoding the ancient text, it read, water with no source, fire that burns from the void, wind that is silent and still, earth that floats and sinks, and metal that shifts form constantly. Hearing this, Yuan Shu broke out in a cold sweat. Hold on a second. Living water with no source and fire burning from nothing. That sounds impossible. Jiang Kai, are you sure that is a recipe and not just a riddle? Jiang Kai gave a wry smile. There is only one copy of this formula. It is definitely correct, but it is cryptic enough to drive anyone crazy. A true puzzle for a system manhwa protagonist. If water without a source implies rain, then the other elements must follow a hidden logic. Yuan Shu's jaw dropped as the realization hit him like a lightning bolt. No source. That actually makes perfect sense, and fire born from the void. Could the riddle be pointing to Ludium Ridge? Jiang Kai looked blank for a second, but Yuan Shu nodded vigorously, scouring his memory banks. Exactly. Rumors say there is no visible flame there, yet the heat is enough to melt steel. It is like a natural, invisible furnace, oh. Does that not sound like magic to you? Jiang Kai rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing in thought. That actually sounds plausible. Suddenly, a mocking voice sliced through the air, shattering their concentration. Well, if it isn't the lucky dog from Windong Island. The little villain, Jiang Kai. A menacing group emerged from the shadows, a level 40 cavalry and a level 40 gladiator leading the formation. Fei Tuong stood with his hands on his hips, an aura of sheer arrogance radiating from his massive frame. Talk about enemies crossing paths on a narrow road. The sudden hostility confused Yuan Shu. Enemies Jiang Kai, do you have beef with these guys? They look like trouble. Jiang Kai shot the group a cold, unimpressed glare, his expression unreadable. I have never met them, but seeing that arrogant look plastered on their faces, they definitely reek of the Royal Guild. Yuan Shu's face twisted in disgust at the name. People from the Royal Guild, then I definitely need to teach them a lesson in manners. Yuan Shu prepared to lunge, but Jiang Kai calmly held him back. Hold your ground. These guys are high level. Our target is the mutated fallen corpse king. This is not the time to start a guild war. He stepped forward, his voice steady as a mountain. I am Jiang Kai. Do we have business? The massive man stepped closer, towering over him like a dark cloud. Business. Our business is blood. You slaughtered members of my Falcon Squad 5, and during the Merman boss raid, you sneak attacked and murdered young Master Huang. Fei Tuang laughed like a maniac, his eyes wild with bloodlust. Jiang Kai. Oh, Jiang Kai, you really have guts. Are you that eager to dig your own grave? Jiang Kai just picked his ear, looking completely bored by the threat. The truth was, Jiang Kai had never ambushed anyone. Huang Wei had brought 4 assistants to assassinate him, only to be wiped out by Jiang Kai in a beautiful display of skill. Before another word could be said, Huolin snapped. She cracked her whip, screaming like a banshee. The captain is talking to you. How dare a dog bark in his presence? Jiang Kai reacted instantly. With a casual wave of his bare hand, he swatted the whip away. The effortless block only fueled Huolin's rage. Jiang Kai frowned, his aura turning freezing cold. If you can't speak human language and keep your mouth shut, you are buzzing around like annoying flies. Fei Tuang didn't waste breath. He drew the massive sword from his shoulder, the heavy steel humming with power. You dare call our black tortoise guild flies? I was planning to grant you a quick death. He and his lackeys glared at the duo, their murderous intent saturating the air. But now, I will make sure you can neither live nor die. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, instantly equipping his combat claws. It was clear they wouldn't leave without blood being spilled. The battle was inevitable. Just then, Su Nuan and Mu Tian rushed onto the scene. Fei Tuang, what do you think you are doing? Are you really trying to attack us right here? Fei Tuang froze, blinking in confusion. They know Su Nuan. His eyes went wide with shock. Su Nuan, aren't you with the military? Why are you hanging around with this trash? Jiang Kai, she stepped forward, shielding Jiang Kai with her own body. I'm currently a member of the Fire God Squad, and Jiang Kai is my captain. If you try to touch him, I won't just stand by and watch. Wenqiu nodded aggressively in agreement. That is right, Mu Tian chimed in with a warning of his own. Captain, remember this woman's sister works directly under Wei Ying? Our priority is the fallen corpse king. We shouldn't invite unnecessary trouble. Fei Tuang gritted his teeth, falling into deep thought before finally sheathing his sword. Consider yourselves lucky today. I won't touch you, he sneered, desperately trying to save face. I didn't realize Jiang Kai was the type to eat soft rice, hiding behind a woman's skirt for protection. The protagonist glared daggers at Fei Tuang. His irritation boiled over, but the arrogant rival wasn't done yet, leaving with a final venomous sneer. Oh, right. You rely heavily on those flying daggers of yours, do you not? It fits. Someone like you is only capable of using such underhanded, deceitful trash. But mark my words, the next time our paths cross, I will not only shatter your precious blades into dust. Oh, Fei Tuang grinned like a devil, finishing his sentence with cold malice. I will sever both of your arms from your body. The threat hung heavy in the air, casting a dark shadow over Jiang Kai's expression. The rival group walked away, their mocking laughter echoing like hyenas as they relished his anger. To them, it was baffling how the elite Falcon Team Number 5 could have ever lost to such a pathetic, low-level hunter. When Shuro Ared, ready to rush in and spill blood right then and there. That is too far, but Jiang Kai, ever the calm leader, held him back with a firm grip. Now is not the time for a reckless vengeance. Let them go. Regaining his composure, the main character turned his focus to gathering intelligence. Su Nuan, tell me, what do you know about that man, Fei Tuang? She did not hesitate to share her knowledge. I know his background. He didn't just serve, he crawled out of the military district alive. Rumors say he blitzed from a martial apprentice to a full-fledged fighter in just 6 months. But his current combat aura, it is absolutely terrifying. He might have already breached the threshold of an inheritor. The realization hits Jiang Kai and Ruan Yu like a sledgehammer, stealing the breath from their lungs. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Su Nuan breaks the silence, explaining the brutal hierarchy of the system. The military path is unforgiving. Before one can even dream of transcending humanity, they must survive 4 hellish tiers. It is a ladder built on corpses and sheer willpower. Levels 1 through 20 are mere apprentices, 21 to 40 are fighters, 41 to 60 represent the inheritors, and beyond level 61, the legendary ancient warriors. Jiang Kai narrows his eyes, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. To think Fei Wang's power already rivals an inheritor. Su Nuan's expression darkens as she adds another layer to the nightmare. Tread carefully. He is backed by the Royal Brotherhoods, and his stats, I have heard his agility creates after images. His speed is demonic. Drop your guard for a second, and you are dead. Fei Wang's arrogant sneer flashes through the protagonist's mind. A chill crawls down his spine, an instinct honed by danger. Destiny whispers that their blades will clash again in the upcoming guild challenge. Suddenly, Hu Yan sprints over, waving frantically. Captain Jiang Kai, the calculations are complete. Only 3 locations match the parameters. She spreads the map, fingers tracing the coordinates of death. The first is the Sunset Necropolis, northwest of the Blazing Ridge. It sits dangerously close to the fallen Zombie King's domain. Option 2 is Shayan Lake, lying directly to the south. The lake is overflowing with yen energy, yet it remains closest to the safety of the main capital. Then there is the final possibility. A nameless depression in the western terrain, obscure, forgotten. We would have to scale rugged hills just to find the entrance. Hearing this, Jiang Kai rests his chin on his hand, eyes gleaming with tactical calculation. Yuanju raises a brow, favoring brute force. The zombie king is critically wounded. Surely it would flee to its nest. Let us hit the sunset necropolis and gamble on luck. But Jiang Kai shoots it down instantly with ice-cold logic. No, we march to the nameless valley. The squad freezes, shock plastered on their faces. Jiang Kai explains, his voice steady as a veteran hunter. The necropolis is obvious, too obvious. Every other hunting party will swarm that location like vultures. By the time we arrive, the loot will be gone, and the ground will be picked clean. We would return empty-handed, beaten by squads with faster movement stats. As for Shaoyan Lake, the energy density is weak, and its proximity to the city ensures a flood of casual competitors. The valley, however, is isolated by the mountain ranges. It looks difficult, it looks unlikely, but reverse psychology is our weapon here. That difficulty is exactly why the mob will ignore it. We do not play for scraps. We bet it all on one hand, to the valley. 2 grueling hours later, they breach the terrain. The nameless valley looms ahead. A teammate shivers, stepping into the gloom. This place is hellish. I do not need a feng shui master to read the signs. Thick, suffocating death energy radiates from the earth itself. Ruan Yu hesitates. But the scale is massive. Finding the zombie king here is like searching for a needle in a haystack of shadows. We are racing against time. We must locate and slay the beast before a rival guild sniffs us out. The difficulty is strictly nightmare mode, but Jiang Kai does not break stride. The king is terrified. To heal, it seeks the darkest, most claustrophobic hole it can find. Scan for caves or ancient tombs. Su Nuan pulls several vials from her inventory, the glass clinking softly. Her voice cuts through the tension. Drink these. I brewed them during the military wars. It neutralizes the corruption of hell-type toxins. You have a 12-hour resistance buff. This might be the thin line between life and death. Jiang Kai snaps into command. Good work. Everyone, down the potions now, fan out. We scan the perimeter for caverns or burial sites. The team nods. Draining the elixirs is one. Darkness swallows the sky. Soon, Jiang Kai's squad plunges into the pitch-black depths. Yuanju groans, his stamina bar flashing red. Jiang Kai, my legs. They won't move. We need a break before we push deeper. But the captain remained iron-willed. Yuanju, do not lag behind. Su. Keep moving. Su Nuan chimed in, her voice grave. She is right. Yuanju, imagine if the fallen zombie king decides to launch a surprise attack right now. Get over here. At those words, the blood drained from the big guy's face. An ambush that is impossible, right? Is it? Hu Yan teased without a shred of mercy. Sure, it is critically wounded, likely hiding like a rat. But I asked, what if... Who knows? Perhaps the mutated king got hungry while healing. Maybe it caught the scent of fresh human meat. And is standing right behind you. A phantom image of the beast seemed to loom over him, casting a shadow of death that sent shivers racing down his spine. Gritting his teeth in sheer terror, Yuanju sprinted forward like his very soul depended on it. I am coming. Wait for me. Do not leave me alone. Jiang Kai sighed, exasperated. Hu Yan, stop terrorizing him. He is easily spooked. She shrugged, completely unbothered. Yuanju boasts high stats, but his cowardice is a severe debuff. He needs this kind of mental conditioning to survive. Mid-sprint, Yuanchu's foot snagged on a massive, protruding stone. He crashed face first into the unforgiving dirt. The team rushed over, alarmed by the heavy impact. Yuanchu, are you injured? But the warrior did not answer. His face had turned ghost white. He scrambled backward in the dust, a trembling finger pointing at the obstacle he had tripped over. Wait. Everyone, look. What in the world is that? Before them lay a desolate ancient grave, half buried and forgotten by the sands of time. Hu Yan gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. A hidden tomb? It was camouflaged so perfectly, we would have walked right past it without a second glance. Ruan Yu narrowed her eyes in suspicion, but look at the size. It is tiny. Could a commander-rank fallen zombie king really fit inside there? Suddenly, a crack on the tombstone split open. The atmosphere instantly turned suffocatingly heavy. Jiang Kai's instincts screamed a singular warning. Not good. It is here. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, Su Nuan fall back immediately. Following the command, the squad scattered to create distance. Roger, Jiang Kai, did not hesitate. He launched himself into the air, ready to intercept the monster. He barked out the strategy mid-air. Yuanchu, I will take the aggro head-on. You stay in the shadows and prep the ambush. Yuanchu gripped his massive weapon, signaling his readiness for battle. Suddenly, the earth beneath the tombstone began to churn with sinister energy. Jiang Kai's voice turned icy serious. If you cannot tank the hit, retreat immediately. Do not be a hero. I will activate my fatal pursuit skill to suppress it if things go south. He responded instantly. Understood. Just then, a rotting hand slowly clawed its way up from the abyss. Even though Yuan Shu had steeled himself, the sheer, suffocating pressure froze him in his tracks. The beast fully emerged. It was a fallen corpse king, a variant commander rank entity. The interface looked exactly like a high-stakes system mana boss profile, boasting a terrifying level 65. The corpse king hoisted its massive frame from the grave, unleashing a roar that shook the very heavens. The party stood paralyzed, crushed by the sheer killing intent radiating from the monster. It was here. Its dead eyes locked onto Yuan Shu, draining the blood from the warrior's face. "Don't you dare come over here," internally, he was screaming. This thing was straight out of a nightmare horror show. Sensing his fear, the beast unleashed a sonic shockwave that blasted Yuan Shu backward like a rag doll. Holy crap. The corpse king emitted a bone-chilling frequency that sent shivers straight to the marrow. This is bad. My mental fortitude is crumbling. I cannot hold my ground. But then, Yuan Shu did what he does best. He downed a pint of beer in one go. Smash. Breaking the empty mug on the ground, he gripped his greatsword with renewed vigor. I do not care if you are a demon or a ghost. Abandoning all reason, he charged forward with suicidal bravery. I am Yuan Shu, the world's #1 war god. Prepare to die. Conquering his fear, Yuan Shu delivered a devastating slash aimed at the beast's neck. He expected a decapitation, but clang. The blade stuck fast in the monster's iron-hard flesh. A deadly silence fell over the battlefield. Yuan Shu stood there, frozen in sheer disbelief. The corpse king was enraged. It let out a guttural growl, glaring daggers at the audacious human. Hiding behind a tree, Ruan Yu trembled. It is over. Yuan Shu's weapon is jammed. He is a sitting duck. Jiang Kai moved like a phantom. Situation critical, Yuan Shu. Retreat now. But the corpse king roared, the sound waves rippling through the air and distorting the very space around them. Yuan Shu lost his footing and tumbled backward. The monster raised its massive claws for a killing blow, but before the strike could land, a shadow flashed between them. What is the hurry, you ugly freak? Your opponent is me. Jiang Kai unleashed a barrage of skills. Boom. A catastrophic explosion erupted, engulfing the battlefield in dust and debris, capitalizing on the chaos. Ran Yu and Hu Yan dragged Yuan Shu to safety. Move, we need to fall back. Reaching the safe zone, Hu Yan called out to their healer. Su Nuan Nuan, we made it back. That attack was magnificent. That fallen corpse king was already critically injured. After Captain Jiang Kai's ultimate attack, nothing should remain. Surely, it has been reduced to mere ash. But Ruan Yu hesitated. I don't know. Even Yuan Ju's full power slash failed to scratch its defense. This is no ordinary monster. Hu Yan noticed the healer's expression darken instantly. He asked Su Nuanwan, "What's wrong?" She stared into the settling dust, pure horror washing over her face. Hu Yan followed her gaze, his eyes widening in shock. Her voice trembled, words failing her. What is that thing? Is it immortal? Back on the battlefield, the nightmare was far from over. A crimson notification flashed in the air, signaling doom. Boss skill activated, undead resurgence. When the fallen corpse king takes fatal damage, its soul core ignites, defense skyrockets, and its health regeneration becomes god tier. It is the ultimate despair mechanic, a classic trope of high-level dungeons. The gaping hole in its chest knit itself back together in seconds. Then, the beast slammed its fist down. Crack. The earth split open. Jiang Kai was sent flying by the shockwave. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Its armor is shattered. It's critically wounded. I've been spamming combos non-stop. Yet, it refuses to fall. Its vitality is monstrous. At that moment, Su Nuanwan screamed, Jiang Kai, aim for the heart. You must destroy the core. Unless you pierce the heart, it will regenerate forever. Realization flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes. So, that's the gimmick. No wonder its HP bar won't hit 0. I have to obliterate the heart completely. But her warning came at a heavy price. The Corpse King's aggro shifted instantly to the healer. Snarling, it stomped toward Su Nuanwan, unleashing a soul-grating screech. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in panic. Su Nuanwan moved. Suddenly, the Corpse King froze. Dark energy erupted from its palm, distorting the very air. Mid-dash, Jiang Kai skidded to a halt. What the hell? Out of nowhere, a spectral hand cloaked in green miasma shot up from the ground. Before he could activate a dodge skill, the spectral limb snatched him right out of the air. The elongated arm crushed him with overwhelming force. Immobilized, pain shot through his body. He felt his ribs cracking under the pressure. It feinted a bait attack to catch me off guard. I can't break free. Jiang Kai hung like a helpless doll in the Corpse King's grasp. The beast unhinged its jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Its tongue lolled out, ready to devour the captain whole. Hu Yan screamed in terror. Captain Jiang Kai. At that moment, Yuanju exploded with rage. Gripping his sword, eyes burning with fury, he roared, "You dare get your filthy claws off my teammate! You overgrown trash!" But before Yuanju could close the distance, the beast exhaled a cloud of purple mist, creating a wall of death. Behind the tree, Su Nuanwan coughed violently. "That's dark purple poison mist." "Yuanju, stay back." Her mind raced through the database. Poison breath, the signature AoE skill of the fallen corpse king. The darker the hue, the more lethal the toxicity. Usually, a commander tier beast only exhales dark green gas. Even that is strong enough to melt an adventurer's skin within 60 seconds. But a king tier boss produces black mist in instant kill zone. This variant is spewing purple black mist. It's a hybrid toxin. It might not be an instant kill, but the debuffs and DOT damage will be catastrophic. A nightmare scenario for any awakened party. My antidotes. They'll be like a drop in the ocean against this level of toxicity. Su Nuanwan froze, despair creeping into her heart. Even heavily wounded, this monster had the power to wipe out an elite guild. She watched Yuanju charging into the fray, her heart sinking. Yuanju is trying to draw aggro again, but the level gap is too massive. He won't last 10 seconds. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through her thoughts. "You think I'll let you eat my captain?" "Not on my watch." She spun around in shock. "Wait, that aura, Ruin Yu." He raised his heavy shield, stepping up to support the vanguard. "I am Ruin Yu, and I refuse to be the weak link in this party." Su Nuanwan cried out, but the tank didn't look back. Suddenly, Hu Yan grabbed her hand from behind. "Su Nuanwan, wait. Don't rush in there. That purple mist is a death sentence. You're the healer, our lifeline. If you go down, we all die." Su Nuanwan stammered, but Hu Yan cut her off with a confident, almost reckless grin. "So, your only job right now is to stay alive." "Got it." With those words, Hu Yan turned and dashed toward the chaos, leaving Su Nuanwan behind. She stood there, the words "stay alive" echoing in her mind. "Hu Yan, wait. What are you planning?" Su Nuanwan cried out, desperation clawing at her throat, but the only reply was a final, grim instruction from her teammate. "Stay back. The poison aura is too vast. I have to enter the eye of the storm to summon the cleansing rain. It's the only way to wash this filth away." Su Nuanwan stood frozen, her soul stripped bare, watching her teammates charge into the jaws of death. Death danced on a razor's edge. Every limb trembled, locked in the icy grip of primal fear. She bit down until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Tears blurred her vision. "Why?" the question screamed in her mind. "I am a doctor, a healer, yet here I stand, useless." Since childhood, her older sister had been her absolute fortress, blocking every cruel arrow the world fired at them. She had flourished in that shadow, maturing within the safe cocoon of her sister's protection, never once facing the storm alone. But then, the world shattered. The Devil Stars descended, god-tier beasts erupted from the rifts. In this awakened mono-reality, only those who conquered the trials stood a chance against the invaders ravaging their home. Cruel reality struck when her father fell on the front lines. He bled out in the dirt, simply because there weren't enough healers to hold back the beast tide. That night, the innocent girl died and a soldier was born. She swore to join the military, determined to become the unshakable pillar her teammates needed in the fires of war. Fate played its hand during those lonely days inside the Devil Star Rift, introducing her to Yuanju and Jiang Kai. Their synergy was electric, an instant, perfect combat harmony. Under Jiang Kai's brilliant command, their rookie squad dazzled the brass, earning a prestigious spot within the military elite. Finally, just like her sister, she had donned the uniform. She thought her feet were firmly planted on the path to glory, but the military was a ruthless crucible designed to expose the weak. Despite her desperate, bone-breaking training, her evaluation stalled at rank C. She tried to put on a brave face for Yuanju. His scores were mediocre too. She told him not to worry, but deep down, disappointment weighed on her like a crushing mountain. Can I ever truly become a legendary healer? As Su Nuanwan spiraled through a vortex of self-doubt, the deafening roar of battle snapped her back to reality. The screams of Yuanju and Ruan Yu sliced through the chaos, such an exquisite specimen for a fallen corpse king. A voice sneered from the darkness. "How could I miss this? Come, let us proceed. Do not let anyone ruin this beautiful masterpiece. I am Yuanju, the #1 war god under the heavens. Be gone, you filth." But his thundering courage only deepened the shadow of inferiority in her heart. Just like back then, she watched her best friends burning their very life force to fight, while she remained exactly the same useless girl from the past, always hiding behind her sister, always hiding behind them. Su Nuanwan sank to the ground, powerlessness crushing her spirit into dust. Doubt began to rot her resolve. Was I ever meant to be a doctor? Suddenly, the Corpse King shrieked, spewing a deadly, poisonous mist. While the tank struggled to hold the line, Jiang Kai was reaching his breaking point. His face turned a terrifying, asphyxiated shade of blue. Wenju, Ranyu. Hearing Jiang Kai's desperate cry pierced her stupor like a needle. Su Nuanwan scrambled to her feet, trembling but moving. She arrived just in time to see the Corpse King unleash a devastating assault on her team. Witnessing the carnage, Su Nuanwan gasped and sprinted forward. Yuanju Ranyu. She slid to her knees, instantly assessing the damage. Less than a minute in the mist, yet their flesh was corroding rapidly. Calm down, Su Nuanwan, she commanded herself. Saving lives is the only mission that matters now. Channeling her mana, she cast healing spells on the wounded, using the incantations to steady her own shaking heart. Color returned to Yuanju and Ruanyu's faces as their wounds knit together. Suddenly, the poison mist dissipated, washed away by a torrential downpour. Su Nuanwan looked up, relief flooding her soul. It was Huyan, under the mage's summoned tempest. The toxicity vanished instantly. The Corpse King stood bewildered in the rain. Meanwhile, the mage collapsed behind a tree, draining her very life force to maintain the storm, but the beast wasn't finished. It snatched Jiang Kai in its massive grip, roaring with fury. Jiang Kai was fading fast. Agony racked his body, his breath hitching as the cold hand of death drew near. Did I overestimate myself again? His face went deathly pale. Back on Eternal Winter Island, if not for the passive skill, Iron Will of the arena, he never would have scratched the mermaid boss. Jiang Kai's life flashed before his eyes. Hishishi's commander level fallen Corpse King was a variable he hadn't accounted for. It was completely off script. I led them into this hell, he thought, yet I lacked the power to shield them from the flames. Guilt consumed him. Nearby, Huyan gave a weak cough, murmured, "It's over," and slumped into unconsciousness. No, Huyan, Jiang Kai screamed internally. Was his ambition truly a death sentence for his friends? God, can I really let them pay the ultimate price for my arrogance? Darkness clouded his vision, surrender tempting him into the abyss. But then, Movement Yuanju and Ruanyu launched a suicidal charge. I am the strongest war god. Who dares touch my captain, the Corpse King, startled by the ants biting back, instinctively blocked Ruanyu's strike. That split-second distraction is all he needs. Jiang Kai slips free from the crushing grip. He grits his teeth, shattering his doubt in an instant. No, I refuse to accept defeat here. Brother Jiang and Yingxi are waiting for us to return to the good life. Watching his teammates throw their bodies into the meat grinder to save him ignites a supernova in his soul. They are fighting for him, fighting for Team Vulcan until the bitter end. Jiang Kai hits the ground hard, hacking up a spray of crimson blood. He tries to rise, but his arms tremble violently. Every inch of his body screams in agony. He is running on absolute fumes. Su Nuanwan rushes to his side, panic flooding her eyes. Jiang Kai, what do we do? Yuanshu and Huyan are down. He cuts her off, his voice steady as steel despite the pain. Su Nuanwan, breathe. Huyan is down, which means this rain is temporary. I feel like every bone in my body is pulverized, but we have to end this monster now. Is there any way? He looks at her, his eyes vulnerable and pleading. Can you patch me up right now? Tears well in her eyes, but she swallows them back. She refuses to be the weak link. Gripping his hand firmly, she nods. I understand. Leave it to me. In that moment of respite, the Corpse King's tongue lashes out. It snatches Yuanshu and Ruanyu, tossing them into its maw like snacks. But before it can swallow, a shadow flashes. Jiang Kai smashes a fist directly into its hideous face. Spit them out, you bastard! He launches himself skyward, gravity bowing to his rage, preparing a hammer blow from the heavens. Boom! A thunderous kick to the jaw forces the beast to regurgitate its prey. Su Nuanwan watches them fall, heart in her throat. Jiang Kai glances back, a smirk playing on his lips. It is the grin of a madman. Nuan, keep them alive. The Corpse King retaliates, bringing a massive fist crashing down on him. Her expression darkens. She withdraws a vial of glowing orange liquid from her inventory. Jiang Kai, she whispers. My standard healing magic won't be enough to bridge the gap in power. This vial contains the Tears of the Lesser Phoenix, a legendary drop I secured during my military training arc. It acts like a cheat code from a leveling Manhwa. It instantly restores the user to peak condition, regardless of damage. But the cooldown penalty is brutal. Exactly 1 minute after consumption, the user drops into an instant, unbreakable coma. Jiang Kai, are you really crazy enough to drink this? Jiang Kai does not hesitate for a second. He downs the potion with a frown, but a confident smirk quickly replaces it. 1 minute is all I need to end this. He blasts his aura at the zombie king to draw aggro, then dashes away, turning back to taunt the beast. Come get some, you brainless pile of meat. Chase me if you can. The monster roars in fury and immediately gives chase. Jiang Kai sprints forward, gritting his teeth to buy every second possible. Good, the storm is finally clearing up. He kites the zombie king deep into the forest, creating the perfect distance. He stops cold, waiting patiently for the boss to enter the kill zone. Suddenly, the earth ripples like water. The zombie king's massive fist erupts from the ground, smashing exactly where Jiang Kai had been standing a split second ago. He sidesteps the attack, a cocky grin on his face. You think I would fall for the same trick twice? The beast howls in rage, spewing a cloud of toxic smog. 3 arrows pierce through the smokescreen, locking onto the zombie king with deadly precision. The monster's eyes widen in shock before it leaps into the air to counterattack. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the forest. The creature lands frantically, scanning left and right through the thick debris. A blinding light flashes from the distance. The king dodges sideways, screaming in frustration as it tries to track Jiang Kai's energy signature. It spots a pit trap ahead, but that was just a distraction. The real threat materializes right behind its back. Hey, ugly. Jiang Kai unleashes 3 power charge arrows with overwhelming pressure. Over here, your reaction speed is pathetic. The king roars, launching a desperate strike. The arrows slam into its arm with terrifying velocity. The king shrieks in pain, but in the exchange, its giant hand snatches Jiang Kai, crushing his ribs. The zombie king pulls him close, its tongue lolling out hungrily. Su Nuan watches from the sidelines, shaking in terror as tears stream down her face. Jiang Kai, its maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. But suddenly, the monster's pupils shrink in fear. Jiang Kai channels his last reserves of mana, speaking through the pain. You rotting trash! Did you really think you caught me? Thwack! Something embeds itself directly into the monster's heart. I only let you grab me to lure you into range. Golden aura flares brilliantly around Jiang Kai's hand. The king roars in agony, dropping him. As Jiang Kai falls, his eyes remain locked on the target. It looks like my gamble paid off. Green blood oozes from the zombie king's heart. The 1-minute buff has run out. As the colossal boss crumbled, its reign ending. Su Nuan's heart seized with terror. She raced forward, rushing toward Jiang Kai's falling body. Jiang Kai, his vision dissolved into a swirling void. The last thing he saw was her frantic figure, desperately running toward him. Su Nuan, the rest is up to you. She immediately began casting her healing magic. Jiang Kai, a flash of memory ignited in her mind. Replaying the moment 3 arrows flew past the monster, seemingly missing, slamming into a distant tree. She thought them misses, mere misfires. But no, he was setting up an intricate geometric trap for that final, decisive strike. Even at death's door, he had orchestrated their salvation. A golden light erupted from the mutant king's heart. Was this whole devastating battle just part of his grand plan? Suddenly, a raw, guttural roar ripped through the air. Su Nuan sprang to her feet, body trembling, fear seizing her heart. The boss wasn't dead yet. Jiang Kai's fading words echoed in her mind. Su Nuan, the rest is up to you. In that instant, her eyes, once clouded with terror, blazed with unyielding resolve. Her grip tightened on the dagger, knuckles white, as she slowly advanced toward the zombie king's colossal, reanimating form. Su Nuan, focus, your comrade depends on you now. Cold sweat slicked her skin, yet she stood firm, raising her weapon, a fierce glow of awakened mana radiating from her gaze. The king shrieked, its monstrous claws tearing through the air. Su Nuan instinctively ducked, a blur of movement backward, and the next instant, a crimson spray splattered across the earth. A searing pain ripped through her arm, yet a chilling smile curved her lips. Did you really think you could escape me? The zombie king groaned, its reanimated body swaying, anticipating her next move. With a streak of crimson at the corner of her mouth, she looked every inch a cold-blooded assassin. How dare you hurt my friend? She roared, a battle cry erupting from her soul, charging forward without a hint of fear. Her dagger, imbued with resolve, plunged deep into its core. The zombie king's death throes, a horrifying shriek, tore through the jungle. The next day dawned. Under the tranquil shade of a magnificent tree, Yuanju and his comrades shared hearty laughter. Su Nan frowned while bandaging Jiang Kai. No heavy movement. You need to rest. My medicine will have you back to full strength in 3 days. Or he just smiled without arguing. But then she realized his gaze was fixed on her, intense and unwavering. What? Is there something strange on my face? He simply shook his head, his gaze now sweeping towards the distant mountains. No, it's just, I feel like you're growing up so fast. Su Nan, you're becoming a top-tier adventurer. She looked doubtful, a hesitant frown on her face. Me, outstanding Jiang Kai, nodded firmly. Absolutely. Su Nuan looked away shyly, her gaze drifting. But when we fought the fallen guardian, I was merely a healer. I always had to hide behind you all. I felt like I was just nerfing our team's combat strength. Jiang Kai tilted his head back, a hearty laugh echoing to the sky. I think you're severely underestimating your own value. Su Nuan, I remember seeing you run until your lungs burned, yet you never complained once. While I was busy power leveling Yuanju and Ruan Yu, you didn't just endure the grind. You pushed through the exhaustion to keep up with our squad. And remember when you stood up to the Falcon Guild's bullying? You knew you were weaker, but you stepped forward to protect us anyway. You faced the Zombie King alone, armed with just a dagger. And when the Fallen Guardian took me down, you were the one who landed the final blow, securing my level up while simultaneously healing everyone else. Jiang Kai turned to her then, his eyes gentle and warm. Su Nuan Nuan, you're a healer with 0 combat specs, yet I know you've never once considered retreating. You've done so much, more than you realize. All the incredible things you've overlooked, we see them. We've seen it all on this journey. You've been absolutely incredible. Nuan Nuan, we all truly appreciate you, and this party absolutely needs you. As those profound words settled, tears welled in her eyes. Suddenly, Yuanju and his crew materialized behind them, appearing like playful ghosts. You got that right. Su Nuan Nuan, if not for your divine healing, we'd be rotting corpses right now. Instead of prancing around with full health, Jiang Kai twitched, casting a wary glance sideways. Just how long have you all been lurking back there? Ruan Yu grinned through the lingering pain, gesturing enthusiastically with his bandaged arm. Obviously, thanks to Su Nuan Nuan being here, we could charge into the abyss without a single glance back. Hu Yan leaped forward, practically bursting with renewed energy. Exactly, without you, I would have been wiped out ages ago. As their praise washed over her, tears streamed down her face, tears of pure, unadulterated joy. Su Nuan Nuan let the tears fall freely, soaking in the overwhelming warmth of their gratitude. I need you guys just as much. I love this team. 2 hours later, after their heartfelt reunion, Jiang Kai stood tall, his expression now serious and focused. Is everyone ready? A palpable hum of excitement filled the air. The 4 of them pressed the activation button, a perfect synchronization. Suddenly, a massive treasure chest materialized in the center of the clearing. Jiang Kai stepped forward, spreading his hands in a grand gesture. All right, let's unveil our destiny. As the lid creaked open, a blinding pillar of light erupted from within, piercing the very heavens. Rumor has it the Fallen Corpse King's chest drops legendary gear, and since this was a mutant-grade boss, the rewards in this leveling mana scenario should be absolutely insane. A veritable hoard of dazzling treasures revealed itself, leaving everyone utterly breathless. Jiang Kai snatched a weapon, his eyes gleaming, and inspected it. The Frenzied Flame Blade, a level 80 executioner weapon. Only 2 others exist in the entire server. This is the 3rd. It's estimated to be worth 350,000 ghost crystals. Yuanchu's jaw nearly unhinged. 350,000 converted. That is a staggering 3 million Saint coins. Hu Yan shrugged, feigning indifference to mask his shock. Why the surprise? It is a top-tier level 80 weapon. A tragedy we lack an executioner in our party to wield it. Oh. Jiang Kai's eyes shimmered with the promise of wealth. Who cares? We sell it for a fortune. He tossed it aside and hoisted a heavy suit of armor next. Su Nuan Nuan. What is the story with this one? She tapped her system interface, but a frown of confusion creased her forehead. This is strange. Data not found. Hu Yan gasped. No record. Does that mean it is a first discovery item? Su Nuan Nuan smirked, confidentially materializing a card between her fingers. Lucky I came prepared with a high-grade appraisal card. Back in the army with Yuan Shu, standard scanners were useless on rare loot. I learned to buy these for emergencies exactly like this. The moment the card dissolved into the metal, the armor erupted in blinding radiance. The light faded, and the system window finally unveiled the hidden stats. Necro outer armor. Level 60 required. Strength plus 24. Defense plus 27. Agility plus 33. And spirit plus 71 effect 1 death amnesty. Reduces level requirement by 40. Effect 2, Necro State. Grants immunity to nervous system attacks for 3 seconds. Cooldown is 10 minutes. Effect 3, Death Torture. Unleashes a devastating mental assault. The target suffers the agony of near death continuously. It triggers on critically wounded foes and lasts until the caster's spirit runs dry. Yuan Shu stared, paralyzed in disbelief. What the hell? Those stats are divine tier, especially the spirit attribute. A massive 71 points. Jiang Kai's excitement boiled over. The stats are crazy, but the effects are the real game changer. Death Amnesty means level 20 trash like us can equip level 60 gear. He analyzed the mana mechanics rapidly, and the Necro State. That is the true ace up our sleeve. 3 seconds sounds short, but against the sonic screams of sirens or neurotoxic poisons, it guarantees a window to counterattack when we should be helpless dead meat. Jiang Kai gripped the armor tightly, refusing to let go. As for Death Torture, it might be overkill for combat, but for psychological warfare, it is the ultimate tool to shatter an enemy's mind. 25 minutes later, he pointed to the chest, the mountain of treasure dwindling. Most of this is high-level gear, but useless for our classes. We sell it all. We need funds for our class advancement materials. Suddenly, a faint, ominous glow from the bottom of the pile caught his eye. He crouched down, intrigued. What is burying itself underneath everything else? Yuanshu lifted an object, and the team's eyes locked on an accessory, Yuanshu mumbled. But Jiang Kai noticed something far more important at Yuanshu's feet. That ring radiates immense power. Su Nuan Nuan. Scan it. She nodded, moving to comply. But Jiang Kai stepped forward, ignoring the ring. He reached for a card that had fallen unnoticed in the dust. The moment his skin grazed it, the system chimed. Congratulations. You have obtained a unique weapon for the gambler class, the Death God card. His eyes went wide as he looked up at the AI interface. The Death God. The AI avatar nodded solemnly. Correct. It began to detail the terrifying potential of the item. The Death God card, a unique weapon exclusive to the gambler class, no level requirement, is one of a 9-card set. If the adventurer evolves into a transcendent or an anomaly, this item can be manifested in the real world. Jiang Kai froze. Unique, does that mean this is the only one in existence? A weapon with no level limit, made only for gamblers. It is like the system designed this specifically for me, he muttered, his mind racing through calculations. Let's see, my class skill, ghost hand card throw, with normal items, accuracy is up 40%, penetration up 30%. But when I use card type weapons, accuracy skyrockets by 120%, penetration hits 250%. A feral grin split his face. That means with this Death God card, my damage output becomes exponential compared to any normal weapon. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the card. But wait, what is an anomaly? I know Transcendent refers to masters above level 80. Is Anomaly a similar rank? Whatever. I will research the lore later. The AI brain projected the stat window again. The Death God card boosts base stats by 20%, penetration plus 50, permanent critical rate plus 15%, and critical damage plus 150%. Jiang Kai trembled. Percentage-based buffs. That means as I level up and my base stats grow, this weapon evolves with me and it is broken. His heart hammered against his ribs. If the passives are this godlike. What about the special effects? The AI ignored his fanboying, its voice turning cold and mechanical. Now introducing the special effects. Effect 1, the time has not yet come. This is an active skill. The Death card strikes the target up to 50 times autonomously. However, triggering it early drains massive spiritual force. During this barrage, the victim takes 50% extra damage, yet remains locked in a state where death is impossible. Jiang Kai's jaw dropped in horror. Even after 50 fatal strikes, the target is forbidden from dying. Normally, in the heat of battle, you want your enemy dead in a heartbeat. But this twisted ability defies logic. It dictates that unless I grant permission to die, the victim is forced to suffer eternal agony. And the system wasn't finished, it revealed a second terrifying effect, the Wrath of the Gods. Once triggered, the card transforms into a spinning vortex of absolute destruction, slashing through everything in its path with breakneck velocity. If the prey fails to escape this kill zone, the piercing power doesn't just hit it, escalates infinitely. Naturally, unleashing such divine fury drains both stamina and mental energy dry. Jiang Kai's face twisted in pure horror. If an enemy gets trapped, the damage multiplies. Stacking perfectly with the first effect, the time has not come. It truly earns the title Death Card. The system interface flashed, displaying the final ability Mana interface. Divine Weapon Recognition. This artifact is indestructible. Once bound to a master, it can be summoned, controlled, and retrieved solely by the power of thought. Reading that final line, a wicked grin stretched across his face. Indestructible durability paired with telekinetic control. Now, that is a game changer. With this ace up his sleeve, even cunning vipers like the royal family will never see their doom coming. It is the ultimate trump card. Jiang Kai thrust the artifact into the air, celebrating his insane fortune. He may have missed the level 20 gambler class up material, but he found a weapon destined for a true high roller. Wait. A frown creased his brow as he scrutinized the item description Master God card. What in the world is a Master God card? Why does it say his Death card is merely one of a set that implies there are 8 others out there waiting to be found? Crack. A sudden snap from behind shattered his train of thought. Jiang Kai spun around, his ghost eye skill flaring to life instantly. His gaze pierced through the dense forest foliage. Trouble was inbound. A high-level squad was approaching fast. And right now, his team was in absolutely no condition to fight. If those strangers discovered they killed the mutated fallen zombie king and looted the treasure chest, they wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them all for the spoils. He immediately signaled his team. Someone's coming. We can't stay here. Move out, now. Understood. they whispered in unison. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the fortress in Jiangzhong, the base of the mighty Wei Ying. The commander stood by the window, his gaze heavy with worry. Knock, knock. Wei Ying turned, his expression stern as steel. Su Lanlan entered, anxiety written all over her face. Commander, another nation has discovered a connected teleportation array. Suffocating silence filled the room as Wei Ying stared into the distance. Another one. Wei Ying's brow furrowed deep. He opened his mouth to speak, but stopped, sinking into the abyss of his own thoughts. The situation was spiraling out of control. Because the exploration level of the ghost planet is still low, national territories remain isolated. Unless someone uses special methods to invade rookie zones, the borders between countries rarely cross. The scene flashes back to a year ago. Wei Ying recalled the exact moment the world changed forever. Nations were under attack when they discovered the teleportation arrays leading to the sewer land of Maitreya. Space gates began tearing open in random locations across the ghost planet. Though scattered, they all led to one terrifying public zone, the sewer land of Maitreya. That land is a realm of nightmares. A floating portal hangs ominously beneath a gray, lifeless sky. First, the sewer land is massive, and its location shifts every 6 months. A portal could open anywhere, even in the deepest, darkest jungles. Second, it harbors mysterious lost ruins. Inside these zones lie god-tier treasures and powerful class-change materials that exist nowhere else. When the gates open, mountains of corpses usually spill out. But that wasn't what kept Wei Ying awake at night. The restriction is absolute. Only adventurers below level 60 can enter the sewer land. But the most shocking twist came when humans entered the system. AI initiated a global event. A holographic projection announced, "Welcome to the preliminary competition of the sewer land of Maitreya. Participating squads must have 5 members, all under level 60. It was a call to arms for the younger generation. When 80 nations enter this zone, the tournament officially begins. The AI avatar grinned, her eyes gleaming with malice. A battle royale for all adventurers. The top 3 teams will receive 3, 2, and 1 secret key, respectively. These keys were the only way to access the lost ruins and claim the ultimate treasures. And the kicker, each person can only participate in this tier once in their lifetime. Back in the present, Su Lanlan's voice cut through the silence. So far, 49 countries have found the portals. Once we hit 80, the bloodbath begins. But our nation, St. Yao, we still haven't found a single gate." Wei Ying lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his grim expression. "Only by ranking in the tournament can we explore the lost ruins. And those treasures? They have the power to shift the fate of an entire nation." Seeing Wei Ying fall silent, she hesitated. "Commander Wei Ying, are you listening?" He inhaled deeply, smoke curling around him, before snuffing out the cigarette with ruthless precision. Striding past her, he issued an order that would send shockwaves through the nation. "Summon the guild representatives from every corner of the country. Initiate an emergency council immediately." She bowed sharply, her voice crisp. "Yes, sir." 3 days later, the scene shifted to a secluded corner of the city. Jiang Kai emerged from a building, hands tucked casually in his pockets, radiating an air of calm. Wen Shu and the others swarmed him the instant he appeared. Jiang Kai had successfully liquidated their surplus loot. He gave a subtle nod, retrieving 3 vials of luminescent blue liquid. "I listed them on the private market, and they were snatched up in a heartbeat. I also secured the class change materials you all needed. These are premixed potions. Drink them, and your awakening will be absolute." Huyan's eyes sparkled like galaxies. The loot we scored this time was top-tier treasure. The prices were astronomical, yet they vanished from the shelves in seconds. Jiang Kai chuckled softly. "It seems there are more hidden tycoons out there than we imagined." But Su Nuan remained composed, her mind dissecting the situation. "I heard the military convened a global guild summit just a few days ago. Immediately following that, the procurement department began hoarding rare resources. This market boom isn't a coincidence. It is definitely connected to a cataclysmic event." Jiang Kai's sharp gaze shifted to the duo whispering behind them. They paused, exchanging rumors in hushed tones. "Hey, did you hear the guild challenge is kicking off soon? Looks like some monster rookies are joining the fray this year. It is going to be a total bloodbath. Rumor has it the Black Tortoise Guild is going all out. They have already declared the championship trophy belongs to them, and no one else." Wen Shu's fighting spirit ignited instantly, rage blazing in his eyes like wildfire. "Black Tortoise. Arrogant bastards. Do not worry, Jiang Kai. When the time comes, I will crush them beneath my boots for you." Ruin Yu chimed in, pumping his fist. "That is right." Jiang Kai nodded calmly. "Agreed. But first, let us head to the guild district." Suddenly, his eyes widened as realization struck him like lightning. "Oh, right. To enter the guild challenge, we actually need to belong to a guild first. Su Nuan Nuan looked at Jiang Kai with skepticism. Did you actually find one? You said you offended the royal family? No guild would dare recruit a marked man like you. I thought we were destined to be lone wolves. She leaned in closely. So, Captain Jiang, who took the bait, he offered only a mysterious smirk, guarding his secrets. The scene shifted to the bustling guild district, a chaotic sea of awakened hunters. Jiang Kai stopped abruptly. We are here. Yuan Shu's face twisted in utter confusion. Jiang Kai, this is the place. He pointed at a desolate gate where not a single soul stood. Why does it look like a ghost town, a remote corner with no guards and no signboard? Soon, Su Nuan Nuan's eyes widened, her instincts screaming that something was different. She watched Jiang Kai stride confidently toward the empty entrance, his aura unfazed. Wait, Jiang Kai. Do not tell me you founded your own guild. He gave no answer. He simply raised a keycard to the scanner. As the system verified his identity, golden text materialized on the plaque in a blaze of light. Sovereign God Guild, number 319, Zone C. Exactly. The gates groaned open, and their jaws hit the floor. A magnificent fortress revealed itself from the shadows, towering and majestic. It is beautiful. Jiang Kai spread his arms wide. A king in his domain. Welcome to our new home. Sparkling lakes and miniature mountains painted a veritable paradise. The Sovereign God Guild. Yuan Shu snapped out of his daze and shoved Jiang Kai's shoulder. Hey, since when did you establish a guild? You did not say a word, man. You really know how to hide your ace card. Hu Yan gazed up at the architecture, completely awestruck. Seriously, Captain Jiang, I never thought a penny pincher like you would splurge on a palace like this. Being called stingy made him want to vanish into a corner. Ruin, you whistled. Exactly. How much did this fortress cost? At least 100 million Saint coins, replied Jiang Kai. His reputation as a miser was officially shattered. He tapped his wrist, summoning the holographic interface. Clearing his throat to regain his cool image, he spoke. I planned this ages ago. When I bought your class transfer materials, I registered the guild simultaneously. His mind drifted back to the bitter memory of his arrival, the moment I first stepped into this world. When I first came to the Ghost Star, every guild slammed the door in my face. They were paralyzed by fear, too terrified of the royal family's influence to help a nobody. Back in the present, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Screw fate. I rely only on myself. If they will not take me, I will build my own empire. The system mana interface chimed. Base identification in progress. Identification successful. Verifying guild data. Verification complete. The Sovereign God Guild is just starting, he declared. The robotic voice confirmed. Guild officially established. The team erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring to the heavens. Finally, we have a sanctuary on the Ghost Star. The scene shifted to the next morning. Yuan Shu burst into the room like a hurricane. I did it. The class transfer worked. His face flushed with adrenaline as he pulled up his status window. Jiang Kai, look, I am officially a fighter. Adventurer Yuan Shu, class fighter, level 21. He clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with the fire of pure excitement. I have awakened a second talent. And my stats, they are absolutely insane. Jiang Kai stepped forward, asking, what is the ability? Yuan Shu flashed a grin and gave a confident thumbs up. It is called Versatile Fighter. It boosts my base stats 10% higher than any standard second job advancement. Plus, every time I level up, I receive 7 attribute points instead of the standard amount. Jiang Kai beamed at the news. That is incredible. Hu Yan could barely hide her envy. The martial artist path relies purely on stats. You are going to be an absolute monster. Definitely one of the strongest classes in the Saint Realm. I am so jealous. Yuan Shu placed his hands on his hips, spinning around to flash a cheeky peace sign. But that is not all. He began to explain the true terror of his power. In combat, I can redistribute my stats at will. I can switch to maximum agility to dodge, or go full burst damage instantly. Once the battle ends, my stats return to normal. And when I train, this talent gives me a chance to spontaneously comprehend new skills. Jiang Kai's smile froze, turning into genuine shock. The girl beside him leaned in, eyes wide with intrigue. Dynamic stat allocation, huh? If you master that, you will crush anyone at the same level. It is broken. And auto-learning skills, that is basically getting free cheat codes. Jiang Kai stepped forward, patting Yuan Shu's shoulder heavily. Buddy, you're going to become the ultimate all-rounder. Yuan Shu rubbed his nose, bashful. Like I said, Jiang Kai, I have got your back. Hu Yan let out a theatrical fake sob. I am dying of envy here. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Ruan Yu shuffled in, looking like his soul had completely left his body. The trio turned in unison. Brother Ruan, why the long face? Did the transfer fail? Jiang Kai asked. Tears streamed silently down Ruan Yu's face. No, it worked, but I became A drunken master. My talent is literally drinking for pleasure. Adventurer Ruin You, class Drunken Master, level 21. My strength and agility growth went up by 2, but my constitution growth actually dropped from 3 down to 2. Seeing his despair, Jiang Kai stepped in with some veteran wisdom. Listen closely. Standard classes usually gain 20 attribute points per level after level 20. Special classes like the Fighter are exceptions. Soldiers rarely get bonus stats, but your class grants an extra 3 points. That is actually a hidden SSR tier pull. Ruin You's complexion instantly brightened. Really. But a giant question mark hovered over the girl's head. I get the stats part, but I am curious about this drinking for pleasure skill. What exactly does it do? He scratched his head, sinking into deep thought. The alcohol haze unlocked a hidden state, floating somewhere between reality and the void. I feel somewhat... Ruin You stammered, his words hanging in the air. Somewhat... What? He scratched his head, grinning like an idiot, somewhat liberated. The group stared at him deadpan, but then the mood shifted. 30 minutes passed, still silence. Yuan Shu's gaze drilled into the closed door, unwavering. It has been an eternity. Why has she not emerged? Did the awakening fail? Hu Yan kept her cool, eyes closed, patient so. Class advancement is a trial of the soul, but I trust her. Suddenly, the door creaked. A silhouette stepped into the light. Su Nuan Nuan crossed the threshold. Her body shuddered violently, panicked. Yuan Shu blurted out, Su Nuan Nuan, did something go wrong? Failure is not the end. We can try again. She nodded in agreement. True. My own awakening was a nightmare at first. Ruan Yu stepped up. Don't lose heart. We have got your back. But Jiang Kai remained stoic amidst the chaos. Hold on. Look at her face. She has news. Her lips trembled, fighting to form the words. Tears welled up not of sadness, but sheer ecstasy. Ping, the system window materialized. Explorer Su Nuan Nuan, class healer, level 21. Level incredible. Upon awakening, she unlocked the legendary talent toxin analysis, a 1 in 1,000 miracle. The team froze, jaws dropping before erupting in joy. Wait, seriously? Beaming, she broke down the stats. With this, medicinal absorption is boosted by 10%, but get this, poison efficacy skyrockets by 50%. I can even sense toxins in the air. Yuan Shu's eyes sparkled with realization. That is broken. So, are you pivoting to a poison master build? She shook her head, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Not exactly. Every medicine carries a trace of toxicity. I can purify it, maximizing the healing potential beyond normal limits. Yuan Shu and the others stood aghast. The synergy was genius. Jiang Kai's expression hardened. Excellent work. We have all powered up, but do not get cocky. The competition is crawling with monsters. Major guilds manipulate these rankings, keeping their elites at specific levels just to crush newcomers. This is a battlefield, not a game. A cold light flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes. We have a few days before the guild war begins. We grind until we drop. Dismissed. Determination set in. 7 days of hellish training later. Ping quest complete. Eliminated 180 elite wolves. 2 battlefield commanders slain. His eyes burned with intensity, fists clenching as power surged through him. Through 7 days of hellish combat, I have evolved. The atmosphere screams training arc. Blue holographic windows materialize in thin air. Yuan Ju, the gladiator, level 25. Su Nuan Nuan, the healer, level 24. But Hu Yan stands in a league of her own. The system displays her stats proudly. Hu Yan, class Mystic Diver, level 31. She smirks with lethal confidence. My Raincaller art is finally perfect. Ruin You, class Deathwalker, level 25. Jiang Kai approaches his celebrating squad. He taps his interface, commanding attention. Focus up. The tournament brackets are live. A massive holographic display shimmers into existence before them. Guild Pantheon, Team Vulcan, bracket level 21 to 40. Jiang Kai reads the fateful matchup aloud. Opponent, Black Tortoise Guild, Team Instant Kill, Captain Huang Da, location, Holy Light City West Arena, 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Sharp. Then, his eyes lock onto the victory condition. The temperature drops instantly. Total annihilation. The match only ends when the opposing team is completely wiped out. Su Nuan Nuan gasps in horror. Huang Da, that cannot be a coincidence. Of all the teams, we draw the one led by the man who wants Jiang Kai dead and buried. Hu Yan's eyes narrow dangerously. Standard duels have time limits and safety protocols. But a deathmatch rule for the very first round. The royal family rigged the bracket. They want blood. Yuan Zhu roars, his aura flaring violently. Those dirty bastards. I will tear them apart. I'm going to the military tribunal right now. Ruan Yu grabs his massive arm, struggling to hold the tank back. Easy. Ju, do not lose your head. Jiang Kai's voice cuts through the chaos, calm as a still lake. Let them come. Fate or conspiracy, it does not matter. I have been waiting for the chance to crush Huang Da myself. The girls look at him, worry etched deep on their faces. Captain, in his mind, the arrogant smirk of his sworn enemy flashes vividly. Huang Da, you walked right into my trap. Everything the royal family stole from me, I am taking it back with interest. The day of the duel arrives. The arena roars like a hungry beast. The announcer's voice booms across the stadium. 15 minutes until the massacre begins. Take your seats. In the red corner, the executioners of the Black Tortoise Guild. Team Instant Kill and their challengers. Team Vulcan. Fighters ascend. The crowd goes wild, chanting one name in unison. Instant kill, no mercy. Huang Da emerges from the tunnel, bathing in the cheers. Today we write history. Black Tortoise reigns supreme. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Bai and Gong scoff. You ladies have pure dumb luck, arriving just in time for the grand tournament. Consider this a field trip. Your rookie scores were decent, I will admit, but do not get a big head. Watch how the real pros work. She rolls her eyes, ice cold. Qualifiers are just warm-ups. The real show is the finals. But he leans in, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Hong Xuan, check your ego. You may be the rookie queen, but down there is a monster who shattered the 30-year Holy Light record. Her eyes widen, sparkling with sudden interest. Wait, are you talking about Jiang Kai? On the stage, Huang Da sneers, scanning the empty entrance. Where is he? Where is Jiang Kai? Did the coward run away, knowing he's up against me? His lackey cackles. This is just the natural order of things. After all, who has not heard of your infamous reputation that guy Jiang Kai dared to touch your little brother? Do you think he would actually have the guts to challenge you too? The thug throws his head back in raucous laughter, his eyes dripping with arrogance. Jiang Kai still refused to bow his head. Do not tell me you are planning to play the coward today. The goons behind him jeer in agreement. Exactly. What kind of fire god squad is this? More like the coward squad. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, making the leader whip his head around. Hey, Huang Da. At the entrance, the silhouette of Jiang Kai's squad finally emerges from the shadows. As they step into the light, Yuan Ju, trailing behind, calls out, What kind of garbage are you spewing over there? Huyan places a hand on her hip, her gaze sweeping over them with utter disdain. Who exactly is the coward here? We will see once the fists start flying. She tilts her chin defiantly. Indeed. The massive screen in the control room broadcasts the dramatic arrival of Jiang Kai's team. The observer sits back, legs crossed comfortably, fingers dancing across the keyboard. System diagnostics complete. Operation successful. During the match, we can analyze the performance data of Su Nuan and Yuan Ju in real time. Xuanlan, sitting nearby, spreads his hands. Excellent. But, Professor Lee, I might need to trouble you to monitor one more subject in this system scenario. The professor raises an eyebrow in skepticism. Did you not just want the evaluation data for Yuan Ju and Su Nuan? Xuanlan turns with a knowing smile. Commander Wei wants to see the evaluation results of one other individual. Hearing this, Professor Lee's eyes light up with curiosity. So that is the situation. Adding one more person is no issue. Who's the target? Who is the... He does not look away, his eyes glued to the screen as he mutters, the captain of the Fire God Squad. The scene shifts back to the arena. Huang Da furrows his brow, staring daggers at the boy who defied him. He grits his teeth, growling out Jiang Kai's name, syllable by syllable. In the control room, eyes are glued to the status screen, displaying the squad stats. It was impossible. Simply unbelievable. Adventurer Yuan Zhu, class fighter, rank level 25. Beside him, Adventurer Su Nuan, class healer, rank level 24. Professor Lee froze, cold sweat beating on his forehead. It was impossible. In such a short period, they had not only hit level 20 and completed their class transfer, but they had also power leveled several ranks beyond that. She gasped in sheer disbelief. What on earth? Sulin Lan shot up from her seat, snatching the tablet to get a closer look. Just over 20 days ago, when they left the military, they had not even cracked level 10. Why is it that anyone who follows Jiang Kai experiences such a god-tier awakening in speed? Luotian smiled mysteriously, peering through half-closed eyes. It is actually not that rare. Jiang Kai has always been a very interesting anomaly. The focus shifted back to the battlefield where Wu Wei raised her hand, addressing the crowd. The contestants in the arena, pay attention. Her voice echoed as it faded. Two magical formations materialize simultaneously. Once the duel begins, neither team is permitted to leave the combat zone. Surrender, forfeiting, or the complete annihilation of the opposing team are the only standards for victory. Is that clear? Jiang Kai's group and the enemy team shouted in unison, their expressions hardening into masks of determination. Understood. She could not hide her excitement, then let the battle officially begin. Ho Hong, fueled by adrenaline, barked orders to his squad. Everyone, listen up. Slaughter them all for me. Instantly, they received the command and charged forward like a pack of hungry wolves. Jiang Kai widened his stance, battle ready. He issued his commands with icy calm. Yuanzhu and I will take the vanguard. Ruan Yu, protect Han and Su Nuan Nuan. A cold, calculating glint flashed in his eyes. Su Nuan Nuan, monitor the flow of battle constantly, when necessary. Provide healing support immediately. Under Jiang Kai's absolute command, everyone moved into action. Roger. Hao Hong smirked, his eyes filled with arrogance as he taunted them. I have been dying to chop you all into little pieces. Yuanzhu hesitated for a split second, taking a step back. Jiang Kai, they are closing in behind him. Jiang Kai reassured him. Yuanzhu, fear nothing. Just listen to my command. From the stands, Jiang Kai's supporters roared. Yuanzhu, do not be a wimp. Your power level is not lower than anyone else's, Yuanzhu. If you do not improve this time, not even the captain can keep you on the team. You have to get aggressive. Li Bu sat in the center. His eyes narrowed in deep thought. Yuanzhu's biggest weakness is his cowardice. Can he actually overcome it this time? Suddenly, he looked dumbfounded as he spotted something. Yuanzhu, what are you doing? Everyone watched as Yuanzhu lifted a jug of wine and popped the seal. He tipped the jug back, chugging the liquor straight down. Yuanzhu's face flushed red with intoxication, and he let out a massive belch. Suddenly, he smashed the wine jar onto the ground, shattering it under the stunned gaze of the crowd. What is he doing? Is he drinking alcohol? Drinking at a time like this? Is he an alcoholic? You have got to be kidding me. Yuanzhu gripped his sword, bowing his head in a pose of absolute invincibility. I, Yuanzhu, am the #1 war god under the heavens. You trash dared to pick a fight with Jiang Kai over and over again. The opponent was speechless, his eyes filled with utter confusion. Drunk already. Just like that, Hu Hong's group dropped their jaws in shock at the bizarre turn of events. Yuanzhu Yu attacked with a blinding speed, pointing his sword straight ahead and unleashing a devastating strike. Why are you not attacking? And this quickly, Hao Hong's eyes bulged in shock as he felt Yuanzhu's power skyrocket. Was this kid not supposed to be a coward with a measly E rank rating in the army? What is going on now? Fan Wu shook his head. I do not know, but he is clearly a drunken lunatic. He was fully fired up, his eyes blazing as he rushed into the fray. Come at me. The war god is here. Who dares challenge me? Jiang Kai sighed quietly from the back line as he observed. Looks like there is no stopping Yuanzhu now. Luckily, before Ruan Yu could even finish his sentence, a shadow flashed past him. Su Nuan Nuan and Han screamed in terror. Brother Ruan Yu the boy, now completely wasted, grabbed a wine jar and charged toward the front lines. I am right here in this life. I am not weaker than anyone. You want to flex on our fire god squad. I am the first one who will not accept that. Seeing Ruan Yu charging, the enemy became serious. Damn it, another alcoholic. Deal with him first. A strange light flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a shout. Suddenly, Ruan Yu's eyes turned into heart shapes as he lunged forward. Such absolute beauty. Little baby big brother is here to love you. The bald, muscular guy broke out in a cold sweat, screaming, "What the hell is this?" Instantly, a massive explosion rocked the entire arena. He tackled the man to the ground and planted a kiss. The bald guy panicked and fought back, launching a kick that sent Ruan Yu flying. Get the hell away from me. His body skidded to a halt right before Jiang Kai. It was Ruan Yu. He shoved himself off the ground, eyes burning with a twisted, starving desire as he lunged forward once more. Oh, how I adore a feisty beauty playing hard to get. The trio from Hongshu's squad stood frozen, sweating bullets. Is this Fire God squad a team of warriors or patients from a mental asylum? Hongshu furrowed his brow, his brain short-circuiting at the display. He turned to his boss. Is the Fire God squad just a collection of perverts? Su Nuan and Hu Yan turned ghost pale, dying of secondhand embarrassment. Please tell me the audience knows this is a strategy. Jiang Kai thought. They won't think we're actual freaks, right? But the truth remained. Yuan Shu and Brother Ruan Yu could only unlock their legendary potential when absolutely wasted. They were humiliating themselves to protect the team. Jiang Kai opened his interface, initiating a scan. Skill-activated eye of focus. Diagnosis, both Yuan Shu and Ruan Yu had completely lost their minds. I have to lock in, Jiang Kai swore. I need to carry this battle. Suddenly, Yuan Shu crashed from the heavens like a human meteor, unleashing an earth-shattering stomp. The explosion roared, tearing up the terrain. Huang Gai barely scrambled away, lungs burning. That was too close. If I wasn't an agility build, I'd be paced right now. Regaining his composure, killing intent flooded his gaze. Die, you lunatic! Jiang Kai reacted instantly, a throwing knife flashing through the air to intercept. Ju, watch your six. But Huang Gai leaped, summoning a massive energy shield to block the path. Steel sang against the barrier in a violent collision. As the attack fizzled out, their eyes met in a silent duel. Jiang Kai smirked. I prepared this shield specifically for your annoying little toys. As long as my defense holds, not even a critical hit can take me down. Seeing an opening, Wanwu ignored the tanks and blitzed the back line. A healer and a fortune teller, classes with 0 combat power. I'll slaughter them first, but Hu Yan stood her ground, mana surging in her eyes. Su Nuan, get behind me. She unleashed the silver ice art. A star-shaped glyph materialized, birthing a deadly hailstorm. Look out, ice magic. Sharp icicles rained down, homing in on the attacker. Damn it! Since when does a fortune teller cast high-level cryomancy? A cold smile played on Hu Yan's lips. I've been mastering the Mystic Frost Jade Captain Jiang Kai gifted me. It's perfect for crowd control and disrupting enemy rhythms. The system interface flashed, revealing the mechanics. Item Mystic Frost Jade rank B. Effect adds freezing frost to all skills. The frost slows down enemy reaction times. It was working perfectly until Wan Wu's blade slashed through the air, shattering her ice defense with brute force. A barrage of strikes rained down on Hu Yan. She stumbled back. Balance lost, but a hand caught her just in time. Wan Wu scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain, caught off guard by a fortune teller. Don't tell anyone we're on the same team, he roared in humiliation, charging again. Shut up, that kill is mine. I'll carve her up myself. But Yuan Shu descended like the thunder god himself, striking from above. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is the #1 god of war. His blade slammed down, shaking the very bedrock with a gravity binding technique that pinned them both. Damn it, Huang Gai grunted. This guy is annoying as a fly. He landed beside his teammate, signaling. Perfect timing. Let's mince this guy named Yuan first. The enemy nodded, killing intent flaring. They stood united against Yuan Shu, who burned with the spirit of battle. Meanwhile, on Ruan Yu's side, the chaos was of a different flavor. Ruan Yu puckered his lips, chasing his opponent with horrifying affection. Wifey, let me leave the taste of love on those cherry lips. The bald warrior looked ready to vomit blood from sheer rage. Do you want to die? Who is your wife? Look at who you're talking to. He glared at the massive tower shield Ruan Yu was hugging. The bald assassin gripped a hidden dagger, grinding his teeth. Calm down. Calculate the angle. That pervert shield has insane defense stats. I have to hit him where the sun doesn't shine. He lunged with lethal speed, but Ruan Yu skipped away like a love-struck schoolgirl. Wifey, don't be shy. The attack missed, sending the bald guy into a frenzy. Die, you disgusting freak. Suddenly, 3 throwing knives knocked the assassin's blades out of the air. Ruan Yu, focus. The bald guy flinched, whipping his head around. Jiang Kai. In the distance, Jiang Kai's hand still smoked with residual energy. The bald guy immediately shouted intel to his leader. Captain, he's used 8 throwing knives. He's running dry. Hong Su grinned, a sinister purple aura gathering in his palm. Excellent. He summoned a strange, pulsating violet crystal. The supermagnetic essence. He raised the crystal high, and it erupted with a terrifying magnetic force. Huyen looked at her compass in horror. What is this energy? My compass is spinning out of control. Behind her, Su Nuan panicked. My dagger, it's being pulled away. Even Yuan Shu watched in shock as the heavy sword in his hand dragged him forward against his will. Under the magnetic tyranny, Jiang Kai's hand trembled. The telekinetic link was severed. I never believed in chasing fate. Huang Da walked forward, the magnetic crystal humming with overwhelming dominance. He stopped, a look of absolute arrogance plastering his face. Jiang Kai, did you honestly believe we arrived without a strategy? Huang Da gestured to the pulsing crystal. This is a core cut from a high-grade supermagnet. Its sole existence is to render your flying daggers utterly useless. His eyes gleamed with malice. You are down to your last dagger. Tell me, how do you plan to seize victory now? Jiang Kai did not speak. He simply offered a calm, bone-chilling smirk. Effortlessly, he produced another dagger, twirling it between his fingers. Huang Da, I think you are celebrating a bit too early. Huang Da blinked, confusion washing over him. That dagger, why is it not affected by the magnet? He brushed off the doubt, sneering as he summoned a massive defensive shield. He cowered behind the bulwark, certain of his triumph. It matters not. You are a dead man walking. The shield erupted with blinding light as he declared his ultimatum. Jiang Kai, behold the Titan Giant shield today. I shall teach you the true meaning of despair. Watching from the surveillance room, Luotian gasped in disbelief. Jiang Kai is finished. That is the Titan Giant shield. Even with the tournament's level restriction penalty, its defense remains at 72. That is absolutely impenetrable for their current level. His expression darkened as he muttered the terrified mechanics. On the Ghost Planet, high-tier weapons usually demand high levels, but a specialized downgrading process allows lower-level hunters to equip them. The weapon takes a hit to durability and stats, sure, but its raw power still completely outclasses standard gear by leagues. Hyling frowned, sickened by the unfairness. I cannot believe the Black Tortoise Guild would stoop to using downgraded gear for a mere rookie match. Luo Tian's eyes widened. It is not just the shield, the magnet, the armor. They spent a fortune on downgraded epic gear solely to crush Jiang Kai. Su Lanlan covered her mouth, eyes wide with terror. Then, is Su Nuan destined to perish here? On the far side of the battlefield, Huang Da grinned like a maniac and roared, "Instant kill squad, hear my command." The 4 members of the instant kill squad smirked with bloodlust, eagerly listening to the order to exterminate every last member of the Fire God squad. Huang Da paused, then let out a cruel, barking laugh. Actually, take your time slaughtering them. I want them to taste the despair of offending someone they never should have touched. The group charged forward, radiating killing intent. Huang Da took the lead, roaring in twisted delight. While their weapons are useless under the magnetic field, crush these 3 first. Su Nuan and Hu Yan watched in horror, crying out as the situation turned critical. Meanwhile, the bald fighter swung his fist wildly at Ruin Yu with manic excitement. "Die, you damn pervert!" Watching from afar, Liu rested his chin on his hand and shook his head. The equipment gap is simply too massive. It looks like all hope is truly lost. The blonde woman beside him sighed deeply. Even though Ruin Yu finally conquered his cowardice, it seems destiny will not grant him a chance to shine. He Dao crossed her arms in disbelief. Jiang Kai is really going to lose this time. She turned away, scoffing. It turns out Jiang Kai was not that strong after all. Back in the arena, Huang Da laughed triumphantly, declaring, "My instant kill squad wears Black Star inner armor. Our gear ignores magnetic forces. Struggle all you want, but you are merely delaying your inevitable death." As he spoke, an invisible force ripped the sword from Su Nuan's grip, sending her tumbling to the ground. Hu Yan could only watch in shock as the compass in her hand was forcibly dragged away by the magnetic pull. Huang Da raised the crystal high, gathering their weapons like trophies. His voice turned absolute zero. "Jiang Kai, today you die. For everything you did to the royal family, you will pay 100-fold. He opened his mouth in a crazed cackle. "I want you to realize how worthless your pathetic life is. I want to see you on your knees, begging for mercy." Ignoring Huang Da's arrogant rant, Jiang Kai focused all his energy into a single throwing star. His eyes filled with glacial coldness as he swore, "I will never accept this fate." His posture remained as unyielding as bamboo, gripping the dart while staring daggers at his enemy. Huang Da laughed, mocking him. "Jiang Kai, stop struggling. Do you really think that toy can stop me? Quit dreaming." But as the words left his lips, a strange power erupted from Jiang Kai's hand. A card slowly materialized, activating Devour Transformation. Huang Da flinched, his eyes widening in pure shock. "What the hell is that?" He Dao was equally stunned, her eyes wide. "Wait, what did I just see?" Su Lanlan gasped, her jaw dropping as she fired off a string of questions. "What is going on?" Why did Jiang Kai's 9 tribulations suddenly transform into a card? Luo Tian stammered in disbelief. The killing intent? It is suffocating. Is that a weapon that possesses its own independent aura field? Jiang Kai maintained a calm, confident smirk. In his mind, the truth was clear. Naturally, this isn't the tribulation dart. In his hand rests the ultimate gambler's weapon, the one-of-a-kind divine card. Slowly, his mind drifts back to his encounter with Bei. Her voice echoes from the past. Normally, equipment on the ghost planet is ranked from F to S, she had explained, displaying the card. However, in this mana-driven reality, true power transcends the S tier. We call them double S and even triple S ranks. And this divine card, it is a masterpiece of triple S perfection. Jiang Kai's interest had spiked immediately. "A triple S weapon?" Bei nodded, her expression cool and professional as she broke down the system mechanics. Furthermore, the divine card possesses a unique deck effect. Jiang Kai furrowed his brows. Deck effect. Without hesitation, she clarified the rules. Divine card, special effect 1. For every additional divine card you hold, all cards gain a 10% increase in base attributes and 50% armor penetration. Pausing for dramatic effect, Bei lowered her voice to whisper the true secret. Divine card, special effect 2. Devour Transformation. It can swallow other throwing weapons, inheriting every ounce of their attributes. But this transformation does not alter the original stats of the divine card once it returns to reality. Back in the heat of battle, Jiang Kai chuckles, eyes narrowing. Before the match even started, the divine card had already activated Devour Transformation to disguise itself as the Tribulation Dart. Since the card itself is non-magnetic, your precious super magnetic crystal is utterly useless against it. He glances at the weapon in his palm, his voice dropping to a freezing, demonic whisper. "Huang Da, listen well. The only one who will be kneeling and begging today is you." Murderous intent erupts from Jiang Kai's eyes as he hisses like a fiend. "But you won't be begging me to spare you. You'll be begging me to kill you, just to end the agony." Huang Da panics. Cold sweat pours down his face. Wait, what is this brat planning? Across from him, Jiang Kai narrows his eyes and unleashes a thunderous roar, wrath of the gods. He hurls the card, sending a terrifying beam of energy crashing straight toward Huang Da's shield. Grimacing, Huang Da strains to block the impact, his mind reeling in total confusion. What is this force? My Titan shield is an S-rank superhuman artifact. That thing is just a flimsy card. How can it possibly pierce through? But before he can finish the thought, Jiang Kai's power drills right through the impenetrable defense. Boom! The shield shatters into 1,000 useless pieces. The blast blows Huang Da away. He coughs up a mouthful of blood before slamming violently into the green barrier wall with a pained groan. He collapses, body limp, and the supermagnetic crystal slips from his grasp, thudding onto the floor. As the crystal falls, the sword and compass it had stolen drop with it, released from its grip. Nearby, Yuan Chu grits his teeth, clutching his sword as he hears the sound of freedom. Ruan Yu immediately screams a warning. The magnetic control is broken. Counterattack now. Instantly, Yuan Chu swings his blade with renewed vigor, blocking the attacks of the 3 instant kill members. The enemy's eyes bulge in disbelief. What? On the other side, the bald fighter is still frantically unleashing a barrage of strikes against Ruan Yu. He holds his shield firm, but a second later, Ruan Yu softens his voice into a mocking tease. Oh, wifey, why are you ambush attacking your own family? You're being very naughty. The bald man freezes, face twisting like he has seen a ghost, in the observation room. The crowd watching Jiang Kai on the screen breaks into a nervous sweat. Is this some kind of joke? A paper-thin card just pierced a Titan shield? Everyone is left trembling. What is the secret behind Jiang Kai's devastating attack? How could his power be this terrifying? Huang Da lies crushed against the cold ground, grinding his teeth in denial. How is this possible? It cannot be. How could I lose to this trash? Damn it, I cannot even stand up. Seeing this, the allies scream in panic. Boss, Fan Wu hisses. We are in trouble, go help him. But before they can move, 2 shadows flash forward to block their path. Yuan Chu's eyes gleam with battle lust. Your opponent is me. Ruan Yu gives a thumbs up and laughs maniacally. Where do you think you are going? The more you run, the more excited I get. Meanwhile, Huang Da trembles, watching Jiang Kai approach him with the crushing pressure of a demon king. The card flies back to his hand. Jiang Kai crushes it in his grip, eyes radiating killing intent. Huang Da, the real game has only just begun. Hearing that dark declaration, Huang Da's eyes bulge as if staring at a nightmare incarnate. Jiang Kai unleashes a razor-sharp slash. Blood sprays into the air, accompanied by a miserable shriek. Su Lanlin watches in shock. So strong. The naked eye can barely follow his movements. Jiang Kai swings his blade wildly. Huang Da howls in agony. Stop! Stop it, you bastard! I will kill you. Killing intent floods Jiang Kai's eyes. You still dare to threaten me, then you are truly foolish. Suddenly, the system interface chimes. Death card special effect 1. Activated. The time has not come. The card attacks the target repeatedly up to 50 times. During this process, the target takes 50% more damage, but cannot die. Fresh blood sprays into the air as Huang Da's old wounds tear open instantly. The invisible blades slice through him, cutting over and over in a gruesome loop. Huang Da throws his head back, unleashing a scream that sounds less like a human and more like a beast being butchered alive. His chaotic shrieks echo against the barrier, sending a chill down the spine of every spectator. Outside, the crowd stands frozen in sheer horror. That sound crashes into their souls like thunder. Jiang Kai looks down at him like a descending Grim Reaper. Huang Da, you treat murder like a game. Then allow me to teach you the true meaning of fear before you die. Huang Da's pupils shrink to pinpoints of terror. No. Please. But his pleas fall on deaf ears. Spirit Armor, Special Effect 3, activates Death's Torture. This ability inflicts a devastating mental attack, forcing the enemy to endure a psychological hell before their heart finally stops. The Hasis effect triggers only on heavily injured targets and persists until the user's mental power runs dry. It is a truly terrifying ability. Darkness swirls in Jiang Kai's eyes as he growls the command. Death! Huang Da screams, no, but Jiang Kai finishes the incantation mercilessly. True. The moment the word leaves his lips, Jiang Kai's gaze turns absolute zero, locking onto his prey. An invisible force instantly pierces through Huang Da's stomach. He stiffens, a guttural groan escaping his throat. It hurts. Who is cutting me? He stares up in horror, feeling as if a beast is devouring his organs from the inside out. Blood gushes uncontrollably, pouring from every single orifice. Save me, my body. It is being ground to paste. It feels like 1,000 swords are piercing him simultaneously. The pain is absolute. Huang Da's eyes turn bloodshot with madness. Why have I not died yet? Unable to bear the 1,000 cuts, he breaks down sobbing. I cannot take it anymore. But Jiang Kai only looks down at him with cold ridicule. You think you cannot handle this? This pain is not even a fraction of what your innocent victims felt when you slaughtered them like animals? Huang Da completely loses his mind, clawing wildly at his own head. Kill me, just kill me already. Jiang Kai smirks. The synergy between time has not come and death's torture is flawless. He watches the suffering with indifference, combining extreme physical pain with total mental destruction. The effect is perfect. Hong Da continues to wail in the dirt. Save me! Kill me now. Up in the stands, Su Lanlin is baffled. Why is he still alive? That level of damage should have been fatal long ago. Lo Tao shakes his head gravely. I do not know, but one thing is certain. Hong Da is completely finished. He rubs his chin, intrigued. Just what kind of secret leveling artifact is Jiang Kai hiding? Even I cannot see through his depths. Hong Da crawls forward, desperately grabbing Jiang Kai's leg. I swear I will never touch your family again. I was wrong. Please. Covered in blood, the trash begs for death. Jiang Kai sneers internally. You think I will let you die that easily? He snorts and turns his head, looking up toward the VIP stands. That person should be losing his patience right about now. Jiang Kai locks eyes with the high platform where Hong Tong sits. The old man can no longer sit still. Grinding his teeth in rage, Hong Tong realizes the bitter truth. Even with all my preparations, I could not kill Jiang Kai. He is torturing my son to force me out. Hong Tong stands up, steps forward, and roars across the arena. Jiang Kai smirks triumphantly. Finally. Oh, President Hong of the Black Turtle Guild. Do you need something? Jiang Kai, I know what you want. Kill him now, and I promise he will never touch your family again. Jiang Kai crosses his arms calmly. Why should I trust you? And even if he stops, what about the rest of your goons? Hong Tong snaps, yelling, Do not push your luck, kid. Jiang Kai shrugs, his voice light. Then have it your way. Behind him, Hong Da continues to scream in agony. Let me die. Hong Tong grinds his teeth, desperation clawing at his mind. Impossible. Xiao Ying is already broken. I cannot let Xiao Da end up a cripple too. With the crowd watching, he swallows his pride and roars. Jiang Kai, I swear, on the Black Turtle Guild's honor, your family will be safe if that is not enough. We will sign a blood pact before the military. Jiang Kai offers a cold, satisfied nod. Good. He raises 2 fingers, channeling his aura. His voice is calm yet heavy with the weight of death. Remember your own words. From this moment on, if a single hair on my family is harmed, I do not care if you are royalty or a god to your guild. Jiang Kai's fist clenches, crushing the air itself. I will slaughter your entire bloodline. Snap. Hong Da's head is severed instantly, a fountain of crimson spraying the arena, catching the drop card. Jiang Kai glances at the headless corpse, then glares at the father. Do we understand each other? Hong Tong can only swallow his rage. Help us against the tyrant. A subordinate trembles behind him. Guildmaster! Hong Tong snaps, his eyes bloodshot with fury. You imbecile. Why are you still here? Log off, get the best psychiatrist for Xiao Ying now. Yes, sir. As the lackey vanishes, Hong Tong shoots a venomous glare at the arena. Jiang Kai, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. In the arena, Jiang Kai stands tall, mocking them with arrogance. But internally, pain racks his body, making his soul tremble. He slumps slightly, gasping for air. Too close. My legs are turning to jelly. The backlash from the transformation in God's wrath is tearing me apart. The death penalty debuff is devouring my soul. My spiritual energy is completely drained, but sharp determination flashed in his eyes. Hong Da is dead, but 4 level 40 elites remain. If I collapse now, it is game over. He forced the terrifying aura to explode outward. I just need to stand my ground. My sheer presence is a weapon of terror. They will not dare to attack blindly. Meanwhile, Yuan Ju, buffed to the limit, charged forward like a raging beast. You cowards, who dares face the might of Yuan Mu? Clang. His blade crashed into Xiang Hai's shield, his eyes blazing like a demon from hell. Yuan Ju poured every ounce of his soul into the strike. The defense shattered instantly. Xiang Hai slid back, groaning in agony. He gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? How did his power multiply in a split second? Hu Yan and Su Nuan. Nuan screamed in excitement, seeing the tide of battle turn. It is Yuan Ju's S-class talent. He shifted every single stat point into strength, a classic high-risk move in this leveling manhwa world to crush high-level elites. When Wen Yu and Yuan Shin rushed to intercept, the team screamed, Yuan Ju, watch your flanks. Their blades slashed through empty air as Yuan Ju sidestepped with godlike agility. The attackers froze, their pupils trembling in shock. Too fast. Yuan Shin gasped. Yuan Ju laughed maniacally, swinging his giant blade again. I told you, you are all just experience point fodder to me. Lai Bao jumped from his seat. Is that really our tank? Sister Hua nodded, deeply impressed. Unbelievable power, yet that dexterity is god tier. Liang Wen agreed. Indeed, the ultimate gatekeeper. Elsewhere, Ruan Yu was still playfully chasing the bald fighter. Wifey, come give me a hug. Liang chuckled at the absurdity. Watching a drunkard chase a level 40 elite was worth every penny of the ticket price. The bald warrior spun around, snapping. Get lost! You damn pervert! Die damn it! The drunkard's freakish shield has absolute defense. My attacks are not even scratching him. He glanced nervously at Jiang Kai in the distance. If that monster attacks, we are dead. But why is he just watching? The bald fighter paused, a dark suspicion taking root in his mind. Wait a minute. Is he not attacking? Or can he not attack? Yuanju kept hammering Xiong Hai. Is that all you have got? You are a disgrace to the warrior class. But the enemy team began to connect the lethal dots. When you frowned. Something is off. Jiang Kai could wipe us out instantly. Why stall? Prolonging the match gives him zero advantage. Yuan-Shin's eyes widened as the realization hit him like a truck. Hold on, we missed a crucial detail. His level is low. He spammed ultimate skills earlier. Could it be? A sinister grin spread across both their faces. He is completely tapped out. Meanwhile, in the control room, an analyst marveled at the screen. Look at these readings. This Yuanju is a monster. Su Lanlan stared in awe. What kind of magic does the Fire God squad possess? A level 20 crushing a level 40, and the coward Yuanju fighting like a war god. She exhaled, clutching her chest. Whatever the secret, if they win, Su Nuan survives. That is all that matters. Do not celebrate yet, Lu Jun interrupted, his voice grim. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes analyzing the battlefield like a hawk. Huangda is gone, yes, but the remaining 4 are cornered beasts fighting for their lives. Their only hesitation comes from fearing Jiang Kai. But on the field, Su Nuan cast a worried glance at their leader. Lu Jun pointed at the screen. Notice it. Since the execution, Jiang Kai has not moved an inch. Su Lanlan's face fell. He looks like he is dominating, Lu Jun continued coldly. But what if he is not waiting? What if he is empty? His eyes narrowed. And the worst part, the instant kill squad has figured it out. In the arena, the hesitation vanished. Wenshin gripped his blade and launched a desperate counterattack. The tension was palpable. If Jiang Kai remained the bystander while his sworn brother fought alone, the enemy would seize the advantage. Wen Yu tightened his grip, thrusting his blade forward. Whatever the cost, we risk it all right here. Across the battlefield, the bald fighter launched a dagger at Ruin Yu, his laughter echoing like thunder. Fine then, let us gamble with our lives on this one move. 2 minutes later, a massive blade crashed into the earth. The impact was so devastating that dust clouds choked the air. Yuanju's body trembled with raw power, his eyes glowing with fury. You wretched pests! On the flank, Wen Yu observed with a cold, calculating gaze. Did you notice that guy's power level? It fluctuates wildly between strikes. Wenshin nodded gravely, sensing the anomaly. Exactly. It is a fatal flaw common in this system Manhwa world. Whenever his destructive force peaks, his agility plummets instantly. Could it be Wen Yu raised his blade, his eyes locking onto the truth? I see it now. He possesses the elemental shift talent. Terrifying power. Yes, but one slip-up becomes a death sentence. The enemy strategist shifted into an attack stance, arrogance dripping from his voice. We strike the moment he tries to switch attributes, catch him off guard, and he is a dead man. His taunts sliced through the heavy air, yet Jiang Kai remained motionless. To the enemy, it seemed his spiritual energy was truly drained to the last drop. Seeing this, their morale skyrocketed. Wan Wu and Hong Hai charged forward like starving beasts. If he is defenseless, why are we hesitating? Come and accept your fate, Wan Wu roared. I thought you wanted to exchange 300 blows with us. Try to keep up if you can. Yuanju's rage boiled over. He swung his massive weapon backward, his voice booming like thunder. You arrogant losers, go to hell. But suddenly, Ruin Yu lunged from the shadows, poised to ambush. Perfect. Once I finish this, Jiang Kai is next on the chopping block die outside the barrier. Sister Hua and Liu watched in heart-stopping suspense. She cried out, panic rising. Disaster. They changed tactics. Yuanju was about to fall. But then, a majestic pressure crushed down from the heavens. You talk too much. Jiang Kai descended through the air like a god of war. He unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp hidden weapons. His voice thundered below, delivering absolute judgment. You think mere trash like you can defeat our Fire God squad? The enemies below froze in sheer terror. What the? The projectiles slammed into the earth, triggering a catastrophic explosion that wiped the battlefield clean. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Kai tore through the haze with godlike speed. Hong Hai lay flattened on the earth, gasping in disbelief. Wan Wu was equally paralyzed. How? How do you still have power? Jiang Kai looked down at them with a cold smirk. Curious, aren't you? Let's rewind to the night before the Guild War. Jiang Kai stood by the fountain. Su Nuan approached, sensing the heavy atmosphere. You look like you are carrying the weight of the world. What is on your mind? Jiang Kai stared into the void, his voice heavy. The guild challenge begins tomorrow. Huang De hates me to the bone. He will use every dirty trick in the book to destroy us. I do not know his exact strategy, but he knows I rely on the Life Chaser blade. He will target my weapon first. Su Nuan panicked. Jiang Kai, do you have a countermeasure? His gaze hardened. Do you remember the mystery card we looted from the Corpse King's treasure chest? With that trump card, I have a 90% chance of crushing Huang De in a one-on-one duel. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, calculating the risks. However, we are not just fighting him. That card carries a severe backlash. If I miscalculate, our chance of wiping out the instant kill squad drops below 60%. Su Nuan checked her inventory. Bad news. We are completely out of Phoenix Tears. I tried to synthesize a substitute for this tournament, but the results were volatile. She revealed a single, ominous pill. This is the prototype Demon God capsule. 1 minute after ingestion, it restores your stats to 50% of their peak condition, but the price is steep. During the 60-second digestion period, you will enter a state of total paralysis. There is an even harsher condition. It only activates if the user has completely exhausted their spiritual energy beforehand. Otherwise, it is useless. Jiang Kai stood frozen. Su Nuan sighed, shaking her head. Being paralyzed for a full minute in a deathmatch, that is practically suicide. Deliberately draining your mana, that is madness. I should find another way. But Jiang Kai grabbed her shoulders, his face lighting up with wild joy. Su Nuan, you are a genius. She blinked, confused. What? He could barely contain his excitement. With this, my odds of wiping out the instant kill squad just hit 100%. Just you watch. Back in the present battle, 1 minute prior, Hong Hai was screaming like a maniac. Ambush the #1 war, God send him to hell. Nearby, Ruin Yu charged with his shield, chasing the bald enemy. Wifey, give me a kiss. The bald man screamed in horror. Get away from me, you freak. Jiang Kai watched it all, his fist clenching. Realizing the critical moment had arrived, he placed the capsule in his mouth. Huang De is dealt with. My mana is fully depleted. The conditions are met. Without a second of hesitation, he swallowed the forbidden medicine. Veins bulged on Jiang Kai's face as power surged. His eyes flashed. Recovery countdown 1 minute. Suddenly, razor-sharp blades materialized from thin air, wrapped in a terrifying crimson aura. He whispered coldly, too bad you won't live to understand what hit you. Meanwhile, Ruin Yu continued his relentless pursuit of the bald enemy. Honey, are we playing hide and seek? Terrified, the bald man threw a weapon blindly. He instantly regretted it. Reaching out in panic, oh no, my hand slipped, I am doomed. At that moment, a massive wave of killing intent washed over him. Wenju had appeared directly behind him, ready to execute judgment. In a split second, a blade flash tore through the air. Blood sprayed from the bald man's lips, his face turning the color of death. He let out a final, pathetic whimper. How? He collapsed into the dirt. Yuanju rested his greatsword on his shoulder, sneering. Remember this in the afterlife? Dying by the hand of the world's first war god is your greatest honor. A mournful wail pierced the heavens. Cradling the shattered remains of his beloved wine jar, he sobbed with the heartbreak of a grieving widow. Why? Why did you destroy my precious darling? Suddenly, Yuanshu threw his head back, his sorrow instantly replaced by arrogant, maniacal laughter. You ask why I killed him? What a foolish question. Because I am the supreme god of war. Just as quickly, Yuanshu's personality flipped again. A lecherous grin spread across his face as he lunged toward Jiang Kai. Since my treasure is gone, you'll have to take its place. Come here and give this lord a kiss. PFFT. A cloud of murky green mist exploded in his face. Yuanshu froze, his eyes rolling back as the chemical assault hit his senses. Damn it! Not this smell again. Oh. Jiang Kai shook the canister, sighing with relief. Thank the heavens I told Su Nuan to brew this anti-pervert spray. It's a lifesaver. He muttered to himself. We are definitely going to need a bigger supply. Yuanshu's drunken madness was evolving into a threat far greater than any enemy. He staggered up, his eyes locking onto the two girls approaching. Huyan Su Nanwan, are you two injured? Huyan waved cheerfully. Don't worry, Captain Jiang Kai. We're in perfect shape. As the enemy corpses dissolved into particles of light, the referee, Wu Wei, grabbed the microphone with trembling hands. I officially declare the winner of this match. But suddenly, Yuanshu loomed over him, radiating a suffocating, bloodthirsty aura. Who is this insect? Are you here to challenge me? Wu Wei froze, his soul leaving his body. The trio screamed in pure panic. We're doomed. Jiang Kai and Huyan rushed to tackle their teammate instantly. Jiang Kai pleaded, calm down. You're the #1 god of war, have mercy on the mortal. Huyan screamed. That's right, you can't attack the referee. Still shaking like a leaf, Wu Wei stuttered through the announcement. The winner is the Fire God squad. Round 2 begins tomorrow at 8 o'clock sharp. Yuanshu, face twisted in a demonic scowl, roared into Jiang Kai's ear. Jiang Kai etched this into your soul. From this day forth, I will protect you, I've got your back. Pale as a ghost. Jiang Kai nodded furiously. Understood, I understood. Behind them, Wu Wei had already fled for his life. Jiang Kai desperately signaled his team. Run, let's get out of here. Su Nuan Nuan, Hu Yan move. The girls groaned, covering their faces. These two are utterly humiliating. As they hauled the wailing Yuan Shu away, he continued to scream, Wifey. Hu Yan sighed. I'm listening. Nuan Nuan could only force a painful smile. Jiang Kai struggled to drag the dead weight. Yuan Shu raised his sword, shouting to the heavens, The god of war is here who dares cause trouble. The spectators watched in stunned silence. Wait a minute. Swan. The commentator's voice trembled with disbelief. I just processed it. The Fire God Squad actually won. An unknown team just annihilated the legendary Instant Kill Squad, and that fighter, Yuan Shu, wasn't he just a useless drunkard? How does he possess such heaven-defying power? He hunted down a level 40 fighter like Prey and Jiang Kai. What exactly is his class? And that black card, what kind of divine weapon is that? The stadium erupted, cheering wildly for the Dark Horse victory. In the VIP box, Hong Guang crossed her arms, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she turned to the man beside her. Brother Hao, now I see why you brought us here. This was a performance worthy of the legendary Fire God Squad. Elsewhere, Su Lanlan gasped. Lotan, look, Jiang Kai actually pulled it off. Lotan kept his gaze fixed on the arena. He sighed in admiration. As expected of Jiang Kai, even with a ragtag team, every move he makes defies logic. Commander Wei must be eager to see the new data. Suddenly, a system chime drew their attention. The results for the ranking assessment are inside the laboratory. Professor Lee stood before the holographic screens. Yuan Chu's potential has reached rank SS. However, Su Nuan Nuan hasn't displayed her full abilities, so she remains at rank C. Hearing this, Su Lanlan gasped. Rank SS, Tongjiang Middle School hasn't seen a SS rank under level 40 in ages. Even Luotan couldn't hide his shock. If he's already SS, his future is set in stone. Once he hits level 60, he can walk straight into the reserve team of the Divine Light War God Temple. He explained further. To counter the apocalyptic beast tides, nations established war god temples. The reserves are where they cultivate the legends of tomorrow. Lotan analyzed. There are only two paths to enter that sacred ground. First, through absolute combat dominance in local selections. This is the path the masses attempt. The second path is being handpicked by the military for a specific, unique class. If the military recommends you, you are recruited directly. Those who walk this path are 1 in a million. Su Lanlan cut in, her voice trembling. Direct entry into the Divine Light Reserves in the entire Holy Light Kingdom. Maybe one person a year achieves that honor. I never guessed Yuan Shu held such monstrous potential. Lotan turned to the professor, the tension in the room spiking. Right, Professor Lee, but what about Jiang Kai's evaluation? Professor Lee frowned, his expression grave and unreadable. Unable to contain their suspense, Luotan and Su Lanlan shouted in unison, demanding answers. Professor Lee explained calmly, Jiang Kai's data presents severe contradictions. First, his attributes at level 20 are absurdly high. However, considering his unknown class, we can temporarily overlook that anomaly. Second, while his stats lag behind top-tier level 40 masters, his attacks demonstrate a destructive power that completely defies logic. A holographic simulation of a human body materialized in the air. In one specific test, his attack coefficient spiked to 24,000. It is truly mind-boggling. Professor Lee pointed to the projected image of Jiang Kai's weapon card. Not only is there zero data in the archives, but it also caused a critical calculation error in the system's algorithm. He paced the room, analyzing every angle. The only certainty in this battle performance is that while Jiang Kai secured a surprise victory, he exhausted his own stamina far too early. Furthermore, as a captain, he allowed his team members too much freedom, lacking tight control. Professor Lee rubbed his chin, pondering the final verdict. If I must assign a rank, let's tentatively set it at rank D. The team gasped in disbelief. Rank D. But after a moment of silence, Lotan replied, Understood, Professor Lee. I will report the final results to Commander Wei. Thank you for your hard work. Leaving the lab, Su Lanlan chased after Lotan, fuming with indignation. Jiang Kai's evaluation cannot possibly be just rank D. He sat on a bench, replying coolly, Of course, he isn't a rank D. Su Lanlan snapped back, confused by his calm. Then why didn't you object earlier? Luotan glanced at her, offering an explanation to quell her rising anger. Professor Lee's evaluation isn't wrong. The problem lies with the entire evaluation model itself. Huaxia's evaluation system relies on data gathered from countless predecessors to calculate a result. It is merely a compilation of the past. But Su Lanlan, have you considered this? If a man walks a path no one has ever dared to tread, then judging him by the standards of a typical system would be a fatal error. His expression turned grim, a heavy shadow falling over his face. Lotan whispered, Jiang Kai, You are just like Commander Wei Ying. I am dying to see what kind of chaos you unleash next. The next day, the squad moved through the bustling city streets. Hu Yan's eyes lit up as she pointed ahead. A pharmacy. We should replenish our miscrafting materials while we have the chance. The team agreed in unison, stepping into the store. The clerk behind the counter beamed with professional warmth. Welcome, hunters. What ingredients does your party seek today? Hu Yan didn't waste a second on small talk. She slammed her hand on the counter. Boss, do you have glazed root, hallucination mushrooms, and dark acid fruit? A blonde clerk named Yun Fei stepped forward briskly. Yes, and yes, we have everything you need. Follow me. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai scanned the room, his instincts flaring as he noticed a missing presence. Where is Su Nuan? He frantically scanned the aisles until he spotted her. She was standing frozen before an old shelf, completely absorbed. Jiang Kai approached slowly, his eyes narrowing as he read the labels. I didn't realize this place sold ancient formulas like these. He frowned, staring at 3 dusty scrolls tucked in the corner. The names were ominous. Eternal Winter Frost Poison, Crimson Blood Kiss, and the Green Water Ghost. Su Nanan grabbed one of the scrolls, her eyes wide with disbelief. She whispered, "This is a poison recipe, but it's bizarre. I've never seen the Green Water Ghost listed in the exchange office before." Just then, Boss Lu Xuan, the owner, stepped in with a serious expression. That Green Water Ghost is incredibly rare. It drops from the mutated warlord Tearwater Ghost in the Pacific Mountain Dungeon. Jiang Kai's brow furrowed, skepticism clouding his gaze. He turned to the owner. The Water Ghost Lake people actually risk their lives going there. Boss Lu Xuan chuckled, a low, hearty sound. Of course they do. Ascetics, for example, that class has always been mysterious. They crave solitude and thrive in places where danger lurks in every shadow. I only got that item by sheer luck from a hunter hanging by a thread. He shook his head, looking at Su Nuan with genuine concern. Listen to me, little girl. The toxicity of the Green Water Ghost is devastating. But the conditions to trigger it, they are absolutely tyrannical. You risk poisoning yourself just making it. And even if you succeed, using it is a nightmare. It's a treasure that has sat here collecting dust. I strongly suggest you pick something else. But Su Nanan didn't blink. Her expression turned deadly serious. Boss, tell me, what kind of poison is this really? Boss Lu Xuan sighed, realizing he couldn't dissuade her. Fine. The Green Water Ghost is a fatal toxin. Once thrown, it pierces armor and clings to the enemy's skin like a curse. But here is the catch. The enemy must be fully submerged in water for the poison to activate. Jiang Kai and Su Nuan froze, their eyes locked, sparking with the same realization. Water, they shouted in unison. Boss Lu Xuan nodded solemnly. Exactly. You risk your very life just to land a hit, but unless you knock your enemy into a river or lake, it is completely useless. And let us be honest, you cannot guarantee a water source on a chaotic battlefield. However, before the merchant could finish his warning, Jiang Kai and Su Nuan exchanged a devious glance. A wicked scheme was already taking shape in their minds. They had no intention of letting him finish that sentence. With aura blazing around them like wildfire, they slammed their money down on the counter. Perfect, we will take it. Boss Lu Wen stood there, completely dumbfounded by their insanity. Moments later, a thunderous boom shook the entire pharmacy. Their enthusiasm erupted with explosive force. Meanwhile, over in Jiangzhou City, the Black Tortoise Private Hospital stood tall under the cold moonlight. It was late, and the shadows stretched long and menacing. In a dimly lit hospital room, a figure sat motionless in a chair. The atmosphere was heavy, suffocating with absolute despair. Huang Tong pursed his lips, peering through the crack in the door, his gaze fixed on the broken, pathetic figure inside. He recalled the assistant's trembling report regarding Huang Da, guildmaster. The young master's condition is catastrophic. His spirit has suffered a destructive blow. Signs of early-stage mental collapse are already showing. We must begin treatment immediately. We suggest he avoids the ghost planet for now. He needs at least 3 months of psychological reconstruction to recover. After his duel with Jiang Kai, Huang Da was merely a shell of a man. He sat with dull, lifeless eyes, drool running uncontrollably down his chin. Witnessing his nephew in such a wretched state, Huang Tong snapped. He punched the wall, rage boiling in his veins like magma. Damn it all, little Wei Yang is not even cured yet, and now little Da is destroyed too. He was the Huang family's most brilliant prospect, and Jiang Kai ruined everything. Huang Tong replayed the moment Jiang Kai decapitated Huang Da's avatar. The humiliation burned like fire in his chest. In that darkness, he swore a blood oath of vengeance. Jiang Kai, I promised not to touch your family publicly, but I never said I would not touch you. The guild challenge is far from over. Suddenly, a tall silhouette emerged from the hallway darkness. Guildmaster, you asked for me. It was Shufei Qiang. Huang Tong narrowed his eyes, a twisted grin forming on his face. Are you ready for the next round of the guild challenge? The tournament was far from over. The arena was packed to the brim, humming with anticipation. Thousands of spectators watched with bated breath as the battles raged on. Some teams, terrified by Jiang Kai's brutal finishing moves, forfeited before the match even began. Others fought bravely, but were crushed by the Fire God Squad's overwhelming power. Finally, Jiang Kai led his team into the top 16 on the massive bracket screen. Only Jiang Kai's face remained illuminated among the defeated. Night fell, and the moon climbed high into the ink-black sky. Back at their safe house, Hu Yan shouted with excitement, "Captain Zhang, the intel for tomorrow's match just dropped." The team rushed over as the blue system interface materialized before them. Main God Guild notification. Fire God Squad match details. Congratulations on reaching the top 16. Your next opponent is Eagle Squad 4 from the Black Tortoise Guild. Their captain is Shu Fei Xiang. Report to the West St. Glory Arena at 800 hours tomorrow sharp. Prepare for battle. Yuan Zhu stared at the screen, his eyes wide with shock. The Black Tortoise Guild again. The name Shu Fei Xiang rang a bell. Beside him, Ruan Yu narrowed his eyes, sensing the gravity of the situation. I feel it too. Jiang Kai's memory unlocked instantly, his voice dropping to a grim growl. Shu Fei Xiang, hunting Eagle Squad 4. We crossed paths while hunting the fallen Corpse King. It seems the Huang family has finally unleashed their war dogs. Hearing this, Yuan Zhu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he roared in indignation, veins bulging on his neck. I remember now, those arrogant bastards. Hu Yan frowned, her expression turning grave. From what I know, hunting Eagle Squad 4 is not just strong. They are the apex predators among the Black Tortoise elites. Even the Shield Kill Squad pales in comparison in terms of raw, bloody combat experience. They are not even in the same league. Sunu Anwan let out a soft sigh, breaking down the analysis with tactical precision. Hu Yan is right. The Shield Kill members are mostly privileged heirs from high management. They rely on endless resources and god-tier equipment. Her brow furrowed, a dark shadow casting over her face as she shared her intel. But Shu Fei Xiang's team, they are monsters forged in the fires of real war. Their combat adaptability and tactical reflexes are terrifyingly high. Panic crept into her voice as she turned to the team leader. Especially Shu Fei Xiang. I told you before, his agility is inhuman. Jiang Kai, you have to watch your back around him. His expression mirrored her gravity as he gave a solemn nod. The next day, the arena erupted with noise. The crowd roared with bloodlust as this Manhwa recap reached its climax. The Black Tortoise's Hunting Eagle versus the Master God's Fire Deity Squad. This is going to be a clash of titans down in the arena. The two squads stood face to face, their auras clashing violently. The stands buzzed with whispers. Everyone knew the bad blood between Jiang Kai and the Black Tortoise Guild ran deep. The air was so heavy with killing intent, it could be sliced with a blade. Rumors whispered that Shu Fei Xiang had declared himself the ultimate predator of Jiang Kai. Locking onto his prey, a maniacal grin twisted Shu Fei Xiang's face, signaling a ruthless taunt. Jiang Kai, it seems fate has dragged us into the same cage once again. Do you recall the vow I made today? I will personally tear that arm from your wretched body. Jiang Kai remained an emotionless statue. He simply raised a hand to restrain Yuan Zhu, who was foaming at the mouth with venomous insults. Do not celebrate victory before the battle begins. Shu, gaze upon the fate of the arrogant Huang Dai. The weeds atop his grave have already grown 3 meters high. As Yuan Zhu fell silent, Jiang Kai finally locked eyes with his nemesis. His voice was calm, yet carried the chill of death. Shu Fei Xiang, save your breath. Let pure power determine who walks away and who rots. Suddenly, Wei Ying raised her microphone, her voice slicing through the thick tension. Contestants, prepare for battle. The 36th Guild War, round of 16. The countdown begins now. Her command echoed through the stadium like the gavel of a supreme judge. 10, 9. The audience erupted, eyes glued to the colossal screens displaying the intense glares of Jiang Kai and Shu Fei Xiang. It is starting. The true spectacle is upon us. Wu Wei Yang continued the fatal countdown. 8. In the VIP box, Su Lan Lan whispered her sister's name like a prayer. Beside her, Lu Jun held his breath, thoughts racing. Jiang Kai versus the Hunting Eagle? Well, can you defy the odds and forge another miracle? Sister Hua could no longer contain her explosive excitement. She cupped her hands and roared, "You and Juzi, unleash hell. The captain and I are right here with you." Leo sat motionless as a stone statue, eyes laser focused on the arena. The countdown reached its fever pitch. 3, 2, with a final, decisive wave of her hand. She screamed, "1, begin." Instantly, Shu Fei Xiang's squad launched forward like unleashed beasts hungry for blood. Their war cries shook the very earth. Kill. On the opposing side, Jiang Kai shouted his command with absolute authority. Formation, stay sharp. His team responded in perfect unison. Yes, sir. Jiang Kai stomped the ground, shattering the earth as he launched himself into the air. Dozens of throwing knives erupted from his hands like a deadly rain of steel. Behind him, Hu Yan clenched her fist in victory. Witness the barrage of the life chasers. Watch closely. This is how our captain shocks the world. Shu Feixiang charged straight into the howling storm of steel. But as the missiles approached, a sinister grin twisted his face. Predictable. He slammed on the brakes, halting his momentum instantly. His team flowed around him like water. Mochin stepped up, raising a glowing card. Leave this to us. Mana flared violently as the card activated. Shu Feixiang laughed from the back line, his eyes gleaming with malice. Jiang Kai, let me teach you the true meaning of party synergy. A massive energy shield materialized, forming an iron wall that swallowed Jiang Kai's devastating barrage without a single scratch. The fire deity team froze in absolute shock. What the hell? Up in the stands, Sister Hua's jaw dropped. That reaction speed is insane, Liang Wen gasped, his eyes widening. Analyzing the play, they were in full charge mode, yet instantly shifted to a defensive formation. They blocked all 6 of Jiang Kai's projectiles simultaneously. The throwing knives spun against the barrier, drilling with enough force to create sparks. But the shield remained an unbreakable fortress. Liang Wen's eyes narrowed as he assessed Mochin's technique with awe. Even with the critical hit effect triggered, he didn't flinch. He used the impact to slide back smoothly. As the dust settled, Hulin dashed out from behind the shield like a viper. My turn to test him. Mochin signaled the advance. Liang Wen watched in disbelief as the formation shifted again. Unbelievable. As the vanguard absorbs the impact, the rear guard uses that momentum to launch a counteroffensive instantly. Hulin leaped into the fray, her weapon blazing with destructive energy. Fire deity squad, have a taste of my scorching flame whip. Liang Wen trembled as he realized the tactical genius on display. They shifted from absolute defense to a lethal strike in a split second. Boom! The fiery whip smashed into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Jiang Kai rolled away just in time, shouting, "Fall back, now." Sus! Watching from the screen, Su Lan clenched her fists, anxiety spiking in her chest. I've heard the rumors about Hunting Eagle 4, but seeing this high-level mana battle up close is terrifying. Now I see why they are the kings of team combat. Lu Ju nodded grimly, his eyes glued to the unfolding chaos. Exactly. Individually, they might not be the top dogs of the Black Tortoise, but put them together. Their synergy makes them a legendary unit within the guild. Back in the arena, Jiang Kai refused to retreat any further. He slammed his foot down, crushing the stone beneath him, and launched himself back into the storm. His gaze sharpened like a blade as he recalled his projectile. Deep down, he began to analyze the true frightening strength of the soaring squad. Such flawless synergy. It can only be forged in the fires of countless life and death battles. Constantly walking the razor's edge of survival, Jiang Kai analyzed every movement, his heart pounding with a sudden realization. A single strike proved these opponents were leagues above the instant kill squad. But the soaring squad was not about to play nice. The enemy leader revealed a trump card, the ominous blinding glow of a super violet crystal. With a twisted smirk, he taunted, "You want your little toy back?" The crowd erupted as a blonde man pointed frantically at the screen. "Look, it's the super violet crystal that fire weapon was instantly neutralized." The audience roared, convinced Jiang Kai would be forced to reveal his mysterious trump card right at the start of this recap. Shock painted their faces until a sudden shout cut through the noise. Wait a second, look closely. Jiang Kai's squad stands ready. And their weapons defy logic. A sharp-eyed spectator gasped, "The super violet crystal. It failed. How is that even possible?" Purple-haired enemy sneered, "Did you modify your trash gear?" Jiang Kai's eyes glinted with cold amusement. Surprise, surprise. Did you really think we wouldn't come prepared after our last clash? In this leveling world, adaptation is the key to survival. Before the match, a relieved voice had echoed in the prep room. "Captain, thank God you saved those ores from the mermaid labyrinth. I discovered a rare killer stone that naturally repels the violet crystal's energy. I've completely overhauled everyone's arsenal." True to his word, the table was laden with anti-crystal gear. Jiang Kai clapped a hand on Ruan Yu's shoulder. "Excellent work, Ruan Yu." The tech genius grinned from ear to ear, his eyes shining with the thrill of being useful. Back in the arena, Jiang Kai leaped into the air, his voice steady. "Tu Feng, I'll teach you that even perfect teamwork has cracks against absolute speed." The arena shifted into a game-like dimension dominated by massive dice. Flaming projectiles rained down, shattering the environment like fragile glass. A mocking voice rang out, "Small fry, daring to act tough." Suddenly, a figure launched upward with blinding speed. It was Yuan Zhuo. Red lightning crackled around him as he cocked his weapon back. Taste the power of the world's #1 war god. Someone screamed a skill name, Earth-Shattering Stomp. Yanchuo descended like a meteor, wrapped in a storm of golden lightning. The crowd scrambled back in terror as the impact shook the heavens and earth. But the enemy scattered like smoke, leaving Yuan Zhuo to crash into empty ground. He looked around, bewildered. Where did the rats go? Before he could react, an enemy skill ambushed him from his blind spot. Jiang Kai roared, "Yuan Zhuo, watch out." His dagger flew true, intercepting Fire Lotus's whip just in time. The sorceress recoiled, her face twisting in annoyance. While Yuan Zhuo recovered, Tu Feng lunged with maniacal laughter. "Fighting me and looking away, I told you I'd slaughter you next time we met." Jiang Kai flinched, barely reacting to the overwhelming killing intent. Yuan Zhuo regained his composure and charged at Fire Lotus, bellowing like a beast. "You dare challenge the war god," but his blow was stopped cold by Zemo's shield. Fire Lotus stepped back, commanding, "He's all yours." Zemo frowned, feeling the massive weight of the blow. "This lunatic's reflexes are insane. I underestimated him." Yuan Zhuo grinned, the thrill of battle igniting his eyes. "Fine. If you're in such a rush to die, I'll oblige." He leaped skyward once more, channeling his ultimate art, earth-shattering stomp. Elsewhere, Mo Chen screamed the kill order, "Slaughter them all." Two enemies rushed the backline. A green potion uncorked, spilling power as Ruin Yu declared, "I, Ruin Yu, will not be the weak link in this life." Mo Chen thrust his spear, but Ruin Yu blocked it effortlessly with a shield. He even had time to flirt. "Hey there, beautiful," Mo Chen raged. "You have a death wish." Fire Lotus dragged her teammate away, sneering, "Leave this drunken pervert to me." The cat spirit giggled. "Right, let's handle those two useless girls instead." Su Nuan shouted a warning to her partner. "Hu Yan, watch out." But Hu Yan stood her ground, fearless. She raised her hands, summoning a halo of blinding white light. "Just watch me supreme ice rain." Enhanced version. Su Nuan joined in, summoning a roaring sphere of gold lightning. "I've got your back." Tu Feng blitzed toward Jiang Kai, raising his shadow blade for the kill. But Jiang Kai spun mid-air, launching a counter projectile. Tu Feng froze for a split second. Then, an evil grin stretched across his face. "Brat, you really love your little toys, don't you? But when it comes to speed, I never lose." He became a blur, slashing the incoming projectiles out of the air with terrifying precision. Tu Feng widened his eyes, mocking him. "Too slow," Jiang Kai gasped. "Impossible." He realized his opponent was a true monster. The cameraman yelled in excitement. "No one has ever dodged Jiang Kai's darts at point-blank range, but look who we're dealing with." That is Tu Feng, the king of agility. Even the slow-motion replay couldn't capture how he evaded that attack. As if to prove the point, Tu Feng effortlessly weaved through the barrage of attacks. Su Lan cried out. He's using the rotational force to dodge and close the distance simultaneously. Luo Tian quickly pulled up the stats. "I've analyzed his data. His base agility exceeds 300, with his equipment buffs. He's easily pushing 350. He ran the grim calculations in his mind. Jiang Kai's main stat was agility, but Fei Tong was outclassing him by over 100 points. In the brutal math of raw stats, he was Jiang Kai's ultimate natural enemy. On the screen, Fei Tong raised his hand in executioner ready to deliver the final death blow. "Challenging me was the single worst decision of your miserable life." Jiang Kai's eyes bulged in pure shock, his body paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure of those words. Fei Tong brought his blade down, unleashing a catastrophic wave of internal energy. Tornado, slash, sensing the devastating force closing in, Jiang Kai hesitated. Wait, he activated his ghost eye, locking onto his opponent instantly. It looked like a simple strike, but Fei Tong's other hand was gathering a silent storm of energy. This wasn't just a slash, it was a lethal trap. Jiang Kai scrambled back, his heart hammering against his ribs. With his current agility stats, dodging one attack was possible, but surviving a dual strike impossible. Desperate, he launched a counterattack, hoping to intercept the charging predator before it was too late. A sinister smirk twisted Fei Tong's lips. "Gotcha!" He crossed his twin blades, unleashing a torrent of berserk energy that effortlessly crushed Jiang Kai's defense. Jiang Kai stared in horror at the overwhelming aura exploding in front of him. What the hell is this? The crossed blades were still radiating immense power, completely neutralizing his pursuit daggers. "Did you think you were the only one capable of modifying weapons, Jiang Kai?" Fei Tong couldn't help but gloat. "Behold, my upgraded twin silver swords. I may not have telekinetic control over long distances like a high-tier psychic, but in close quarters, it's more than enough to shut down your little toys." Jiang Kai clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. "You planned this from the start. You baited me into using more daggers just to trap them." "So what if I did?" Fei Tong sneered. "Honestly, I'm disappointed. We're in a life-or-death duel, and you're wasting breath on stupid questions." His eyes widened with manic excitement. "Oh, this is going to be fun." He stared at Jiang Kai's hand with mocking amusement. "Let me guess, that's your very last dagger, isn't it? Or perhaps it's a trump card disguised as a simple throwing knife." He looked down on him like a god judging a filthy insect. Just as calculated. Jiang Kai's guard went up instantly. "What are you talking about?" Killing intent exploded from Fei Tong's eyes. The reason the Eagle Squad stands at the apex isn't just teamwork. It's because we never, ever underestimate our prey. Before this match, I studied your battle with the shield killers frame by frame. Especially that moment you raised your hand, Fei Tong deduced calmly. You took down Hong Da in a split second using that disguised ace in the hole, but after the kill, you didn't rush to help your squad. You froze in place. Why was it because you trusted your 4 teammates to handle their own fights? Fei Tong rubbed his chin, eyes narrowed as he recalled the footage. Rewind that, play it again. He scrutinized Jiang Kai's face in his memory. No. Looking at your expression back then, it wasn't trust. That led me to a bold theory. That ultimate move might be a one-hit kill, but the backlash completely drains your stamina or spiritual energy, sealing your skills. According to my simulations, that vulnerability window lasts exactly 1 minute. The terrifying accuracy of the number sent a chill down Jiang Kai's spine. Fei Tong lowered his head, his voice dripping with cold, hard logic. Meaning if you use that move on me right now, I'll definitely die just like Hong Da, but in the 60 seconds you're out of the game, my team will slaughter the rest of your Fire God squad. Meanwhile, Su Nuan and Hu Yan were fighting for their lives. Su Nuan, stay behind me, right? I'll buff your healing output. Fei Tong's voice dropped to a murderous whisper, and once they're dead, we'll gang up and finish you. Elsewhere, Yuan-Shu went full berserk, his eyes glowing like demons as he roared. The number 1 war, God is here, kneel and beg for mercy. Yuan-Shu unleashed a massive slash, but Tumo dodged the lethal strike with ease. Fury burned in Yuan-Shu's eyes like molten lava. You think you can run? Ink. Tumo sidestepped and thrust his sword forward with a sneer. You call yourself a war god, you're trash. Yuan-Shu grit his teeth, barely blocking the piercing strike with brute force. Steel crashed against steel, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Yuan-Shu swung his chains, forcing Tumo to leap back. Insolent fool, how dare you doubt my power? Taste my blade. In the stands, Sister Hua and Liu watched in stunned silence, realizing something was wrong. That Eagle Squad member had completely stopped engaging Chu head-on. When Chu advanced, he retreated. When Chu stopped, he poked. He was kiting him like a mob in a game. Liu frowned, his voice low. He knows Chu has the attribute shift talent. In a raw contest of strength, he'd lose. So, he's testing Chu's patience, draining his stamina bar and waiting for an opening. Sister Hua stomped her foot in anger. I thought the Eagle Squad was strong. Using such cheap tricks ruins their reputation. But Liu shook his head grimly. No, this is high-level tactical warfare. These warriors aren't pampered elites chasing hollow glory. They understand the brutal truth of an awakened battle victory by any means necessary is the only law that matters. Jiang Kai watched Yuan-Zu's desperate assault with a heavy heart. The gap in power was undeniable. You have to hold on, he thought, gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, in another corner of the arena, Ruan Yu was blushing furiously, blowing playful kisses. Hey there, gorgeous. That waist, that chest, those endless legs. I think I'm in love. Mo Tianran's blood boiled at the disrespect. Shut your mouth, a drunkard will always be filth. The most useless class in existence. Mo Tianran blurred into motion, vanishing from sight only to reappear in the drunkard's blind spot. In a split second, Mo Tianran drove his blade straight through Ruan Yu's stomach. You and your trash class are exactly alike. Worthless. With a cruel twist, he ripped the weapon free. Ruan Yu collapsed instantly, his body drenched in a pool of crimson blood. The rest of the team froze in pure horror, their agonized screams echoing across the silent arena. Su Non scrambled toward him, panic choking her voice. Hu Yan, hold the line, I need to heal him right now. But Huolian intercepted her with a vicious tackle, trying to heal right in front of me in your dreams. Hu Yan stepped in just in time, shielding the healer with her own body. Su Nuan, go, I'll hold her off. Suddenly, from the void, a slender hand clad in a dark glove reached out, gathering a sinister otherworldly energy. Miaoling struck like a viper from the shadows, launching a lethal assault straight at Hu Yan's exposed back. Let's see if you have the guts to handle this. Hu Yan couldn't dodge in time. Terror washed over her as she braced for the devastating impact. Su Nuan froze, her face darkening with pure dread as she screamed her teammate's name. Fire Lotus cracked her whip, her voice dripping with venomous disdain. A filthy scammer and a combatless healer. You trash dare to challenge the Eagles. Miaoling kept up the pressure, laughing cruelly. Don't pray for your captain to save you. He can barely keep his own head on his shoulders right now. Suddenly, Yuan-Zu charged in like a moving fortress to shield them. Audacious fools, the god of war